Born with 6 fingers on his left hand, the protagonist is derisively dubbed the Broom Star by his family. His father passed away at his birth, and throughout his life, misfortune perpetually shadowed him, subjecting him to incessant discrimination and scorn. At the age of 18, during the third tribulation, he lost his beloved grandparents, propelling him onto a path of wandering. As he struggles to survive, he simultaneously delves into the mysteries that lie beyond, entwined in an eternal conflict between life and death. In this relentless struggle, he seeks to engage with spirits and challenge the heavens themselves. Chapter 1. The Half-Century Calamity. My name is Luo Bu, with Bu meaning divination. I was born during the peak of the family planning policy. My mother longed for a son, yet she bore 3 daughters in succession, leaving her impoverished due to fines imposed by the family planning office. When she became pregnant with me, anxiety gripped her heart. If I were to be a boy, all would be well. But what if I turn out to be another girl? How could she pay the fines then? Coincidentally, a fortune teller visited our village, proclaiming that my parents were destined to have no son. Frightened, my mother insisted that my father give her belly a kick. Just then, my grandmother arrived. My grandmother was a well-known figure in the village, a mystical woman with a rudimentary understanding of traditional medicine and divination, who also revered several deities. Upon entering, she declared, "You may be fated to have no sons, but I am destined to have a grandson if he is born incorrectly. The fault lies with me." My father, who had a diploma and considered himself an intellectual, had always scoffed at my grandmother's beliefs. With a scowl, he retorted, "You're always lost in superstitions. If Fan were to give birth to a frog, would that also be your doing?" My mother interjected with a scathing remark, "If I were to give birth to a frog, what would that make you?" The two women continued their banter, but the child within should not be dragged into their quarrel. Perhaps buoyed by my grandmother's confidence, my mother ultimately resolved to bring the child to term. On the day of my birth, the sky was shrouded in thick clouds, resembling the bottom of a blackened pot. My father was at the mine, unable to return in time. Unbeknownst to us, complications arose during labor, and my mother endured a grueling day and night, nearly losing her life, just as midnight struck after a harrowing struggle. I was finally born. Yet, at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, torrential rain fell, and a bolt of lightning struck a tree outside, killing all the chickens, ducks, and geese in the yard. Grandfather sat at the door, puffing on his dry tobacco, gazing at the torrential rain, and remarked, "This child is likely not of good character." Grandmother scolded, "You old fool, you know nothing." The midwife, old Mrs. Liu from the village entrance, took a glance at me and hastily fled, inadvertently leaving me on the ground. Later, she recounted to others that the first baby she ever delivered not only did not cry, but smiled at her instead, even reaching out to scratch her. Seeing the midwife's abrupt departure, my grandmother picked me up herself. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed that I was indeed a boy. Everything appeared normal, except for an extra finger on my left pinky, a phenomenon known as polydactyly. According to rural folklore, those born with 6 fingers are considered the debtors of their parents' past lives, destined to live in poverty and misfortune throughout their existence. Coincidentally, at that moment, the village chief, Li Dafu, rushed in, exclaiming, "It's terrible. Your son, Luo Dong, has had an accident in the mine. An accident in the mine claimed the lives of 8 or 9 individuals." And my mother fainted on the spot. When she finally regained consciousness, she looked at me and yelled, "You little harbinger of misfortune." With a grim determination, she bit down hard, severing the extra finger from my hand. In rural terms, this was known as breaking the curse. Surprisingly, not a single drop of blood flowed for where the finger had been removed, and I did not cry. Yet, inexplicably, the large blue horse in the stable suddenly collapsed and died. From that day forth, my mother never held me again. Shortly after, upon receiving news of my father's death, she believed I had taken his life. The mine compensated handsomely, but my mother could not bear to continue living with me. She left a small sum behind and took my 3 sisters to the city to seek refuge with our uncle. Indeed, my grandmother's words proved prophetic, though I'm not her biological child. I am her cherished grandchild. Henceforth, I began to reside with my grandparents. My grandmother, far from displaying any disdain, proclaimed that I was the result of her 1,000 fervent prayers, bestowing upon me the name Luo Bo. Had matters concluded there, all would have been well. However, before a month had passed, the site where my finger had been bitten resembled bamboo, sprouting an additional bone. Astonishingly, within a fortnight, that superfluous digit had re-emerged. My grandmother, a woman of mystic inclinations, was at a loss regarding this phenomenon and took me to the Taoist temple where she practiced as a laywoman. The Taoist priest of Zion Temple scrutinized me for several minutes, ultimately knitting his brow and casting a handful of incense ash upon my sixth finger. I, however, was not to be outdone at that very moment. A stream of youthful urine arced forth, extinguishing the flames in the incense burner. The old priest, visibly perturbed, turned to my grandmother and remarked that the child possessed an uncanny essence, declaring that this finger was destined to belong to me and must not be severed again, for such an act could lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, he foretold that I was fated to encounter 3.5 tribulations, each fraught with calamity. Should I navigate these trials safely, she was to return with me, and he would provide a path forward. It is said that a cycle of 12 years, represented by the 12 zodiac signs, implies that a half cycle encompasses 6 years. The events that unfolded indeed confirmed the old priest's predictions. At the tender age of 6, I celebrated my birthday. Lupa jestingly remarked, "Little Six Fingers, you are still my delivery. You ought to bow to me." Being so young and naive, I failed to comprehend the significance of the bow, and I burst into inconsolable tears. At that very moment, the heavens unleashed a hailstorm. While others remained unscathed, it was Lupa, standing nearest to me, who was struck by a hailstone the size of an egg, rendering her breathless and ultimately leading to her demise. When I turned 12, the fateful day of my birthday arrived once more. I arrived late to school that morning. The teacher, wielding a ruler, struck my palm and pointed to my 6 fingers, stating, "You ought to remember the 6 o'clock morning reading, as everyone else does. Are your 6 fingers incapable of grasping this?" The sting of the ruler was excruciating. Strangely enough, during class that day, the classroom suddenly collapsed. Miraculously, none of my classmates were harmed, save for the very teacher who had struck me, who was left severely injured. Now, as I approach my 18th birthday, my grandmother has taken to discreetly advising me daily that on my special day, regardless of any calamity, I must remain at home in an orderly manner on the eve of my birthday. Having just finished dinner, the village chief, Li Defu, paid a visit. With a furrowed brow, he informed us that old Zhang at the eastern end of the village was gravely ill, urging my grandmother to hurry and check on him. My grandmother responded promptly, hoisting her medical box, ready to depart. However, the village chief halted her, gesturing towards the yellow bag adorned with the I Ching symbols beside the medicine box. This bag was a relic my grandmother had brought from her mystical encounters. I understood then that old Zhang's ailment was no trifling matter. With the yellow bag slung over her shoulder, my grandmother turned to me and said, "Little Boo, you must stay at home obediently. There's no guarantee I will return tonight." She then cautioned my grandfather to keep a watchful eye on me. After grandmother's departure, grandfather seized the opportunity to pour himself a glass of aged liquor. Once the rich spirit flowed down his throat, it wasn't long before he succumbed to a deep slumber, punctuated by the sounds of his snoring. Grandfather's inebriation was precisely what I had yearned for my friend Dahu, and I had made plans for a night of fishing. Throughout my childhood, grandmother had kept a vigilant eye on me. She often recounted the tempestuous conditions surrounding my birth, insisting that I was destined to clash with water, which is why she forbade me from venturing near it. Not only was fishing off limits, but I also lacked the ability to swim, a rarity in the village of Haishuden. However, this evening was different. As the saying goes, September brings the crucian, and October the grass carp. It was the season when grass carp reached their peak in fatness. Dahu had promised to catch a large one as a birthday gift for me. With my birthday approaching tomorrow, I was eager to embrace the thrill of the night. Before long, a few melodious bird calls echoed from beyond the western wall, our secret signal. I quickly grabbed my small bucket and dashed outside. People often claimed that Haishuden was teeming with fish. A mere hour of fishing would yield enough for a pot of fish soup. Yet for reasons unknown, the waters today bubbled incessantly. and despite Dahu's efforts, not a single fry was caught. Darn it, are those little rascals holding a meeting underwater? Dahu muttered, switching bait several times, only to remain empty-handed, unable to stifle his frustration. In October, the days were warm, yet the nights turned quite chilly with the onset of fog. Unbeknownst to us, our clothes had become dampened by the evening's moisture that I glanced at my watch. It was nearing midnight. With the arrival of midnight came my birthday, and the memories of turning 6 and 12 were still vivid in my mind, as were grandmother's earnest admonitions. You must. Returned if my grandmother discovers that I went night fishing, she will surely scold me to death. Dahu, resolute in his stubbornness, retorted, you go back first. If I do not catch a single substantial grass carp today, I shall not return. Despite my repeated calls, the lad remained indifferent, and in exasperation, I had no choice but to return to the village alone. That I had scarcely arrived home when, just as I was preparing to retire for the night, a knock resounded at the door. Upon glancing at the clock, I noted it was already past midnight. Who could possibly be visiting at such an hour? Muttering to myself, I ventured out to open the door, only to be greeted by Dahu, who bore in his hands a hefty grass carp weighing no less than 7 or 8 pounds. Well, to think you actually caught something in such a short time. Dahu, drenched and pallid, displayed no emotion as he tossed the fish towards me, snorting, here you go, my good brother. This fish is a gift for you. I chuckled. How generous. Tomorrow, I shall treat you to fish soup. Yet, Dahu's expression remained inscrutable as he murmured, Shaobu, are we not brothers? Of course we are. What's the matter with you? Dahu managed a faint smile and replied, then I shall come looking for you again tomorrow evening. With that, he turned and departed. What was up with him tonight? Scratching my head, I carried the fish back inside, dismissing the thought. That night, my grandmother indeed did not return, indicating that old Zhang's situation was quite dire. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, there was a loud banging at the door. Grandfather opened it to find Dahu's mother, tears streaming down her face. Seeking my grandmother to assist in finding a burial plot, that a sudden jolt of alarm coursed through me, and I hastily inquired, Auntie, could it be that something has happened at home? As soon as Dahu's mother began to speak, I was nearly paralyzed with fear. She revealed that it was none other than Dahu who had met with misfortune. He had drowned in the black water pool last night and was discovered by the boatman in the morning. Chapter 2. The return of the great tiger. The news of the great tiger's demise struck me like a thunderclap, sending tumultuous waves through my heart. However, upon further reflection, I sensed something amiss. After all, the great tiger had returned just last night. It seemed implausible. As I was about to voice my thoughts, a sudden coughing fit from my grandmother interrupted me. Having endured a sleepless night, her eyes were bloodshot, her complexion pallid, and her expression grim. The great tiger's mother was about to speak when my grandmother sighed and said, Sister, I just heard the news in town. Please accept my condolences. The great tiger's mother was inconsolable, and it was evident that his passing had inflicted a profound wound upon her heart. Grandmother, this situation is not as it seems. In fact, I intended to finish my sentence, but my grandmother shot me a piercing glare, clearly signaling me to remain silent. After comforting the great tiger's mother, she promised to visit shortly and then watched her stagger out of the courtyard. Once she had departed, my grandmother turned her attention back to me, her expression darkening as she demanded, Now, speak up. What is the truth behind this? Faced with such a grave matter, I could not withhold the truth any longer. Hesitantly, I recounted the events of last night when I had sneaked out for a night of fishing. Throughout my life, despite my mother's disdain for me and the countless mockeries from villagers regarding my 6 fingers, my grandparents had always showered me with love, never laying a finger on me. However, upon concluding my tale, my grandmother raised her hand and struck me. My grandfather, standing beside me, interjected, Why resort to violence? Speak to him calmly. Grandmother placed her hands on her hips and admonished grandfather, Beat him. He knows not the depths of his folly. In truth, the one most deserving of a beating was she. After consuming a couple of cups of caddis urine, she had seemingly forgotten her own surname. I instructed you to keep an eye on him, and what have you done? Grandfather, aware of his fault, pursed his lips and ceased to speak. With a deep sigh, grandmother turned to me and inquired, You mentioned that Dahu returned last night and brought you a fish. Where is it? Indeed, how could I have forgotten? I hurried back to the house, but upon lifting the large basin on the floor, I was utterly dismayed. There was no fish to be found, only a foul-smelling water plant floating within. Where could the fish be? Grandmother furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself, "This bodes ill. The black water pool has lain quiet for so many years. How could calamities arise anew? Could it be that a new evil spirit has appeared?" Evil spirit? I was taken aback, my heart racing as I stammered, "Grandmother, are you suggesting that Dahu was harmed by an evil spirit? Then, what was I truly saw last night?" Grandmother remained silent, casting a glance at the deity's tablet she worshipped. The implication was clear. No wonder Dahu appeared so strange last night, drenched as if he had just emerged from the water. The thought that I had witnessed a specter sent a shiver down my spine, causing my left hand, with its 6 fingers, to inexplicably tingle, nearly causing me to lose my balance. "Xiaobu, what is the matter with you?" Grandfather approached and steadied me, but upon touching my forehead, he exclaimed in alarm, "Oh dear, my wife, this child has a fever." Grandmother's expression darkened as she murmured, "Dahu has succumbed to your calamity. He departs with great reluctance. He arranged to go fishing with you this evening, which signifies that he will undoubtedly come to find you tonight." Grandfather's comment about my fever only exacerbated my discomfort, making me feel feverish and my head throb painfully. Nevertheless, I attempted to reassure Grandmother, saying, "Grandmother, Dahu wouldn't do that. We are the closest of friends, and if he intended to harm me, he would have acted last night." Grandmother scoffed, "Oh, foolish child, in matters of life and death, even blood brothers may betray one another. He spared you last night because his soul had only just departed his body and he lacked the power. Today marks the 3rd day of your calamity. If he does not pull you down with him, he himself shall remain forever trapped in that dark abyss." Upon hearing her words, a chill coursed through me, as if a draft were blowing along my neck. "Stop frightening the child." Seeing me tremble uncontrollably, Grandfather grew anxious and chided Grandmother, "Just tell us what we ought to do." Grandmother replied calmly, "I will first assist in burying Dahu's remains. When one dies with resentment, there is a risk of their spirit returning. Dahu's vengeful spirit will surely come at night. I shall fight with all my might to protect my precious grandson." Turning to Grandfather, she instructed after I leave, "Prepare a potion of windbreak and peach branch water for Xiaobu to consume. To exorcise evil, one must first cleanse oneself." After uttering these words, Grandmother lit incense before the altars of the 3 deities and, carrying a yellow cloth bag, departed. Following her instructions, Grandfather boiled the peach branch water for me to drink. Though I felt less cold, for some inexplicable reason, my surroundings transformed into a monochrome world. Before my eyes danced 2 elderly men and a woman, their spectral forms swirling about, causing a sense of dizziness to wash over me. In this haze, I succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, I found my grandmother had returned. Yet the 3 ethereal figures persisted in their presence. Particularly, the old woman cast a knowing smile my way, winking mischievously. "Grandmother, I began, only to be silenced by her gentle hand over my mouth. "Hush," she whispered, "listen, the wind is rising." I concentrated, and indeed, the outside world was filled with a cacophony, as the paper-thin window seams emitted a high-pitched whimper. Suddenly, amidst the howling wind, 2 distinct calls of a cuckoo echoed through the air. A chill ran down my spine, and cold sweat drenched my clothing. It was deep autumn. What cuckoo could there be? This was the secret signal between me and Dahu to go fishing. "Grandmother, it's Dahu. He has come," I exclaimed anxiously. My grandmother patted my shoulder and handed me over to my grandfather. Rising, she opened the door, retrieving a handful of paper money from a yellow cloth pouch, and proclaimed loudly, "Tiger boy, the dead cannot be revived. Your grandmother understands your grievances, yet the living have their path, and the spirits theirs. You must depart." As she spoke, she scattered the paper money into the sky, where it transformed into flames and ashes, a sight most eerie. No sooner had she finished speaking than the wind outside fell silent. My grandfather exhaled deeply, cautiously inquiring, "My dear, have you sent him away?" Grandmother remained silent. Yet her palm subtly gestured, indicating that matters were not as straightforward as grandfather had claimed. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Neither grandfather nor I dared to utter a word, while grandmother stood resolutely at the threshold, her yellow cloth bag in hand. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 8 seconds. Bang! Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed, reminiscent of waves crashing violently upon the shore. The iron gate was hurled open with a clatter, and a gust of wind, laden with the scent of aquatic vegetation, swept through, carrying the foul stench of rotten fish and shrimp, which splattered against the windows, filling the air with an unbearable odor. In the midst of this chaos, I beheld a shadow, streaked with water stains, awkwardly positioned at the entrance. The figure was plump and jowly, unmistakably my dear companion. Dahu. Lobo. My good friend, we had promised to go fishing together. Why have you not come? He exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, slowly lifting his head. His face resembled a bloated mass, devoid of recognizable features. His eyes and nose were obscured, while his mouth, swollen and exaggerated, gaped open, revealing a set of teeth resembling a comb, densely packed and protruding. Chapter 3. The fish-faced monster, it is said that the appearance of the eerie spirit reflects the visage of its corpse post-mortem. Yet the sight of Big Tiger in this state is undeniably terrifying. A wave of nausea washed over me, and my once clear mind was now engulfed in a chilling haze, goosebumps rising incessantly upon my skin. However, he is, after all, my comrade. Big Tiger, I am so sorry. It is I who have brought this upon you. Tears streamed down my face as I struggled to rise and approach him. Grandmother shouted emphatically, Xiaobu, you must not go near him. He is no longer the living Big Tiger. He comes for your life. Grandfather, equally alarmed, brandished a butcher's knife before me, attempting to reassure me, do not fear. Xiaobu, if he dares to come closer, I shall see to it that he meets his end once more. Luabwa, let us go fish for the big grass carp. Big Tiger's voice wafted through the air as he languidly stepped into the courtyard. As he drew nearer, I could discern his form more clearly. At that moment, Big Tiger resembled a drifting wisp of smoke, eerily akin to the elderly figures surrounding me. As he opened his mouth, bubbles erupted forth like those of a fish, while blood-red gill filaments emitted a gurgling sound that sent shivers down my spine. You wretched creature, how dare you disregard my warning? If you do not leave, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. Grandmother suddenly bellowed, and from seemingly nowhere produced a cigarette, lighting it for herself. Balancing precariously, her left foot grounded while her right leg was casually crossed over, she appeared to be seated in mid-air. I understood then. Grandmother was about to summon the spirits. From childhood to adulthood, I have often witnessed my grandmother invoking spirits to ward off evil. The moment she lights a cigarette, it signals an impending outburst. However, her countenance has never been as grim as it is today, which indicates that the formidable tiger indeed harbors sinister intentions. Luobo, are you going to leave or not? You have no idea how wretched my situation is. The tiger, with its gaping maw adorned with gill-like filaments, roared menacingly, seemingly resolute and completely indifferent to my grandmother as it glided toward the door. My grandmother took a deep drag from her cigarette, narrowing her eyes. And suddenly her gaze transformed, emanating a spectral, verdant glow reminiscent of the animal kingdom. Every mountain has its master. This household is sanctified. Bold water demon, how dare you encroach upon my domain? Allow me, Lord Huang, to confront you. Her voice unexpectedly deepened, resonating with the timbre of a gruff old man. The so-called Lord Huang, or Huang Er-Yi, holds the second rank among the 5 celestial foxes, believed to be a sage weasel. After my grandmother's proclamation, she remained steadfast, while one of the 3 indistinct shadows beside me darted forth, revealing the shifty-eyed old man with a knife-like visage. I was astonished. Could it be that these 3 ethereal figures are the revered deities my grandmother worships? I have witnessed her offer tributes to them daily. Why am I only now able to perceive them? As the shadowy old man surged forth, the door suddenly slammed shut with a resounding bang, trapping my grandmother and the tiger outside. I attempted to rise and investigate, but my grandfather restrained me, saying, "Your grandmother is angered. If you go out, you will distract her. Let us remain patiently here." I nodded, silently praying, "Grandma, please be safe." Outside, the wind howled ferociously, rumbling as if two powerful forces were clashing in the yard, accompanied by the ominous sounds of splintering fences and flying bricks. This commotion persisted for a while, the cacophony drawing ever closer to the doors and windows. I couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Grandma was at a disadvantage? Just then, a sudden crack echoed as several large holes appeared in the paper-thin window, and strands of foul-smelling water plants, resembling seaweed, slithered in like tentacles. "Grandpa, something has entered," I exclaimed. Grandpa, once the finest butcher in the village, furrowed his brow and without a moment's hesitation, deftly launched a long butcher's knife. With a sharp slice, one of the water plants was severed in two, a pool of crimson liquid oozing forth, causing the remaining tendrils to retreat, as if in pain. Grandpa called out to the outside, "Old woman, are you all right?" "You old man, your skills haven't diminished with age," replied Grandma, her voice still bearing the tone of a seasoned elder. "I say, you two, are you not going to act? This water creature is not easily dealt with." No sooner had her words faded than the other two figures in the room darted out. The ensuing chaos was even louder, reminiscent of an earthquake, with tremors shaking the very foundations, and faintly, one could hear the shrill cries of beasts atop the roof. Grandpa and I strained our ears, listening intently, our palms slick with perspiration. After a prolonged struggle lasting 5 or 6 minutes, a sudden sound echoed like the retreating tide, and the courtyard fell into silence. At that moment, my grandfather was drenched in sweat, exhaling a sigh of relief as he hurried to open the door, only to see my grandmother stumble and collapse inside. "Grandmother!" Both my grandfather and I exclaimed in shock. She weakly waved her hand and murmured, "It's nothing. It's all over now. I'm just utterly exhausted." That creature was formidable. My grandfather quickly assisted her inside and poured her a bowl of sweetened water. After drinking it, my grandmother regained a semblance of strength, and the weight in my heart began to lift. "Grandmother, how did who die?" I inquired. My grandmother, lost in thought, replied vaguely, "Xiaobu, this matter cannot be resolved in haste. If your grandparents are no longer here, you must first go to Ziyun Temple to find Taoist Xianming to dispel the evil, and then seek your mother in the city." "Find my mother? What kind of mother is she? Aside from our brief encounters during the New Year, we are like strangers. She doesn't care for me, so why should I bother with her?" "Silly child, everyone must eventually face death. You're growing up. There are some matters." Just as my grandmother was about to elaborate, a rustling sound emerged from outside. My grandmother's expression changed, and she raised her finger to signal for silence from me and my grandfather. "There is a malevolent presence. Listen intently. The squeaking sound resembles a mouse pilfering rice." Upon hearing my grandmother's words, a peculiar itch suddenly arose in my sixth finger. I glanced down and was astonished to see a strand of black blood creeping up my finger. Faced with impending danger, I dared not utter a word, pondering to myself, had it not just been repelled? How could it resurface so soon? Who dares to create such a ruckus? I shall not hesitate to unleash my wrath. My grandmother, with a commanding presence, called out into the night. After a brief pause, the squeaking ceased, replaced by an unfamiliar male voice. "Is this the home of Granny Luo?" A middle-aged man, clad in a suit, weakly approached the door. My grandparents and I were taken aback. What could a stranger be doing here at such an hour? The man had a round face and a prominent head, his eyes reminiscent of a frog S, exuding an air of shrewdness. Yet, for reasons unknown, I sensed a shroud of darkness hovering above his head, and his eyes glimmered with an erratic light. My grandmother, perplexed, inquired, "I am indeed Granny Luo, and you are?" In an instant, the man appeared as if in the presence of a celestial being, kneeling with a thud and lamenting, "Granny Luo, my name is Tian Yusin, from Tianjigu in the town. It is said that you possess great powers. Please, save me." As he spoke, he attempted to bow before her. My grandmother exhaled, her tone calm, very well, very well. If I am able to assist, I shall not stand idly by. Now what troubles you?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 4. The mouse bites upon witnessing the scene before me. I could not help but draw in a sharp breath, followed by an itch in my throat that nearly caused me to retch. My grandmother merely furrowed her brow, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Do tell. How did this come to pass? She gestured for the visitor to take a seat. Tion Yusin, his complexion waxen, spoke in a hushed tone. Granny Luo. You must save me. I am indifferent to the cost. Ah, what is money? She replied with a hint of disdain. There are countless wealthy individuals who cannot purchase a single sunrise. She continued, Now, let us discuss the situation at hand, so that this old woman may offer some counsel. Indeed, Granny Luo, your words ring true. Tion Yusin nodded vigorously in agreement. According to Tion Yusin's account, his wound had been inflicted by a mouse. On that fateful day, he was tidying up the storeroom, intending to bring out an old tiger skin he had acquired years prior to air it out. To his astonishment, when he finally unearthed the tiger skin from the depths of the chest, he found a plump, hefty mouse sprawled across it, measuring over a foot in length, larger than a typical cat. What infuriated him further was the fact that the mouse showed no inclination to flee upon his arrival. Instead, it remained sprawled on the tiger skin, locking eyes with him with its beady gaze. Tion Yusin was both startled and enraged, thinking to himself that he had cherished this tiger skin for so many years, and yet it had been sullied by this filthy rodent. In a fit of fury, he seized a wrench from nearby and hurled it at the mouse. To his astonishment, the plump rodent exhibited remarkable agility, executing a sudden leap and landing directly upon Tion Yusin's arm. Failing to catch the mouse, he instead found himself the target of its ire. This formidable creature, with its sharp fangs, emitted a cacophony of shrieks as it boldly challenged Tion Yusin. Terrified, Tion Yusin raised his right hand and struck the rodent with considerable force. Perhaps due to his own shock, the blow was excessive, causing the mouse to bleed profusely from its mouth and nose. In retaliation, the large rodent sank its teeth into Tion Yusin's left wrist, resulting in a torrent of blood. Overcome with fear, Tion Yusin abandoned all thoughts of the creature and fled, only to later discover that a significant portion of flesh had been gnawed away by the mouse. Initially, he believed the ordeal had concluded, but to his dismay, the wound began to fester the following day. Despite numerous examinations at the hospital, no diagnosis was forthcoming. After enduring a fortnight of intravenous treatment with no improvement, the wound began to fester and attract maggots, leaving his condition steadily deteriorating. Yesterday evening, he overheard that Granny Luo from Haishutan village was said to possess remarkable abilities, prompting him to hasten to her abode despite the encroaching darkness. Upon hearing Tion Yusin's plight, Granny Luo smiled gently and remarked, There is no extraordinary power at play here. It is merely the result of the community's affection and the ensuing rumors. Eagerly, Tion Yusin implored, Granny, you appear so spirited and distinguished. Surely you must possess a solution. Do you not? After a brief pause, Granny Luo replied, To be candid, it is rather troublesome. If I am not mistaken, that hefty mouse has acquired some degree of supernatural prowess. According to the teachings of our revered sages, such a mouse is referred to as a gray immortal. As soon as you entered the courtyard, I sensed a malevolent presence arriving, and to my surprise, it was you. This indicates that the mischievous spirit is entwined with you. Wherever you go, its wrath follows. Tion Yusin shuddered and spoke, Grandmother, please save me. Do you mean to say, the gray fairy is known for its ferocity? It is not devoid of reason. The elder glanced at the 3 spirit tablets in the room and replied, What I mean is that, being fellow earthbound immortals, Mai Huangbai and Lu Sanxian are unable to intervene in this matter. Hence, my assistance is limited. I can only prescribe you a medicinal remedy to dispel the evil and purify the poison. As for earning the forgiveness of that great rat, that must be accomplished by you alone. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Tion Yusin's eyes, but he patiently inquired, I implore you, Grandmother, please elucidate. The elder returned to the room, mixing a potion with realgar, thunder seals, and divine herbs, then turned to Tion Yusin and said, This medicine addresses the symptoms. But to tackle the root of the issue, you must set up an altar with 3 offerings in that warehouse to apologize to the rat, while also relinquishing the tiger skin. Should the rat forgive you, the incense will rise in a steady plume. If it refuses, the incense will break apart. Ultimately, it all hinges on your fortune. Tian Yusin, pale-faced, accepted the medicine, trembling uncontrollably. Throughout this exchange, the elder had not once mentioned the ominous cloud hovering above him or the dark streaks in his eyes. Logically, she ought to have noticed. Grandmother, his. I observed keenly from the side, unable to contain my urge to share my discovery with her. However, midway through my words, the elder cast me a sharp glance, clearly indicating her desire for me to remain silent. Tian Yusin reluctantly took the medicine, expressed his gratitude profusely, and staggered out the door. It was only then that my grandmother, observing me with a curious gaze, inquired, "Little Boo, can you perceive the anomaly atop his head?" I nodded and recounted the dark cloud I had witnessed. My grandmother, seemingly lost in thought, sighed and remarked, "You have awakened the third eye. It appears your days will not remain tranquil henceforth." I was taken aback. Had I truly opened the third eye? I had heard tales that only those who practiced the arts could possess such a gift, enabling them to see spirits and strange entities. Did this mean I would be able to perceive all manner of malevolent beings? My grandmother smiled gently, patting my shoulder, and reassured me, "Do not fear. This is fate. Regardless of what you encounter, as long as you lead a righteous and honest life, no malice shall befall you." I nodded, yet still felt perplexed. "Grandmother, since you also observe the dark cloud above him, it indicates his misdeeds. Why then are you so courteous?" My grandmother gazed into the night, her expression contemplative. In this life, birth, aging, illness, and death are all bound by the cycle of karma. You are correct. That man appears gravely wounded, likely by a rat spirit. Yet his eyes conceal treachery, his lips thin and beak-like, and his earlobes dull. This suggests his unscrupulous nature in business. Assisting him in driving away the vermin is merely fulfilling my duty as a shaman. As for the dark cloud above his head, it is the consequence of his wrongful actions, which he must bear alone. As we engage in conversation, a commotion erupted outside. My grandmother contemplatively remarked, "What a troublesome season it is. I have turned 73 this year. They say that at 73 or 84, one does not depart until called by the king of hell. It seems my time may be drawing near." Grandfather chuckled. "What shall I do if you leave? If you must go, I shall accompany you. I will tend the fire and prepare meals for you." Just as I was about to console grandmother, the village head, Li Dufu, hurriedly entered with several men from the village. His demeanor indicated that old Zhang's condition had worsened. "What is the matter? Is old Zhang any better?" Grandmother inquired. Li Dafu clicked his tongue, sighed, and replied, "Not only has he not improved, but his condition has deteriorated. His body is covered in foul-smelling, slimy secretions, and he has developed fish-like spots. I fear he may not survive." Upon hearing this, grandmother's expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, "How can this be possible?" Leaning closer, Li Dafu whispered, "Auntie, this water creature is malevolent. Perhaps we should summon a sorcerer. With your help, we can defeat it." Grandmother's face hardened as she retorted, "Li Dafu, we dwell on the shore while they inhabit the water. We see each other frequently. Unless absolutely necessary, we must refrain from resorting to lethal measures. These creatures retaliate with great ferocity." Li Dafu nodded awkwardly, saying, "Ah, I only consider the well-being of the villagers. That boy Dahu was the first, and old Zhang may be the second. Who knows who the third will be?" The villagers are filled with trepidation. Grandmother's expression darkened as she coldly declared, "That will not happen. If it comes to that, I shall fight with him." Afterward, she instructed Li Dafu to escort Tian Yusin out of the village while she prepared to visit old Zhang's home. Once everyone had exited, grandmother again offered incense to the 3 immortals, Huang, Bai, and Lu. Grandfather, with a displeased expression, remarked, "My dear wife, you are advancing in years. There are certain matters that must be relinquished. If we continue to manage things in this manner, when will it ever come to an end?" Grandmother sighed softly and replied, "Very well, I shall go. We have resided in this village long enough, and we still owe old Zhang a favor. Moreover, there are questions I need to pose to him. I have a lingering suspicion that the recent disturbances in Hai Shuatan, after so many years of tranquility, are not as simple as they appear. Unable to contain my curiosity, I interjected, "Grandmother, what exactly is the matter with old Zhang? Why does he keep deteriorating? And why is Li Dafu, who usually only seeks cheap gains and avoids troublesome affairs, suddenly concerned about the old bachelor, old Zhang?" Grandmother regarded me with a knowing look and said, "He is akin to Dahu. One is dead, and the other is living a fate worse than death." A shiver ran down my spine. Could it be that old Zhang has also fallen victim to the malevolent spirits lurking in the waters? Grandmother shouldered her yellow bag and set out with Li Dafu. Before leaving, she scattered a drawing made from the ash in the incense bowl at the door and instructed grandfather, before dawn, do not open the door for anyone. I couldn't shake the feeling that grandmother's words concealed a deeper secret. After her departure, I pressed grandfather for answers, but he either claimed ignorance or deflected with vague remarks. Initially, the atmosphere remained calm after grandmother left, but as the hour grew late, the donkey in the barn, Dahe, inexplicably began to bray loudly. Dahe had been the sole large livestock in our household ever since the death of the big blue horse over a decade ago, responsible for fetching water, grinding grain, and tilling the fields. At first, grandfather paid it no mind, but after a full quarter of an hour, Dahe showed no signs of quieting down. Grandfather shared a profound bond with the black donkey. In the stillness of night, the braying of the donkey often signaled either the approach of thieves or the presence of wild beasts, an occurrence that demanded immediate attention. Gritting his teeth, grandfather handed me the pig-killing knife while he took up an axe, instructing, "I shall venture out to investigate. You must stay put. Even if the king of heaven himself arrives, as long as you do not emerge, he will be powerless against you." With those words, he cautiously opened the door and slipped outside. Remarkably, within mere minutes of his departure, the donkey fell silent. After a spell, grandfather returned, but instead of entering the house, he hunched over, facing away from me, seemingly engaged in some task at the doorway. "Grandfather, is the black donkey unharmed?" I inquired, but he remained silent, beckoning me with a gesture. Could it be that he had uncovered something significant? Without further contemplation, I rose unsteadily and approached the door. As I walked, an acrid scent began to invade my senses. Grandfather, with his head bowed, trembled slightly, as if cradling something in his hands to consume. "What are you doing, grandfather?" I asked, steadying myself against the doorframe, leaning forward for a better look. I was met with the unsettling sight of a bloody donkey's head cradled between two hands that resembled fish fins, its flesh gnawed to the bone. At that moment, grandfather turned to face me, revealing a visage that resembled a pale, ghoulish woman with fish-like features. Chapter 5. The Woman with the Fox-Faced Grandfather. I exclaimed, my voice faltering midway, my body succumbing to weakness as I nearly collapsed to the ground. Before me stood a woman who let out a cold, mocking laugh, and in an instant, her visage morphed into that of a fish. The bright crimson gills emitted a muffled thud, and a pair of large, donkey-like eyes splattered onto my face, only to drop to the ground with a slight bounce. It was Dahe. Dahe was dead. A wave of nausea surged through me, my entire being trembling uncontrollably, and I felt as though I might lose control, desperately clinging to the last vestiges of my awareness as I awkwardly crawled backward. But the fish-like woman abruptly turned, her plump fins slapping the air with a foul stench as they struck my back. I felt my insides jolt, my head spinning, and I fell to the ground. My subsequent consciousness became a haze. I knew this creature had not killed me outright. Instead, it gently patted my face with its damp, slimy fin, then began to spew blood bubbles from its mouth, enveloping me within its embrace. Finally, with a cacophony of sounds, it dragged me out of the courtyard. This malevolent entity moved with an eerie grace, swift as the wind. Though I could not open my eyes, I sensed that upon exiting the threshold, we entered a forest heading west, and I could faintly catch the scent of locust blossoms. Beyond the western woods lay the black water pool. It seemed I was doomed. I wondered about my grandfather's fate. Had he succumbed to a treacherous fate? If it had already taken my grandfather's life, Why was I spared? Did it intend to return me to the black water pool for further torment? The more I pondered, the greater my dread became, constricting my chest and rendering me breathless. I struggled in vain. Not only could I not move my limbs, but even my eyelids felt impossibly heavy. Despite the overwhelming fear that gripped me, this state of helplessness afforded me a fleeting moment for contemplation. I could not comprehend why it was not the vengeful spirit of the great tiger that sought my demise, but rather this monstrous entity. Did they share a common purpose? If so, why did this creature not join forces with the tiger spirit? As I pondered these questions, thoughts of death resurfaced. Undoubtedly, this was my third catastrophic tribulation. A surge of indignation swelled within me. Oh heavens, how unjust you are! Having granted me life, why must you burden me with an extra finger? Because of it, I have endured scorn from others throughout my life. Even my own family has looked upon me with disdain. Most pitiable are my grandparents, who have raised me with such difficulty. I have yet to provide for their twilight years, and instead, I have become a source of their distress. The more I reflected, the more anguish consumed me. A tempest roiling within. The most infuriating part was that wretched extra finger, which at that moment seemed to itch uncontrollably, as if countless insects were dancing upon my heart. Ah! I longed to scream, yet no sound escaped my throat. Suddenly, a chilling rush enveloped me. I realized I was submerged in water. I had reached the depths of the dark water pool. This female spirit of the fish was dragging me deeper into the abyss. Perhaps due to the impact of the water, I regained some clarity. My eyes flew open wide in shock. Before me lay an impenetrable darkness, the water crashing violently against my face, while tendrils of aquatic vegetation ensnared my limbs. I realized that life and death hung precariously in the balance. If I did not struggle with every ounce of strength, I would become the next victim. Fear dissipated as I propelled myself upward, breaking through the surface of the water. Yet, no sooner had I emerged to gasp for air than I felt my feet ensnared by an unseen force, dragging me back into the depths. Help! Help me! I cried out with all my might, fighting desperately against the pull. Just then, as I was pulled beneath the surface, a makeshift raft, crafted from willow branches, hurtled toward me like a dart. Upon it stood a figure of balanced stature, wielding a long pole raised high, resembling a javelin aimed directly at me. The pole plunged into the water just a foot away from me, and grasping it felt like seizing a lifeline. With a firm grip, I lunged forward. The person on the raft shouted a command, and the pole bent into a graceful arc before, with a resounding thud, I was yanked from the water. In an effortless motion, I was flung onto the bank like a frog emerging from its watery domain. Yet, the malevolent force beneath the surface was relentless. A colossal column of water erupted with a thunderous roar. As I beheld the scene, my heart sank. The raging torrent revealed a monstrous golden eel, as thick as a bowl. The front half bore the visage of a woman, hair cascading wildly, exuding an aura of terror and ferocity. I gasped in shock. I had encountered many eels before, the largest scarcely exceeding a meter in length, but such a formidable creature was truly a sight to behold for the first time. In our childhood, adults often warned us to steer clear of the black water pool, claiming it was home to man-eating monsters. We never took their words to heart, until today, when I finally witnessed the truth. As the eel emerged from the water, it wasted no time, its serpent-like head adorned with a pair of glaring crimson eyes, darting straight toward the shore. It was determined to seize me. Terrified, I stumbled and scrambled away, forgetting the clinging water weeds as I fled to a safer distance. At that critical moment, however, I heard a light-hearted laugh from the raft, followed by a voice exclaiming, "What a fine catch for a stew." My heart skipped a beat. Good heavens, that voice was melodic and undeniably feminine. Strangely enough, upon hearing it, I forgot to run and turned around, staring foolishly. I watched as a figure on the raft propelled itself, like a torpedo, wielding a long pole that transformed into a golden staff. With a resounding crack, it struck the massive eel. The blow was both fierce and swift, eliciting a shriek from the giant eel. Yet, this formidable creature was not easily deterred. With a sudden swirl, it created a whirlpool on the surface, then dove back into the depths, charging toward the raft. In an instant, tumultuous waves erupted, and the raft was lifted over a meter out of the water, crashing back down with a resounding splash. "Be careful," I shouted. However, my concerns proved unfounded. The individuals on the raft were well prepared. Leveraging the force from the pole, they leaped into the air, drawing out a pouch of yellow powder from their waist. As they scattered it into the water, the eel, poised to unleash its wrath, suddenly turned tail and fled. The raft operator deftly pivoted the long pole, thrusting it sharply in the direction of the fleeing giant eel, causing a surge of dark blood to erupt upon the water surface. I stood there utterly astounded. This individual was nothing short of Sprite, their movements remarkably agile. However, a sigh escaped her lips as she expressed her disappointment, lamenting, "What a pity. It has managed to escape." As she spoke, she gracefully navigated the scattered water willows, effortlessly leaping ashore. She crouched down, pouring the eel's blood from the bamboo pole into a gourd. I rose to my feet, shaking off the clinging water weeds and mud, and approached her awkwardly, bowing slightly. "Thank you for saving my life. May I ask your name? Your skills are truly impressive." She did not lift her gaze, remaining absorbed in meticulously draining every drop of eel's blood. Assuming she had not heard me, I raised my voice slightly. "Thank you for rescuing me. I wonder, miss." "Miss? How do you know I am a miss?" Before I could finish my sentence, she abruptly interrupted in a rather mocking tone, cautiously tucking the gourd into her bosom, then slowly raising her head. I let out a scream and turned to flee. My heavens! This person possessed a fluffy, fox-like face. Chapter 6. Grandmother's secret this evening has been nothing short of disastrous. Have I inadvertently stepped into a pile of misfortune? Earlier, I was dragged into the water by a monstrous fish creature, nearly drowning in the process. After a harrowing escape, I found myself ensnared by a fox spirit. In sheer terror, I turned on my heels and fled, shouting, "Dear fox grandmother, do not be angry. I shall steal some chickens for you, big ones. Little ones, consider me but a fleeting nuisance." This rhyme is a playful chant from our childhood, believed to ward off the tricks of the fox spirit, which is said to delight in tormenting humans. How amusing! As I recited this verse with fervor and unexpected, mischievous laughter echoed from behind me. "What a cowardly man you are! Surely, you haven't wet yourself, have you?" Curious, I slowed my pace and glanced back, only to find my fury ignited. The fox-faced figure had peeled away a mask of fox fur, revealing a visage that was both mocking and enchanting. You're not a fox spirit," I stammered. With a disdainful snort, she replied, "A fox spirit? Do you fancy yourself a character from Pooh Songling's tales? Even if I were a fox spirit, you would need to be a handsome scholar. However, forgive my candor. Your appearance leaves much to be desired." Infuriated by her words, I felt my temper flare. What was wrong with me? While I may not compare to the likes of Wu Yinzu, I am certainly renowned as a handsome young man throughout the surrounding villages. However, recalling that she had rescued me earlier, I found it ungracious to turn hostile. Moreover, the image of myself, hastily fleeing while reciting poetry, indeed tarnished my dignity. "Well, thank you for saving me," I remarked. The woman cast me a fleeting glance, then turned on her heel and departed, leaving behind a chilling retort. "There's no need for gratitude. Saving you is merely a matter of convenience." To me, it was as effortless as releasing a soft-shelled turtle. How could this woman lack even the slightest semblance of femininity? She was utterly prickly. To compare me to a turtle was a blatant affront. The road ahead was vast, and we could each go our separate ways. I had intended to express my gratitude, but given her haughty demeanor, I decided against lingering in her presence any longer. With that thought in mind, I too turned to leave. Yet as I pivoted, a sudden realization struck me. This woman seemed unfamiliar. I could recognize nearly everyone from the nearby villages. Thus, she could not possibly be one of the local maidens. Furthermore, her late-night appearance here, coupled with her impressive agility, led me to ponder if she had some connection to this dark water pool. With that thought, I hastily turned back and took a few steps to catch up, tentatively inquiring, "May I ask your surname, miss? What brings you to this desolate wilderness at such an hour?" The woman frowned slightly and replied icily, "What business do you have following me?" I chuckled awkwardly. You saved my life. It would be impolite not to know your name." A sly smile crept across her face as she said, "Very well. It's no trouble to tell you. I am surnamed Wa, just like the one in Walmart, and my given name is Guin." I pondered within myself. This girl exhibits peculiar behavior, and her name is equally distinctive. What an odd moniker. Guin, Guinum, my aunt? As I contemplated, a sudden realization struck me. She was taking advantage of me. "Hey, how dare you insult me?" I exclaimed. The woman let out a cold laugh, dismissing me entirely, and headed towards the direction of the western mountain and the chaotic graveyard. A sense of dread crept in my heart. Who, in their right mind, wanders into a graveyard at such an hour? Could she be a specter? But that seemed implausible. I had clearly seen her shadow under the moonlight, and when she spoke, I could see her breath, a living being without a doubt. Perhaps she was a tomb raider? Yet that too fell off, as the area around the chaotic graveyard had always been a resting place for the destitute, devoid of any burial treasures. After much contemplation, I concluded that this woman was undoubtedly not straightforward, and her involvement might very well be linked to the tragedy of Dahu. The more I thought about it, the more suspicious I became. I resolved that today I would follow her wherever she went, determined to uncover her secrets. "Miss, it's rather late, and I can't allow you to wander alone. Allow me to accompany you," I called out as I trailed behind her. "If you wish to follow, then do so, as long as you can keep up," she retorted dismissively. In an instant, she accelerated, darting into the forest with remarkable speed. This girl seemed to glide effortlessly, as if she were riding on the winds. My temper flared. I was resolute that I would not be left behind. Without hesitation, I plunged into the locust tree grove, chasing after the last glimpse of her figure. However, as soon as I entered the woods, I began to regret my decision. Within the lofty and shadowy grove of locust trees, countless untended graves from generations past lie concealed. Even during the day, we seldom venture here. From the branches, the hoot of an owl echoes, while beneath, the sound of mosquitoes and vermin creates a disquieting symphony. A misstep could lead to a treacherous old grave, while a lighter tread might reveal decayed bones, exposed by the rain. "Oh, Ruabo, will you share with that icy maiden? If she could wrest your life from the grasp of the eel spirit, it speaks to her prowess. But what do you possess? Aside from more than 100 pounds of flesh and bone, all you have left is a bladder full of urine." Stumbling forward, I berated myself relentlessly, and before long, cold sweat saturated my brow, frost forming in my hair. Just as I was about to abandon my pursuit and retrace my steps, a rustling sound emerged from a nearby slope. "Go ahead and flee. I have pursued you to this very spot. I am eager to uncover the nature of your clandestine dealings." I tread lightly, inching closer to the source of the rustling. Hidden beneath the gnarled trunk of an old locust tree, I peered out and was taken aback to see a fresh grave, the soil still damp. What ignited my blood was the sight of a figure hunched over, frantically digging at the grave. Digging at midnight? I could distinctly feel my heart racing in response. The individual appeared to be physically exhausted, panting heavily after a brief period of labor. She thrust the pickaxe before her, pausing to rest while casting her gaze around. In that fleeting moment, as her eyes swept across the area, I caught sight of her face, and it struck me like a thunderclap. My entire being went numb. She was astonishingly my grandmother. In an instant, both my mind and body lost control. I staggered forward, trembling as I attempted to utter "Grandma." My voice barely escaped my throat when, suddenly, a dark figure descended from the tree above, moving with remarkable stealth. In an instant, I was pressed to the ground. A delicate hand, fragrant and firm, covered my mouth. "Hush, be silent." The voice was hauntingly familiar. Overcome with fear, I glanced sideways and recognized it as that very woman from earlier. I wished to resist, yet she employed some unknown technique, striking my body with force, rendering my spine numb and robbing me of strength. Panic surged within me. Hadn't my grandmother gone to attend to old Zhang's ailments? How could she possibly be here, amidst the graveyard? What compelled her to dig up a grave? Did my grandmother harbor some dark secret? And who was this woman? Was she intentionally surveilling my grandmother from her perch in the tree? Just as my thoughts spiraled into chaos, I heard a crack, and upon looking up, I was astounded to see my grandmother smashing the lid of the coffin with her pickaxe. She then bent down, exerting her strength to drag a corpse from the casket. The deceased was clad in a vibrant red and blue funeral shroud, their complexion pale and bloated, with a gaping mouth revealing a dark abyss. Who else could it be but Dahu? Chapter 7. Nosebleed. It is undoubtedly Dahu, even if his corpse is bloated and unrecognizable. We have been inseparable since childhood. I would recognize him even in ashes. Logically, Grandma assisted in selecting Dahu's burial plot, and, as a shaman, she would have been present during the daytime interment. Why, then, would she exhume his coffin at night? Didn't Grandma assert that Dahu's unjust death left him with lingering resentment, necessitating a swift burial? I suddenly recalled the glare Grandma directed at me when I was about to reveal that Dahu had returned at night. Could it be that she had ulterior motives for preventing me from disclosing Dahu's nocturnal visit? In an instant, I felt a profound sense of detachment from Grandma. This most familiar of relatives suddenly seemed so alien. Just as I was reeling from disbelief, Grandma executed an action that sent my stomach into convulsions. Abruptly, she produced a wooden stake, roughly half a foot in length, from her sleeve and plunged it directly into Dahu's forehead. I could no longer contain myself. A wave of bile surged up my esophagus. Why would Grandma do this? Dahu was my friend. Hasn't she always been the one to say that the deceased deserve even greater respect? I am unaware of any animosity Grandma harbored toward Dahu, but I cannot allow her lifelong reputation to be tarnished in this manner. Moreover, Dahu is already deceased and deserving of compassion. I desperately tried to rush forward, but the woman behind me struck the back of my neck with a sharp blow. As a result, my throat constricted, rendering me utterly speechless. The girl forcefully restrained my arms, her grip unyielding. I struggled to break free, and in desperation I bit down on that pale wrist. The icy woman noticeably trembled, yet her grip remained unyielding. I was utterly immobilized, forced to watch as my grandmother continued her frenzied actions. Subsequently, she retrieved a shimmering orb of pale white from her pocket, examined it briefly, and then unceremoniously thrust it into the mouth of the great tiger. With everything accomplished, my grandmother hastily stuffed the tiger's lifeless body back into the grave, swiftly replaced the earth, dusted off her hands, and departed from the chaotic burial site. Once my grandmother vanished from sight, the girl finally released her hold on me and pointed at the back of my neck, allowing my throat to breathe freely again. Hey, could you show a bit of maturity? A grown man biting others. Are you a dog? The icy woman exclaimed, rubbing the reddened bite marks in exasperation. Yet, I was too preoccupied to pay her any heed, my mind consumed by the ferocious visage of my grandmother. Grandma, why did you do this? I murmured to myself. Oh, she's your grandmother? The icy woman remarked, visibly surprised, and with a scoff added, your grandmother certainly possesses some skills. Yet how is it you have not inherited even a fraction of her prowess? As she spoke, she approached the tiger's grave and suddenly pulled a small shovel from her backpack. Alarm surged through me, and I indignantly exclaimed, Hey, what are you doing? The icy woman paid me no mind, swinging the little shovel to begin digging up the grave. Stop. Don't you have an ounce of compassion? He is already dead. Why should I not dig, just because your grandmother did? The Ice Mountain girl did not relent. Instead, she continued to dig while provocatively smiling at me. Her deranged grin ignited a fury within me, and with a roar, I charged at her, determined to confront her. To my astonishment, she deftly gestured with her hands, and in an instant, a fierce flame erupted towards me. I hastily dodged, realizing that a moment's delay would have left me as bald as a cue ball. In that brief moment, she had already reopened the coffin and pulled out Dahu once more. Within just 10 minutes, Dahu had been summoned twice, and my heart ached tremendously. In my childhood, due to my 6 fingers, none of the village children would play with me, except for Dahu. When others called me a 6-finger monster, Dahu would always stand up for me. But now, separated by the realms of life and death, he has endured unimaginable suffering. The thought of this brought tears to my eyes. Please, I implore you, he has already passed. Could you not disturb him any further? I spoke almost in desperation. The Ice Mountain girl, while deftly extracting the silvery orb from Dahu's mouth with a pair of iron tweezers. Cast me a glance and remarked, "Not bad. I didn't expect you to be so sentimental. Well then, shall I return him?" She wiped the glowing white orb with a leaf, triumphantly placed it into a small yellow pouch, and then stuffed Dahu back into the coffin. As she filled the earth back in, she hummed a tune, and to be honest, her voice was quite pleasant, and she sang remarkably well. It is evident that her mood is quite pleasant. I am uncertain about the nature of that silver orb, and why my grandmother placed it into Dahu's mouth. Nor can I comprehend why she took it back. Once the Ice Mountain lady finished filling in the earth, she clapped her hands to shake off the dirt and declared, "All right, everyone return to your own homes and find your own mothers. We part ways here. I shall take my leave." I chose to disregard her, sitting down in front of Dahu's grave, longing to converse with him. According to my grandmother, Dahu had shielded me from calamity. His demise was unjust, and he suffered indignities even after death, leaving me with an overwhelming sense of guilt and sorrow. To my surprise, just as I settled down, the Ice Mountain lady unexpectedly dashed back, and before I could react, she seized me by the arm and dragged me towards the thicket, forcefully pinning me down. Blushing, I stammered, "What are you doing?" "Silence. You will know shortly." This audacious girl, confident in her prowess, covered my mouth with one hand while tightly enveloping me in her embrace with the other. Good heavens, is my third calamity of the half-century to be a scandalous one? As we reached the back of the thicket, we were startled by a rustling sound from the bushes opposite us. Suddenly, a figure clad in black attire, wearing a black hat, a cloth obscuring their face, and a red cord tied around their waist, sprang forth. Infuriatingly, this individual bore a shovel on their shoulder and, in a hurried manner, began to dig at Dahu's grave without the slightest hesitation. What in the world is happening tonight? Why are all these people attempting to unearth Dahu's resting place? Moreover, this figure appears oddly familiar. My heart was nearly about to burst with fury, and I grasped a large stone, ready to hurl it. Yet the icy woman was swift, snatching the stone from my hand. I prepared to retaliate with words, but the girl leaned close to my ear and whispered menacingly, "Young man, do not be foolish. Dare to bite me, and I shall pluck your front teeth one by one." Was it merely a matter of driving him away? Just watch me. At that moment, the cloaked figures had unearthed the coffin of the great tiger. In a critical moment, the icy woman suddenly spread her palm, and a creature resembling a grasshopper leapt forth, instantly burrowing into the earth and vanishing. While I was still in shock, a series of heavy thuds resonated from the coffin within the grave. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was utterly bizarre. Not only did it stun the cloaked figures before the grave, but it also startled me. After a brief pause, one of the cloaked men produced a piece of yellow talisman paper, seemingly steeling himself to continue digging. "Foolish child, since you remain obstinate, do not blame me for what follows." The icy woman huffed softly and silently formed a hand sign. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the already shattered coffin lid was flung aside, and simultaneously, a hand, covered in corpse-like spots, reached out from the coffin. "Ah!" The cloaked man was taken aback, raising his hand to affix the talisman. However, the talisman seemed to have no effect at all. The great tiger flipped over, half of its body emerging, one hand reaching toward the cloaked man. The great tiger. Could it be rising from the dead? My hair stood on end, and instinctively, I felt the urge to flee. The icy woman stubbornly refused to relinquish her grip, leaving us in a standoff. Suddenly, the figure in black was startled into action, scrambling away into the depths of the forest. "How amusing, what a coward!" The icy woman laughed with an exuberance that made the flowers tremble, and with a swift motion, she commanded the great beast to remain still. I exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from my brow, and turned back in anger, realizing that it was you who had animated the corpse of the great beast. Before I could finish my sentence, my gaze became fixed, utterly transfixed. Chapter 8. The frosty beauty, the Ice Mountain woman, initially lost in her own triumph, suddenly noticed my frozen expression. Glancing down, realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. Her face transformed into a ripe eggplant in an instant, and she hastily adjusted her attire, gritting her teeth as she spat out 2 words: "Rogue." Before I could offer an explanation, A fierce gust of wind swept past my ear, and she delivered a resounding slap across my face. The force of her strike was palpable. I soared through the air in a perfect parabolic arc, landing before the grave of the great tiger, gliding a full 2 meters. In that fleeting moment, a searing pain engulfed my left cheek, akin to being branded by hot iron. It throbbed and tingled, and upon touching it, I discovered it had already begun to swell. You shameless harpy," I exclaimed, cradling my bruised jaw. "I didn't mean to. If you hadn't thrown yourself on top of me, would I have seen anything?" The Ice Mountain woman's face turned a deep shade of fury as she retorted, "You dare speak? Speak again, and I shall pluck out your eyes." The thought of her methods silenced me, and I hesitated to utter another word. With indignation radiating from her, she stepped closer, rudely dabbing a bit of blood from my nose into her palm. After muttering a few incantations, the air filled with the sound of chirping insects, and to my astonishment, a creature resembling a grasshopper crawled from the mouth of the great tiger's corpse. My earlier suspicion was confirmed. The great tiger had not risen from the dead, but rather, this woman had controlled it with that very insect. I observed the creature, its exoskeleton glistening with a hard sheen, its mandibles adorned with traces of blood. It appeared utterly menacing, and the moment it emerged, it fixed its predatory gaze upon me. I disregarded the sting of the earlier slap and awkwardly inquired, "What is this creature called? Why is it staring at me?" The icy maiden scoffed. "It is known as the mysterious grasshopper, and it has a penchant for feasting on human brains and blood. I've already marked your blood, so be cautious in the future. Should a similar situation arise, it will burrow into your bloodied nostrils and consume your brain, leaving you a mere shell of yourself." A shiver ran down my spine, and I hastily covered my nose. Is this girl psychologically disturbed, raising such a terrifying creature for no reason? The icy maiden, brimming with pride, smirked as she tucked the insect into a leather pouch she carried, then helped me stuff the corpse of the great tiger back into its resting place. "Well, I'm leaving now. Just a word of warning. The creature that attacked you was a possessed moonlight eel. If you are unafraid of death, feel free to remain here." With that, she departed. Yet, I gazed at the tiger's grave and found myself utterly disinclined to return home. "What is this? Suddenly afraid of your grandmother?" The icy maiden saw right through my thoughts. It wasn't fear per se. Rather, I had uncovered her secret and was unsure how to face her upon my return. The icy maiden sighed. "Oh, very well. I'll be a good Samaritan and escort you home. But let me clarify for your timid self. The method your grandmother used to pierce its skull is called corpse binding wood, and it is not cruel at all. I observe that this corpse indeed exhibits signs of corpse transformation. Your grandmother acted rightly. Is that so? If so, why then did she act so furtively?" I gazed at the icy maiden and inquired, "Then tell me, why did you take the beads that grandmother set down? What are they?" She hesitated, replying, "Well, you would understand, but anyway, let us go. Oh, by the way, I could escort you home, but you must lend me some sewing supplies." I cast a furtive glance at her loosely draped garments, thinking to myself, "You too have your vulnerabilities," and replied coldly, "I can provide the supplies. Yet though they are of little worth, I must know who they are intended for." The icy maiden pouted, shooting me a glare. "Is that sufficient for you? My surname is Tsang, and my given name is Yen." "Song Yen? An aged visage?" I scoffed. The icy maiden retorted sharply, "Do you even know how to converse?" "It is Sangshan remains unchanged, yet the countenance does not fade. A person like you, with such a foul mouth, will never find a spouse." I managed a wry smile. "You are right, fair maiden. I shall strive to sweeten my words henceforth." This girl seemed pleased by my reference to her age, clearly oblivious to who teacher Tsang was. Although my method of retaliation was somewhat petty, I felt a sense of satisfaction at having gained an advantage over this fiery lass, and my grievances had lessened considerably. As we descended the mountain together, emerging from the woods and drawing closer to home, a sudden thought of grandfather struck me. The monstrous eel was so ferocious. What if something had happened to him? With that concern for grandfather overshadowing my apprehensions about the maiden, I dashed towards home. At this moment, dawn was breaking, and the courtyard and door stood wide open. Could it be that grandmother had returned? Grandfather! I rushed into the courtyard, my voice echoing with urgency. Only to find the gate ajar. Numerous individuals stood in silence, their faces etched with sorrow. In one corner, a figure was meticulously working with several pieces of pine wood. Upon closer inspection, I recognized it to be Master Wong, the carpenter renowned for crafting coffins. My heart lurched at the sight. Could it be that my grandfather? As the crowd turned to face me, they parted to reveal the path ahead. There, at the entrance, knelt my grandmother, the ground beneath her stained with blood, and a body lay stretched across the threshold, shrouded in white fabric. Grandfather! My heart shattered as I sprinted forward in despair. Xiaobu, where have you been? I feared you were also. My grandmother's eyes, swollen and red, overflowed with tears the moment she saw me. I cried out, Grandmother, it's all my fault. It's because of my misfortune that grandfather. She wiped her tears and sighed. Xiaobu, do not blame yourself. If there is blame to be laid, let rest upon fate. What nonsense is this fate? I shouted in anger. It was that malevolent creature from the black water pool. That wretched spirit knocked me unconscious and dragged me to the depths, nearly costing me my life. Upon hearing the words black water pool, the villagers fell momentarily silent. Li Dafu sighed. Aunt, I warned you long ago that the entity in that water would bring calamity sooner or later, yet you refused to believe. Who could have foreseen that it would be Uncle Luo who followed Hu to his doom? As the conversation unfolded, De Hunyang burst into the courtyard, weeping uncontrollably. She was about to speak, but upon witnessing the scene before her, she froze, her words caught in her throat. Grandmother hurried to support De Hunyang, inquiring, What is it, De Hunyang? Speak freely, I can bear it. With tears streaming down her face, De Hunyang lamented, Grandmother, please help De Hu. The crowd gasped in astonishment. After all, De Hu was already deceased. What assistance could be rendered? Wiping her tear-streaked visage, De Hunyang continued sorrowfully. I know not what sins I have committed. Even in death, De Hu cannot find peace. This morning, I visited his grave and discovered that some beast had unearthed De Hu from the earth, his entrails exposed, and his limbs missing. It is a tragedy, Grandmother. Please help him. How could this be? Upon hearing this, I involuntarily shuddered, exclaiming he was clearly. I intended to express that he had been returned to us and could not possibly have been exhumed. However, as the words hung in the air, I suddenly recalled that Grandmother was the first to have opened the coffin. If I spoke the truth, she would become the prime suspect. At once my voice faltered. Could it be that someone had visited the cemetery after us? Grandmother's face turned ashen, her hands trembling slightly. I perceived a glimmer of murderous intent in her expression. But to my surprise, she merely offered a few words of comfort to De Hunyang before regaining her composure. She began to orchestrate the arrangements for grandfather's funeral while secluding herself in the side room. No one truly comprehends her actions. Yet I have an unsettling feeling that the matter is far from resolved. Before entering the inner chamber, my grandmother noticed Song Yin, who was trailing behind me. Song Yin politely nodded to my grandmother, offering her condolences. My grandmother remained silent, and their gazes locked for a good 7 or 8 seconds. I hastily introduced, This is Song Yin. She saved me when that monster sought to take my life. I had intended to come home to mend my torn clothes, but unexpectedly, my grandmother graciously responded, I am truly grateful to you, young lady. After surveying the surroundings, she quietly instructed, Child, please follow me. Song Yin did not decline, nodding in agreement as she accompanied my grandmother to the inner chamber. Noticing the peculiar expressions exchanged between them, I hurriedly followed suit. Upon entering the inner chamber, my grandmother's demeanor abruptly shifted. She fixed her gaze intently upon Song Yin, advancing step by step until their faces were nearly touching. You are a treasure seeker, are you not? I suspect your presence at the black water pool is not merely for leisure, my grandmother uttered coldly. A treasure seeker? I recall my grandfather mentioning in my childhood that a Liaozi referred to bandits. Merchants were simply traders, while Liaoka denoted those who traversed the perilous line between banditry and commerce in search of treasure. Historically, such individuals were notorious for their violent deeds, including murder, arson, and grave robbing, engaging in both legitimate and illicit dealings. If they coveted a treasure, they would seize it by any means necessary. reflecting on Tsang Yan's demeanor and skills. It indeed appeared she had come in pursuit of something. Tsang Yan did not refute this, facing my grandmother with a stoic silence. My heart raced with anxiety, fearing a confrontation between the two. Who knows? Grandma waved her hand and suddenly chuckled. Little boo, do not worry. This girl is quite striking. I merely wish to ask a couple more questions. Please fetch me a stick of incense. I understood that Grandma was trying to dismiss me, and I could only nod in acquiescence as I stepped outside. However, curiosity got the better of me, and I stealthily listened at the door. Grandma inquired, "From which path does the little mushroom spring?" Tsang Yin hesitated for a moment and replied softly, "From Yin Dong Guzi, traversing the trade routes, engaging in transactions." The two exchanged words, yet I grasped not a single syllable. What mushroom? What trade? Could it be some obscure dialect? Upon hearing Tsang Yan's response, Grandma's tone softened slightly as she asked, "What relation do you have to Tsang Dingyuan?" Tsang Yin smiled faintly and clasped her hands in respect, saying, "He is indeed my father. Truly, a tiger begets no dog." It seemed that Grandma recognized the name Tsang Dingyuan, for she chuckled lightly and turned away, remarking, "You must have taken the items, haven't you?" Tsang Yin responded quietly, "Indeed, since you are acquainted with my father, I shall be honest. I did take the items, and I shall return them to you." Alas, Grandma sighed heavily. "It is of no consequence now. It is all predetermined. You have taken them, so let it be." After a brief pause, Tsang Yin suddenly spoke again. "By the way, Grandma, I noticed that the wound on Grandpa's neck does not appear to be inflicted by something in the water. Rather, it seems to be the work of some malevolent force on the road." Grandma replied, "My dear, there is no need for you to concern yourself with this matter, but I do require your assistance." Could it be that Grandma had a request of Tsang Yin? Chapter 9. The Resurrection. I longed to hear more of their conversation. Yet my grandmother seemed to sense my presence at the door, calling out loudly, "Xiaobu, where's the incense I asked for?" I hurriedly responded and retreated to fetch the incense. Upon my return, I found Tsang Yin had already sewn the buttons and was standing at the entrance. I handed the incense through the door seam to my grandmother and turned to softly inquire of Tsang Yin what my grandmother had requested of her. Tsang Yin appeared somewhat troubled, responding, "It's nothing significant, but your grandmother insisted that you must not be informed for the time being." A sense of confusion enveloped me. After all, my grandmother and Tsang Yin were mere acquaintances. What could possibly warrant such secrecy? After lunch, Tsang Yin had mysteriously departed. It made sense. A stranger should indeed keep a respectful distance from someone as funeral. Her quiet exit felt appropriate, yet I couldn't shake a tinge of disappointment from my heart. According to local customs, my grandfather's passing was deemed an untimely death, necessitating immediate burial. However, to allow my mother and 3 sisters to return and bid farewell to the elder, the family had decided to postpone the burial for a night. My grandmother continued to seclude herself in her chamber, well known in the village for her peculiar temperament and strong-willed nature. The villagers assumed her seclusion stemmed from profound grief and chose not to intrude. After a day filled with activity, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the majority of villagers returned to their homes, leaving only a few of my contemporaries from the family to care for the premises. Meanwhile, I took my place in the corner of the courtyard, solemnly keeping vigil. My grandfather, once a renowned butcher in his youth, was known for his fiery temperament. Yet he had never directed his ire towards me. Reflecting upon the individual who seemed so well just yesterday, now separated by the veil of death, my heart is engulfed in profound sorrow. As time passes, second by second, I become increasingly aware of a peculiar sensation. My 6th finger begins to itch once more. Under the flickering light, I observe with dismay that the strange black lines of blood have once again crept up my fingers. Cursed 6th finger, I am filled with such loathing that I wish to sever it with a knife. I cannot discern the hour, but as I prepare to replenish the oil for the eternal flame, a sudden, creaking sound pierces the silence of the night. The stillness amplifies this noise, akin to the shifting of wooden boards. A chill runs down my spine as I scan the surroundings, finding nothing but emptiness. If there is any disturbance, it can only be. I swallow hard, directing my gaze toward my grandfather's coffin. Knock, knock, knock. Just as I entertain the possibility of auditory hallucination, The coffin indeed reverberates with a series of heavy knocks. "Grandfather." A shiver courses through me, and I stammer his name. At that very moment, the flame before me flickers as though someone is blowing upon it, rapidly diminishing into a small, blue ember. As the saying goes, the eternal flame signifies the ascension of the soul. Its extinguishing heralds the awakening of the eerie. Could it be that my grandfather? I dare not dwell on this thought. As I gaze at the flickering flame, a sudden gust of wind sweeps past me, and a hand grips my shoulder. My whole body trembles, nearly causing me to scream in fright. Whirling around, I find it to be none other than my cousin. "It's you. What are you doing here, lost in thought? Don't you see the flame is about to go out? Hurry and add more oil." My cousin, with an air of nonchalance, took the lamp oil from my hands and bent down, making his way toward the coffin. "Cousin, don't go over there," I shouted in desperation. He paused for a moment, but it was too late. The last flicker of blue flame extinguished with a sudden whoosh. Bang! Bang! The sound of two heavy knocks echoed ominously from within the coffin, as if someone were wielding a hammer with great force. For an instant, both my cousin and I were frozen in disbelief, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Then, with a creak, the coffin lid crashed to the ground. I jolted back to reality and screamed, "Cousin, quick! Run!" My cousin's face contorted in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably, yet his feet remained rooted to the spot. Clenching my fists, I gritted my teeth and rushed toward him, determined to pull him away. But in that moment, a desiccated hand suddenly emerged from the coffin, clutching his clothing with an unyielding grip. My cousin, stricken with fear, lost all composure as urine trickled down his pants, his legs giving way beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, from within the coffin, our grandfather had begun to rise, propped up on his elbows. Before me stood a figure shrouded in a layer of white frost, his eyes wide open, filled with purple veins of blood. His body was adorned with scales the size of copper coins, exuding an unbearable stench. "Grandfather, it's me, little Boo," I cried out, my voice trembling with anguish. The commotion in the courtyard roused the family inside the house, and several relatives rushed out. However, upon witnessing the horrifying scene, they were paralyzed with fear, too frightened to approach. "Quickly, go to the side room and summon my grandmother," I shouted, clinging to the last remnants of my sanity. Several relatives realized the urgency and hurried to call for grandmother. However, after calling for a while, there was no response from the side room. Could it be that the elderly lady had met with misfortune as well? One of the uncles speculated, sending a chill down my spine. Grandmother and grandfather had shared a profound bond throughout their lives. Could it be that grandmother had succumbed to worry? At that moment, someone anxiously exclaimed, "What are we waiting for?" With that, they lifted their foot and forcefully kicked the door open. To everyone's astonishment, the side room was completely empty. Grandmother had vanished without a trace. She was the village's spiritual guide and the cornerstone of both significant and trivial matters. Her disappearance only heightened the panic among those already flustered. Meanwhile, grandfather was writhing like a fish, struggling to emerge from his coffin, his teeth clattering ominously. I was drenched in cold sweat, desperately clutching my cousin as we crawled away. At that critical moment, a familiar lithe figure suddenly appeared outside the door. It was Song Yin. Indeed, calamity had struck. Song Yin frowned and muttered under her breath, then leaped forward, opening a plastic bucket and splashing its contents towards grandfather. Instantly, a foul stench filled the air. I could clearly see that she had thrown out dark crimson blood. Grandfather was splattered with the thick blood, convulsing violently. Yet he continued to struggle towards freedom, emitting muffled sounds and striking the coffin with a resounding thud. With a sigh, Song Yin remarked, "It appears that the yellow chicken blood is no longer sufficient to subdue him. In such a large town, you don't even have a black dog. In that case, I can only resort to my final measure. Song Yin, you cannot harm my grandfather. I am acutely aware of her capabilities," I pleaded loudly. Song Yin bellowed, "Your grandfather? Open your eyes and see if you truly wish to be his grandson." As she spoke, my grandfather leaped from the coffin, extending his sticky hand to seize the rooster that had been pressed against the coffin lid. Gripping the rooster by its legs, he yanked it violently, causing blood to splatter, and then began to devour it ravenously. I watched in horror, my stomach churning uncontrollably. Song Yin cast a glance at my cousin sprawled on the ground and commanded me, "Take this person and stand far away." Without waiting for my response, she drew forth a black cord and charged forward. Song Yin moved with remarkable agility, akin to a leaping cat, swiftly ensnaring my grandfather. As the black cord wrapped around him, it emitted a faint yellow glow, and my grandfather appeared to writhe in agony, collapsing to the ground in desperate struggle. Song Yin shook her head and murmured, "I'm sorry, old man." With that, she retrieved a sharpened twig from her backpack and approached my grandfather, who lay helpless on the ground. I recognized this object. My grandmother possessed one as well. It was the peachwood nail traditionally cut on the 5th day of the 5th month. The image of my grandmother driving the peachwood nail into the skull of a fierce tiger flashed vividly in my mind. The mere thought of my grandfather being pierced by such a nail filled me with anguish. "Song Yin, you cannot do this. He is my grandfather." I could not bear the weight of my emotions any longer and rushed forward, seizing Song Yan's hand with desperation. "Let go of him, Lob. He is no longer your grandfather, but a wretched creature threatening our village." I exclaimed, I understand, but he is still my grandfather." Song Yin replied helplessly, "Let me be frank with you. The one who urged me to act this way is your grandmother." "My grandmother?" I was taken aback. Could it be that she foresaw the impending danger to grandfather? But where was she now? Just as Song Yin and I were locked in a standoff, a loud bang startled us. We turned to see my grandfather had broken free from the black cord and, with a guttural roar, lunged towards Song Yin and me. The stench of fish emanating from him was overwhelming, and in the blink of an eye, his clammy hands were upon us, leaving Song Yin in a state of shock. I'm not sure whether it was instinct or something else, but without a moment's thought, I shoved Song Yin aside and instinctively raised my left hand to meet my grandfather's forehead. "You fool, it's dangerous!" Song Yin cried out. The relatives behind us gasped in terror, but to my astonishment, the moment my grandfather's hands grasped my neck, it felt as though an electric jolt surged through my arm. He froze, and then collapsed to the ground. Chapter 10. The Six-Fingered One. Everyone present was utterly stunned, including Song Yin and myself. No one could have anticipated that the grandfather, who had just moments ago appeared so fearsome, would suddenly collapse to the ground, lifeless. At that very moment, the dark bloodline of my 6 fingers vanished, and the earlier itch dissipated as well. "Grandfather, I am deeply sorry for you. Is it true that you cannot bear to part with us?" As I gazed upon his still form on the ground, a wave of regret washed over me. He had suffered throughout his life, and now, even in death, he must endure further torment. In that instant, I forgot my fear and, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt down, yearning to return him to his coffin. Just then, his previously tightly closed mouth began to slowly open, resembling an abyss that seemed to stretch into eternity. "Grandfather, do you have more to say? Are you reluctant to leave Grandma and me?" I choked back tears, reaching out to assist in closing his mouth. At that moment, Song Yin suddenly murmured, "Ziwu Mao Yu," pinched the middle finger. "In Shun Si Hai," stretched the palm. "Cho Wei Chen Shu," clenched the fist. "Disaster is imminent." Upon uttering these words, Song Yin's expression changed dramatically, and he shouted, "This is bad. Calamity is coming." Upon hearing Song Yin's warning, my mind was engulfed in a deafening roar. The term calamity, also known as returning evil, refers to the final breath of malice from the deceased. If this breath escapes through the corpse, it transforms into a malevolent wind, causing vegetation to wither and livestock to perish suddenly. And humans are no exception. After Song Yin's exclamation, he rushed to pull me away, but it was already too late. A loud belch reverberated from grandfather, and soon after, a faint green gas wafted from his mouth, descending directly towards me. Alas, calamity has struck. The relatives in the courtyard have been thrown into utter disarray, each one hastily attempting to flee. After all, the power of this ominous presence is well known. A nearby village once suffered the loss of 7 or 8 lives in a single day due to such a misfortune. I understood in my heart that it seemed I was destined for disaster this time. I simply closed my eyes and thought, "Grandfather, I shall accompany you." Yet, after a brief moment, I found no discomfort whatsoever. It is said that when misfortune befalls one, even if they do not perish on the spot, they will be struck by a grave illness. Yet I felt nothing at all. Luoboa, are you all right? Song Yin inquired tentatively. I opened my eyes and examined myself. Indeed, there was no sign of change. Song Yin reached out and pulled me my feet, whispering, "This is truly strange. Your pulse and heartbeat are normal. Could it be that you are inherently unafraid of malevolent energies?" I shook my head, uncertain of the reason. However, I must admit that since that night when I encountered the spectral tiger, I have felt somewhat different. Song Yin scrutinized me with the same fascination one might reserve for a giant panda. Suddenly, she raised my left hand and exclaimed, "You have 6 fingers?" I could scarcely believe it. How could Song Yin have noticed my 6 fingers, and with such astonishment? Perhaps it was due to being pointed at throughout my childhood that I instinctively withdrew my left hand behind me, adopting a stern expression as I replied, "Teacher Song, I am aware of my disability, but there is no need for such alarm." Song Yin seemed a bit embarrassed and responded, "That is not what I meant. Please do not misunderstand. Well, how should I put it? There are certain matters that you fail to comprehend." I am uncertain of the meaning behind Song Yan's words, yet her unwavering gaze held no trace of jest or mockery. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Song Yin inquired, a hint of alarm in her voice as she glanced down at her attire. It seemed she suspected I was attempting to take advantage of her once more. Hastily, I shook my head and replied, "No, it's nothing. I merely wished to ask why you returned after you had left." Song Yin explained, "I actually ventured out in search of something, but regrettably I did not find it." Suddenly, I recalled my grandmother's request of her and asked, "Did my grandmother send you on this errand?" Song Yin nodded solemnly, stating, "Indeed. Your grandmother mentioned that your grandfather met with an untimely demise and was afflicted by demonic poison, which could potentially lead to his resurrection. She asked me to seek black dog blood in the nearby villages. I visited several villages, but ultimately came back empty-handed. I remember my father mentioning that for an ordinary corpse, black dog blood would suffice, but yellow chicken blood would also do. However, I never anticipated that your grandfather would indeed rise again, and with such vigor. I understood now, but I wondered why, if my grandmother was aware of this issue, she did not resolve it herself." Song Yin shook her head and replied, "I cannot say. Your grandmother instructed me not to inform you, which is why I departed without a word." "Is your grandmother not at home?" "Indeed, everyone assumed she was still in the chamber, but no one knows when she vanished." Song Yin furrowed her brow and muttered to herself, "This old lady is rather peculiar. She sent me out to fetch some blood, all the while concealing her whereabouts to make it seem as though she is in the inner chamber. Could it be that she..." As she spoke, her eyes suddenly widened, and she fell silent. I was taken aback, but soon grasped her implication, and an ominous thought surged forth. Indeed, grandmother must have ventured to the Blackwater pool. She is recklessly confronting that monster. Without a moment's hesitation, I instructed our relatives to prepare grandfather for burial again, while Song Yin and I made a beeline for the Blackwater pool. An inexplicable premonition weighed heavily upon me, and a mournful melody echoed in my heart. "Grandmother, please do not act foolishly. If anything were to happen to you, how could I possibly endure?" As I ran, tears streamed down my face. Perhaps I truly am a harbinger of doom, for those close to me seldom meet a good end. I gasped for breath as I sprinted. Yet Song Yin remained remarkably composed, her movements reminiscent of a graceful fawn. "Hey, Luobo, brace yourself. Things do not bode well," she suddenly exclaimed without preamble. I turned to glance at her. She was furrowing her brow, her fingers deftly calculating with the little 6 lines divination. My fear deepened upon hearing her calculations, and I could not help but quicken my pace. We raced onward, the wind howling in our ears. Finally, we reached the edge of the Blackwater pool, and the sight before me was utterly shocking. The water was murky beyond belief, as if it had been violently stirred up. The surface of the pool stretched infinitely, adorned with blood-red bubbles and an assortment of fish carcasses, some resembling tadpoles in their diminutive form, while others exceeded a meter in length. Among them were several large eels, blackfish, and pikes, each the size of a piglet, having long since succumbed to death, their lifeless eyes staring blankly at the surface. Song Yin gasped. This is indeed a brutal battle. Witnessing this scene, I felt not only a fleeting sense of vengeance, but also an overwhelming dread. If such malevolence existed, what fate had befallen my grandmother? In a frantic frenzy, I traversed the banks of the black water pool, only to encounter dozens of lifeless bodies along the way. Of course, they were not human. Rather, they were the grotesque remains of yellow weasels, white-haired hedgehogs, and snakes of various sizes. Each of these deceased beasts seemed to glare with ferocious eyes, their sights unmistakably fixed upon the black water pool. As I was engulfed in astonishment, Song Yin suddenly shouted, "Hey, look, is there not a person lying beneath that grand willow tree?" Following his gaze, I discovered, to my dismay, a hunched figure sprawled amidst the pool of blood. Her hair a stark white, clad in the robes of shaman. It could be no one else but my grandmother. Chapter 11. My origins. A wave of dizziness enveloped me, blood surging to my head, and my body swayed as if I were about to collapse. Song Yin steadied me and exclaimed, "Luo Bo, do not panic. Look, that person seems to be moving." At his words, I quickly lifted my gaze and, to my astonishment, saw my grandmother faintly waving at me. "Grandma," I cried out, rushing toward her. As I drew near, I noticed, beyond the pool of blood, a grotesque, fish-like creature with half a woman's face lying there. It was the very fiend that had attacked me that fateful night. The creature had long since perished, its body decaying rapidly, the lower half reduced to a mere fish skeleton. "Xiaobu, you've come." My grandmother, drenched in blood and pale as a ghost, managed to muster a faint smile. "Grandma." The moment I spoke, I was overcome with tears. "Why did this happen to you? Although Grandpa is gone, I am still here. Please, do not speak. I will take you home right away." As I spoke, I bent down to lift her onto my back. She waved her hand weakly and said, "Xiaobu, it's no use. Grandma cannot go on any longer. How can this be? You are a shaman, capable of saving others. Why can't you save yourself? My dear child, life is never enough. Regardless of the circumstances, I have avenged your grandfather. I was merely caught off guard. It is all right. I shall go with your grandfather. At least I will have company." "Grandma, did you see what attacked you?" Song Yin inquired, his gaze fixed on the wounds on her back. The grandmother weakly shook her head and smiled bitterly, saying, "Child, I have embarrassed you. As a mere sorceress, I am ultimately a bit lacking in stature." For some reason, Song Yin felt a sense of awkwardness and softly replied, "Grandmother, please do not jest. You need to rest." "Oh, it is too late for that. I must entrust you with a matter. I wonder if you, my dear girl, can oblige." Song Yin promptly responded, "Please, grandmother, speak." The grandmother solemnly declared, "The world is perilous. Should Xiaobu encounter difficulties in the future while within the territory of its Song family, you must lend him a helping hand." Song Yin lowered her brow and nodded in agreement, saying, "Rest assured, grandmother, our meeting is fated, and I shall convey your request on behalf of my father. Now, let you and your grandfather have a moment to converse," Song Yin added, skillfully stepping aside. The grandmother gazed at Song Yan's retreating figure and suddenly chuckled, remarking intermittently, "Grandson, when you marry, choose a woman like her. A generous figure will bear children well, and a straightforward temperament will spare you from pitfalls." "Grandmother," I said, torn between tears and laughter. "Oh, grandmother, how can you still find the humor in this moment? I shall not allow you to depart. If you leave, Xiaobu will have no kin left." "Oh, not at all," the grandmother replied with a gentle smile. "You still have your mother, your sisters, and in the future, a wife. When you wed, do remember to tell your grandmother." Extending her hand, she grasped my palm tightly, suddenly convulsing and choking out, "Xiaobu, I must go now. There are matters I must reveal to you, for they pertain to your lineage." "My lineage?" Indeed, grandmother's forehead was etched with veins as she earnestly recounted, "You mustn't place blame on your mother. When she was 6 months pregnant with you, an unexpected deluge struck our region, unleashing raging torrents. The once tranquil black water pool inexplicably transformed overnight, its waters turning crimson. From that moment forth, our village was plagued by unrest, with the haunting cries of wolves echoing through the nights. Many livestock vanished without a trace, and a child and a woman were lost as well. Whispers spread among the villagers that a malevolent spirit had arisen from the pool. They implored me to intervene. Yet I hesitated. With your mother heavily pregnant, I was reluctant to act, for both life and death bear their own burdens. However, Li Dafu and Old Zhang, along with other villagers, pleaded fervently. As a shaman, I could not turn a blind eye, so I consulted the oracle at the temple, which revealed that a demon lurked in this place, compelling me to take action. After much contemplation, I disregarded your father's objections and boarded Old Zhang's boat to the lake. In truth, my intention that day was merely to perform a blessing, not to exorcise any spirits. Yet, inexplicably as I lit the incense, a bolt of lightning struck the water. In astonishment, a radiant light emerged from the depths, and all present witnessed it descend upon the village, with some even seeing it crash onto your roof. I hurried back, only to find your mother collapsed at the doorstep, bleeding profusely. In that moment, I realized I had gravely transgressed, yet it was too late to amend my actions. Thankfully, after recuperation, your mother managed to safeguard you. You are already aware of subsequent events. Upon your birth, you were endowed with 6 fingers. Shortly thereafter, your father passed away. The villagers began to gossip, and naturally, your mother associated these occurrences with that incident. She harbored resentment towards me, which regrettably diminished her affection for you. Do not hold her accountable. The fault lies with your grandmother. Nevertheless, it is important to note that you have completed your 3.5 tribulations, and henceforth, your life will flow more smoothly, bringing peace to your grandmother's spirit. Moreover, perhaps due to your 6 fingers, as the old adage suggests, 6 fingers connect with the unseen. You must tread carefully from this point forward. It is possible that, like our ancestors, we are all bound by fate. Should you encounter any troublesome predicaments, you may seek the guidance of Tsang Ding Yuan, for we have crossed paths before. And do remember to visit the Ziyun Temple, where Xianming Dao Zhang has mentioned that he could assist you in finding a way forward after your tribulations. Grandmother, please do not say such things. I do not wish to go anywhere. I only desire for you to remain alive. Little Boo, no one is immortal. Do not be obstinate. When your mother returns, you must accompany her. The items I hold dear remain, and they cannot be taken lightly. Grandmother's resolve was unyielding, yet the more she insisted, the heavier my heart grew. Even in death, she continued to orchestrate matters for me. The gratitude I owe her in this lifetime is one I shall never be able to repay. In the end, grandmother departed, cradling the 3 talismans that had split in 2. I understood that she had devoted her life to their care, and in this battle, they too had followed her into the beyond. Li Dafu and the villagers arrived, bearing her back to rest alongside grandfather in a single coffin. The following morning, my mother returned, accompanied by her 3 beloved daughters. From the moment they entered, not a single word was exchanged between us until grandmother was laid to rest. The eldest sister, being somewhat more straightforward, had grown up beside grandmother, and thus retained a semblance of affection. After paying our respects to our grandparents, she inquired, "What will you do now that grandfather and grandmother are gone?" I remained silent, for I too lacked an answer. The second sister blurted out, "What can we do? The village children will naturally remain in the village. Those who venture into the city are like timid monkeys. They feel out of place, and we would be embarrassed." Indeed, the third sister scoffed, "Our home is so small. If he goes, he'll have to take up space. It's been agreed that I will not relinquish my room." A cold laugh echoed in my heart. Such are my relatives. It is said that while wine can be warmed when cold, how can a chilling heart be warmed? They perceive me as a pitiful lapdog. Why should I yearn to regard them as human? Besides, I had no intention of leaving. Song Yin had stated that the entity that attacked grandmother was a malevolent rodent spirit, and I was determined to seek revenge. I would not depart. I would guard grandmother's house. Upon uttering these words, I noticed the second and third sisters reveling in secret delight. Yet, unexpectedly, Li Dafu spoke up. "Little Boo, do not think ill of your uncle for being harsh, but this matter is of great significance. I must insist that you accompany your mother. You are aware that your father, Lu Posey, your teacher, Dehu, and both your grandfather and grandmother, who among those close to you has not met with untimely demise. Moreover, your grandmother's passing has stirred considerable unrest. Should you remain in the village, it may invite retribution, endangering us all. Did not your grandmother wish for you to go to Ziyun Temple? Perhaps it would be best for you to enter the monastic life. TSK, TSK. Such words are rather harsh. Yet, what I uttered is indeed what everyone wishes to express, is it not? Wenli Dafu inquired. More than half of the crowd nodded in affirmation. These individuals chattered among themselves, but their overarching sentiment was nothing less than urging me to depart. At this moment, my heart has grown utterly desolate. Dear grandmother, do you see this? It is these very people who implore you to confront the monster. And it is also these very people who have cast me out of the village. Such is the nature of human sentiment. I cannot help but reminisce about Song Yan. At least in her eyes, there was no trace of disdain for me. She left last night, claiming she could not bear to witness life and death. Upon reflection, it was not the fear of witnessing such matters. She must have anticipated my current predicament and feared for my embarrassment. Thus she chose to depart first. Truly, she is a clever girl. Alas, her presence was but a fleeting glimpse in my life. It is likely that I shall never encounter her again. As I wallowed in derision and sarcasm, my mother, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Her expression was devoid of warmth as she coldly stated, "Come with me, but do not call me mother, nor should you expect me to support you." Chapter 12. A life of reluctant survival. Initially, I had resolved to remain estranged from my mother until our dying days. However, after hearing my grandmother's tale, I found myself sympathizing with that woman in my heart. Yet, ultimately, I returned to Yun City with my mother, for I was consumed by hatred. The words of my second and third sisters were entirely anticipated. They had always regarded me with indifference. Though I felt anger, I dismissed it with disdain. Yet, my mother's frigid, condescending demeanor rekindled my animosity. In front of others, she took me in, but her expression unmistakably resembled that of someone accommodating a mere dog. Thus, I resolved to endure any indignities and accompany her, carrying my misfortunes with me, hoping for their downfall, an utter catastrophe. I recognized that my thoughts and actions were despicable, yet what did it matter? After all, the one person who loved me most in this world had passed away, leaving my heart frozen. I feared not death. What did it matter if I lost face? Years ago, my mother had sought refuge with my uncle, bringing my sisters along, and later, she established a modest convenience store with the compensation received from my father's death, alongside purchasing an old house. My eldest sister was pursuing her master's degree and seldom returned home. Consequently, the 3 bedrooms in the house were occupied by my mother, second sister, and third sister, each claiming one for themselves. Upon arriving home that day, my second and third sisters stormed off to their rooms, disdain etched on their faces. My mother unceremoniously tossed my belongings into the storage room, informing me that I would reside there from now on. I noticed an old, dilapidated iron bed and a finely crafted doghouse within the storage room, suggesting it had once served as a haven for a pet. My mother stood nearby, scrutinizing my expression, as if awaiting my outburst. Yet I stubbornly refused, offering only a faint smile and remaining silent. Upon witnessing my smile, my mother twitched slightly, her face contorting into an expression of increasing disdain as she exclaimed, "We do not harbor idlers in this household. You must find a way to support yourself." Furthermore, she added, "Let me be clear, your grandmother's antiquated, feudal notions must not manifest within these walls. Should I hear you utter a single word pertaining to that matter, you will be promptly shown the door." I nodded quietly, resembling a fool, grateful that I still possessed some savings left by my grandmother, thus beginning my meager existence. As time passed, I discerned the patterns of their lives. My mother was occupied with the shop, only returning home at night. My second sister worked as a nurse in a hospital, alternating between shifts, while my third sister, an aimless drifter, sported bleached hair and behaved like a rebellious youth, sometimes disappearing for days, only to return with unfamiliar men and immediately seclude herself behind closed doors. We were all adults, understanding the unspoken rules. I merely felt a wave of revulsion without voicing it. In their absence, I would seize the opportunity to gaze at the photographs of my grandparents and light incense in their honor. Among all, my third sister was the most indifferent towards me, and she incited my deepest disdain. One day at the dinner table, after I had merely taken a bite from a dish, she seized it and dumped it directly into my bowl, proclaiming, "This is a delicacy unknown to our village. Now indulge yourself." My eldest sister intervened, scolding her, which prompted my third sister to bitterly retort, as a grown man, "How can you be so shameless? Is this your home? You cling to it without shame." Unaware of how our father met his end, I silently scoffed, for I had not come here for you. I merely wished to witness your misfortunes. You flaunt your lives of superiority in the city, sustained by your father's pension. Who, then, lacks dignity, I or you? On the day of my grandmother and grandfather's funeral, I immediately noticed something amiss with my third sister. Her cheekbones were a dark shade, a clear emblem of emotional defeat, while the darkening hue at the edges of her brows signified a decline in health. At that moment, I sensed impending doom for her. Sure enough, just a few days after returning to Yun City, a shadowy cloud began to loom ominously over her, growing ever denser. Her temperament soured, and upon arriving home, she would hurl objects and curse vehemently. On the phone, she was perpetually embroiled in quarrels, and I knew the voice on the other end belonged to her boyfriend, who seemed increasingly indifferent to her. Each day, I stealthily monitored her condition, reveling in the thrill of retribution. When my sister caught my gaze, she snapped, "Are you reveling in my misfortune?" and hurled her teacup at me. I forced a grin and retreated to my room. The incident occurred in the dead of night. My mother and second sister were in the living room watching television while I lay in my room, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. The moment I closed my eyes, visions of my grandmother lying in a pool of blood invaded my thoughts. After her passing, Sang-Yen had examined the wounds on her body, noting that the most grievous injuries were 2 gaping holes at the back of her neck. Sang-Yen stated with certainty that the assailant who attacked my grandmother must have been a rodent. Rodents are merely composed of mice and rabbits. Instantly, a certain individual springs to mind, Tion Yusen, who was allegedly harmed by a mouse. I recall that when he appeared, my 6th finger also tingled. Perhaps it was entwined with my grandmother's passing and that corpulent rodent. I feel compelled to heed my grandmother's advice and visit the Ziyun Temple, for perhaps the ancient Taoist Xianming might recognize such an injury. However, I shall not depart until my mother and sisters are out of harm's way. As I covertly clutched my grandmother's photograph, lost in sorrowful thoughts, I was suddenly jolted by several heavy knocks at the door. The door swung open, revealing the frenzied cries of my third sister. My mother and second sister, in a state of panic, urgently inquired about her condition. Yet my third sister either wept uncontrollably or erupted in a manic laughter, akin to a lunatic. I buried my head beneath the covers, eavesdropping, reluctant to attract misfortune. The thought of my third sister's acerbic visage made me wish for her to endure more tribulation. Outside, chaos ensued. My third sister's voice grew increasingly hoarse and stifled, as though she were on the brink of asphyxiation. After what felt like 7 or 8 minutes, the storage room door was violently flung open. I feigned ignorance and lifted the covers to peer out, only to find my mother glaring with indignation at the threshold. "Are you deaf? Get up at once and carry your sister to the hospital," I replied languidly before sluggishly rising to my feet. The moment I stepped outside and beheld my third sister, I was struck dumb with terror. In the dim light, I distinctly saw a bloodied infant, scarcely the size of a palm, nestled against my sister's neck. The infant's pallid skin was marred by an array of bruises and bloodstains, its tiny hands clinging desperately to third sister's neck. Its disproportionately large head protruded from above her, fixating me with a pair of eyes devoid of any iris, while a grotesque grin adorned its lips. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and carry her," second sister admonished. I stood frozen, an unsettling chill coursing through the back of my head. Instinctively, I glanced down, and indeed, that dark thread of blood had reappeared on my 6th finger. This was not my first encounter with the malevolent. In fact, I remained much calmer than before. I had come to understand that the presence of unclean entities would manifest as black bloodlines entwining my 6th digit. "Who are you?" I queried. Mother and second sister paused momentarily before chastising. "What hysteria are you spouting? Just carry your third sister." The fetus seemed to recoil at my presence. guiding third sister backward step by step. It pouted its purplish-black lips, whining, "Mama, Mama, Mama doesn't want me anymore, but I want her to stay with me. The underdeveloped child emitted a laugh akin to that of an adult, sharp and jarring, sending shivers down my spine. I comprehended all too well, without a doubt. This fetus was the consequence of third sister's indiscretions. She had undergone an abortion and had failed to adequately dispose of the forsaken fetus. "Are you deaf?" Mother bellowed. "You're just like your enigmatic grandmother, a source of trouble, incapable of resolving anything substantial. To be honest, I wish for third sister to face misfortune, but I never intended for her demise. At this very moment, witnessing my third sister's labored breaths, I could not help but feel a pang of compassion. The memory of that day, when I vanquished our grandfather's resurgence with but a mere finger surfaced in my mind, prompting me to involuntarily raise my left hand. Indeed, the specter of the fetus fixated its gaze upon my hand, its eyes brimming with trepidation. "You may depart. I shall not harm you," I murmured softly to the eerie infant, disregarding my mother's furious outburst. The fetus wailed vehemently, clearly reluctant to relent. Meanwhile, my sister had already rolled her eyes back, teetering on the brink of peril. Without hesitation, I stepped forward. As I lifted my hand, the infant suddenly leapt from my sister's neck and, with a swift motion, soared out the window, glancing back thrice. In that fleeting moment, my sister awakened, coughing loudly, her visage transforming from pallid to radiant. I remained silent, intending to retreat to my room. However, unexpectedly, my mother charged at me, raising her hand to strike while shouting, "It was you, wasn't it? You've employed that vile sorcery of your grandmother's, haven't you? You harbor resentment because your sister scolded you, and thus you summoned these foul entities, correct? I warned you to sever ties with that decrepit old witch, or else face the consequences. Do you not comprehend? You wretched harbinger of misfortune, devoid of conscience." Stunned by her words, I stood there thunderstruck. It dawned on me that in my mother's eyes, I was deemed so utterly despicable. A bitter smile escaped my lips as I strode out the door. However, upon reaching the threshold, I turned back to my sister and coldly warned, "Beware, it shall return." You know precisely what I mean, do you not? I observed my third sister's face, ashen with pallor, her body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 13. Fong Jingjai, witnessing the once arrogant third sister now reduced to such a state, filled my heart with an indescribable joy. However, as soon as I stepped outside, regret washed over me. The sky was heavily overcast, and a cold wind howled around me. In a moment of impulsiveness, I had ventured out clad only in a thin garment, resembling nothing more than a shivering stray dog on the street. Nevertheless, I would rather succumb to the cold than turn back. I wandered aimlessly through the streets, contemplating where I might find refuge next. Returning home was out of the question, nor could I return to the village. The world was vast, yet absurdly, I found myself without a place to call my own. After much deliberation, it seemed I had but one destination in mind, the Ziyun Temple, as my grandmother had mentioned. Perhaps, as she suggested, the enigmatic Taoist would offer me a way out. As I continued walking, I became aware of an unexpected surge of people filling the once desolate streets. I was taken aback. Why were there so many individuals at such an hour? Lifting my gaze, I realized I had unwittingly wandered into the ancient pedestrian street of Cloud City. It was said that within lay traditional shops, dealing in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, as well as porcelain and jade, truly the finest commercial street in Cloud City. No wonder, even on such a frigid night, it remained bustling with pedestrians. I shook my head, preparing to distance myself from the unrelated clamor, when a familiar figure caught my eye amidst the crowd. This individual was short and stout, with a round face and large ears, carrying a cage draped in black cloth, whistling as he ambled along with an air of leisure. Could it be the very same Tian Yusen, who had been bitten by a giant rat? A surge of excitement coursed through me. Truly, I had traversed the realm in search of something elusive, only to find it effortlessly. Ever since Tsang Yin revealed that the assailant who ambushed my grandmother was a rodent-like malevolence, I had been fervently seeking this individual. Despite my inquiries, it became evident that there was no such person in the village of Tianjigu. He had explicitly claimed to be a resident of that very place. Yet it now appeared he had spun a web of deceit. Logically, if he had been bitten by a rat and sought my grandmother's assistance, there would have been no need for such a lie. The very act of deception hinted at a concealed secret, and I harbored a growing suspicion that this individual might be profoundly entwined with my grandmother's demise. Without a moment's hesitation, I hastened to pursue the retreating figure of Tion Yusin. The bustling pedestrian street was teeming with people, many cradling exquisite porcelain and jade artifacts, and I dared not act recklessly. After a prolonged chase, I was on the verge of catching up when, to my astonishment, Tion Yusin slipped into the opulent entrance of an establishment. I swiftly followed, only to be halted by two security guards stationed at the threshold. "Hey kid, are you even of age? Charging in here without a care?" The speaker was a burly man adorned with tattoos, his tone gruff, and the electric baton in his hand crackled ominously. Such individuals were formidable, and I dared not provoke them. I glanced up to discover that the sign above read Foot Spa. What of it? Does my age determine my right to enter? I possess the means to pay. The tattooed man sneered. "Are you out of your mind, kid? At your tender age, seeking a foot spa? Get lost." Upon my arrival in the city, I found myself bewildered by many unfamiliarities. However, the words of the burly man hinted at deeper meanings, though I could not decipher the full extent of their implications. I grasped enough to discern that this place was certainly not merely a foot-washing establishment. Yet, Tion Yusin was a crucial lead regarding my grandparents' untimely demise, and I could not simply relinquish my pursuit. The muscular figure before me resembled an ox, and I dared not provoke him. Instead, I surveyed my surroundings and discreetly ventured into a nearby alley. On one side of the alley stood a quaint three-story building, while the other featured a charming, traditional courtyard, adorned with a magnificent locust tree whose branches reached several stories high. Climbing trees was my forte, and with ease, I ascended to a sturdy branch. The surroundings were cloaked in darkness, yet the foot-washing establishment gleamed with vibrant light. Clinging to the trunk with one hand and using the other to shield my eyes from the blinding glow, I peered into the establishment. Perhaps due to the absence of towering structures on this side, the foot-washing venue lacked curtains, allowing for an unobstructed view. To my astonishment, what met my gaze was a scene teeming with vitality. Suddenly, I sensed a presence nearby. How could this be when I was perched high in the tree? My mind momentarily clouded. I turned slowly to find a woman with an oval face seated gracefully on the branch, her legs swinging gently. She wore an enigmatic expression, a blend of amusement and curiosity directed towards me. She was adorned in an exquisitely tailored cheongsam, her cheeks dusted with blush, her skin radiating an almost blinding whiteness. Her features were strikingly delicate, imbued with an alluring charm. However, the patterns on her garment were somewhat disconcerting. They were not ordinary floral or faunal designs, but rather a motif reminiscent of the longevity characters I had once seen on the talismans crafted by my grandmother. Suddenly, it dawned upon me that this longevity pattern was none other than the distinctive emblem found on burial garments, the very attire my grandparents wore during their funeral rites. Burial garments? Could it be that this woman is? You are? I stammered, feeling as if my body had turned to mush. She blinked her innocent large eyes and slowly parted her crimson lips, saying, "Indeed, don't you like it?" I glanced down at my 6 fingers, and to my amazement, I noticed the dark lines that had manifested without my realization. Truly eerie. A chill ran down my spine, and I completely forgot that I was still perched in the tree. My grip slackened, and I tumbled down from my perch. In a fleeting moment before unconsciousness enveloped me, I saw that she had already landed gracefully on the ground, giggling at my plight. When I regained consciousness, I found myself reclining on an old wooden bed, the air thick with the scents of traditional Chinese medicine and incense. Were it not for the refined elderly gentleman before me, I might have thought I had dreamt my way back to the village, back to my grandmother's side. "Where's this place?" The old man smiled gently and pointed to a plaque above, saying, "This is Fong Jing Zhai, a modest herbal medicine shop. I am also known as Fong Jing Zhai, a humble practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Young man, you are quite impressive." Impressive? What does that mean? Did something happen after I fainted? Chapter 14. The nine-fingered master. The old man's words momentarily stunned me, and I hastily scrambled to my feet, quickly throwing off the blanket to check myself. Thankfully, I was unscathed. "Hey kid, what are you doing?" he inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. "Although you didn't meet a fatal end, your sudden fright might lead me to believe your mind has taken a tumble." The old man maintained his gentle demeanor. Smiling warmly, feeling a bit embarrassed, I replied softly, "I'm sorry, I thought it startled me." The old man paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. "You young folks nowadays, what on earth is going on in your heads? I must say, your tree climbing skills are quite impressive. Such a tall tree, with thorns on the branches. How did you manage to ascend it? Luckily, you fell into my vegetable garden had you landed on the curb. Your later years might have been quite dire." Realizing the source of my embarrassment, I felt a wave of heat rush to my face. Speaking of climbing trees, a thought of that female apparition suddenly crossed my mind, prompting me to exclaim, "Grandpa, there's a spirit in your backyard. I encountered a beautiful female ghost while I was up in the tree. Oh, is that so?" To my surprise, the old man showed no sign of astonishment at the mention of a ghost. Before I could finish my sentence, he simply hummed nonchalantly, as if he hardly cared. With his apparent disinterest, I quickly fell silent, not wishing to prolong the awkwardness. At that moment, my mind began to clear, and I recalled Tion Yusin. I inwardly chastised myself. "Oh, you foolish one. How could you be so distracted by a mere girl when you came here to seek someone? It is impossible. This Tion Yusin must know something. If he manages to escape this time, who knows when I will have the chance to encounter him again." With this thought in mind, I hurriedly leaped off the wooden platform. "What? Are you still going to admire the scenery from the tree?" Fang Jingjai teased. I scratched my head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "Sir, to be honest, this matter cannot be explained in just a few words." Fang Jingjai stroked his beard confidently and said, "You don't need to say more. I can tell you're searching for someone. Am I correct?" I was taken aback that the old man had discerned my purpose so quickly. Noticing my silence, Fang Jingjai continued, "You're either a drifter who has ended up here or a runaway following a wanderer to this place. Someone who is connected to a matter of great significance to you. Am I right?" I was utterly astonished and exclaimed, "Mr. Fang, how did you know? Are you some sort of fortune teller?" The old man laughed heartily and replied, "I am no fortune teller. To be frank, when you fell into my courtyard, I naturally had to see who you were. I noticed you had only a few hundred coins on you. It is late autumn, yet you're dressed in summer attire. Your stomach is growling, and most importantly, your brows are furrowed, indicating you have come here with a purpose. As for climbing a tree in the middle of the night, that is even simpler to deduce. I thought to myself, aside from Frisky Cat, who would venture up a tree in the cold night air? Thus, I merely guessed that you must be here in search of someone." I must admit, despite appearing somewhat myopic, this old man possesses a keen insight. Since Mr. Fang has discerned my intentions, I shall speak candidly. I am indeed in pursuit of a certain figure from the underworld, one who holds great significance for me, as he is tied to a profound enmity concerning my family. I cannot afford to delay. Having hurriedly expressed my thoughts, I performed a semblance of a bow and turned to depart. "Wait a moment." The elder grasped my arm, shaking his head slightly. "You are young and do not comprehend certain matters. In any case, the person you seek has long since departed." At these words from Fang Jingjai, my heart sank. In this vast sea of humanity, how could I possibly find this Tion Yusin? Observing my dismay, Fang smiled and said, "There is no need for you to be disheartened. Since this individual has visited the Cloudy Workshop, it indicates that he is a regular patron, and he is bound to return. If you remain here, you will surely have the chance to encounter him again." Remain here? I thought to myself with a bitter smile. I would likely perish from cold or hunger within 3 days. "Young man, if you're not averse, why not stay with me? This way, you can await the person you seek, and in addition, you may assist this old man. I would take you as my apprentice and offer you a monthly salary. What do you think?" Fang Jingjai spoke earnestly. "Me? Become your apprentice? No. I mean, you wish to take me as your apprentice?" I was taken aback. This elder, having met me only once, intended to take me under his wing? Indeed, is that a problem? How could that be a problem? I cannot ask for more. Firstly, this is a pharmacy, and even the scent in the air reminds me of my grandmother's home, which I hold dear. Secondly, as you mentioned, I can wait here for Tion Yusin. Most importantly, I could free myself from the burdens of my mother and sisters, earn a living, and no longer live like a dog. Though my heart brimmed with joy, hesitation took hold of me as I recalled my 6 fingers. Whether it be superstition or mere coincidence, I have indeed caused considerable trouble for those around me since childhood. Mr. Fong, with his affable demeanor, embodies kindness. I pondered whether my presence might bring him misfortune. Alas, dear sir, I appreciate your goodwill. I murmured softly, do you not wish to assist me? Or perhaps you are dissatisfied with the wages? No, neither is the case, in truth. I am a 6-fingered individual, and I wish not to burden you. With my voice lowered and head bowed, I prepared to depart, when unexpectedly, Fong Jingjai erupted into hearty laughter. Is that truly the reason? Is this even a matter of concern? Young man, behold me. Upon raising my gaze, I was taken aback to discover that Fong Jingjai himself was a 9-fingered man, lacking a middle finger on his left hand, completely bare. Huh, young man, does this mean you can stay now? Let us not disdain one another. Ultimately, I chose to remain with Fong Jingjai, not for any other reason, but for the audacity he displayed in revealing his 9 fingers to me. For in my eyes, nothing surpasses the significance of shared experience. After settling in with Fong Jingjai, I discerned remarkable similarities between my master and my grandmother. Both practiced medicine while tending to spiritual offerings. The distinction lay in the deities they revered. My grandmother honored the 3 immortals of Yellow and White Willow, while my master worshipped the medicine Buddha, Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva, and Zhong Kuei. My master also adhered to a rather unconventional rule. He would retire promptly for a nap at noon, refusing to attend to patients during the day. Yet at the stroke of midnight, he would hang a white lantern at the entrance and sit alone in the pharmacy for an hour of consultation. From a young age, I accompanied my grandmother and became well-versed in the myriad herbs, as well as familiar with certain medical practices. However, I had never encountered the phenomenon of midnight consultations. Who would seek a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the dead of night? Although curiosity piqued my interest, being new to this environment, I felt it inappropriate to inquire. During the initial month, my master seldom spoke, insisting that I retire to bed promptly at 10 each evening. On nights when slumber eluded me, I would feign sleep, straining my ears to listen from the side hall, occasionally catching snippets of conversation from the front hall. Yet, it was predominantly my master who spoke, rendering the patients' voices inaudible. Once the hour of the rat passed, I would hear the sound of my master locking up the shop. Even after securing the doors, he remained awake, muttering for another hour. Initially, I assumed he was reciting medical texts, but at times, I would hear his hearty laughter, a tone that seemed to rejuvenate him by decades. Surely, no mere medical manuscript could possess such allure. For me, Fang Jingzai was not only a refuge of tranquility, but also a captivating enigma. All my questions remained unanswered until the night of the first winter snow beneath the clouds of Yinqing. That evening, the air was frigid, and snowflakes danced in the air. My master, cradling a small heater and squinting, informed me that I could accompany him for a night consultation. Naturally, I was elated, yet I had no inkling that our very first patient would be Chapter 15. The deceptive physician, being granted permission by my master to accompany him on a night consultation for the first time, signifies a profound trust and recognition he has in me. For this reason, I must approach the task with utmost seriousness and vigor, ensuring I do not disappoint him. Initially, I imagined the night consultations to be shrouded in mystery, pondering whether the patients might possess exceedingly severe ailments that required discretion, or perhaps they were distinguished figures from the martial world, burdened with their own troubles, who could only seek help under the cover of darkness. Yet, in reality, not a single soul appeared. As time ticked away, half an hour of the hour had passed, and the midnight chimes were about to sound, yet still, no one arrived. My master remained unfazed, reclining in his chair and savoring his tea with great deliberation. I began to grow impatient. Rather than sitting idly, I would prefer to retire early. Master, are you certain there will be patients? I inquired, setting down his teacup. My master gazed at me with a gentle smile and replied, I would rather there be no patients at all, while I may lose my livelihood. Think of how many lives would be spared from sorrow and separation. His words struck me as somewhat perplexing, veering unexpectedly into the realm of life and death. Master, what I mean is, in the dead of night, how much can one earn from consultation? It would be better to I intended to express that it would be preferable to wash up and retire for the night. However, before I could complete my thought, I suddenly felt an unbearable itch on my left hand, a sixth finger aching for attention. Before I could lower my gaze to investigate, my master's voice cut through the air sharply. Xiao Bu, remember, do not be alarmed by anything you may encounter. With me here, simply follow my instructions. His tone was resolute, and he straightened his posture from the chair, ready for whatever awaited us. Knock, knock, knock. Just as I was about to respond, a deep, resonant knock echoed from the shop door. Goodness, we actually have a patient. It seems that in this world, one can encounter all sorts of individuals who would seek traditional Chinese medicine in the dead of night. Surely, one must be of unsound mind. I eagerly moved to open the door, but my master abruptly seized my arm, pulling me back beside him, and addressed the door with a stern demeanor. Come in. The door creaked open a crack, allowing a flurry of snowflakes to swirl in with the biting wind. However, after a few moments, there was no one there. The wind howled fiercely. I thought to myself, who would be seeking medical attention at such an hour? I muttered my complaints and prepared to close the door. Suddenly, my master exclaimed sharply, Xiao Bu, come back. Startled by his seriousness, I stood frozen in place when a sharp, high-pitched voice emerged from behind the door. He, selling red cotton jackets. The voice was uncomfortably shrill and abrupt, sending chills down my spine. I glanced toward the entrance and saw an elderly woman with a face etched in deep wrinkles, peering like a prairie dog. Her sunken eyes were framed by a toothless grin, resembling a dark, gaping void. Her arms were as frail as desiccated tree roots, yet she bore several heavy white coats for women in her hands. I let out a sigh, wiping the cold sweat from my brow, and with a hint of exasperation, I said, Grandmother, please understand, this is a traditional medicine shop, not a night market. The elderly woman gazed at me intently, seemingly oblivious to my words, her withered lips curling into a question. Young man, would you care to purchase a red coat? What a peculiar person. A flicker of irritation surged within me. Yet remembering her advanced age, I restrained my emotions and replied, Madam, firstly, I have no intention of buying a coat. Secondly, what you are selling is hardly a red coat. It's clearly white. Upon hearing my words, the old woman revealed a sly grin, a glint of malevolence flickering in her murky eyes. A white coat? How could that be? Perhaps you could lend me a bit of your blood for a dye job? Hee. Before I could fully comprehend her words, she suddenly darted from behind the door. It was then that I realized, to my horror, that this old woman was but a drifting specter, lacking the lower half of her head. How eerie! I screamed in terror, turning to flee, only to find my master standing beside me. He grasped my arm firmly, his expression calm as he addressed the apparition before us. Elderly lady, what purpose do you have in frightening a child? You must consider the gravity of your actions. A moment's folly can shift the balance between heaven and hell. The old woman chuckled at my master's words, and with a knowing glance at me, she said, Forgive me, sir. I merely sought to tease the boy, for he carries a heavy aura. My master engaged in a serene conversation with a spirit. Could it be that his nightly patients were indeed specters? The thought startled me, and as I glanced at my master, he offered me a faint smile, seemingly confirming my suspicions. Speak, what brings you to seek my counsel? The master inquired. The elderly woman suddenly lowered her head, her expression one of despondency. Mr. Fong, she confessed, I have come upon seeing your enigmatic lantern. To be honest, I am unable to reincarnate, and can only implore you for assistance. The master slightly furrowed his brow and casually picked up a green leaf from the table, waving it before him as he spoke. You have lost a fragment of your soul. Thus, reincarnation eludes you. Having delivered his words, he handed the leaf to me and winked. I understood his intent and imitated his gesture, waving the verdant leaf before my eyes. Curiously, as I did so, I immediately observed two large green flames emanating from the form of the spectral old woman, flickering like candles. Master, could this possibly be the flame of the three souls? The master nodded and replied, "Little boo, today I shall speak frankly with you. I am not merely a physician of traditional medicine. I'm also a practitioner of the arcane. I shall explain the intricacies of this path to you in due course. Remember, those who heal do so with compassion, while those who delve into the mysterious do so with cunning. The healer is revered, and the arcane practitioner is exalted. Both paths require virtue and dedication. You possess the innate gift of 6 fingers, indicating your affinity for the spiritual realm. Your destiny lies in this domain. Thus, I ask you, are you willing to learn from me?" The situation was utterly unexpected, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. Could such a profession as an arcane healer truly exist? Death is irreversible. Once a spirit has departed, pain ceases to exist. If that is the case, what purpose does an arcane healer serve? Nonetheless, the master had treated me well, and I found myself without other options. "Master, can an arcane healer discern the cause of another's death?" I ventured to inquire. The grievances of my grandparents weigh heavily on my heart. If I could resolve this inner turmoil, I would be capable of anything. The master nodded and said, "Let us not dwell on the cause of death. Even the workings of fate and karma can be discerned, but the prerequisite is that you must cultivate your own strength. Only by fortifying yourself can all your problems be effortlessly resolved. I am willing. I am eager to follow you, master." Without hesitation, I embraced his response. In my heart, nothing is more pressing than granting my grandparents the peace they deserve. The master, his expression one of satisfaction, remarked, "Indeed, I did not misjudge you. Therefore, I now entrust you with a task. Go and assist this old woman, Yang, in reclaiming her lost, ethereal soul." As he spoke, he placed a newspaper into my hands. A newspaper? I foolishly picked it up and discovered a report detailing an incident that occurred just 6 nights prior. A tragic accident had transpired at the eastern end of Victory Bridge, where an elderly woman returning from the night market was crushed by a speeding truck, her skull shattered, and she died on the spot. The truck had obscured its license plate and fled the scene. Citizens were urged to provide any leads. The black and white photograph depicted bloodied remnants scattered around several white, blood-stained ladies' coats. A sense of heaviness enveloped my heart as I stammered this. "This is me. Such a tragic fate." Suddenly, the old woman leaned closer, her voice raspy as she exclaimed, "My head aches. My brain has been obliterated, and I am filled with hatred. I have a little grandson waiting for me to return home. That accursed truck, I shall seek vengeance." The old lady's eyes blazed with fury, sending chills down my spine. Yet, in an instant, she dejectedly lowered her gaze and sighed, lamenting, "Alas, tomorrow marks my 7th day. I must depart." Chapter 16. Lantern-seeking souls. The old woman's face contorted with rage, her wails echoing through the air, instilling in me an overwhelming sense of dread that made me recoil repeatedly. My master gently placed a hand on my shoulder and said, "Little boo, you see, spirits, much like humans, possess desires and emotions, bearing beauty and ugliness, virtue and vice. There is nothing to fear. As a spirit doctor, you should fear them even less." With that, my master retrieved an exquisite lantern from the cupboard behind him and handed it to me. This lantern, adorned with a semi-transparent leather shade, housed a pristine white wax candle, elegantly supported by a locust wood stick crafted with such finesse that it resembled a work of art at first glance. "Master, this lantern must be worth a considerable sum," I exclaimed. He chuckled softly. "Indeed. Just think about it. Human skin combined with corpse oil for the candle. It must be quite valuable." "Human skin? Corpse oil candle?" I gasped, my hand trembling, nearly causing the lantern to slip from my grasp. My master swiftly caught it, returning it to me with a laugh. I was merely jesting. "Now, go to the location reported in the newspaper, find the bloodstains, light the lantern, call out the old woman's name, and take one step back at a time. Remember, do not look back at any noises behind you, and absolutely do not run." What kind of master is this, playing such jokes? It is utterly unbecoming. Nevertheless, having already promised my master, I had no choice but to steel myself and prepare for my departure. "Young sir, thank you." To my astonishment, the furious young old woman had just expressed her gratitude to me. I nodded, feeling a mixture of emotions. It was my first experience of receiving thanks, and I suddenly felt the weight of my responsibilities grow significantly heavier. Little boo, I grant you a quarter of an hour. Within this time, you must return, or else. Old Lady Yang shall become a wandering spirit. As Master spoke, he pinched a handful of paper money from his pocket and stuffed it into mine. Today, the clouds obscure the moon. It may not bode well. Once this lantern is lit, should you feel a chill at the nape of your neck, scatter a few sheets of paper money, and remember, do not look back. The time for a round trip to Victory Bridge is exceedingly tight, and I nodded in agreement before hastily departing. With no restrictions in my path and pressed for time, I nearly sprinted the entire way. Upon reaching Victory Bridge, disregarding my labored breaths, I recalled the approximate location depicted in the newspaper photograph. Following the faint glow of the street lamps, I swiftly discovered a large patch of dried black blood on the eastern side of the bridge. The police had marked the outline of the corpse. The mingling of the dark blood and white powder was utterly harrowing. As I gazed, an inexplicable shiver coursed through me, and in an instant, a scene I had never witnessed before flashed in my mind. In a daze, I beheld a blue truck barreling towards me. Its driver, a rotund man with a mole at the corner of his mouth, was engrossed in a phone call, showing no signs of braking as it thundered forward. I involuntarily collapsed to the ground, my vision blurred as I witnessed a hunched figure being crushed beneath the wheels, followed by a sickening thud and the splatter of blood. Yet the vehicle sped away, leaving no trace behind. I let out a startled cry, instantly roused from my stupor. Looking around in confusion, I found not a single soul in sight. Cold sweat inexplicably seeped forth. I found myself bewildered, uncertain of what had just transpired. Could it be that the bald man I had momentarily glimpsed was the one who caused the demise of old Madame Yang? A chilling gust of wind swept through, carrying with it several fluttering pieces of paper money that danced in a whimsical whirl before me. I swallowed hard, the terror sharpening my senses. Suddenly, a thought struck me. I had merely a quarter of an hour. Time was of the essence. I hastily retrieved my lighter and ignited the candle within the lantern. As the flame flickered to life, I took a moment to scrutinize the translucent leather covering. Its surface bore distinct pores and wrinkles, and by all appearances, it was not of animal origin. Master, you have deceived me. I inwardly grumbled at that old trickster, steeling myself as I lifted the lantern, turning my back to the bloodstains and feigning composure. Yang Lanji, come with me. No sooner had I uttered these words than the candle's flame leapt, transforming from a fiery red to a haunting blue-green. I realized then that the spirit of old Madame Yang had indeed come seeking me. Following my master's instructions, I hastened my steps back. Inexplicably, the short distance seemed to stretch infinitely, and soon I felt my garments drenched in sweat. Why was I not yet home? Master, you great deceiver. Just as I lamented my master's trickery, I suddenly heard a rustling sound behind me, as if a multitude were trailing closely behind. Curiosity and fear surged within me, compelling me to glance back. Was there something sinister lurking behind? At that moment, my sixth finger began to itch intensely, compelling me to scratch vigorously while holding the lantern. I realized. It seemed my suspicions were correct. The sound of rustling grew ever closer, seemingly moving faster than I could walk, leading me to doubt if it had already reached just behind my ear. I could neither flee nor turn back. All I could do was break out in a cold sweat and quicken my pace. Suddenly, a chill coursed through my neck, as if someone had forcefully exhaled upon it. My hair stood on end in fright, and I reached into my pocket, tossing a handful of joss paper behind me. Remarkably, as the paper flew, the rustling ceased. However, after merely taking a few steps, a chilling breeze returned, and the sound resumed its pursuit. Fortunately, I was not far from my master's shop, the white lantern at the pharmacy's entrance shining clearly ahead. Gritting my teeth, I pressed forward, silently praying, "Oh, grandmother, please watch over me. Your grandson has yet to wed." Just as I was a mere 100 meters from the pharmacy, a familiar figure caught my eye beside the foot massage parlor adjacent to my master's shop. The figure was tall and well-proportioned, clad in a snug outfit and carrying a shoulder bag, exuding an air of grace and strength. It was Tsang Yen. Indeed, it was unmistakably him. As I was about to speak, I caught a glimpse of Song Yin in the foot-washing city. Suddenly, she dashed away with remarkable speed, swiftly disappearing into a dark alley. What could Song Yin be doing in the foot-washing city? I had to inquire. In my haste, I momentarily forgot that I was in the midst of a soul summoning. I turned towards the alley, only to be taken aback. Behind me stood a multitude of eerie figures, each bearing the ghastly visage of a tragic demise. All the specters were fixated on me, and I felt a warm sensation in my bladder, as if I might lose control. At that critical moment, I suddenly remembered the paper money my master had given me. Without a second thought about its efficacy, I hastily pulled it out and scattered it behind me, shouting, Yanglanji, come with me." The paper money fluttered chaotically, and from the throng of phantoms emerged a faint silhouette, which I recognized to be the likeness of old Lady Yang. This time, I dared not be careless. I hurried straight to my master's shop. Upon entering, I felt a gust of wind sweep in from behind me, and when I looked up, old Lady Yang had transformed into 3 flames of soul fire. "Young master, thank you," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with emotion as she bowed deeply to me. I exhaled in relief. I had fulfilled my mission. It seemed that the 3 souls of the old lady were finally whole. My master had once said that those lacking their 3 souls would either become wandering spirits or suffer eternally in hell. It appears I had indeed performed a good deed. My master addressed old Lady Yang, saying, "You died a wrongful death, and your heart must harbor resentment. However, in the cycle of cause and effect, the one who harmed you shall not escape justice. Rest assured, you may now reincarnate, for this matter will surely reach a resolution in time." Upon hearing her master's words, Elder Yang felt a sense of relief. The master then taught me to draw a talisman of sending away spirits and personally escorted Elder Yang on her journey. As I watched her figure gradually fade away, a wave of sentiment washed over me, and I remarked, "Master, I have glimpsed the visage of the one who caused the accident. You spoke of karmic retribution. Will that individual truly face punishment?" The master replied with a serene smile, "Good deeds will be rewarded, while evil deeds will be met with consequences. It is merely a matter of time. My young friend, if you doubt this, just take a look at your own fingers." Chapter 17. The transmutation of the 6-fingered hand. My fingers? Instinctively, I raised my left hand to take a look, only to find that my extra 6th finger was emanating a faint glow. What on earth is happening? Leaning closer, I realized that it was not the finger itself that shone, but rather the bone within, radiating a warm, pearlescent light. The luminescence flickered for a moment before gradually fading away. My master chuckled. "You are already aware that the 6th finger is connected to the Yin. Those who are Yin-affiliated often find themselves beset by misfortune. However, from this day forth, you shall be different. You are on a path to fortune." Silly boy, do you not grasp the significance? This is what I referred to earlier as a blessing. Because you assisted old Lady Yang, you have accumulated virtuous merit, leading to the transmutation of your Yin bone. The transmuted bone is a treasure for the enigmatic healer. As the transmutation deepens, you will find yourself capable of increasingly wondrous feats, not only dispelling your own misfortunes, but also alleviating the sufferings of others. You are destined to be a natural healer. There is no denying that my master is a great trickster, yet his words were delivered with such gravity that they did not feel like mere jest. If what he says holds truth, might I not shed the label of the jinxed? Oh, heavens, you have finally opened your eyes. I instinctively clenched my 6th finger. For the first time in my life, I no longer loathed it. Ah, by the way, you returned a minute later than I had anticipated. Did you encounter something on the way back? My master suddenly inquired. I nodded and recounted my experience of turning back midway. My master sighed and remarked, "You are fortunate. Had you encountered a malevolent being of higher cultivation, a mere moment of hesitation would have extinguished your 3 soul fires, and you would have met your demise. Exercise caution in the future." I was taken aback by the perilous nature of such a situation and wiped the cold sweat from my brow. However, the mention of turning back prompted my thoughts to drift to Song Yin. What could a young woman possibly seek in a foot bath establishment at such an hour? Could it be that she was engaged in some sort of transaction? Yet, why did she ultimately refrain from entering? Puzzled, I suddenly thought of my master. Although he does not traverse the martial world, being involved in the arcane medical profession, he must have some inkling of its affairs. Master, do you know that Song family from Yandong Layak? I began to inquire, but just then the clock struck 1, its chimes echoing through the night. My master seemed electrified, springing upright from his chair in an instant. It's late, Xiaobu. Hurry back to your room and rest, he commanded with an authoritative tone. I still had questions to pose, but the old man seemed intent on ushering me away as if I were an unwelcome guest. By day, he appeared relatively normal. Yet at night, he was steeped in eccentricity. With a resigned shake of my head, I returned to my chamber. Through the western window, I could see the neon lights of the foot bath establishment still flickering. I had been at Fongjingjai for over a month now, diligently observing the patrons of the foot bath, yet I had not spotted Tian Yusen again. I am uncertain whether continuing in this manner is a viable solution. Since then, apart from assisting my master in gathering medicinal herbs during the day, I have accompanied him in attending to patients at night. Initially, I found it quite disorienting, but as time passed and I encountered numerous dismembered souls, I became rather desensitized. I discovered that, in truth, the vast majority of these apparitions are not so different from ordinary people in the realm of the living. They possess their own joys and sorrows, just as humans do. Not all souls in this world are virtuous, and not all spirits that dwell in the shadows are malevolent. Each time I aid a spirit alongside my master, my six-fingered hand emits a radiant glow for a brief moment. My master has mentioned that once my fingers are entirely transformed into jade, I shall surpass him and be capable of healing the world independently. I never envisioned myself as a renowned physician. My sole desire has always been to clear the names of my grandparents. One evening, while I was preparing the yellow talismans and incense for the night's work, my master suddenly called out from the front hall, "Xiaobu, someone is looking for you." I was taken aback. Could it be that someone was seeking me, Luo Bo? Hadn't all those who cared for me departed this world? Filled with confusion, I made my way to the front hall, only to find my elder sister standing there. It dawned on me that after coming to my master, I had returned home once to collect my belongings, during which my mother and second and third sisters remained silent, while my elder sister had anxiously inquired about my whereabouts. Reluctantly, I disclosed to her the location of my master's pharmacy, and I had not anticipated that she would actually come to see me. "Xiaobu," my elder sister exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Throughout, I have held a far more favorable impression of her compared to others, though it lacks that profound bond of blood ties. I nodded gently and replied, "I'm doing quite well. My master treats me kindly, and there is no need for you to come and check on me." My elder sister's expression turned awkward as she hesitated, opening her mouth to speak, but pausing for a moment before finally saying, "Xiaobu, the truth is, I have come to seek your help. It seems that the situation with your third sister has worsened." Understanding her words, I let out a bitter smile, silently mocking my own sentimental inclinations. The thought of my third sister caused me to withdraw my smile, and in a cold tone I said, "I'm sorry, elder sister, but you should return. I cannot, and will not, involve myself in her matters." "Xiaobu," she said, her voice choked with emotion, "I know you harbor resentment towards us, but she is your sister. We have sought help from all the hospitals, yet to no avail. Mother's eyes have grown weary from weeping. I am at my wit's end, which is why I came to you. Please, just take a look. What does her crying matter to me? She weeps for her own daughter, a stranger to me. Moreover, my presence is essential at the shop." After stating this coldly, I turned to return to the back room. "Xiaobu, wait." At that moment, my master, who had been quietly listening, interjected. During our time together, he had come to learn some of my family circumstances. "Xiaobu, you should go. I can manage alone," he said, stepping forward to pat my shoulder gently. In a low voice, he continued, "You have studied for so long. It is time for you to handle certain matters on your own. Remember, treat them as strangers. The art of healing is intricate. The heart must be prioritized. The body is secondary, and destruction is the last resort. I await your good news." With his words, how could I possibly refuse? I shook my head and turned to my elder sister, stating, as agreed, "The consultation fee will be doubled. It is the rule." She replied awkwardly, That's acceptable." I slung the bag handed to me by my master over my shoulder and stepped out with my sister. My master called out from behind, "You should stay here tonight. There is no need to return. for I have guests this evening. I understood that he wished to ease the tension between me and my family. Yet he did not comprehend the depths of my disappointment. I had long since lost all hope in them. By the time my sister and I arrived at their residence, it was past 9 in the evening. As the saying goes, strange occurrences arise at midnight, but it is typically the minor deceptions of those lacking in cultivation. The more malevolent spirits manifest around the hour of the pig. Upon opening the door, I found my mother and second sister seated on the sofa, their faces marred by worry. Upon noticing my arrival, their eyes momentarily sparkled with hope, only to quickly lower their heads once more. I chose to ignore them and surveyed the room, discovering an unsettling chill permeating the air, and the pallor of their faces confirmed the presence of malevolent energy. "Where is she?" I demanded coldly of my elder sister. She trembled slightly, pointing towards the room of our third sister, whispering, "She has been screaming incessantly. If we enter, she will become even more agitated, so be cautious." Without uttering a word, I proceeded directly towards her room. As I approached the door, I could distinctly hear our third sister muttering to herself, "1, 2, 3 little babies, for 5, 6 little babies. A shotgun is loaded. All the babies must perish. Hee hee." Her voice oscillated between despair and mirth, sending chills down my spine. I abruptly flung open the door, and the room was enveloped in darkness. A chilling breeze rushing towards me. Just as I intended to step inside, I caught sight of a viscous substance hurtling towards me. Chapter 18. Kneel before me instinctively. I grasped the object that was hurled towards me, and instantly a strong metallic scent pervaded the air. A sense of foreboding washed over me. It was blood. Something dreadful had transpired in the room. "Get out, all of you. Whoever dares to enter shall perish," my sister shrieked, her voice piercing like a frenzied she-wolf. I turned and flicked on a light. Under the illumination, my sister crouched on the bed, her hair disheveled, with a pair of eyes gleaming ominously, fixated upon me. Her lips, stained with patches of blood, curled back to reveal her teeth. A small yet deep bite mark adorned her left arm, seeping with crimson. It was evident that she had inflicted this upon herself. At that moment, my elder sister, who had been trailing behind, suddenly erupted in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Baby, baby." It was only then that I realized the object I had received was a blood-soaked imitation doll, its horrifying appearance resembling that of a damp, aborted infant. I cast the filthy thing to the ground and scanned my surroundings, only to find that the dead fetus was nowhere to be seen. Undoubtedly, over the past month, that malevolent spirit had learned to possess the living. "Sister, are you all right?" My elder sister, though trembling with fear, felt a surge of concern for her younger sibling and prepared to assist her. "Do not move." I shot a cold glance at our mother and declared loudly, "Now you realize the urgency? Had you foreseen today, would you have acted differently?" Her reckless behavior and lack of respect for innocent life have led her to deserve this suffering. My elder sister and second sister fell silent, but our mother, stubborn and enraged, retorted, "You insolent child, what nonsense are you spouting? She is your sister, yet you scold her for her indiscretions? Will you allow her to marry in the future? What absurd logic is this? To err and then attempt to conceal it, while the one who exposes the truth becomes the sinner. I find it hard to fathom that I am born of such tangled reasoning." Observing the fierce exchange between my mother and me, my elder sister swiftly interjected, "Little brother, do not mind mother. Think of a solution. Third sister is bleeding." I suppressed my rising anger and turned to the bed where my third sister lay. "You fled before, avoiding your fate, yet you returned to cause more trouble. What audacity you possess." Third sister grinned widely, her voice innocent. "Last time I feared you, but now I do not. She harmed me, and I shall retaliate. It's only just." "Indeed?" I replied with a cold smile. "A cunning physician shows mercy. I shall not harm you. You may either perish on your own or allow me to guide you. But I will not tolerate harm to others." "Cunning physician? You consider yourself one?" Third sister's expression wavered. I remained non-committal, indeed without a doubt. "Impossible." She sneered. "A cunning physician is a direct descendant, and you have only trained for a little over a month. How could you claim such a title?" I chuckled coldly. "Very well. Allow me to demonstrate." Without waiting for her response, I grasped an exorcism talisman and, with 2 strides, pressed it firmly upon her crown. Instantly, dark smoke billowed from her back, and a tiny, swaddled infant emerged, shrieking as it leapt onto the bedside table. Meanwhile, third sister swayed and collapsed onto the bed. What? What have you done to your third sister? Suddenly, mother rushed forward, shouting, "Are you seeking revenge? Why did you slap her?" Eldest sister desperately restrained mother and implored, "Mom, he is our brother. He only wishes to save third sister. How could he possibly harm her? Please don't go over there. Xiaobu is currently exorcising." Exorcising? What evil could possibly be present? You wretched girl. You are just like your grandmother. Spouting nonsense. Mother raged, unleashing a torrent of scorn upon eldest sister. Unable to endure any longer, I bellowed with a dark countenance. "Silence, Lu Tsuafan. Do you wish for your daughter to perish?" Mother was taken aback, momentarily stunned, and scoffed. You little wretch, dare to call my name?" I disregarded her, casting her a disdainful glance before directing my attention to the malevolent infant. Strangely enough, despite its ferocity, the infant's soul fire flickered faintly. "Little one, have you been suppressed in your spirit? Is that why you cannot be reborn?" I inquired. The malevolent infant bared its teeth, skepticism evident in its expression. "Are you truly a sorcerer?" I nodded affirmatively and proposed. "Very well, you must depart and never return. I shall assist in regulating your soul fire, facilitating your rebirth." The malevolent infant retorted angrily, "Do you think that mere rebirth suffices? Do you have any idea how difficult it is for me to await an opportunity for reincarnation? After enduring the torment of the underworld, I finally managed to enter a human womb, and before I could be born, I perished once more, only to have my brain extracted, becoming a wild specter. Even if I were to be reborn, I would merely die in vain, condemned to suffer the tortures of the unjust underworld. Who have I wronged? I refuse to accept this. I demand her life. When will the cycle of vengeance ever end? The transgressions she has committed shall inevitably be reckoned with. Yet the one to execute such reckoning is not you." I patiently reassured her, saying, "Very well. When it is time for your departure, I shall burn 1,000 talismans of the enigmatic healer, and the officials of the underworld will regard our healer's reputation, allowing you to endure lesser punishment." The ghostly infant paused momentarily, weighing the pros and cons, and gazed at my third sister, whose complexion was gradually restoring, and said, "All right, I consent. However, I cannot bear the thought of such an irresponsible woman continuing to live." I responded coldly, "It is easy to kill her. Yet doing so would subject you to the punishment of thunder and fire, reducing you to ashes. Do you deem that worthwhile? Now depart. Can I trust your words? What if you fail to fulfill your promise within 49 days? It won't take that long," I declared with unwavering confidence. "Within 21 days. Should I fail to grant your wish, you may seek me out at Fongjingjai." "Very well, you have my word." The ghostly infant blinked her mischievous eyes and swiftly vanished through the window. I turned to face my mother, elder sister, and second sister, letting out a cold snort. "The consultation fee is 880. Who shall pay?" My elder sister hastily replied, "I shall pay. I shall pay. By the way, Xiaobu, who were you speaking with just now? Is my third sister well?" I cast a glance back at my third sister and coldly remarked, "What? Still pretending to be asleep? Rise and inform your dear mother and sisters of whom I was conversing with." My third sister slowly opened her eyes, gradually sitting up, and lowered her head to evade our mother-s scrutinizing gaze. "Tell me, is it true that you are out engaging with others and that you have lost your child?" Mother asked, trembling and glaring with wide eyes. Sister San remained silent, furiously ruffling her tousled yellow hair. "I asked you to speak. You ungrateful wretch," Mother shouted in exasperation. Observing the scene before me, a rather unsavory sense of pleasure surged within my heart, and an involuntary smirk crept upon my lips. "What are you laughing at?" Sister San, having caught my fleeting smile, retorted in a fit of indignation, "You a mere country bumpkin, dare mock me? Do you think you have any right? So what if I've been promiscuous? So what if I've had an unplanned pregnancy and an abortion?" With a sharp slap, Mother struck her, tears brimming in her eyes as she bellowed, "You wretched girl, he is right about you." I had no desire to witness this farce any longer. I smiled and accepted the cash that eldest sister handed me, promptly turning to leave. Wait a moment. Mother suddenly interjected. Are you sure she won't encounter further trouble? Approaching her, I spoke with a sardonic smile. Ms. Liu, you are an intellectual, a materialist. Are you certain you wish to indulge in these superstitious and futile notions? Mother recognized my retribution, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. Yet she ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Although a breath of relief escaped me, an inexplicable discomfort lingered in my heart. I was eager to avoid any further delays and declared loudly, I can only say that there should be no major issues. When I return, I must perform a rite for that ghostly child. If you are concerned, perhaps you could inquire about the fate of her child. It would save me considerable trouble. I fear someone may have meddled with that spectral infant. Mother and elder sister, along with the second sister, simultaneously directed their gaze towards the third sister. Perhaps it was the fact that I, the rural lad they had always looked down upon, had saved her, which now subjected her to the scrutiny of our mother and sisters. In that moment, the third sister felt a pang of humiliation. She abruptly leaped off the bed and approached my side, exclaiming, Stop putting on an act. What is it that you desire? I have no intention of being indebted to you, lest you cling to us like a persistent leech in the future. Besides, my misfortune may very well be a result of your presence. Such bitter words, had they been uttered in the past, would have incited in me a fervent desire to slap her across the face. Yet now, I remained remarkably tranquil. You wish to settle things? I inquired. Indeed. The third sister scoffed disdainfully. What? You want money but are too ashamed to ask. As she spoke, she snatched a handbag, unzipped it, and furiously demanded, How much do you want? With a smile gracing my lips, I replied in the most venomous tone, Ah, how affluent you are. Surely, this is the parting gift and the cost of your abortion from that wild lover of yours. You. The third sister's face turned a deep shade of anger, her body trembling as the money in her hand scattered across the floor. I understood the adage that it is better to wound the heart than to take a life. At this moment, all my resentment towards this family erupted like a tempest. You wish to be clear of each other? Can you truly achieve that? I saved your life. What can you possibly offer in return? Surely, you and T dare to die again, just to prove a point. I am certain you lack the courage for that. Very well, if you truly desire to settle things, then kneel before me and utter the words, I have knelt before a rural person. Robo, you would make your own sister kneel to you. Our mother raised her hand to point at me, but before she could finish her sentence, her complexion turned pale, and she collapsed. Chapter 19. The master's room holds a woman humans can often be despicable. I harbored a deep-seated resentment towards my mother, my teeth clenched in bitterness. Yet, when she suddenly fainted, an inexplicable pang of sorrow pierced my heart, compelling me to embrace her tightly. Mother, please awaken. My elder sister and the others seemed relatively unperturbed, merely whispering softly into my mother's ear. What is happening? Is she unwell? I inquired. My elder sister nodded, then shook her head, saying, It's an old ailment. She tends to faint when agitated. The doctors can never pinpoint any issue. She just needs to rest for a while. I lifted my mother's eyelid to examine her, noting her eyes rolled back, a dark line connecting her pupils to her temples. A sense of confusion enveloped me. This was a condition often seen in those who have been long afflicted by negative energies. Many who work in mortuaries and crematories exhibit similar symptoms, seemingly fine day by day, yet gradually depleted of vital energy, leading to faintness and anxiety. However, my mother worked in her convenience store, rarely encountering corpses. How could this be? Let us lay mother down on the bed, my elder sister suggested. I nodded in agreement, and together with my elder and younger sisters, we escorted my mother back to her room. It was my first time entering her sanctuary, and a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. When we placed her upon the bed, I noticed a large black and white photograph hanging directly opposite. The image depicted a spirited middle-aged man, beneath which lay 2 vibrant bouquets of chrysanthemums. Though I had never met my father, an instinctual feeling led me to believe that the man in the photograph was indeed him. His gaze was piercing, a smile lingering on his lips, as if he were intentionally observing me. A sudden pang struck my heart as I cast a fleeting glance, quickly averting my gaze. Throughout my life, those around me have insisted that my father's fate was exchanged for my own, and subconsciously, I've always felt indebted to him. Eldest sister, I shall take my leave, I uttered, discomfort swirling within me as I turned and exited the room. My third sister remained rooted in place, biting her lip as she gazed at me, softly murmuring, I thank you this time, but you need not come again. Your presence only serves to make us both uncomfortable. Without sparing her a glance, I spat defiantly and ventured out onto the street alone. The cold wind howled outside, and not a soul was in sight. I rubbed my numbed hands together, pondering the situation with my third sister. Regardless of the circumstances, the malevolent spirit of that ghostly infant loomed large, and I needed to act swiftly to resolve it. By the time I returned to Fongjingjai, it was already late into the night. As I approached the door, I raised my hand to knock, only to be startled by the sounds emanating from the front hall, and it was a woman's voice. Good heavens! My master had instructed me not to return, and I had assumed he wished to ease the rift between myself and my family. It appears he had no intention of welcoming me back at all. Yet, he claimed to be without children or a wife. So who could this woman be? It seemed I would have to find a place of my own. Lingering at my master's residence was neither fair to him nor practical for me. Blushing, I pivoted and returned to the commercial street. After much contemplation, it seemed the only option for the night was to spend it at the bar at the street's end. Just as I wavered in indecision, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before me. Is it not Tian Yusen, the rotund figure swaying in a suit? A surge of excitement coursed through me, prompting me to quickly conceal myself behind a billboard. Tian Yusen's attire today was rather peculiar. He donned a black top hat, wrapped in a thick scarf, and sported a pair of oversized sunglasses. His gait was markedly different from before, exhibiting a newfound vigor. Were it not for his corpulent frame and distinctive handlebar mustache, I might have struggled to recognize him. He strode directly towards the foot spa city, where the tattooed security guard at the entrance nodded in acknowledgement, clearly indicating that he was a regular patron. Just as my master had foretold, fortune had indeed turned in my favor. I had been worried about locating him. If Tian were to elude me today, I would forsake my surname, Luo, and adopt the name of Bear. Without further contemplation, I dashed towards the foot spa city. As before, from a distance, the tattooed man extended his arm, signaling me to halt. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the 800 yuan given to me by the lady, hurling it into the tattooed man's embrace while angrily exclaiming, Have you lost your senses? I'm a client of the one who just entered. Do you dare to obstruct me? Initially, the tattooed man wore a scowl, but upon grasping the money, his expression transformed into a grin as he bent slightly in deference, saying, Ah, it is a guest of Master's son. Please do come in. I merely snorted and proceeded through the entrance. Good sir, are you here for entertainment, or do you have an appointment? A smiling waitress approached, her demeanor warm and inviting. I glanced at her and stammered, Master's son, I have an appointment with Master's son. The sultry maid laughed heartily, playfully tilting my chin as she said, Mr. San has retired to his private room, 309. Once you've concluded your business, should you be inclined, do come find me. How intriguing that Tian Yusen has a suite here. I gifted the maid a pound of autumn spinach, and the beauty beamed with delight before hastily ascending the stairs. Room 309 was located at the far end of the corridor, its door firmly shut, adorned with a Do Not Disturb sign. I leaned against the door, listening intently. Faint rustling sounds emanated from within, reminiscent of someone rummaging through a cabinet. Regardless of the circumstances, I was resolute in my intent to clarify matters concerning my grandmother today. With determination, I approached and knocked on the door. To my surprise, the noise within ceased abruptly. Mr. Sun, please open the door. I've brought a fruit platter. Yet, silence lingered inside. Was it possible that Tian Yusen was preoccupied with something else? I paid no heed to that. I knocked again, raising my voice. Mr. Sun, kindly open the door. We need to inspect the plumbing in your room. Before I could finish my sentence, the door suddenly creaked open just a sliver, and a smooth hand reached out, swiftly pulling me inside. Before I could comprehend the situation, a glinting dagger was pressed against my throat in the dimness. Chapter 20. A chance encounter. Everything unfolded with startling abruptness, and my heart sank as I realized the gravity of the situation. I never anticipated that I would so effortlessly fall into the hands of another. Perhaps I was simply too young. "What are you doing, son?" I exclaimed, my voice trembling as I protested. "I am merely a server." However, Tane Yusin remained silent, pressing a knife against my throat while his other hand slid down my hip. Probing my pockets, I understood his intention. He was searching for any lethal weapons I might possess. This was a critical moment. If I failed to seize it, I would undoubtedly become prey. With resolve, I bit my lip, and, seizing the opportunity while he was off balance, I lunged forward, and we tumbled together into the room like a pair of tumbling dolls. Tane Yusin was taken aback by my audacity. The knife clattered from his grasp, hitting the floor with a resonant clang. I capitalized on this moment, using my agility to pin him beneath me. Yet, to my bewilderment, Tane Yusin's corpulent form felt unexpectedly light, as if his body were filled with soft padding, akin to that of a dumpling. Could it be that this man was not truly Tane Yusin? Instinctively, I reached into his clothing and yanked, only to pull out a down comforter. As I stood there, astonished, the figure beneath me suddenly erupted with fury, rolling over and trapping me beneath his weight. In this intimate confrontation, our bodies pressed together. I was a heavy slap struck my face, and Tane Yusin finally spoke, furiously exclaiming, "Rogue." The sound was crisp and melodious, so familiar to me. Concurrently, a faint scent of orchid wafted into my nostrils. She was. In a moment of urgency, I could not afford to ponder, and I called out loudly, "Teacher Tsong, is that you?" The dagger's glimmer halted just an inch away from me. I exhaled deeply and whispered, "Indeed, it is you. I am Luobwa. Do you remember? The Luobwa from Haishuatan village." Song Yin paused for a moment, then abruptly stood up, locked the door, and turned on the light. "Little rogue? It's actually you." Song Yin gazed at me, somewhat astonished, and inquired, "What are you doing here?" I quickly scrambled to my feet and retorted, "I was about to ask you the same. Why are you dressed as this dead fat man? You're a perfectly good girl, turned into an eyesore." Song Yin smiled slyly, shedding her bulky attire, then removed the mask and false beard from her face, revealing her true appearance. "Little rogue, do you realize you were almost done for just now? Now tell me, how did you know it was me?" "It was actually the scent on you that alerted me." "Scent?" "Yes, a hint of orchid fragrance, though subtle. It was delightful, reminiscent of something rather intoxicating. Get lost." Though Song Yin feigned ferocity, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. I chuckled. "So how did you know I wasn't a waiter?" Song Yin, with a sardonic expression, remarked, "Are you foolish? You should have done your homework before entering. There are absolutely no male attendants here." "Oh, now makes sense." Seeing Song Yan smile, reminiscent of old acquaintances, filled me with warmth. I inquired, "You still haven't explained. Why are you disguised as Tane Yusin?" "Tane Yusin?" She replied, "Surely you cannot be so ignorant as to not even know his name while impersonating him. Dare I say, has your gang set its sights on some treasure of his?" Song Yin replied earnestly, "I only know him by his nickname in the underworld, Master Sun, but I am unaware of his real name. I seek him to conduct a transaction." "A transaction?" I chuckled. "And you think you can rummage through his belongings by masquerading as him? I am well aware of your gang's reputation for thievery and robbery. If it can be stolen, then steal it. If it can be snatched, then snatch it." "Bah!" Song Yin retorted. "Who told you that? What you describe pertains to the old rogues. We new rogues have always been above board. My urgency in finding this person compelled me to adopt his appearance and investigate his private room. Thus, it became clear that the figure I had seen lingering outside the foot massage establishment the previous night, assisting Elder Yang Lanji, was indeed Song Yin. Now, tell me about yourself. How did you arrive in Yin City? And what brings you to the foot massage parlor? Surely, you haven't succumbed to vice." Song Yin teased, her brows raised playfully. I could only chuckle softly. "Ah, that tale is rather lengthy. Yet I must say, the ladies here are undeniably exquisite." "You truly are a lecher," Song Yin exclaimed, slightly miffed. Seeing her pout, a warmth spread through my heart. "Hello, Teacher Song. Are you particularly unwilling for me to go astray?" "TSK, your character has nothing to do with me," Song Yin remarked, rolling her eyes. After that, the two exchanged a knowing smile. and I was reminded of the first time I saw her with a nosebleed. Pausing for a moment, I finally spoke up. To be honest, the person you're searching for, Mr. Sun, is also the individual I seek. He appeared at my home the day before my grandparents met their unfortunate fate, asking for my grandmother's assistance. At that time, he had been bitten, and his wound was festering with maggots and a near-death appearance. Is that true? Song Yin exclaimed. Could the item he possessed be the very one I discarded? I was puzzled. What are you talking about? What item? Oh, it's nothing. I was merely referring to a transaction I wished to conduct with him. Song Yin replied, her words somewhat disjointed, hinting at an unspoken truth. Unravel, what are your intentions in seeking him? I sighed and continued. Do you remember the injury sustained by my grandmother during the ambush? You claimed it was inflicted by a rodent. This Tian Yusin also claimed to have been wounded by a giant rat, which raises my suspicion that my grandmother's death is connected to him. I previously visited Tianjia village to investigate, but there is no record of a Tian Yusin there. His concealed identity only deepens my concern about his true nature. Song Yin appeared contemplative, muttering to herself, I see. I initially thought he was merely a businessman. It seems I underestimated him. In that case, we must investigate further. My heart raced with excitement as I eagerly asked, do you have a way to do that? Song Yin nodded slightly and remarked, there is indeed someone who can be of assistance. However, this individual is excessively avaricious, making it quite challenging to extract information from him. If you escort me to meet him, I would prostrate myself in reverence, just to ascertain the whereabouts of Tian Yusin. I exclaimed with fervor. Just as Song Yin was about to speak, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Both Song Yin and I were taken aback. Could it be that Tian Yusin himself had arrived? Or perhaps we had been discovered? Chapter 21. The elegant building time seemed to stand still as I, along with Song Yin, found ourselves at a loss, gazing at one another. After a few moments, the sound of knocking reverberated from outside once more. Mr. Sun, according to your custom, the freshest young lady has been sent to you. Shall I let her in? The voice that spoke was an elderly yet alluring woman, undoubtedly the matron of this establishment. Immediately following her words, the clinking of keys echoed from outside. How could this matron possess the key to Tian Yusin's private room? Song Yin pinched me urgently, exclaiming, you still have the presence of mind to chatter. Think of a solution quickly. If she enters, we will be exposed. Once we alert the snake, Tian Yusin may never return. Reflecting on Song Yan's words, I realized the gravity of the situation. We absolutely could not allow the matron to gain entry. After a brief moment of contemplation, an idea struck me. I glanced at Song Yin and remarked with a smile, Teacher Song. True to my plan, the matron fell for the ruse and departed. Song Yin and I lingered in Tian Yusin's room for a full quarter of an hour, awaiting the assurance that the corridor was devoid of any presence before we resolved to leave. Before stepping out, Song Yin hurried to the restroom, tinkering for a while. When she emerged, she had transformed into a modern woman, perfectly suited to the vibrant atmosphere. I was taken aback, gazing at her in astonishment. Your makeup skills are astonishing, I exclaimed. Song Yin shot me a piercing look and retorted, as courtesans, we engage in skilled trades. I have been learning the art of disguise since I was 3. This is merely child's play. Moreover, avert your gaze from me. Otherwise, I shall have to extract your eyes. I reluctantly nodded and stepped out with Song Yin. As we descended the stairs, the lively gathering on the second floor continued unabated, filled with men and women embracing one another. The moment Song Yin appeared, the lustful gazes of the men in attendance were immediately drawn toward her. With a stern expression, I swiftly enveloped Song Yin in my embrace and walked purposefully toward the exit. Behind us, a cacophony of whispers ensued. Song Yin struggled against my arm, prompting me to softly inquire, what is the matter? Has my extravagant display caused you distress? Please smile for me. The security at the entrance knows me well, and any misstep will be detrimental for us both. Song Yin managed a stiff smile and retorted, you little rascal, daring to take advantage of the situation. Just wait. Upon exiting the establishment, she promptly slid into a red Jeep Wrangler. I was taken aback by her choice of such a bold vehicle, yet it undeniably suited her free-spirited nature. Just as I was about to enter, The door suddenly swung open with a loud thud, striking me squarely on the forehead and nearly rendering me unconscious. "You!" I seethed with indignation. Song Yin merely laughed and said, "Serves you right. That's your retribution. Should you dare to lay a hand on me again, you'll regret it." In the confines of the car, I had no choice but to relent, especially since the person she intended to introduce me to was of great significance. The vehicle circled the inner ring before finally halting in front of an elegantly antiquated building. As I alighted and raised my gaze, I noticed 3 gilded characters emblazoned above. Pin Shang Lu beside it, a smaller inscription read, Yin Qing Niu Jia Porcelain Association. It dawned on me that we had arrived at a hub for porcelain trade. At this hour, it was already past midnight, and a solitary beam of light illuminated the darkened building. "You don't mean to say he is a porcelain dealer, do you?" asked Song Yin, who silenced the inquiry with a finger to her lips. "Hush, you will know when you meet him." Instead of knocking on the door, Song Yin approached a small display window at the front of the building and extracted a peculiar creature from her pouch. The strange insect easily slipped through a tiny opening in the window, and within a minute, all the lights in the building suddenly flared to life. Just as I was taken aback, the shop door burst open, and an elderly hunchback emerged, resembling the earth god from Journey to the West. With a smiling face, he clasped his hands and said, "Mist Song, what a pleasure to see you." Song Yin replied with a slight smile, "Pardon the intrusion, hunchback, but is your young master at home?" The hunchback nodded and grinned. "Indeed he is. Your peculiar insect has already woken him." Before he could finish, a wail echoed from above. "Ah, what strange creature is this? Song Xiaoyan, is that you rascal? Can a man get a good night's sleep?" Accompanying the shout, a lanky figure clad in pajamas tumbled down the stairs, while the strange insect flitted behind him, buzzing its wings in a frenzied dance. Chapter 22, I Desire Your Six-Fingered Child Song. Yin smiled as she waved her hand, and the strange insect obediently spiraled down to rest in her palm. She placed the creature into her pouch and exclaimed cheerfully, "Brother Nyo, I apologize for the inconvenience, but I fear I would not have been able to meet you tonight had I not done this." The thin man tousled his unruly hair and scoffed, "Only you, Mist Song, would dare to toy with me in such a manner. If it were anyone else, I would surely have severed their hand." At this moment, I could clearly see that while the thin man possessed a relatively pleasing appearance, he had single eyelids and a prominent nose, which, combined with his gaunt frame, reminded me of the Bat King Wei Yixiao from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. "Ah, Miss Song even has an entourage today." The thin man scrutinized me and remarked, "You certainly do not appear to be a person of the Jianghu." I remained silent, but Song Yin interjected, "He is not a person of the Jianghu, but undoubtedly a good man, my friend, Luo Bo." Luo Bo. The thin man chuckled. "That name is quite a rustic charm." This insufferable thin man was teasing me about my name, which instantly dampened my spirits. Yet, considering I would need to ask him for a favor later, I forced a smile and clasped my hands in greeting. The thin man returned the gesture and said, "Just a jest, my brother. I hope you do not take offense. My surname is Nyo, and my given name is Fun. I'm the proprietor of this porcelain shop." Nyo Fun? I chuckled inwardly, pondering how lacking in imagination his father must have been to bestow such a name upon his son. Nyo Fun cast a sidelong glance at Song Yin before leaning closer to whisper in my ear, "Brother, Asin T Mist Song, quite beautiful." I was taken aback, wondering why he would bring this up during our first meeting. Could it be that he harbored feelings for Song Yin? As I was about to speak, Neophan quietly remarked, "Brother, you possess quite the audacity. Knowing how stunning Miss Song is, you still dare to accompany her in public. I truly admire such fearless spirit." His nonsensical words left me utterly perplexed, entirely unaware of his meaning. "Hey, what are you whispering about?" Song Yin interjected loudly, clearly displeased. Neophan mischievously winked at me, chuckling, "Oh, nothing much. I was merely discussing with this brother the correlation between the ozone layer and human flatulence. Now, let us ascend to the upper floor for some tea." Neophan led the way, with Song Yin and me following closely behind. "Hey, what did Neophan just say to you?" Song Yin inquired softly. "Oh, it was nothing. He merely complimented your beauty." "A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. Don't heed his nonsense. Anything he says that doesn't cost you a dime is undoubtedly a fabrication. Cost. Oh, I forgot to mention. I continued. Although Pinshanglu is a porcelain shop, that S merely Neof S side venture. It's true, fame lies in the wealth of information it possesses. Pinshanglu has informants scattered across the nation, gathering various intelligence and relaying it to headquarters. If you seek someone or wish to inquire about matters, there's nothing they do not know. As long as you can afford it, they could even tell you whether Sister Feng has a birthmark. Why would I want to inquire about Sister Feng's birthmark? You're such a simpleton. I was merely making an analogy. But what if I asked him to investigate whether Song Yin has a birthmark? Could he do that too? Song Yin, with a fierce expression, exclaimed, "Leave. There's no need for you to investigate. I shall inform you directly." She ascended the stairs, and a servant approached with tea. Neofen took a sip and remarked, "You must have come at this late hour for the Huayua Pearl, miss." Song Yin nodded, producing a card and handing it over. "The password remains the same. There is 1 million inside." I was taken aback, wondering what transaction could possibly be worth such a sum. Neofen, unreserved, accepted the card and snapped his fingers. Immediately, a young woman in a cheapao emerged from the adjoining room, carrying a box, which she opened before Song Yin. As the box was unveiled, a soft golden light shimmered forth. I blinked, realizing it was a pearl, grayish-white in hue. It bore a resemblance to the pearl my grandmother had placed into the mouth of a great tiger, albeit with a slight variation in color. In these times, with people constantly on the move and spiritual artifacts lacking a tranquil place for cultivation, such treasures are indeed hard to come by. Though its quality was somewhat lacking, it was the finest that I could procure with utmost effort, Neofen declared. Song Yin sighed and replied, "I understand. Nonetheless, thank you, Brother Nyo." As she spoke, she took the pearl and tucked it into her bosom. "Brother Nyo, there's another matter for which I seek your assistance. I wish to locate someone," Song Yin said, glancing at me politely. Neofen, with a crafty glint in his eyes, responded with a grin, "Xiao Yin, be more specific. Is it you searching for someone? Or is it this gentleman?" "It is I declared loudly. Song Yin pulled me aside and hurriedly said, "Indeed, he is searching, and I too am on a quest. This individual possesses something I desire." Neofen waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Xiao Yin, you are aware of the rules here. Each person must handle their own affairs. Since this is his matter, it is only fitting that he secures the funding." As he spoke, Neofen cast a sidelong glance at me and inquired, "Brother, pray tell, whom are you seeking?" "A rather rotund fellow, who goes by the name Tian Yusen, though in the underworld he is referred to as Master Sun. Is that all?" Neofen raised an eyebrow at me. I hesitated momentarily before continuing. When I encountered him, his hand bore a gruesome wound, festering with maggots. He claimed to have been bitten by a rat, yet I suspect the veracity of his statement. "Ah, now I see. He must be a rat trainer." Neofen chuckled softly. "A rat trainer?" I interjected, eager for clarification. Song Yin explained from the side, "You do not comprehend. A rat trainer is not merely one individual, but rather a colloquial term for unscrupulous rat tamers in the underworld. While most train rats for performances, some despicable Taoist practitioners train them for thievery, or even employ them to enact curses and spread poison." "Precisely," Neofen asserted with confidence. "The wounds you described appear alarming, seemingly life-threatening, yet in reality, they are of little consequence. They are merely inflicted to control the trained rats." Upon hearing this, I was instantly filled with trepidation. If that is the case, then Tian Yusen's initial visit to seek out my grandmother was indeed sinister in intent. What ulterior motives did he harbor for coming to Haishuden village? What connection did he have to my grandmother's demise? "Boss Nyo, could you assist me in finding out where Tian Yusen is now?" I implored eagerly. "Certainly," Neofen replied with enthusiasm. "Locating someone is a trivial matter. I shall provide you with an answer in 3 days. However, you must first pay a consultation fee of 30,000. Consultation fee? I was taken aback, utterly dumbfounded. Although Song Yin had mentioned that information about this individual would come at a cost, I never anticipated that merely inquiring about a person would demand such a sum. The only parts of me that could possibly be worth 30,000 were my 2 kidneys. "What's this?" "Song Yin, have you brought me a novice?" Neophan furrowed his brow as he gazed at Song Yin. In this era of commodity economy, this fellow can't expect me to work for free. Song Yin hurriedly interjected. How could that be? I completely forgot. His money was just in my possession. With that, she quickly retrieved 3 bundles of cash from her bosom. Song Yin was about to pay for me, but I couldn't allow that. Just as I opened my mouth to protest, Song Yin shot me a fierce glare. Neophan held the money to his nose, sniffed it, and then tossed it onto the table. Enough of your tricks, Mist Song. This money bears no trace of his essence. Even if it had passed through his hands, my keen sense would have detected it. Alas, there is not a hint of his presence. Song Yin appeared somewhat embarrassed, but managed to smile. Brother Nyo, please make an exception. It's not that I wish to undermine your rules. It's just that this matter pertains to a life. You've always admired my ancestral jade pendant, haven't you? I shall gift it to you, hoping for your assistance. As she spoke, she produced a richly green double-carp jade pendant from her bosom. The pendant radiated the luster of ancient jade, clearly an invaluable treasure. Unacceptable. I rose to my feet and proclaimed loudly, This is your ancestral possession. There is no need for you to sacrifice it for me. As I spoke, I turned to Neophan and said, Your esteemed self, having just arrived. I truly lack sufficient funds. However, I vow that in the future, I will repay you, even if it means laboring for you, serving as your subordinate, or kneeling before you. Neophan smiled faintly, placing the jade pendant into Song Yan's hand, and replied, It is not that I, Neophan, am devoid of compassion. It is simply that the customs of my ancestors dictate that one must bear their own burdens, and I cannot acquiesce to your request. Yet, he truly lacked money. Song Yin, feeling anxious, exclaimed, Is it not possible for Brother Nyo to show our Lyoka gang some favor? Neophan squinted at me, as if appraising a golden ingot, and after a moment, he spoke, Is there truly nothing of value in his possession? Ah, there is. Do I possess something? I was taken aback and blurted out, State your demand. Whatever I can provide, I shall give. Neophan, with a serious demeanor, declared, I require your finger, the one with 6 digits. Chapter 23. The daytime ghosts. I was taken aback when Neophan boldly declared his desire for my 6th finger. During this period, I had grown indifferent to my unusual digit, yet his sudden mention of it resurrected the familiar pangs of insecurity from my childhood, feelings of being scrutinized by others. Instinctively, I withdrew my left hand behind me, my gaze fixated on Neophan. I was uncertain whether he was jesting. If he was, I was ready to confront him. Unfortunately, he appeared utterly serious, devoid of any trace of mockery. Neophan, what are you saying? Song Yin exclaimed, noticing my pallid complexion and directing a sharp reprimand towards him. Neophan, unfazed, turned his attention back to me and said, Do not be astonished. I speak with utmost sincerity. If you agree, I shall take care of the arrangements for finding someone. Moreover, I will cover the expenses for the surgery to remove your 6th finger. And I will also ensure that you receive cosmetic surgery for your hand. What do you think? Song Yin interjected vehemently. Neophan, enough of this. Neophan shook his head, addressing Song Yin. My icy princess, you have never shown such enthusiasm for others. Could it be that you have developed a fondness for this brother? If so, I advise you to quell those thoughts and allow him to live a few more days. Song Yan's face flushed with indignation as she stepped forward, gripping Neophan's collar in a blend of shame and fury. If you continue to speak nonsense, I shall stuff a sinister insect into your ear. Neophan hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, No, I shall cease my words. Is that not sufficient? Song Yin released her grip and retorted, Can you not propose an alternative condition for exchange? What purpose do you have for a finger? Should it truly be severed? It would be a gruesome sight. Do you not find that unsettling? This young lady is of no concern. I firmly believe it is worth this price. Moreover, it shall not be a gruesome affair. With a grin, Neophan remarked, Brother, you understand without my saying that this finger is a burden to you, having caused you much suffering since childhood, has it not? Rather than endure this, it would be better to eliminate it. The surgery to remove the 6th finger is not a daunting task. To sever, it would be a liberation for you. To be honest, I found myself somewhat hesitant. For me, this 6th finger symbolizes misfortune. Each step of my calamity has been entwined with it, and since I became aware, I have longed to rid myself of it. However, the venerable Xianming cautioned against it, saying it must remain until after 3.5 tribulations. Now, having finally traversed 3.5 tribulations, I have begun to perceive a glimmer of utility in this sixth finger. Is it truly wise to sever it? If I cut it off, I would erase the memory of shame and might uncover the whereabouts of Tian Yusen. Yet if I do not, I remain unchanged. My inability to confront this sixth finger stems from the humiliation it embodies, a notion rooted in my childhood. Yet now, I comprehend that a person's dignity and indignity are not solely determined by a mere finger. They are not. When I aided the elderly Yang Lanji, she expressed her gratitude, and after assisting third sister, she continued to disdain me. The disparate outcomes are not my responsibility, but rather lie with others. Since I have done enough, why must it be I who changes rather than them? Suddenly, I rose and declared, Song Yin, let us depart. Song Yin exhaled deeply and followed me downstairs, evidently apprehensive that I might truly entertain thoughts of self-harm. As Niufan escorted me to the door, he chuckled, Brother, feel free to come find me whenever you've made up your mind. I calmly replied, Rest assured, even if this finger is a mere stirring stick, I shall never entertain the thought of cutting again. By this time, dawn had already broken, and Song Yin was silently driving me back. Stealing glances at her, I noticed the morning sun illuminating her face so radiantly, causing an inexplicable warmth to bloom within my heart. As we approached my stop, I felt a twinge of reluctance. I could not fathom why my spirits soared so effortlessly in Song Yan's presence. When will I see you again? Fear not, we shall meet again. Do not worry about Tian Yusen. I will certainly find a way to assist you. To my astonishment, we both spoke simultaneously. We paused in surprise, then burst into laughter. Standing at the entrance, I watched her car disappear into the distance, a sense of melancholy settling in my heart. Hey, what are you staring at? My master suddenly exclaimed, having opened the shop door and standing behind me. Startled, I turned to find him beaming with a rosy glow, clearly having enjoyed himself thoroughly the previous night. Master, I'm planning to find a place nearby to live on my own, I stammered. My master paused, squinting at my face as if scrutinizing something. Fearing he might uncover my knowledge of his late-night escapades, I quickly added, Master, please don't overthink it. I just want to— I see. He chuckled knowingly. You little rascal have a girlfriend, don't you? Looking for a cozy nest, are we? Youth is truly wonderful. With my master's support, you may go. I shall cover your rent for a month. I thought to myself, am I seeking a cozy abode for your sake? Yet, to be honest, since my grandparents have passed, my master has been the kindest person to me. Although we often engage in playful banter, I am genuinely grateful to him. With my master's funds, I managed to rent an extraordinarily inexpensive apartment in a nearby alley. I did not meet the landlord. The payment was made through the bank, and our conversation occurred solely over the phone. Her voice melodious, a gentle and soft-spoken woman. The apartment's amenities were somewhat outdated, but the significant savings on rent made me content to settle in. By day, I assisted at the shop, and after evening consultations, I returned home to sleep. For several consecutive days, all was peaceful. I awaited news from Song Yin daily, but alas, she was like the southern wind, leaving no trace. As for the foot massage parlor, Tian Yusen had not made another appearance. Approximately 10 days later, one afternoon, as snowflakes danced from the sky, my master had gone to the herbal market, leaving me to doze off alone in the apothecary. Suddenly, the half-open door swung open, allowing a gust of cold wind to sweep in. I lifted my gaze and found a young woman with a black umbrella standing in the shop. May I inquire if the enigmatic physician is present? Her voice was melodious yet tinged with a sense of melancholy. This girl was strikingly beautiful, with 2 playful braids, dressed in overalls, utterly adorable. However, her complexion was pallid, and her figure seemed ethereal, unmistakably ghostly. I was no longer the timid lad who trembled at the sight of spirits. Encountering the supernatural had become a commonplace affair for me. However, this girl is the first to visit during the day. Encountering the uncanny in broad daylight, it could either signify my impending doom or hers, compelling her to appear in the light of day. Dr. Fong is not present. May I inquire what brings you here, my lady? I asked with a hint of indifference. I am hungry. I am so hungry. The girl suddenly lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with a ravenous desire. Young sir, might I have a sip of your blood? Chapter 24. The concealed town suppressing talismans upon hearing the little ghost girl's words. I could not help but chuckle softly, finding it rather amusing. Was she not akin to a temple monk being scolded? How audacious of her to threaten a ghost doctor, albeit a rather inexperienced one, in broad daylight. With a smirk dancing on my lips, I rolled up my sleeves and replied, Child, should you dare to drink, then come forth. My blood is still warm. The little ghost girl pouted, her eyes widening as she retorted, Aren't you afraid of me? Afraid? How could I not be? I scoffed, adding, But I fear you may not survive the night. At this, her eyes widened in excitement, and she exclaimed, You truly are a ghost doctor. I shot her a glance, exasperated, and said, Do not be deceived by my age. While I may not be much older than you, I embarked on this path early. A bona fide ghost doctor, I have encountered and aided countless lost souls and spirits. Though not quite 100,000, I have surely amassed a respectable following. As I boasted, I lit 3 fragrant sticks of incense, placing them reverently before the little ghost girl. Given your tender age and your early departure from this world, I offer you these 3 sticks of incense. Gratefully, she nodded and leaned over the fragrant smoke, inhaling deeply, observing her ravenous consumption of the incense. I pondered how long it had been since her family had provided her with such offerings. Noting that she was around my age, a wave of sympathy washed over me, prompting me to pour a cup of tea and ask, plain water or tea? With an innocent smile, the little ghost girl replied, Ghost Doctor Brother, you are truly kind. By the way, do you have any cola? It has been ages since I last had some. Ah, how curious that even in death she still yearned for cola. I shook my head, turned around, and opened the refrigerator, retrieving a bottle of Coke. I popped the cap and placed it before her. The girl immediately leaned forward, indulging in a sip, and I noticed wisps of white mist rising from the soda. She let out a contented burp, utterly devoid of any ladylike demeanor. My elder brother disapprovingly remarked, Be mindful. Do you still think about indulging in food and drink? I see your spirit flickering faintly, your face glimmering with an eerie blue light. Tonight, the ghostly emissary shall surely seek you out for the underworld. Curiously, I inquired, Pray tell, what is your name? What brings you to seek the ghostly physician? At this question, the girl suddenly grew tense again, her big eyes darting about, evoking deep sympathy. Ghostly physician. My name is Xiao Shu. Today marks the 3rd anniversary of my death, and it is also the last chance I have to be reincarnated. I implore you to assist me. Though reluctant, I knew the world was unforgiving, so I revealed the harsh truth. Little one, I must be frank with you. I have just seen that your 3 souls are incomplete, and you are bound by the 5 elements. Given the current state, reincarnation is impossible. Even if the ghostly emissary were to take you back, it would only lead to hell, where you would become a ghostly slave. Indeed, I know. The little girl responded emphatically, surprisingly aware of her predicament. If you are aware, then why do you still beseech me? Even if I were to agree to help you recover your 3 souls and restore your 5 elements, today is your final deadline. It is too late. With tears welling in her eyes, Xiao Shu softly replied, I do not wish for reincarnation. I only want to return home to see my mother. At the tender age of 15, I departed from home, driven by the desire to earn a living and support my family. My mother remains blissfully unaware of my demise. A profound ache stirred within me, for even in death, a little girl still yearns for her mother's concern. Alas, my dear child, it has been 3 years since you departed this world. Why did you not return sooner, and why choose today? Do you not realize that in your spectral form, a mere touch of sunlight could scatter your essence into oblivion? Little Shu nodded, her face clouded with sorrow. Brother Guai, it is not that I do not wish to return, but rather that I am unable to. Could you accompany me? Once we arrive at my abode, you will understand. I gazed out at the snowy landscape and replied, You mean right now? Indeed, there is no time to wait until evening. As a practitioner of the arcane, it is my duty to assist her. Her symptoms indicated a disarray of the 5 elements, a condition that, in my master's words, signified an imminent threat to her very soul. Therefore, I felt compelled to help her, both out of compassion and obligation. Very well, let us embark. However, brace yourself, for today marks the 3rd anniversary of your passing. It is highly probable that if I restore your health, you will be claimed by the spectral emissaries tonight. Little Shu hastily nodded. I understand, but what choice do I have? If you can help me return to see my mother, I shall accept my fate, even if it means my soul is scattered. Rising, I donned my cotton coat and secured a gourd, steeped in the essence of the locust tree, to my waist. The locust tree, known as the tree of specters, is the most potent of all in harboring the Een spirit. Dear child, you must enter the gourd. Though I wield this black umbrella, it remains perilously dangerous outside. With a sweet smile, Xiao Shu expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Guimei, and upon finishing, she withdrew her soul and slipped into the gourd. Upon exiting, under Xiao Shu's guidance, we traversed several paths until we arrived beneath a dilapidated railway bridge in the old city of Yin City. This is the spot, Brother Guimei. Do you see that small round hole in the bridge pier? I reside there, Xiao Shu whispered softly from within the gourd. How could she inhabit such a tiny opening? Could it be that her body still lay within the pier? A sudden shock surged through me as I hastened towards it, oblivious to the curious gazes of passers-by. Peering into the small hole, I found the light dim and spent several moments examining it closely. At last, I discerned that the hole was about 7 or 8 centimeters deep, and on its walls were 2 droplets of long-dried blood. It dawned on me that this was Xiao Shu's blood. Without a body, her spirit had instinctively lingered beside her own lifeblood. Yet, how could blood have splattered into the crevice of the pier? Moreover, as an outsider, what was Xiao Shu's corpse? Was her identity never verified or reported back to her homeland after her demise? As these thoughts swirled in my mind, a chilling realization took hold. Evidence suggested that Xiao Shu's death was far from straightforward. Girl, you still haven't told me how you died, I exclaimed loudly. 2 elderly women passing by were startled by my outburst and muttered under their breath, crazy. Indeed, it was quite alarming to witness a man with a grim demeanor conversing with a bridge pier on a snowy day. After a brief pause, Xiao Shu replied softly, I don't remember. Do you still recall the individuals you once encountered in this city? Not at all. This seems illogical. Xiao Shu remembers her mother and hometown, yet she cannot recall her existence in Yin City. It defies reason. Xiao Shu, please confide in me why you have not yet reincarnated. Is there a secret you harbor? A desire for vengeance against someone? No, Xiao Shu promptly replied, feeling wronged. Eerie doctor brother, it's not that I wish to linger. I am simply unable to depart. Just look at the lampshade beside us, and you will understand. The lampshade? What connection could it possibly have with Xiao Shu's ability to leave? With curiosity, I approached the low lamp and examined it closely. At last, I discovered a secret inscribed upon the lampshade. Facing the bridge pier, a reverse sigil of the Mozhang town's warding charm, drawn with a waterproof pen. In other words, whenever the streetlight illuminates, the shadow of the warding charm is cast upon the bridge pier. Consequently, Xiao Shu is unable to move during the day, while at night, other spectral beings may roam freely. Yet she remains trapped, with nowhere to rely upon and nowhere to go, ensnared for 3 long years. It is no wonder she chose to embark on a perilous quest for assistance on such a gloomy, snow-laden day. A shiver coursed through me at the back of my head. The malice of human hearts is indeed chilling. Clearly, this talisman was no mere coincidence. It undoubtedly conceals a horrifying secret. Chapter 25. The Man in Black. Xiao Shu. Have you truly been trapped here for 3 years? A wave of discomfort washed over me. Xiao Shu fell silent for a moment before softly replying, Yes, in the past, I attempted to venture out on overcast days, but my ethereal essence was too feeble to escape Cloud City. Ultimately, with nowhere to turn, I had to return. The only remnants of my existence are these 2 drops of blood. 3 years, over 1,000 days, this was sheer torment for Xiao Shu. Those who cause such suffering are nothing short of beasts. A surge of anger ignited within me, and I slammed my palm against the talisman, shattering the glass lampshade into fragments. Passers-by in the snow turned to stare, while several elderly women muttered curses under their breath. Fury boiled within me, yet Xiao Shu, the heartless little creature, dared to chuckle softly, Thank you, Brother Gimi. How can you still find amusement at a time like this? I retorted coldly. Reflect on how you met your demise. It's futile, Brother Gimi, she replied. There's no time left. Tonight marks my final deadline. I must leave Cloud City, or I shall never see my family again. Have you never considered that perhaps you were murdered? I couldn't help but raise my voice. I have considered it, Xiao Shu said calmly, but what of it? I am already dead, and time is slipping away. But I am Gimi, I protested stubbornly. I refuse to accept this. I will take you to see my master. You must have been tampered with, your mind ensnared. As long as the master intervenes to aid in restoring your memories from the time after death, you will uncover the identity of your assailant. Mysterious physician brother, Xiao Shu suddenly spoke. I acknowledge your intentions, and I shall be eternally grateful to you. Please assist me fully and take me home. Relying solely on my own strength, I cannot possibly evade the enigmatic enforcers tonight. According to the rules imparted by my master, the enigmatic healer, who deftly navigates the arcane, possesses immeasurable virtue. However, it has never been stated that one could assist a spirit in evading the pursuit of these supernatural enforcers. Yet Xiao Shu is different. She is a victim, imprisoned for 3 years, and her sole desire is to reunite with her mother. How could I bear to refuse her? Have you considered the consequences? Upon fleeing from Yun City, you will become a target in the underworld, forever a solitary spirit. I have made up my mind. Even if I incur heavenly wrath or face divine retribution, I shall accept it. Xiao Shu's tone was resolute. I hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, my compassion outweighed my rationality. Very well, I shall grant your wish, but you must never return to Yun City. Otherwise, should you fall into the clutches of the enigmatic enforcers, do you comprehend the dire repercussions? Xiao Shu understood. The snow continued to fall as I lingered alone beneath the railway bridge until darkness enveloped the surroundings. Only when the lights flickered to life did I retrieve the gourd. Xiao Shu gracefully emerged from the gourd, planting a vigorous kiss upon my cheek. Mysterious physician brother, thank you. Your immense kindness is etched into my memory. This girl resembled a delicate sprite, yet alas, she had departed from this world. Had she lived, she would now be an elegant young woman of 18. My face flushed slightly, and I feigned nonchalance, saying, "Be careful on your journey." Dear brother, are you blushing? Surely, this is an outdated notion. My kiss was merely an expression of gratitude, so do not overthink it. Enough. You may be young, yet your thoughts are quite abundant. I retorted, chattering even in death. Now, tell me, where's your hometown? With that, I produced a piece of yellow paper and a vermilion pen. Little Shu mentioned the name of a remote village in the west, and I meticulously inscribed it in the center of the yellow paper. Following my master's teachings, I folded the paper into a crane. I then inserted a small knife into the hole of the bridge pier, extracting 2 pieces of blood scab, which I placed upon the crane. After setting it aflame, I closed my eyes and recited an incantation. When I reopened my eyes, Little Shu was already perched upon a yellow-feathered crane. We must hurry. By midnight, the ghostly envoy will arrive, and escape will be impossible. The 2 drops of blood have already ensured your passage. In Yun City, your presence will be erased, leaving the envoy powerless against you. Little Shu's large, watery eyes seemed to convey unspoken words. Yet, in the end, she merely waved her hand at me, pursed her lips, and turned away to take flight. After bidding farewell to Little Shu, an indescribable feeling lingered in my heart. Logically, I should be elated for having helped someone, yet excitement eluded me. A living individual has been murdered, yet no trace remains to pursue. This implies that at least one malevolent soul roams free. The cunning physician engages in deceit, both minor virtues and vices, yet these cannot alter the moral fabric of our world. Upon returning to Fongjingjai, it was already 10 o'clock at night, and to my astonishment, my master had yet to return. In but an hour, it would be time for the nocturnal consultation, a duty my master had never neglected. Adhering to tradition, I lit a stick of incense upon the desk and proceeded to hang a white paper lantern on the bamboo pole outside. As I re-entered the dwelling, poised to brew myself a cup of tea, I suddenly noticed, at some unbeknownst moment, a middle-aged man clad in black seated in the guest area. Startled, I tipped the teapot, scalding my own hand with the hot water. Who are you? When did you arrive? I exclaimed, shaking my hand to alleviate the sting while sizing up the intruder. The man was robust and angular, yet his expression was devoid of emotion. There was no sign of breathlessness, nor did he exude an ominous aura, leading me to conclude he was certainly not a specter. Are you the physician here? The man in black inquired in a calm, yet grave tone. Ah, yes, I am. You have committed an inexplicable act today that should not have been undertaken, he stated, his gaze piercing into my eyes with unwavering intensity. I was taken aback. Who was this man, and how did he know I'd let Xiao Shu go? It was a secret I had not even confided to my master, making it implausible for anyone else to know. Could it be that Xiao Shu's demise was at his hands? Yet that seemed unlikely, even if he were connected to her. How could he possibly know I was the one who had set her free? Nevertheless, it is but a trifling matter, hardly worthy of mention. Upon noticing my hesitance, the figure clad in black abruptly ceased his inquiries and rose, inquiring, "Where's Feng Jiuji?" Feng Jiuji, in truth, is my master. Thus, it seems this individual shares a past acquaintance with him. My master has yet to return from his outing. May I inquire as to your identity? You need not concern yourself with who I am. When your master returns, remind him not to forget the agreement made 2 decades ago. He must not engage in any clever tricks. I wish to press for further details, yet the man in black had already departed, seemingly indifferent to my presence. By the time I collected my thoughts and reached the door, he had vanished into the night. What an enigmatic character. Observing his lofty demeanor, I couldn't help but ponder whether he might be a creditor of my master. I silently contemplated this while lost in thought in the foyer. It wasn't until the early hours of dawn that my master finally returned. His face was flushed, reeking of alcohol, clearly having indulged quite a bit. "Master, did you not vow to abstain from liquor?" He chuckled. I encountered an old friend and shared a drink. "Come, Xiao Bu, light the lantern." I responded affirmatively and prepared to ignite the lantern, only to suddenly recall the words of the man in black. "Master, a man in black just visited. He mentioned the agreement made with you 2 decades ago, and you must not forget him, that man." Before I could finish, I witnessed my master's once rosy complexion drain to a pallid hue as he trembled and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 26. The master's wife. I was taken aback and hurriedly rushed forward to assist my master to his feet. My mind raced with thoughts of how much debt this old man had incurred to be so shaken. "Master, are you all right?" He exhaled deeply, seemingly lost in a daze. Murmuring, "They say what is destined to come will always arrive," yet I stubbornly refused to heed the warnings. "Master, what are you saying?" "Ah, it's nothing." His complexion suddenly returned to normal as he regarded me, saying, "I'm fine. It's just that I don't often indulge in alcohol. And after sudden drink, I feel a bit lightheaded." I understood that the situation must be more complex than he let on, yet I felt reluctant to pry further. So I merely nodded and inquired, "Master, shall we light the white lantern?" After a moment of hesitation, he seemed to plunge into contemplation. Finally, with a serious demeanor, he responded, "No, we shall not light it. For the time being, it will remain unlit." Just as I was about to turn and retrieve the lantern, my master suddenly called out to me with earnestness, saying, "Xiao Bu, tomorrow I must attend to some matters and may be away for over 20 days. During this period, you will manage the shop on your own. If patients can be postponed, do so. As for simpler ailments, you may prescribe remedies based on what your grandmother and I have taught you. The evening consultations are canceled, and absolutely do not hang the white lantern. Once darkness falls, you may return home to rest. Furthermore, the master will leave you a sum of money as a token of appreciation for your hard work during this period. Use it for your living expenses, perhaps acquire some new clothes, or procure a mobile phone. You must possess what other young individuals have. Do not allow anyone to underestimate you. Additionally, there lies a notebook, a compendium on my lifelong dedication." The master rambled on, yet no matter how I interpreted it, it felt akin to a final farewell. A wave of concern washed over me, and I could not suppress my inquiry. "Master, are you well? That man in black poses no threat to you, does he?" "How could that be?" The master scoffed. "We are practitioners of the enigmatic art of medicine, a profession rooted in virtue. Who would dare to challenge us?" Despite his words, his expression was fierce, indicating that the man in black was indeed no benign figure. Master. Enough, little boo. Why are you so chatty today? Do not ask further. The master suddenly displayed irritation, enunciating each word. Return home and rest immediately. Remember, you must not alter the arrangements in the apothecary. My chamber is currently fermenting medicine, and the door must remain closed. In essence, fulfill your duties without overexerting yourself. It was the first time I witnessed the master in anger. I could only nod reluctantly, don my coat, and step outside. As I exited, the master extinguished the lights. I mused that the old man was likely inebriated and wished to retire early. The following morning, I arrived at the shop as usual and true to his word. The master had indeed fled from his creditors. After surveying the premises, I found everything unchanged except for a new padlock on the master's bedroom door. However, on the table in the front hall lay a stack of money and a tattered notebook. The notebook requires no elaboration. It embodies the lifelong teachings of my master. However, my greater interest lies in wealth. Upon a cursory count, I discovered a staggering sum exceeding 50,000. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such a vast amount of money. The old man mentioned leaving me some living expenses, and I assumed it would merely be 1,000 or 800, so I did not decline. Who could have anticipated it would amount to so much? Oh, master, you truly are my dearest mentor. Clutching this substantial stack of money, I recalled the unscrupulous dealer, Neo Fun, from the Pinshang building. This foul creature once told me that for either 30,000 or a finger, he would divulge information about Tian Yusen. Yet here I am, now possessing wealth. Since my master is no longer present, and he certainly does not care about a mere half-day's consultation fee, I decisively locked the door and headed straight for the Pinshang building. The bustling establishment was filled with individuals from various places, all engaged in the trade of porcelain. I hurriedly ascended to the second floor when suddenly a gnarled hand, resembling a withered vine, obstructed my path. May I inquire whom you seek, young man? I glanced sideways to find it was none other than Yofun's steward, Uncle Ta. The old man, hunched and squinting, scrutinized me. Uncle Tuo, I am Luobo. Do you remember me? I visited that night with Song Yen. After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Tuo's mouth formed a na shape as he nodded. Ah, I recall now. You are a guest of Miss Song. I clasped my hands and quietly inquired, is your young master in? I urgently need to see him. Uncle Tuo furrowed his brow and replied, unfortunately, the young master has gone out for a stroll and has yet to return. I mused to myself, slender as a monkey, and yet still wandering aimlessly. These women are truly a pretentious heap of nonsense. Uncle Tu, who seeks me? As I silently cursed, I suddenly heard the voice of Neo from behind me. Uncle Tu approached, saying, young master, it is indeed the guest brought by Miss Song that night. Upon hearing this, Neofun's demeanor instantly brightened, and he hurried towards me, exclaiming, ah, it is Brother Luo. Have you reconsidered and decided to take the plunge? I let out a cold chuckle, retrieving 3 stacks of money from my pocket, forcefully tossing them into Neofun's arms, and declared loudly, now where's the person? Neofun clutched the money, yet his face bore an expression more dismal than a withered melon, muttering, have you thought it over? Saving 30,000 by foregoing a superfluous finger seems far more sensible. With the money now in my possession, I felt emboldened and retorted, no more idle chatter. I have paid. Now where's the information? Neofun shrugged, appearing somewhat helpless, and snapped his fingers at an attendant, whispering so. Has there been any news about this person? The attendant nodded and turned to me, stating, the individual you mentioned, Tian Yusen, is but an alias. His true name is Yin Yusen, a notorious rat leader in the Yin South region, cunning and shrewd. For reasons unknown, he has recently come into a windfall and has been gambling extravagantly in the underground casinos of the southern city for 3 consecutive days and nights. This information is 2 days old, since he did not come to settle the payment. If you seek him, you must hurry, for if you miss this opportunity, our Pinshang building will bear no responsibility. Neo Fun, this mercenary purveyor of information, had long possessed knowledge of Tian Yusen. No, Yin Yusen. I cast him a fierce glance and hurried towards the door. This rotund rat was exceedingly elusive, and I simply could not allow him to escape. Just as I was about to step outside, 3 roaring Land Rovers suddenly came to a halt in front of the Pinshang building, and over a dozen individuals, each exuding a rough demeanor, disembarked. At the forefront stood a young man, rather pleasing to the eye, adorned with ostentatious rings on his fingers, and a fierce glint danced in his eyes. It seemed yet another scion of a wealthy merchant had arrived, wielding his influence like a shield. I scoffed inwardly and attempted to slip away. To my surprise, the young man bellowed, "Speak! Who's called Loabwa? Step forward." Chapter 27. Trouble approaches. I was taken aback. They were indeed looking for me. In Cloud City, my acquaintances number fewer than 10. Why would anyone seek me out? Confusion swirled within me, prompting an involuntary turn of my body. As this group entered, their menacing presence extinguished the lively atmosphere of the bustling Pinshang Tower. Old Tua, sensing hostility, hurried over with a jovial demeanor, clasping his hands in greeting. "Ah, Master Jai, please come upstairs. Allow me to serve you some tea." The young Master Jai forced a stiff smile and retorted, "Old Tua, you may stand aside. Rest assured, I shall not cause a commotion in young Master Neo Fan's establishment. I merely wish to inquire, who is Loabwa?" A murmur of whispers erupted among the crowd. Who is this person? How audacious to act so disrespectfully within the confines of Pinshang Tower. Indeed, you are woefully uninformed. This individual is none other than Jai Xiaotian, the son of Jai Shuo, the second in command of the Lu Ke gang, who in Cloud City does not recognize him. Quite so, he frequents the police station, indulging in his whims due to his father's influence. Keep your voices down. Do not bring misfortune upon yourselves by associating with this Loabwa. From the context, it appeared that Jai was connected to the Tsangyin gang, led by his father, Tsang Dingyuan. Logically, I had no ties to them, nor had I any dealings. What could they possibly want from me? Yet, the tone of his inquiry was far from amiable, exuding an air of seeking trouble. "I am Loabwa. Do you have business with me?" I stepped forward, responding with a calm, yet assertive demeanor. All eyes turned toward me, and the weight of their scrutiny was decidedly uncomfortable. Jai Xiaotian slowly turned around, a hint of contemptuous smile gracing his lips as he scrutinized me from head to toe. How audacious to covet the woman of Brother Tian. You are courting disaster. Before Jai Xiaotian could utter a word, a subordinate with pigtails lunged forward, seizing the collar of my shirt. I remained motionless, fixing my gaze upon the pigtail, and declared, "Let us discuss matters at hand. Remove your filthy hands." "Hey, you scoundrel. If you do not promptly apologize to Brother Tian and dare to act tough, I will end you." The pigtail was indeed a loyal dog, eager to claim credit, as he raised his hand to strike my face. Cough. Jai Xiaotian suddenly emitted a heavy cough, laced with displeasure. The pigtail's fist, suspended in midair, froze as he turned around, awkwardly stating, "Brother Tian, I intended to teach him a lesson for you." Jai Xiaotian maintained an impassive expression, his voice cold as he demanded, "Speak, who permitted you to act on the territory of Pinshang Lu?" The pigtail, having failed to impress, was now frightened, beads of cold sweat forming as he lowered his head and whispered, "Brother Tian, I was wrong. I did not consider the implications. Get lost." Jai Xiaotian spat out the word through gritted teeth. The pigtail, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly retreated to the back of the crowd. This was not merely a reprimand. It was a display of authority before me. However, although my companions may be lacking in martial prowess, in such a public setting, I could not afford to back down. Could I? I smiled lightly and said, "So, you are Jai Xiao, are you? I am uncertain as to how I may have offended you. So I kindly ask for clarification. If it is indeed my fault, I shall accept it. However, if it is a baseless accusation, I will certainly return it." "Ah, a tough character indeed." Jai Xiaotian extended his hand and proposed, "Since Mr. Luo is so forthright, shall we discuss this outside the Pinshang building? This rascal seems intent on a confrontation. Yet, fully aware of this, I musters the courage to respond. For 18 years, I, Luo Bo, have endured in silence. Today, I have had enough. Were they but a band of thugs? Even if I cannot win, I shall still fight. Then let us proceed," I declared, unperturbed. as I turned and followed the crowd of onlookers out of the Pinzang building. Zhai Xiaotian, his eyes wide with fury, bellowed Luo. Prepare to understand the consequences of your actions. Song Yin is my fiancé. You have laid your hands on my woman. I do not seek your life, but you shall pay dearly if you do not leave here with at least an arm or a leg broken, for otherwise I will have no place left to go. I was taken aback, realizing the truth of his words. To be honest, my initial reaction was a tinge of disappointment. Song Yin is already engaged. Suddenly, I recalled what Niofan had said the last time he saw Song Yin and me together. He remarked that I must be fearless to be seen with Song Yin in public. And now I understood what he truly meant. I cannot help but chuckle bitterly and shake my head. What are you laughing at? Zhai Xiaotian demanded angrily. I laugh at you, young Master Zhai. You claim to be Song Yan's betrothed, yet you approach a stranger without confidence, seeking trouble. This only reveals your lack of standing with her. To speak candidly, my relationship with Song Yin is merely that of good friends. There exists not a shred of the sordid feelings you allude to. Kindly refrain from exhibiting such juvenile antics. Furthermore, even if I were infatuated with her to the point of despair, what relevance does that hold for you? Zhai Xiaotian's complexion turned an alarming shade of purple, his brow furrowing with palpable frustration. Very well, I may be a mere child in this game, but you are obstinate. Come, strike me with all your might, and I shall bear the consequences. At his command, a throng of over a dozen individuals surged forward with fervor. I have never been adept at hand-to-hand combat. In my youth, I was always shielded by Dahu. My upbringing under the tutelage of my grandmother and master involved the study of traditional Chinese medicine and esoteric arts. But never did I learn the art of physical confrontation. Thus, it was inevitable that when a pack of individuals descended upon me, I found myself akin to a morsel tossed into a den of wolves. After a tumultuous clash, a burly thug with a dark countenance effortlessly knocked me to the ground with a single punch. I had presumed my resolve was as unyielding as my words. Yet it turned out I was merely a decorative pillow. Zhai Xiaotian smirked with disdain. Witnessing my inability to retaliate only fueled the enthusiasm of the assailants. The one who had earlier faced reproach, eager to prove himself, leapt upon me like a ravenous dog, seizing my collar and preparing to unleash his fists. Though my skills in combat are rather mediocre, I'm not one to be easily dispatched, especially by this bothersome individual. You wretched fool, do you not realize that the king of horses possesses 3 eyes? I cursed vehemently, stealthily extracting a silver needle from my sleeve, navigating the sinews and tracing the meridians. The art of acupuncture has been instilled in me since childhood by my grandmother. Once employed for healing, today I shall wield it for retribution. Little did the braided one, in his arrogance, perceive the slender needle in my grasp. With one hand, I pressed upon his anterior fontanelle, receding 5/10 of an inch, then diverging an inch laterally. I deftly rotated the silver needle, plunging sharply, and upon release, the braided one's mouth gaped open as he arched backward, collapsing motionless upon the ground. This very point is the Tongtian acupoint, one of the 11 governing laws of consciousness. The braided one was instantly silenced, sending shockwaves through the assembled crowd. This is a matter of life and death. This fellow surnamed Luo is in grave trouble. The Zhai family will surely not forgive him. Murmurs rippled through the crowd as the remaining dozen individuals froze, each hesitant to suffer a similar fate. Rising to my feet, I brushed off the dirt, casting a glance to find Niu Fun and Old Camel observing the spectacle from the vantage of Pin Shang House, their grins betraying their understanding of the situation. Not bad. You got some skill, Zhai Xiaotian remarked with a sardonic smile. He strode forward, delivering a sharp kick to the braided one's posterior ankle. The braided one was propelled several meters, abruptly regaining his composure, crying out in pain. He's alive. He's actually alive. The Zhai family is indeed formidable. The crowd erupted once more. A sense of astonishment washed over me. Beneath his frivolous exterior, Zhai Xiaotian possessed genuine ability. He had discerned my employment of acupuncture. His forceful strike upon the braided one's Tai Chi acupoint, utilizing pain to rouse him, was indeed a sagacious method. Little six-fingered, you have piqued my interest even further. Allow me to personally engage you for a few exchanges. With a sinister smile, Zhai Xiaotian suddenly stomped his foot, shattering the pristine marble floor into several pieces with a resounding crack. This fellow, with a flick of his toe, sent a palm-sized fragment of stone hurtling towards me. I was filled with trepidation, uncertain of how to respond, when suddenly, with a clang, a black riot shield flew in, colliding with the flying debris. Who was causing this ruckus? A voice akin to that of a wild bull echoed from beyond the crowd. Chapter 28. Empty-handed as I followed the sound, a robust and towering man pushed through the crowd and entered. I estimated him to be at least 6 feet tall, his body brimming with muscle, resembling a great bull. Were it not for the top police uniform he wore, I might have mistaken him for a professional boxer. The imposing figure cast a stern glance at my face before finally addressing Zhai Xiaotian. You again. Zhai Xiaotian merely pouted, remaining silent. At some point, Niu Fun and Tuobo had already approached us. In the presence of the great bull, Niu Fun, this slender monkey, appeared as fragile as a bean sprout. Grinning as he spoke to the imposing figure. Captain Sure, personally on patrol, how hard you must work. Yet, truly, there's no trouble at hand. Just a few youngsters playing around. After saying this, he slyly winked at me. Playing around? The great bull frowned, shot a glare at Niu Fun, and then turned to me. Sure gang, police. What's going on here? Shigong? There's even someone named that. One cow down, one toilet. Have I stumbled into a foul pit? I stifled a laugh and replied politely, Thank you, but it was indeed just a joke. Please do not take it to heart. I was eager to extricate myself from this situation, disinterested in further entanglements with Zhai Xiaotian. Moreover, given Niu Fun's persistent winking at me, it was clear he wished to keep things from escalating. Considering that I might need his assistance in the future, I decided to do him a favor. After all, locating Yin Yusin was my primary concern. According to Niu Fun, he had been gambling in the underground casino for quite some time. One could never tell when he might leave. Sure Gang did not expect that I would also choose to downplay the situation, his eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. Nevertheless, he nodded and said, Let us disperse. As the crowd began to scatter, Zhai Xiaotian brushed past me, whispering, This matter with the surname Luo is far from over. I replied with a cold smile, I am always ready to engage. Initially, I had no particular thoughts about Song Yin, but now you should be cautious. I have genuinely taken a liking to such a striking young lady. Zhai Xiaotian gritted his teeth in frustration, but after casting a glance at Sure Gang, he angrily boarded his vehicle, and the group sped away. Sure Gang approached me, seemingly with more inquiries, but I was reluctant to linger. I hurriedly hailed a taxi, directing it towards the southern part of the city. Upon arrival, I discovered that the location was indeed at the heart of the southern district. The audacity to operate a casino in such a place indicated that the individuals behind it were undoubtedly formidable. Upon entering the KTV, I was immediately enveloped by the sense of cologne and champagne. A myriad of extravagantly dressed young men and women flitted about, while the private rooms echoed with raucous revelry. After traversing the hall and searching for some time, I finally located a rather concealed underground entrance. Descending in a spiral, I navigated through 9 winding staircases before reaching the bottom. At the entrance stood a large sign depicting a 6-sided die, marking it unmistakably as the casino. Beside the die was a bodyguard clad in a sharply tailored suit, who was notably vigilant. As soon as I descended, he spotted me and brandished an electric baton, exclaiming loudly, What do you want? I took a moment to compose myself and replied with calm assurance, What else would one do in a place like this? Naturally, to indulge in a game or two. The man in the suit scrutinized me from head to toe and remarked, Who introduced you? You're merely a novice. Did the person who brought you here fail to inform you? Our establishment commences at midnight and concludes at noon. No one is permitted to enter or exit during this period. If you wish to engage in activities, choose another day and avoid causing trouble. Now be on your way. How could you not share such vital information with me? I thought, momentarily taken aback. Yet I knew I had to adapt swiftly. I must clarify. I am here to find Master Senator. It is urgent. Please, brother, grant me a favor. Master Son? You mean Yin Yusin? Yes, indeed, Yin Yusin. It is a matter of utmost urgency. The underling scoffed. That old rat has certainly struck it rich. Just lost everything, and yet here he is with more business. He then coldly directed his words at me. Yin Yusin left yesterday, having lost everything. All that remains is that old rat. Seek him elsewhere. Yin Yusin, indeed a master of trickery. How could my grandmother have trusted him with her treatment? Nevertheless, seeing is believing, and I couldn't dismiss the possibility that this young underling was deceiving me. I resolved to investigate further. With this in mind, I smiled broadly and addressed the young man. Since that is the case, I apologize for the intrusion. Oh, by the way, do you have a light? As I pretended to search for a cigarette, I stepped forward. The underling, momentarily distracted, bent down to check his pocket, completely unaware of my intentions. Time was of the essence. Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly lunged forward, striking precisely at the acupoint known as the Yuzhun, delivering a controlled blow that left the man in a daze, convulsing on the ground. I concealed myself behind that grand eye and boldly strode into the corridor. At the end of the passage stood a brass door. I intended to push it slightly ajar to assess the situation. However, to my astonishment, the brass door turned out to be an electrically operated one. The moment I laid my hands upon it, a thunderous sound erupted as the doors flung open, leaving me exposed before the crowd. I was momentarily taken aback, and the individuals within were equally stunned. Approximately 30 to 40 men and women were scattered across several tables, each laden with stacks of chips. Judging by their attire, they were notable figures, and among them, I recognized two from the news broadcast of Yunqing. After a brief moment of shock, a bare-chested man seated in the prominent position finally spoke. "Who are you, and how did you get in here?" This man had fierce features, with scar-like markings resembling centipedes crawling along his arms. As he spoke, the henchmen stationed beside the tables began to advance towards me. I quickly scanned the faces of the crowd, and indeed, I did not see Yin Yusin. However, a bald man clutching a deck of cards struck me as familiar. "I'm asking you, how did you enter?" It was then that I regained my composure and stammered, "I'm sorry, I'm a plumber. I must have taken a wrong turn." With that, I turned and hurriedly exited. Upon hearing his subordinates, the man known as Brother Leopard suddenly hurled an ashtray at me, cursing vehemently, "You imbeciles! There are no water pipes here. This scoundrel is likely an informant. Quickly, restrain him." Realizing the gravity of the situation, I took to my heels without a second thought. I didn't bother glancing back to see how many were in pursuit. I simply dashed through the streets, turning down 2 alleyways before darting into a narrow lane. Fortunately, having grown up in the countryside, my speed and explosive running ability were commendable. Once I emerged from the alley, I hailed a taxi and directed the driver to the Pinnacle Tower. "You old scoundrel!" I exclaimed, disregarding Uncle Two's desperate attempts to stop me as I rushed up to the 2nd floor. "Brother Luo, back so soon? Come, let's have some tea," exclaimed Nyo Fun, seemingly oblivious to my fury. "Cease your pretense," I retorted angrily. "Yin Yusin left the underground casino yesterday. You should have been aware of this through your intelligence network. Yet you, having received your payment, deceived me into going there, nearly leading to my demise. You scoundrel." Neofan chuckled lightly. "Oh, Brother Luo, do calm your temper. The deal we discussed was indeed settled a few days ago. While you've made the payment today, I had already begun my inquiries a week prior. As for his departure yesterday, that is a separate piece of intelligence. Information has its own timeliness, you know. This is nothing short of a scam. Neofun, let me put it this way. I am resolute. Today I shall take my stand before your door and recount the unscrupulous deeds you have committed all afternoon. If I do not bring ruin upon your reputation, I shall no longer bear the surname Luo." My dear brother, why such grandiosity? Here is the deal. I shall return you 10,000 yuan as compensation. Is that agreeable? That money was originally mine. You failed to fulfill your obligations. So why do you only offer a mere 10,000? Just 10,000. Take it or leave it, for that is the policy of Pins Hang Lu. Policy my foot. I am ready to confront you. The more I ponder, the more infuriated I become, and I lunge towards the bean sprouts. At that moment, a commotion erupted downstairs, accompanied by a series of thundering footsteps. "Neofon, you scoundrel!" A voice thundered, and upon closer inspection, it was Tsang Yin. "Did you divulge the matters between me and Luo Bo to Zhai Xiaotian? You even claimed that we were together at night. You you deceitful merchant. Song Yin suddenly barged in, leaving all three of us in stunned silence. From Song Yan's perspective, I was pinning Neophan face down. What? What is happening here? Chapter 29. Allure upon encountering Neophan. It was as if we had been jolted by an electric shock, instantly erasing all previous grievances. A gentle push, and like an old donkey rolling over. We both sprang to our feet. Song Yin, what brings you here? Allow me to explain. This scoundrel charged me 30,000 for a piece of information that turned out to be utterly worthless. I followed this lead to seek out Yin Yusin. But not only did I fail to locate him, I nearly landed myself in dire straits. The crux of the matter is that this rascal refuses to take responsibility, insists that the information I sought was indeed the worthless tidbit he sold me, and so in my frustration, Thus, you resorted to that with him? Song Yin's expression was one of sheer disbelief. No, where are your thoughts wandering? I sigh. What was I trying to articulate? The more I spoke, the more convoluted the explanation became, and Song Yin's expression grew increasingly intricate. As I struggled to clarify my predicament, to my surprise, Neophan burst into laughter, pointing at me. Brother, why the urgency to explain? Your flustered demeanor bears a striking resemblance to a goddess confessing her secrets. It seems my intel for Zhai Xiaotian was indeed accurate. There is evidently a rift between you two, or else Miss Song Wu Ti have rushed here to settle accounts with me. Song Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, and she exclaimed, You foul scoundrel, it was indeed you. With shameless audacity, Neophan replied, I confess, it was I who informed Zhai Xiaotian. However, I had no choice. My role at the Pin Shang building necessitated such actions. Both the Zhai and Song families are my long-standing patrons, having paid their annual dues. Young Master Zhai specifically instructed me to keep an eye on his fiancée. How could I possibly remain silent? Otherwise, how could I sustain myself in this business? So it was you who orchestrated this trouble for me. My indignation grew increasingly intense, and I seized a chair, ready to strike. However, Neophan, unfazed, chuckled and said, Hey, hold on, you two. Have you not noticed? You actually make quite the pair. Reflect on how you both stormed in here, fuming, nearly identical in demeanor. Your choice of words and tone were strikingly similar. You both began with the commanding phrase, Neophan, you scoundrel, followed by a chorus of you unscrupulous merchant. Dante, you think your synergy is remarkable? I wouldn't be surprised if you two shared a deeper connection. At this, I realized he had a point, and the chair in my grasp gradually descended. Song Yan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she fell silent. Song Yan, is that person truly your fiancé? I asked, somewhat foolishly, compelled by an impulse I could not explain. Song Yin paused, gazing out the window before softly replying, Indeed, that is true. His father, Zhai Shuo, is my father's sworn brother and also the second manager of the Lu Ke gang. We were betrothed long before we were born, and our engagement was formalized last year. We were set to marry next summer. Although I had already anticipated this outcome, a twinge of disappointment lingered within me. Luobua, I actually came to inform you that, after a thorough investigation, I suspect your grandmother's death may be linked to several peculiar incidents that transpired in your village 18 years ago, events that stirred quite a commotion at the time. Of course, Yin Yusin remains a suspect as well. However, I urge you to start your inquiry with the flood that occurred 18 years ago. Song Yin suddenly regained her usual composure, exuding her characteristic efficiency. All right, I understand. Thank you. For a moment, I found myself a loss for words. The atmosphere had turned rather awkward. Song Yin nodded slightly and said to Neophan, You two continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. After speaking, she descended the stairs, and I noticed she did not look back, instead slipping into a black sedan, vanishing amidst the crowd. Hey, Luo brother, haven't you had enough? Neophan tilted his head and grinned at me. Does it feel like the agony of an ending before it even begins? Alas, do not be disheartened. I cannot bear to witness someone in emotional distress. Here's the deal. While I shall not refund your money, I can certainly provide you with a piece of information. What information? Could it be that you already know where Yin Yusin will next settle? Not Yin Yusin. That crafty old fellow is not easily tracked by my subordinates at the moment. Neophan replied, What I mean is, you may amend your request, and I assure you I will fulfill it. An alternative request. For me, aside from avenging my grandparents, what else is truly relevant? I pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled something of significance worth pursuing. Master Nyo, I hope this time you won't let me down. Please help me find a certain individual, a rotund bald man with a black mole in the corner of his mouth, who frequents the underground gambling den in the southern part of the city. If you can provide me with his name, we shall consider our debts settled. In fact, I had thought of this person as soon as I left the casino. The reason I recognized him was that during the day I assisted old Lady Yang in seeking her spirit. I had a vision where I distinctly saw this bald man's truck collide with old Lady Yang, leading to her demise. Done. It's a promise. Neo Fun is indeed a straightforward individual, readily agreeing without hesitation. Upon exiting the Pinshang building, I found myself alone, and the tension I had been holding on to dissipated in an instant. An indescribable feeling of disorientation washed over me, leaving behind a profound sense of loss. Just a moment, Mr. Luo. Suddenly, a vehicle halted beside me. I turned my profile and was surprised to see Shi Gang, who resembled a robust yak, staring at me with a serious expression. What is the matter? I managed a strained smile and jested. Shi Gang, unfazed, simply stated, "Shall we have a chat?" I pondered the intentions of this hulking figure. What could he possibly want to discuss with me? A complete stranger. Mr. Shi, I assure you, I have committed no offense. Shi Gang blinked his bovine-like eyes and replied, "It's not about you, but rather concerning your third sister, Luo Ying." Luo Ying? Had he not prefixed it with third sister, I might have struggled to recall her name. How curious that he would choose to converse about her instead of anyone else. The mere thought of her domineering visage set my nerves on edge. If you wish to discuss Luo Ying, why not speak with her directly? I retorted angrily, and with a light leap, I vaulted over the barrier of the oncoming traffic and hailed a taxi, departing in haste. After a leisurely day of wandering, I returned to Fongjing Zhai just as the sun was setting. The heaviness in my heart persisted, so I decided to purchase 2 bottles of beer from a shop at the corner, shutting the door behind me to indulge in solitary drinking. I admit, this tumultuous emotion stems from a sense of jealousy. Yet, even I cannot comprehend the root of this unfounded envy. Oh, Luo Bo, you've only crossed paths with her a few times. Is it truly worth this turmoil? They are childhood sweethearts, perfectly matched in status, while you a mere country boy. Ponder what exactly in your heart. As you sip from your cup, memories of past grievances flood your mind. Grandmother, grandfather, are you all well over there? The 18 years of grievances seem to have infused this wine with the essence of aged fermentation, rendering my being increasingly indistinct. Time eludes me. I cannot discern whether I am awake or asleep. Suddenly, with a creak, I lift my gaze to find a graceful woman emerging from my master's chamber. "Who are you?" I stammered. "I am your master's wife. Did he not inform you?" As she spoke, her face blossomed with 2 enchanting dimples, her smile captivating and oddly familiar. His wife? Is she the beloved of my master, whom I have never encountered before? Chapter 30. Extramural Consultant. I could not ascertain how long I had been asleep, but I was jolted awake by a series of vigorous knocks at the door. Bang, bang, bang. With a sudden start, I opened my eyes to find myself sprawled across my master's desk. Before me lay a scattered array of empty bottles, a wine glass, and peanuts. Despite the overcast sky, it was evident that daylight had already broken. Had I truly spent the night in such a manner? The knocking persisted, accompanied by a somewhat familiar voice calling out, "Is anyone there?" Hastily, I tidied the clutter from the desk and opened the door, only to be taken aback by the sight of Shi Gang standing there. "Captain Shi," he exclaimed upon scanning my face, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern. "What is wrong? Are you unwell?" Without waiting for response, he made himself at home, strolling into the room. "Hey, is that how you greet someone?" I retorted. "Is your opening line really to inquire about my health?" Shi Gang chuckled. "My apologies, comrade. However, you do appear rather akin to someone suffering from late-stage tuberculosis." I dismissed his remark with a wave, turning to the mirror for a glance. The sight that met my eyes startled me. My complexion was pale, my eyes shadowed with dark circles, presenting an undeniable visage of ill fate. A sense of unease crept into my heart, Had a mere night of resting at the desk truly rendered me in such a state? Could it be that the wine was spurious, or perhaps related to that dream? Turning back, I found Gang scrutinizing me intently. I feigned composure, insisting, "It's nothing. I simply overindulged in drink last night. A little rest should suffice. Now what brings you here?" I pondered that this fellow was likely about to speak of third sister. So, just as Gang was about to open his mouth, I interjected, "Let me make myself clear. This is a pharmacy where we discuss ailments. If your words are unrelated to medical matters, I kindly ask you to refrain from speaking." Gang was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Very well. Then I shall discuss my illness." Internally, I lamented. This rustic fellow, despite his foolish appearance, seemed to be quite a difficult character. "All right then," I continued, "traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Your complexion is rosy and your physique robust, indicating you're not unwell. I suggest you take your leave." Gang shot me a sidelong glance and retorted with a smile, "Is this truly how you diagnose patients? Be wary, or I may lodge a complaint against you. To be frank, I am not here for my own ailment, but rather for this individual." As he spoke, he tossed a leather pouch my way. "What is this?" I inquired. "Patient information," he answered. "You examine it yourself, determine the illness and how to address it. I am counting on Dr. Luo." What scheme was this large fellow concocting? I mused, accepting the pouch and tugging at the string to reveal a stack of photographs that scattered across the table. Just one glance sent chills down my spine, for they were clearly investigative photos of a female corpse from a crime scene. The young woman in the photographs appeared to be no older than 18 or 19. Her death depicted in the most horrifying manner. "Hey, what do you mean by this?" My voice trembled as I hastily gathered the photographs and placed them on the table. Gang regarded me solemnly and stated, "This girl is named by Jia. She died 6 months ago under mysterious circumstances, and the case remains unsolved." "But how does this concern me?" I suppressed my unease and exclaimed, "This is your affair." "Indeed. I concede it is our affair." With utmost seriousness, Gang produced another photograph from his pocket, stating, "Behold this one as well." Apprehensive after the prior shock, I queried skeptically, "And what might this be?" Gang, still extending his hand, replied calmly, "Just observe. It shall not be as repulsive as before." Resignedly, I received the photograph and turned it over. Alas, it was the same cadaver. Gang, do not presume that I dare not. Observe the upper left corner." Gong interrupted loudly. "The upper left corner?" Steel myself, I glanced once more. Within the shadows of the photograph's upper left corner, there was a faint, indistinct form. Oblivious to the repulsive scene, I peered closer and was startled. The diminutive figure was distinctly an unborn infant, its resentful eyes fixed upon the corpse on the ground. "This," I stammered, speechless, the scene bearing an uncanny resemblance to my third sister. Gang regarded me and said, "I seek your expertise in diagnosing a girl who, 21 days after an abortion, met a mysterious demise in her apartment. The autopsy revealed that she had severed her own abdomen, succumbing to exsanguination. How could this be? This photograph was captured using backlight infrared, and I discovered this presence quite by accident. But why seek me out? That brings us back to the familiar subject. Your third sister, Luo Ying. She is not my third sister. Her affairs have nothing to do with me." I exclaimed, "Luobua, you need to be more rational. Your blood ties cannot be severed simply due to your discord. Looking at this photograph, you should be acutely aware of my intentions in seeking you. To put it plainly, your third sister is likely to become the next victim in such cases at any moment. Can you really stand idly by, even if she is a stranger? Yet, why do you believe that seeking my assistance will resolve the issue? When your sister first fell ill, a neighbor called the police, and the account of the incident closely resembled what happened to Bai Jia. Hence, she became the first clue I pursued in this case. The last time she encountered trouble, I was lurking downstairs, and I witnessed all your efforts to assist her. So it seems this individual has been watching me for more than just a day or two. No wonder he seems so well informed about my relationship with my family. Regardless, this situation no longer concerns only the third sister. It likely harbors a dreadful secret. My mentor once said, "The cunning physician is deceptive, as is the path of moral ambiguity. Both emotionally and logically, I cannot simply turn a blind eye to this. However, I am still new to this field and feel somewhat lacking in confidence. Upon noticing my hesitation, Sure Gang quickly urged, "Loa, you are a doctor. It is your duty to save lives. Moreover, saving a life is more meritorious than building a pagoda of 7 stories. If you can provide closure for the deceased, your merits will be immeasurable." My first impression of Sure Gang was that of a dull and cold individual, speaking only in fragmented phrases. Yet, I did not expect him to exhibit such a willingness to compromise for the sake of resolving this case. From this perspective, one must concede that this individual possesses commendable character. "Very well, speak your mind. How shall I proceed?" Ultimately, I acquiesced. Sure Gang slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "I knew you would agree. Our immediate priority is for you to inquire about the hospital where your third sister underwent her abortion. The coroner's findings confirm that the deceased, by Jia, had indeed undergone such a procedure. However, our investigation into all hospital records has yielded not a single clue. I suspect it may be intricately linked to the fate of the deceased infant." "An advisor?" "An external advisor, no less." I scoffed. What benefit could that possibly entail? Sure Gang scratched his head, clicking his tongue as he replied, "Benefits, you say? Firstly, I can treat you to meals from time to time. Secondly, we can discuss these similar criminal investigation photographs over dinner. And thirdly, it would satisfy your sense of heroic accomplishment." "Bah, after all that talk, you've offered nothing of substance." I retorted, "If you wish for me to serve as your uninvolved advisor, you must assist me with a task." "What task?" he inquired. "As long as it does not contravene organizational principles." I stated with utmost seriousness, "It is quite simple. Using your position, I need you to investigate what transpired 18 years ago in Yandong's Haishuitan village." Chapter 31. The ghost infant. In response to my request, Sure Gang readily agreed, which undoubtedly saved me a considerable amount of time. Although I was unaware of how Tsang Yin had obtained the clue, I suspected that my grandmother's death was intertwined with the events of 18 years ago in Daweisha village. Nevertheless, I placed my trust in Tsang Yin, believing that this lead held significant value. As the saying goes, one must fulfill the entrusted task. Since I had promised Sure Gang, I was determined to resolve the matter concerning the deceased infant with utmost diligence. Furthermore, from a fundamental perspective of good and evil, uncovering the truth and restoring dignity to the deceased was inherently the duty of a practitioner of the arcane arts. To ascertain the truth, it was not as complicated as Sure Gang had suggested. There was no need to locate a hospital for abortions or trace the whereabouts of the infant's remains. I merely needed to engage in direct communication with the fetal spirit of Sanjia. I had previously vowed to assist him in his transition, and now seemed the perfect opportunity to fulfill that promise. I rose and drew the curtains tightly, plunging the room into darkness, illuminated only by the flickering light of 2 candles. I arranged 3 incense sticks on the altar, placing a few small toys I had purchased in front of the incense burner. Once everything was prepared, I retrieved the piece of tissue paper that I had purposefully stained with Sanjia's blood. The bond between mother and child is profound. With blood, I could summon the spirit. This little wretch would surely respond. Following my master's teachings, I first recited the incantation for the arcane practitioner, then set fire to a thick stack of yellow paper, concluding with the ignition of the soul-summoning talisman. "Open the gates of heaven, open the gates of earth. Let the winds of the underworld carry the souls forth. I beseech the Supreme Old Lord, with urgency and reverence, to hasten the arrival of the fetal spirit of Luo Yingzi." Upon completing the incantation, I swiftly ignited the blood-stained paper along with the last remnants of the talisman. However, when the blood paper and talismans had burned to ashes, there was not a single sound. Something was amiss, logically speaking, as it was merely the soul of a deceased infant. Such a summons should have elicited an immediate response. I called out with utmost urgency, invoking the authority of the Supreme Lao Jun. "The soul of Luo Yingzi, hasten forth." I recited the incantation once more with fervor. Remarkably, upon completion, the flames of the 2 candles flickered with a sudden dance, and the 3 incense sticks erupted into a vertical plume of smoke reaching the ceiling. Having arrived, why did it not reveal itself? In a fit of anger, I bellowed, and in an instant, a spectral figure materialized from the southwestern corner of the room. To my astonishment, the apparition was not the ghostly infant I had summoned, but rather one of the wandering souls of my third sister. She gazed at me with an intensity that twisted her features into an expression of sheer, desperate terror. Although she was but a single spirit, her mouth opened in silence, and her hands gestured without sound. Yet, from her expression, I discerned her plea. She did not wish to perish. I stood frozen in disbelief. How could this be? I had clearly summoned the spirit of the ghostly infant. If it were indeed my sister's soul that had responded, then what of the soul residing within her? A chill coursed through the back of my head as the haunting image of the deceased by Gia surged forth in my mind. This was dire. In a flurry, I retrieved my master's soul-trapping gourd and beckoned to my sister's wandering spirit, which promptly entered the gourd. Without further contemplation, I locked the door and hastily exited the shop. Hailing a taxi, I dial my eldest sister's number. "Hello, who is this?" "It's me, Xiaobu," I exclaimed. "Who is at home today?" "Little Boo, have you bought a phone?" My older sister inquired joyfully. I had no time for pleasantries and urgently reiterated, "Sister, let's skip the small talk. I need to know who is at home." "It's an emergency." She paused, momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Only your third sister is resting in bed. But you need not worry. She has been recovering well these past few days." Indeed, she was home alone. "Sister, hurry back. Luo Ying might be in trouble." I hastily ended the call and dialed Shigang. Although the burly man struggled to grasp my explanation, he assured me he would rush over immediately. At some point, the previous sensation of schadenfreude regarding my sister's potential misfortune dissipated, replaced instead by a fervent prayer from the depths of my heart. Please, let nothing happen. Upon arriving, I tossed a large bill aside, having no time to seek change, and dashed up the stairs. My sister had yet to return, and the door was firmly shut. I knocked forcefully, but there was no response from within. Glancing at the weathered wooden door, memories of Bai Jia's tragic demise flooded my mind. Without hesitation, I unleashed a flurry of kicks against the door. This was a factory building from the 1970s. Teetering on the brink of demolition, it could hardly withstand my relentless assault. In a matter of moments, the rusted hinges snapped apart. I tore open the damaged door and slipped inside. The room was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light. My sister's spirit might have already dispersed. I could not draw back the curtains, for that could very well bring her to the brink of peril. The air was permeated with a faint metallic scent, reminiscent of the ambience of a post-rain graveyard. Perhaps this was the legendary aroma of death. "Luo Ying." A shiver coursed through me as I softly called out, "Are you there?" No response came, nor could I discern even the faintest sound of breath. After a moment's pause, I began to acclimate to the surrounding darkness. Scattered across the living room floor were toys and plush dolls of various sizes, each one grotesquely slashed open, their stuffing strewn about like an offering to chaos. On tiptoe, I cautiously advanced towards Luo Ying's room. The door to my sister's chamber stood ajar, resembling a half-open maw, eagerly awaiting an unsuspecting visitor. Taking a deep breath, I gently nudged the doorknob, and the door creaked open. The stench of blood assaulted my senses, and I could vaguely discern droplets trailing across the floor, leading ominously to the bed. Underneath a rumpled blanket, a small mound stirred slightly. It was my sister. My voice trembled as I intended to call out for Luo Ying, yet my subconscious uttered sister instead, perhaps a testament to the bond of shared blood. The figure on the bed remained utterly still. A wave of fear washed over me. Had I arrived too late? Regardless, the inevitable confrontation loomed, and thus, I steeled myself and swiftly approached, yanking the blanket aside. "Ah!" I gasped in horror. Blood. It was all blood. Yet, the pool of crimson did not belong to my sister, but rather to her beloved dog, a half-grown shepherd, lying there like one of those mutilated toys. Disturbing. Repulsive. I was seething with rage, goosebumps prickling my skin. However, a glance at the blood indicated that this dog had not been dead for long, perhaps a promising sign. Since Sister San was not in her room, where could she be? I hastily stepped outside, my gaze sweeping around, and there it was, the bloody handprint on the bathroom door. Drip, drip. At that moment, the sound of water dripping echoed from within the bathroom. I had witnessed this little fiend's viciousness before and knew I had to be cautious. I quietly approached, retrieving a talisman from my pocket. Gently, I pushed the door open, and there stood Sister San, upright against the bathroom wall, a sinister grin plastered across her face. In her hand, she held a knife stained with blood, which she waved lightly at me. Luoing, seeing Sister San unscathed, I finally exhaled in relief. Yet, her next move left me utterly dumbfounded. She grinned widely, pressing the knife's tip slowly toward her own abdomen. "You deceitful wretch, I shall take your life," I roared, clutching the talisman tightly in my palm and hurled it towards Sister San. She cackled, and with her other hand, unexpectedly pulled a cord from behind her, applying force with both hands. To my shock, I found a noose had been set beneath my feet, and in an instant I was hoisted upside down. Hee, I knew you would come. Sister San laughed maniacally, her strength seemingly boundless as she effortlessly tied one end of the rope to the faucet, advancing toward me with the knife in hand. Chapter 32. The summoning Sister San murmured this chilling nursery rhyme, advancing towards me step by step. I never anticipated that, as a cunning physician, I would fall prey to a mere child's spirit. "Why," I exclaimed, "did you not promise me? As long as I assist you in transcending, you would spare her." Sister San chuckled mockingly, her voice childlike. "Have you not heard of the deceptive nature of spirits? You believe in such treacherous words, yet you call yourself a cunning physician. Consider this carefully. Once you take a life, you will be struck by thunder, leaving you without a burial place." "Huh, do not try to intimidate me," Sister San retorted disdainfully. "I am well aware that even if you aid my transcendence, I may be reincarnated after countless years. This woman has taken my life. Why should I spare her? If it comes to it, we shall perish together, and I shall drag you down with me." With a menacing grin, her eyes gleaming with greed, Sister San suddenly raised a dagger towards me. My body was drenched in cold sweat. With my feet suspended, I had no chance to flee, feeling like a lamb destined for slaughter. Just as despair engulfed me, a figure abruptly appeared at the doorway, unhesitatingly raising a gun. With a loud bang, Sister San's dagger was sent flying from her grasp. It was Shurgang. A wave of exhilaration surged through me. Sister San let out a heart-wrenching scream, lunging towards Shurgang. Yet he remained motionless, and as she approached within half a meter, he suddenly executed a spinning kick, sending Sister San hurtling through the air. Under normal circumstances, a woman struck by such a blow would certainly not rise again. At this moment, Sister San was as fierce as a monkey, bouncing up from the ground like a spring, and lunged at Shurgang once more. Shurgang, taken aback, momentarily hesitated about whether to strike again. "Quick, put me down," I shouted. Shurgang leapt into the air, evading the frenzied Sister San, and with a swift motion, discharged a shot that severed the rope. He gracefully caught me in a princess carry and gently set me down on the ground. Without pausing to express my gratitude, I seized the opportunity while Sister San was still unsteady and forcefully slapped the calming talisman against her back. A wretched wail of an infant suddenly erupted, and Sister San collapsed to the ground, a plume of black smoke fleeing towards the window. "Thinking of escaping? I gave you a chance, but your obstinacy leaves me no choice but to resort to cunning means, for slaying is not a sin." I rummaged through my pocket and produced a small paper pouch containing the peach wood ash prepared by my master. I tore open the seal and hurled it violently towards the black smoke. Instantly, the air erupted in a brilliant fireball, reminiscent of fireworks. Accompanied by the chilling cries of the infant, the fireball blazed for over 10 seconds before ultimately transforming into white ash, which gently settled to the ground. "Mother, are you all right?" Suddenly, the voices of my elder and second sisters resonated from outside. Upon stepping through the doorway, I discovered that my mother and sisters had returned. Witnessing the earlier scene, my mother, furrowing her brow, gasped for breath and glanced cautiously at me, exclaiming in urgency, "Quickly, check on Xiaoying." At this moment, Shurgang had already carried the third sister out of the lavatory, shaking his head towards us and murmuring, "She has breathed her last." Upon hearing these words, Mother, the eldest sister, and the second sister were all taken aback, and then they rushed forward, bursting into a cacophony of lamentations. "Enough! She is not yet deceased. It is not yet time for weeping," I stated with a frigid tone. The second sister retorted in anger, "I am, at the very least, a nurse. Why not discern whether a person is dead or not? You must depart at once. You are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. It was you who caused the third sister's demise." I had grown accustomed to the family's proclivity for making unreasonable disturbances and malicious slanders. However, Gang would not indulge them. While producing his credentials, he said with a darkened countenance, "Young lady, you must be accountable for your words. Beware of a lawsuit for defamation. At such a tender age, do not be so acrimonious. If one cannot distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil, then a living person is no better than a deceased one." Upon beholding the credentials in Gang's hand, the second sister fell silent. I stepped forward and examined the third sister's pulse, which had indeed vanished. However, observing her pupils, they were not dilated, and there was still warmth within the center of her chest. This indicated that only her soul had dispersed, and she had not yet reached the precipice of utter demise. "The three of you, one to the doorway, one to the window, and the other to remain by her side, all call out the name Luo, in unison, and do not cease until I bid you to stop," I commanded in a frigid tone. Mother and the second sister exchanged glances, appearing somewhat hesitant. I cast a contemptuous glance and said, "If you do not believe, you are free to abstain, but know that the dead cannot be resurrected. You are deciding her fate." Go, listen to Xiao Bu," the eldest sister urged. Had we heeded Xiao Bu's words last time, perhaps today's events would not have transpired. My mother and second sister remained silent. Yet eventually, one ventured to the doorway, while the other approached the window. I gently laid my third sister down, positioning a lit incense stick at the crown of her head, shoulders, armpits, and beside her toes, and commenced reciting the incantation to summon her spirit. "Wandering soul, where do you linger? May the 3 souls descend swiftly, and the 7 spirits draw near. Alleviate the fright and strangeness, retrieve the lost essence. I beseech the deities to diligently seek and gather the spirit, that it may return to the body and revive the spirit." My eldest sisters called out in varying tones, their voices rising and falling as the fragrant incense smoke ascended in straight columns before our eyes. Indeed, this was my inaugural employment of this technique. My master had said that the incantation was efficacious for those with whom it resonated. For some it worked. For others it did not. It seemed that my third sister was not fated to die, for the soul-summoning incantation was taking effect. Gang, standing nearby, was astounded, his eyes wide with wonder, muttering softly, "Miraculous, truly miraculous." I thought to myself, this is but a prelude. The truly divine is yet to come. Observing that all the incense sticks stood upright, I followed the method of striking the Jinkei acupoints as taught by my grandmother, delivering a sharp blow to the Yinlinquan acupoints on my third sister's knees. With a start, she abruptly sat up. Incredible! She gong excellent loudly. Perceiving that the moment was ripe, I unfastened the gourd from my waist, opened its seal, and directed it towards my third sister's head. Instantly, her eyes fluttered open. "Third sister is not dead. Third sister lives." My eldest sister cried out in elation. Enough with the shouting, I proclaimed loudly. My mother and second sister turned around in bewilderment, scarcely believing the reality before them. "Luo Yin, what do you say? Has she been revived?" I queried, gazing at my second sister with a sardonic smile. My second sister retreated into a sullen silence, uttering no further words. The mother held the third sister tightly, weeping loudly. "You terrified me," I thought. The third sister, perhaps still in shock, appeared somewhat dazed. After a moment, she slowly stood up and approached me, bending her legs as if to kneel. Instinctively, I reached out my hand to pull her up. "Never mind kneeling. Regardless, even if you did, you would still harbor disdain for me deep down," I remarked dismissively. "If you possess even a shred of gratitude, tell me where you had the abortion." The third sister's eyes brimmed with guilt as she softly replied, "Regardless of everything, thank you. I was in the wrong before." With that, She directed her gaze towards the second sister. What does this imply? Could it be that the second sister is aware of the third sister's abortion? Chapter 33. Night consultation. The gaze of the crowd shifted towards the second sister, causing her to feel uneasy. Stealing a glance at our mother, she turned away and said, I'll go prepare dinner. Our mother, with a serious expression, called out loudly, Xiaoyan, stop right there. I must ask you, did you already know about Xiaoying's abortion? The second sister, with no other choice, turned back and awkwardly replied, I didn't know, but I never anticipated it to be this serious. Why is it that none of you can be sensible? Our mother, filled with exasperation, retorted angrily, So, are you implying that her abortion took place at your hospital? The second sister nodded and murmured. The third sister encountered a scoundrel and did not dare to confide in you. I was worried about her going elsewhere, so I took her to our family planning department. You're a nurse? Gang glared at the second sister and demanded, Which hospital do you work for? The second sister candidly answered, Xiqing Rehabilitation Hospital. Rehabilitation Hospital? Gang frowned. If my memory serves me right, that is a private hospital funded by Hong Kong investors, correct? I interjected, Old Sure. You don't suspect there's an issue with the hospital, do you? Gang shook his head. It's too early to say, but in recent years, private hospitals have encountered numerous incidents, and this rehabilitation hospital has had quite a few. What are we waiting for? Let us head to the hospital immediately and confront the doctor who performed the abortion. I urged anxiously. Gang nodded in agreement. However, the second sister suddenly spoke up. You don't need to go. Why not? Gang and I asked in unison. Elder sister pouted and said, Because Dr. Ma passed away 3 days ago. Passed away? Both Gang and I were taken aback, hastily inquiring, What happened? She replied, The specific cause remains unknown. But rumors suggest that a fire broke out during his night shift, igniting medical alcohol, and he was burned alive. The hospital has sealed off the news, and the police have classified it as an accidental incident. Such a significant event. How could I have been unaware? Gang, somewhat astonished, turned to me and said, Master Bu, what do you think? I retorted, as the saying goes, the dead cannot speak. Gang nodded in agreement. Indeed, the truth is often obscured. There must be something amiss. Let us first visit the family planning department. You truly need not go. Elder sister interjected. To be frank, our hospital is a private institution, and there is no actual family planning department. It is merely a FA-ADE. Dr. Ma was only summoned from obstetrics and gynecology for procedures when necessary. With his demise, it is as though this department has vanished. I was taken aback. How could a sister by blood, who knows the truth, still lead her own sibling to such a procedure? Elder sister, sensing the disapproving gazes from everyone, hastily explained, I had no idea it would turn out this way. It was Xiaoying who feared embarrassment, so I had no choice but to take her to our hospital. Besides, Dr. Ma was generally quite amiable. Not at all a bad person. Gang and I exchanged glances. Regardless of the circumstances, this matter was inexorably linked to the hospital. Since I have survived, my presence is no longer necessary. Gang and I emerged from my mother's home, only to find the snowflakes beginning to fall once more. Gong remarked, Thank you for today, Buyi. If anything else happens, it would reflect poorly on me as the team leader. You truly are my guardian angel. I chuckled. Do not flatter me. Tell me, what do you intend to do? Gang replied, I will approach this from 2 angles. The deceased Dr. Ma and the hospital's investors. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover any leads. Shall I accompany you to the hospital? I inquired. Gang paused and said, It is not yet the right time. If there truly is an issue with this hospital, we must uproot it entirely. You are the sharp blade. I must wield you at the critical moment. Kulme, let us go. It is snowing. I will escort you home. I shall handle the fundamental matters. By the time we returned to Fongjing-Zhai, evening had descended, and the snowfall intensified. I glanced at the nearby foot massage establishment, its lights as bright as ever. As Gang closed the car door, he smiled at me. What is this? Are you yearning for companionship? Best to stay away from such places. I retorted playfully, Oh, as if you have any say in the matter. You should reflect on yourself instead. With that appearance, I doubt you will ever find a wife. Gang shot me a fierce glare before striding away. Upon returning to the shop, an unexpected stillness enveloped me, leaving me somewhat disoriented. I wondered where that old rascal, my master, might be at this moment. The thought of him led me to recall the woman from my dream last night, and I felt a sudden warmth flush across my face. My gaze involuntarily drifted towards my master's bedroom, where the golden lock was secured with utmost rigor, further igniting my curiosity. I had previously ventured into my master's room, finding it devoid of secrets. Yet, upon his departure, he had repeatedly admonished me against opening the bedroom door, hinting at a warning. Could it be that there were undiscovered secrets within? I rose to my feet and approached the door, peering inside from the threshold, only to be met with an impenetrable darkness. Suddenly, a hoarse voice greeted me from behind, startling me into a swift turn. To my astonishment, a figure had materialized at the doorway, cloaked in shadows, draped in a white sheet, with a bandage wrapped around its head, its face obscured. I recognized that this was no ordinary person. Yet, what puzzled me was the fact that I had not hung a white lantern. How had this spectral presence arrived at my doorstep? Moreover, it was not yet the hour of the pig. "I'm sorry, but we are not conducting night consultations today," I replied politely. "But you have clearly hung the lantern for night consultations." The apparition retorted with a hint of disappointment and anger. Had I truly hung a white lantern? That seemed implausible, as I had not stepped outside since my return. Nevertheless, given its assertion, I felt compelled to verify. I swiftly stepped outside, and indeed, saw two white lanterns fluttering in the wind upon the post. How strange! Had someone hung the lanterns in my stead? Could it be that there was indeed another presence in this room? My mind instinctively wandered to the enchanting figure of my master's wife. Turning back, I found the spectral figure still anxiously awaiting my response. I apologetically remarked, "I am truly sorry. Although the lantern is hung, my master is not here." Alas, that would be disastrous. The specter ceased its lamentation, a tremor of profound fear and desolation evident in its voice. Hearing such sorrowful tones stirred my compassion, and I tentatively suggested, "If you trust me, I may be able to assist you." The specter, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Thank you immensely, young doctor. Please, grant me a fire-warding incantation." A fire-warding incantation? My master had indeed instructed me on such matters, yet I had not yet assessed your condition. How could I possibly prescribe a remedy? "Friend, I must first examine your ailment." The specter quivered slightly, and, after a moment, murmured perhaps, "It is best if you do not look. I fear it may overwhelm you." I responded with calm assurance, "How could that be? I am a physician of the supernatural. This is my vocation. Come forth, so that I may conduct a thorough examination." After a moment's hesitation, the specter slowly emerged, gradually peeling away the white cloth that shrouded it. I suddenly leaped to my feet, my muscles convulsing violently, and a wave of nausea surged within me. Before me stood the specter, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Its skin was charred black, limbs cracked and resembling the shell of a tortoise, with pinkish, viscous blood seeping through the fissures. "Doctor, my plight is dire," the specter lamented, its cavernous mouth opening and closing. "I can no longer endure this suffering. Tonight, they intend to burn my remains. I seek not liberation, nor healing. I implore you to grant me the fire-warding incantation, that my soul may find some semblance of solace." Chapter 34. The death of Ma Xiaojiang. I had mentally prepared myself for this moment. Ever since I began my journey as an enigmatic physician under my master, I had encountered all manner of bizarre phenomena, missing limbs, disembowelments, but none had unsettled my heart as profoundly as the specter before me. Alas, it matters not. I harbor no resentment toward you. In truth, I now find myself unable to face my own reflection. The specter sighed deeply, attempting to retreat into the shadows once more. Observing him, I felt an unexpected pang of compassion. Over the years, I have come to intimately understand the agony of ridicule and isolation. Moreover, as an enigmatic physician, should I not confront this? "Stay still. You are the patient. Heed my words," I declared emphatically. "Extend your arm. I intend to examine your shadowy essence through the enigmatic pulse." The specter trembled as he gazed at me, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Given the severe damage to his skin, I could scarcely discern his expression, yet I trusted the tears. They were a testament to the profound respect for enlightenment. The enigmatic pulse, akin to the human pulse, comprises 9 pathways, governed by 12 primary vessels and 8 extraordinary meridians. However, the distinction lies in the inverse nature of the enigmatic pulse. This pulse emerged sluggishly, its rhythm erratic, akin to water dripping through a leaky roof, feeble and weary. Although his 3 souls and 7 spirits remained, the shadowy essence was gravely compromised, an indication of an entity on the brink of death. To be candid, you will not survive until the 7th day, which means reincarnation will elude you, I stated gravely. Contrary to my expectations, the specter did not collapse in despair. He merely shook his head and murmured, "I am aware. Ordinarily, one succumbs to fire, which inflicts harm upon the flesh but spares the soul. However, your current predicament appears to be the result of something far more sinister than mere earthly flames. It must surely be the work of the 5 Thunder Talisman. Pray, tell me, who has conspired against you?" The shadow shook his head, murmuring softly, "I do not know. I truly do not know why I caught fire without reason. Even the door lock, which had always functioned well, has now failed me. Despite my utmost efforts, I cannot unlock it. Perhaps this is my just recompense." "Recompense?" I echoed. "Indeed, recompense," the shadow sobbed. "I have extinguished so many lives that had yet to see the light of day. They must harbor resentment towards me. I am reaping what I have sown." Upon hearing the shadow's lamentations, an idea sparked within me, and I could not help but exclaim, "Could it be that your surname is Ma, and you're a doctor at the rehabilitation hospital?" The shadow froze, his expression one of bewilderment. How do you know?" In that instant, clarity washed over me. Thus, it seemed that Dr. Ma, too, was a victim. But who, then, is the ultimate perpetrator? Dr. Ma, ponder this. Before your demise, whom did you wrong, or what secret did you uncover? The shadow contemplated for a moment and replied softly, "Forgive me, young sir, for my childhood as an orphan has rendered me timid. I have never engaged in conflict with my colleagues. I have always treated even the cleaning and logistical staff with utmost courtesy. I truly cannot fathom who would wish to harm me. Consider further, for this matter is grave. It pertains not only to your ability to seek vengeance, but may also be intricately linked to the lives of many young women who have undergone procedures at your hands." "In connection with the patients?" The shadow paused, suddenly enlightened. "Could it be him?" "Who?" I shouted in excitement. The enigmatic figure spoke. "Old Wang." "Who is Old Wang? Why him?" The figure explained. "Old Wang, whose real name is Wang Tianyang, is the logistics personnel responsible for handling obstetric waste in our obstetrics and gynecology department. What we refer to as obstetric waste is essentially the incineration of daily deceased infants, stillborns, and placentas. It was during one of my night shifts before my demise that I encountered him. While I was in the stairwell smoking, I suddenly saw Old Wang carrying a garbage bag out of the disposal room. I assumed he was collecting some medical plastic waste, so I jokingly remarked, "Old Wang, the department regulations strictly prohibit taking waste from the disposal room. Be careful not to get caught by the supervisors." At that moment, Old Wang seemed startled to see me. He shot me a cold glance before departing. His gaze was quite unsettling. In retrospect, that old man was certainly not picking up waste. Indeed, what he took away must have been a deceased infant. I assert, though you may have overlooked it, he harbored murderous intent, for if the truth were to emerge, he would face imprisonment or even annihilation. "It must be him, it must be him," the figure exclaimed with fervor. "I told you. Why has he been so insistent on hastening the cremation of my remains? That wretched being, I loathe him, yet I lack the strength for vengeance." A wave of sorrow washed over me, a life extinguished just like that. The brutality of the act was utterly shocking. I hastily called Shi Gang, and upon inquiring, I discovered he was verifying the information of the deceased Dr. Ma Xiaojing at the hospital with his team. "Old Shi, you must immediately apprehend the obstetric logistics personnel, Wang Tianyang." I was nearly roaring. Shi Gang appeared somewhat taken aback and quietly inquired, "What is it? Have you made a discovery?" "Never mind that. Just apprehend the person, and I shall explain everything to you." Upon hearing this, Sure Gang swiftly replied, "Just you watch. I will ensure he does not escape." After hanging up the phone, I noticed my Xiaojing trembling all over from his burns in excruciating pain. I hurriedly lit 3 incense sticks for him and recited a fire-warding incantation. Ma Xiaojing greedily inhaled the smoke and offered me a wry smile, asking, "Young sir, do you believe there is karma in this world?" I shook my head. My master claimed there was, my grandmother also affirmed it, and I wished for it to be true. Yet, at least for now, I had not witnessed it, so I was unable to provide an answer. If there were no karma, what hope would good people have? Yet, if there were, how could evil still exist in the world? After a prolonged silence, the phone rang. I hastily answered, exclaiming, "How is it? Old Sure? Did that old bastard confess?" On the other end, Sure Gang sounded somewhat disheartened, sighing, "We caught the person, but he is already dead." Dead? What a coincidence. Sure Gang continued, "The forensic examination indicates he had been deceased for over an hour, a suicide, hanging from the fan in the duty room. There was a will, and he openly confessed to the theft of the deceased infant. It was all his doing. How could that be? An old man, what motive would he have to steal a dead infant?" I shouted, "Old Sure, there must be more to this. It cannot be merely Wang Tianyang behind it." Sure Gang lowered his voice and said, "Master Bu, do you take me for a fool? I am acutely aware that this is an impossibility for the old man's will states. What does it mean to accept a conclusion that is palatable to the masses? Is this not a form of self-deception?" Anger surged within me, prompting me to abruptly terminate the call. Upon lifting my gaze, I found Ma Xiaojing observing me with a bittersweet smile, deepening my sorrow. This world is devoid of fairness, and has never been so. Young sir, thank you for your efforts. It is time for me to depart." Although the fire avoidance spell alleviated Ma Xiaojing's suffering to the greatest extent, he was already enfeebled, and his end was nigh. Moreover, his spirit had perished long before his physical demise. Having uttered his final words, Ma Xiaojing propelled his charred soul into the snow-laden world beyond the door, bowing respectfully in my direction. In an instant, he transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing between the realms of life and death. From that moment forth, the world was devoid of Ma Xiaojing. This marked my first failure as a peculiar physician, unable to revive a spirit. I understand that medicine has never promised absolute success, yet I'm still overwhelmed with grief, for Ma Xiaojing departed in despair. Ma Xiaojing, I vow to uncover the ultimate truth. I bellowed into the swirling snow, hoping that Ma Xiaojing could hear me, as well as my grandparents and the mighty tiger. My spirits plummeted to an abyss, and I removed the lantern, closing the door. I had no desire to leave. I poured myself a glass of wine, retreating into the darkness alone. The darkness calms me, while the wine warms my soul. However, before I had sipped even a drop of wine, I was suddenly struck by the faint sound of delicate tapping, reminiscent of a chick pecking at its shell. I pricked up my ears to discern the source of this sound, and ultimately, my gaze settled upon the grand lock of my master's bedroom. Top, top, top. Chapter 35. Withered fingers indeed. The source of that sound emanated from my master's bedroom. Stunned, I rose to my feet. Could it be that someone was locked inside? The thought that there might have been another person in this room all along quickened my heartbeat. I cautiously approached the bedroom, and to my astonishment, I discovered that the golden lock was not actually secured. It merely hung loosely from the latch. How could this be? The lock had been firmly closed. After my master had left, I had checked it myself, and I vividly recalled seeing it locked tight just this morning. With my master absent and lacking a key, the only possibility was someone else had the ability to unlock the door. Suddenly, I remembered the alluring woman, my master's wife from last night. Could it be that the events of last evening were indeed true? At the mere thought, a thin sheen of sweat formed on my palms. To enter or not to enter? Gazing at the loosely hanging lock, I found myself hesitating. My master had expressly forbidden me from entering. Yet I just heard sound from within. Should I venture in? After much contemplation, I resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, my master had treated me well, and I ought to respect his wishes. With this in mind, I resolutely grasped the lock, preparing to secure it once more, only for that crisp, tinkling sound to resound again. There was definitely someone inside. This time, I was utterly convinced that someone was gently tapping on the wooden surface. I could not refrain any longer. I had to uncover the truth. If I failed to resolve this mystery, I feared I would be haunted by sleeplessness throughout the night. I swiftly removed the heavy lock and pushed the door open, calling out loudly. Who? Who is there? The room revealed itself in its entirety, with ancient Ming-style furniture adorning the space. The bed, neatly made, was devoid of any human presence. If there were a hiding place within this room, it could only be one. My gaze fell upon the wardrobe nestled in the corner. This wardrobe stood in stark contrast to the other furnishings, which were so worn with age. Its bright red paint gleamed, casting an eerie glow in the darkness, evoking unsettling associations of blood and coffins. The 6 wardrobe doors stood aligned, and I crept forward barefoot, holding my breath as I pressed my ear against the first set of doors' silence. I then leaned against the second set. Still nothing. As I regarded the third set of doors, hesitation crept in. Who are you, and why are you hiding in the wardrobe? I called out, attempting to sound formidable. Alas, after a prolonged silence, there was no response. The oppressive atmosphere threatened to drive me to madness. In a moment of desperation, I seized a vase and boldly flung open the first set of doors, only to find them empty. Could it be that my Master-S wardrobe was entirely vacant? Summoning my courage, I pulled open the second wardrobe, revealing it stuffed to the brim with my master's garments. Suits and long robes hung on hangers, as if suspended like lifeless bodies. Only one set of doors remained. If there was indeed someone concealed within, they could only be here. I swallowed hard, stretched my limbs, and took a step back, gripping the doorknob with my right hand while raising a vase with my left. Bang! The cabinet door swung open, and in that moment, my heart raced to my throat. Unfortunately, once I regained my composure, I found nothing in front of me. Within the vast wardrobe, there lay only a palm-sized box resting on the shelf. This box was exquisitely crafted, adorned with a thick layer of patina, indicating that the master often handled it. Among 3 sets of cabinets, one stood empty, another was crammed full, while the last housed merely this solitary box. The more I pondered, the more I felt this box was extraordinary. Oh, master, I never imagined you concealed such treasures, though I sensed I ought not to. Curiosity compelled me to lift the box with great care. It rested lightly in my palm, suggesting it held no gold or silver trinkets. With caution, I opened the lid, and to my astonishment, inside lay only a dark, withered object. This item measured about 7 or 8 centimeters in length, dry and unremarkable, leaving me puzzled as to its value. I jested within, lifting the object to scrutinize it closely, when suddenly I noticed a stark, pale fingernail at its tip. This is... I panicked like a cold cicada, my hand trembling, causing the box to clatter to the ground. Indeed, it is unmistakably a withered finger. A chill ran down my spine, my hair stood on end, my vision blurred with golden sparks, and an unnamed terror gripped my legs, rendering me as immobile as a wooden post. I could not fathom why my master cherished such a macabre relic as a finger. After a moment of stunned silence, a jolt of realization coursed through my mind. I suddenly recalled my master's missing middle finger. Could it be that this very finger belonged to him? Was it truly of any aesthetic value? Just then, a voice emerged from behind me. I shivered, and the dry finger slipped from my grasp, clattering to the ground. Whirling around, I discovered that it was none other than my master's wife. Appearing as she had the previous night, clad in a cheongsam, her gaze hazy, she winked at me and whispered, "Little boo, are you frightened? Fear not, indeed. That is your master's finger." Observing her elegant attire, I finally remembered. She was the enigmatic woman who had appeared behind me while I was perched in the tree, observing the foot-washing town. "What's the matter? Do you not recognize me?" She giggled. "Your master is truly something else, not even introducing us." With a playful smile, she gracefully advanced towards me, step by step. You are a specter." I mustered my courage, stammering. She laughed teasingly. "No, to be precise, you are also a specter." Before I could react, darkness enveloped me, and I fainted. "Bouye, Bouye, wake up. You're drooling." In my dreams, I vaguely heard Shurgang's voice. Shurgang? No, if Shurgang were to arrive, that would mean, "Shurgang, you, Please do not come in just yet, I exclaimed, jolting awake with a start. Mas Turbu, are you still in stupor? Sure Gang was tilting his head at me. I was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that dawn had broken, and I was sprawled across the table in the front hall, drool pooling on the surface, my clothes intact, yet the cup of wine before me was already empty. What has transpired? Could it be yet another of my dreams? I paid no heed to Sure Gang and hastily made my way towards the door of my master's bedroom. The formidable lock before me was secure. Not only was it unyielding, but the door itself was tightly shut. Chapter 36. The case from 18 years ago, I found myself in a state of bewilderment, pondering which fragments of my recollection were authentic and which were mere figments of my imagination. If the door to my bedroom had never truly opened, then the wooden box, the withered fingers, and even the enchanting figure of my master's wife must all be illusions, mustn't they? Yet, I distinctly recall that it was the sight of the woman in the cheaphow that caused me to tumble from the old locust tree. Perhaps the mounting pressures of recent days have led me to conflate disparate elements of my subconscious. The more I contemplated, the more muddled my thoughts became. Perhaps my master's courtyard was not as straightforward as I had initially perceived. Hey, what is going on? I called out, noticing my friend lost in thought at the door, staring vacantly as if captivated by something within. Was there a lady inside? Sure Gang approached with a playful grin, peeking through the crack of the door. Snapping back to reality, I shot him an irritated glance and retorted, if you're looking for a girl, go to the foot massage parlor next door. And didn't I make it clear? I'm no longer your external consultant, so stop trying to mooch off me. The memory of his nervous demeanor over the phone, cowering before his superiors and attempting to downplay matters, only fueled my frustration. Sure Gang, feeling awkward, clicked his tongue and asked, what? Are you really upset? He sighed. Bouilly is fiercely righteous. It seems I truly chose the right person. Get lost with your flattery. I dismissed him scornfully. I may not be noble, but I understand respect. Respect for life. Respect for truth. I cannot abide the convoluted machinations within your system. If you wish to seek someone, do so elsewhere. We are fundamentally not on the same path. Mas Turbu, do you truly believe that I, Sure Gang, am a person devoid of principles? Sure Gang proclaimed, thumping his chest. Upon reflection, his words held a modicum of truth. Each circle possesses its own code of conduct. Perhaps I had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Nevertheless, I had no intention of conceding before him. Enough of your grandstanding. If you have something to say, say it. And if not, then be on your way. Sure Gang chuckled. I do have something to discuss. I have brought medicine. Medicine? Who is it for? Spare me your mystery. It's for you. Sure Gang exclaimed, tapping my forehead. Just look at you. Brow furrowed. Eyes darkened. You appear utterly drained and disheartened. I am here to provide you with a stimulant. I was taken aback, but soon grasped his meaning. Could it be that you have news regarding the incident in Haishuiden village from 18 years ago? I quipped. Well, Master Boo, your mind works quite swiftly. Sure Gang, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, am I not a good brother? You aided me, so I must return the favor. Stop the banter and get to the point. What transpired in Haishuiden village 18 years ago? And what does it have to do with my grandmother? According to the information Sure Gang provided, a peculiar event did indeed occur that year. The Yandong region experienced an abundance of rainfall, though it did not reach catastrophic levels. Yet, in the vicinity of Haishuiden village, the clouds seemed to linger, unleashing torrents for 3 consecutive days and nights, resulting in devastating floods. Following the deluge, the village was left with 3 fewer souls, a child, a woman, and a man. My grandmother once spoke of this matter, but she mentioned 2 individuals. The villagers all believed that a malevolent force from the water had abducted the child and the woman. Sure Gang shook his head and said, no, there were 3 individuals. Can you guess who the 3rd missing person is? Observing Sure Gang's expression, an unsettling thought crossed my mind. You can't possibly mean one of my family members. Sure Gang paused before uttering 2 words, Luo Dong. A jolt of shock surged through me as I exclaimed, impossible. Luo Dong is my father. He perished in a mining accident. How could he be one of the 3 missing persons? Sure Gang looked at me and stated, That is precisely what the records from that time indicate, without a doubt. However, a fortnight after the flood, the police found your father, unharmed, while the child and the woman beside him had already turned into mere skeletons. I was taken aback by this sudden revelation, my mind teetering between disbelief and confusion. How could this be? Why had my grandparents never mentioned it? They had been trapped in a cave by the bank of the dark water pool, inundated for a full 18 days. I grasped the implication of Gang's final words. Isolated for half a month, devoid of sustenance, the two had become mere skeletons, leaving only the robust man to survive. By logical deduction, only one possibility remained. What do the subsequent police records indicate? I asked, my voice trembling. Gang spoke softly. 18 years ago, reconnaissance technology was still rudimentary. The police merely interrogated Luo Dong, who claimed to have no knowledge of the deaths of the women and children, and he was also unable to clarify how he survived. And what happened next? There was no further progress. Luo Dong was released, and the police failed to alert anyone. The two skeletons were rediscovered from another location. I do not understand my father. I was born after his death, thus I know not what manner of man he was. However, if his blood truly courses through my veins, I am convinced that it cannot be the truth. So, do you intend to investigate further? Gang gazed at me and inquired. I replied without hesitation, yes, why not? I wish to uncover the reason behind my grandmother and grandfather's tragic demise. But why voice it? Gang frowned and remarked, do you understand that regardless of the truth, the mere spread of those two words is akin to a plague? What does that signify? I comprehended Gang's concerns. Yet to evade confronting the reality would be an even greater mockery of the deceased. Upon returning to the village, I resolved to discover the truth of the matter. Gang then said, you may go back and investigate, but promise me that you will erase those two words from your mind. Do you understand? I nodded silently. Suddenly, Gang appeared more at ease and exclaimed, I knew you would pursue this inquiry. To express my gratitude, I will accompany you back. Kulme, all your needs are prepared in my vehicle. We shall depart at once. Sometimes, this hefty figure can be quite amusing. I glanced at the door of my master's bedroom, a sense of trepidation lingering in my heart. Perhaps a stroll outside would do me good. Maybe upon my return, the nightmare would have vanished. Once I got into the car, a thought suddenly struck me. I turned to Gang and inquired, you haven't mentioned who the other two victims of the flood were. Gang pondered for a moment before affirming. If I recall correctly, the boy's name was Zhang Godin, and his father was Zhang Dashan. The other woman was Wang Saixia, and her husband was Li Dafu. Zhang Dashan, Li Dafu. Isn't Zhang Dashan the old man from the east end of the village? Li Dafu, indeed. Chapter 37. Returned to the village, I never anticipated that the criminal record from 18 years ago would link Zhang Dashan, Li Dafu, and our family together. However, that doesn't seem quite right. Zhang Dashan is clearly a bachelor, while Li Dafu is indeed married. Let us go back to the village. Everything will become clear then. As Gang pressed down on the accelerator, the car surged forward. I turned to Gang, who wore a serious expression, and said, "De Zhuang Yo, there is something I cannot comprehend." "What is it?" He replied, "We are complete strangers. Why are you so concerned about my affairs? Offering kindness without reason is suspicious. What is your true intention?" Gang grinned broadly and said, "See, this is where narrow-mindedness shows. What could I possibly gain from your youthful visage? I merely observed that you were able to save your third sister the other day, which indicates your capability. Hence, I thought a potential collaboration between us. I shall handle the material matters while you take care of the supernatural ones. This is a reasonable partnership, though I must admit, I have my own agenda. I certainly hope you can assist me in resolving that case concerning the deceased infant." Gang's straightforward manner reminded me somewhat of Dahu, and frankly, it bridged the gap between us considerably. Heiyu Lake Village is not far from Yun City, but due to the recent heavy snowfall, the road conditions were poor. By the time Gang and I entered the village, it was already dusk. "Is this the place where you grew up?" Gang remarked, admiring the scenery outside. "It's quite picturesque." "Of course," I replied. "Just look at my appearance. Do I seem like someone raised in a rugged and inhospitable environment?" Gong chucked. "You may praise your village, but that does not guarantee that your village will praise you back. The fact that this group of individuals was able to compel your departure indicates that they are, for the most part, troublesome folk. As the saying goes, in impoverished mountains and treacherous waters, troublesome people arise. Thus, while I may find these mountains and waters visually appealing, they may not necessarily nurture the spirit. The words of this individual rendered me speechless. Recalling the faces of those from the village who once drove me away fills me with indignation. Hey, look, is that someone over there? Suddenly, Gang slowed the vehicle, pointing towards the woods ahead. I glanced and saw Da Hunyang bent over in the forest, gathering fallen leaves and branches. Given my rapport with Da Hu, she is among the few in the village who treats me kindly. Her family has often received my grandparents' unwavering support in both significant and trivial matters. I instructed Gang to halt the car and approached Da Hunyang, greeting her. Annie, are you collecting firewood? Da Hunyang slowly lifted her head, and I then noticed her disheveled hair and dirt-streaked face, as though she hadn't tea-washed in several days. Xiao Bu. Da Hunyang scrutinized me for a moment before speaking in a dazed manner. I couldn't help but feel puzzled by her condition. It's me, Auntie. Xiao Bu. You must save Da Hu. He came to me in a dream, saying he is suffering and is on the verge of freezing to death. Da Hunyang suddenly gestured wildly, leaping towards me and gripping my arm tightly, exclaiming, he said he is unwilling to accept this fate. He wants you to accompany him. Startled, I quickly realized that Da Hunyang was not in her right mind. What happened? Gang emerged from the vehicle, concerned. Da Hunyang cast a glance at Gang, her filthy face suddenly contorting in an expression of horror. She wailed and sprinted into the woods, crying out, Son, this must be a lie. It has to be false. You are a fake. Demon, you cannot deceive me. Release my son. A demon? Is she referring to me? Gang, bewildered, pointed at his own face. I shook my head and said, she is Da Hunyang. The shock has likely driven her to madness. We got into the car and drove into the village. I noticed it was barely 5 o'clock, yet every household had already shut their doors, rendering the entire village eerily silent, as if it were in slumber. Hey, this atmosphere feels off. She gongmudet. I too sensed the oppressive ambience that was almost suffocating. Let us go, take a left, and head to my house. As we approached my home, I spotted my cousin about to close the door. I hurriedly rolled down the window and called out. Upon seeing the car, my cousin paused momentarily, and when he recognized me, he exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Bu, what brings you back? Before I could respond, Gang halted the car and shouted, what a relief, finally a person who can speak. However, to my astonishment, upon seeing Gang, my cousin appeared as if he had encountered a ghost, shrieking as he turned and fled into the yard, yelling, Ghost, ghost. Huazi has returned. Huazi? I was taken aback, but then it dawned on me that he had mistaken Gang for Da Hu. To be fair, upon closer inspection, their facial features did bear a semblance, though Gang was somewhat more robust. Cousin, why are you running? He is not a tiger. He is my friend. I shouted. My cousin halted, turned around with skepticism, and scrutinized the situation before finally exhaling in relief. You startled me, Xiaobu. You have no idea. I've been on edge lately. And why are you back? You should leave while the villagers are unaware. Why should I be driven away? This is my home too. My grandparents are buried here. What gives you the right to expel me? I can no longer contain my anger. Cousin, you bear the surname Luo, and so do I. Our grandfathers were brothers. Do you also regard me as a harbinger of misfortune like the villagers? Have you forgotten who saved you when you fell from the tree as a child? It was my grandmother. With a deep sigh, my cousin replied, Xiaobu, that was not my intention. Let me be honest with you, and then you must leave. I exchanged a glance with Gang, awaiting my cousin's elaboration. However, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings, as if fearing eavesdroppers, before pulling Gang and me into the courtyard. Since the night you departed, the village has been in turmoil, he whispered. The local yellow weasels, white hedgehogs, and long snakes have been wreaking havoc, invading the village daily. To this day, nearly all the village's chickens, ducks, geese, horses, cattle, sheep, and pigs have been slaughtered. What is going on? Gang interjected. With the return of land to forest and efforts to protect the ecosystem, surely there are more animals. Growing up in the city, Gang did not grasp that my cousin emphasized these three species for a reason. Their significance was far from ordinary. The three celestial beings of Huangbeilu are indeed the deities my grandmother has revered day and night. In the past, my grandmother engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the water monster, resulting in the demise of all the larger Huangbeilu in the vicinity. It is likely that the disturbances are caused by the descendants of these ancestral spirits. However, it is said that grievances have their origins and debts their rightful owners. Logically, the three celestial beings and my grandmother perished due to the malevolence of the black water pool. Thus, these small entities should seek retribution there, rather than causing a ruckus in the village. Cousin Gang glanced at me and remarked, if it were merely their mischief, I wouldn't be this frightened. Could it be that something unclean is present? Observing his expression, I speculated. Cousin then exclaimed, indeed, it is the great tiger. The great tiger? I gasped in surprise. Certainly, this child died unjustly, returning to the village each night to create chaos. As darkness falls, he knocks on every door. Could it be a prank? I inquired. Impossible. Cousin retorted, I have witnessed it myself. Otherwise, would I have fled upon encountering this young man just now? One evening, I returned late from the mountain town. Upon reaching my doorstep, I saw a shadow hunched over in my sheep pen. Thinking it was a sheep thief, I shouted. To my astonishment, the figure trembled and turned to reveal it was the great tiger, gnawing on a little lamb. Look here. He pointed to the iron gate of the courtyard. These are the marks left from the previous night. Nearly every household in the village has them. As Gang and I approached to examine, we were confronted by two large bloodstains. Your cousin speaks the truth, Gang exclaimed, staring at the prints. Why is this happening? Gong solemnly remarked. This blood palm print bears fragments of skin tissue, a hallmark of a highly decomposed corpse. Moreover, if you pay close attention, there is a foul stench of cadaveric fluid. Chapter 38. The haunting shadows. It must be said that Gang possesses an exceptionally keen eye for detail. Thus, the matter of the great tiger's corpse appearing at the village gate is indeed true. My cousin gazed at me with concern and remarked, Xiaobu, do you now comprehend why I urged you to leave? It is not out of cruelty, but rather because this village cannot accommodate you. Gong, with a somewhat foolish demeanor, inquired, Buyi, I fail to grasp why the great tiger's disturbance necessitates your departure from the village. I raised my hand, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Jie, and replied, isn't it obvious? It is precisely because of it. The villagers are well aware of my tribulations over the past 3.5 epochs. In their minds, the great tiger, along with Lu Pe and my mentor, are all figures who aided me in overcoming my trials. In other words, the great tiger perished because of me. Now that the great tiger has returned to wreak havoc, the villagers must surely perceive it as a manifestation of the tiger's unwillingness to accept its fate, seeking vengeance upon me. However, I have already departed from the village, which renders the great tiger's ire directed toward the other villagers. Should they discover my return, they would undoubtedly confront me, demanding accountability. Furthermore, everyone is aware of the bond between the Huang, Bai, and Lu clan's creatures and my grandmother. Thus, should these little mischief makers cause trouble, the villagers would inevitably place the blame squarely upon me. I see now. Gang finally grasped the situation, letting out a cold scoff and questioning. What shall we do? Are we truly frightened enough to flee? Flee? Nonsense. I retorted dismissively. The last time they forced me out, I had already severed ties with them. What have I to fear? This time I return, and if I do not unravel the entirety of this affair, I shan't leave again. Don't. Upon hearing this, Gang became anxious and muttered, if you stay here, what will happen to my matters? I'm counting on you. I chuckled and replied, why should I care? It's easy to summon a Buddha, but difficult to invite one. Who told you to send me back? I felt I was flattering him unnecessarily. Gang, resigned, said, all right then, let us resolve your issues first. I turned to my cousin and assured him, rest assured, I fear no one. I am not afraid of Dahu, nor these troublesome villagers. I am eager to see how they will attempt to pressure me again, thinking I am still that insecure child. With that, I strode homeward with Gang, not looking back. Only a few months away, the small courtyard that my grandparents had tenderly cared for throughout their lives had fallen into disrepair. Everything of any value had long been pilfered by the villagers, and several panes of glass had been inexplicably shattered. The scene was one of utter devastation, which stirred a sense of melancholy within me. Sure Gang, hands on his hips, remarked, "See what I mean? Troublesome folks are everywhere, not just in remote and harsh terrains." I could only smile ruefully and said, "Let us not dwell on this. Let us tidy up and spend the night here." Sure Gang had planned well, having already prepared food and drink. After a brief arrangement of the bedding and lighting a fire, I found myself sitting around the charcoal, enjoying meat and sipping wine. During our casual conversation, I learned that Sure Gang had also been an orphan in his childhood, raised in an orphanage, unaware of his parents' identities. Reflecting on his circumstances, I felt fortunate. At least I still had my loving grandparents. After a few rounds of drinks and the consumption of 2 roasted chickens, Sure Gang, with a flushed face, rose from his seat and wiped the grease from his mouth, suggesting, "Shall we take a stroll?" Surprisingly, the thought mirrored my own. They say that who stirs up trouble. I must catch him in the act to truly believe it. In this world, the only trustworthy entity is one's own hand, for even the eyes can be deceived. At this hour, the winter night in the countryside was pierced by a chilling wind. Sure Gang and I walked along the desolate streets, where not even the sound of barking dogs could be heard. I was intimately familiar with this village, knowing every pit and stone even with my eyes closed. However, I had never meandered through the streets at such an hour. As I glanced around, the eerie shadows loomed everywhere, invoking a sense of trepidation. As we were quietly boasting, a sudden, intense knocking echoed in our ears. Bang, bang, bang. Sure Gang and I froze simultaneously, our gazes drawn to an alleyway. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Without hesitation, we darted into the alley. After advancing a few steps, we spotted a vague figure standing at the entrance of a house, pounding fiercely on the door. Despite the distance, an overpowering stench wafted toward us with the wind. "Who?" I involuntarily called out. Who paused, turned a glance at me, and unsteadily turned to leave. Truly, something sinister was afoot. Sure Gang hissed a warning, reaching for his gun at his waist. It was a visage of a skull, terrifying and ghastly. Yet, from the figure, I discerned that this was by no means the formidable tiger. Nor was it a ghost or a corpse, but rather a person adorned with a mask. It certainly was not the tiger. "Pursue," I shouted, lifting my leg to give chase. To my astonishment, the figure ahead moved with remarkable swiftness, akin to a rabbit darting through a field. Fortunately, there was Sure Gang. Despite his imposing stature, he possessed remarkably agile legs and followed suit with astonishing speed. Thus, the 3 of us pursued each other out of the village and ultimately into the dense thicket of the graveyard. In the chaotic burial ground, eerie phosphorescence flickered amidst the tangled underbrush. By the time I caught up with Sure Gang, the shadow had long since vanished. Clearly, this individual was a villager, though the motive behind masquerading as the tiger to instill fear remains unknown. Sure Gang brushed off the dust from his clothing, remarking in our encounter, "This person exhibited commendable skill in both fists and feet, managing to escape while we were evenly matched." I had not anticipated the presence of such individuals in Haishutan village, capable of rivaling Sure Gang. Today, we have failed to apprehend anyone. It seems the fox's tail must be tucked away, making further investigation unfeasible. I sighed. Sure Gang smiled faintly, saying, "Not entirely. There remains at least one lead." During the chase and confrontation, I observed his running form was quite proper, imbued with a hint of military boxing. "I would wager he has served in the armed forces." "What you imply is," I replied, "I could request your colleagues from the county town to investigate how many individuals from your village have served in the military, thereby narrowing down the list of suspects for further examination. Then let us proceed. We shall return for now and deliberate further tomorrow." I called out to Sure Gang to return, but as I turned around, I suddenly discovered a pair of emerald eyes fixed intently upon me. No, it was not merely one pair, but 2, 3, 5. My heavens, in the blink of an eye, countless pairs of green eyes emerged. and it seemed as though we were utterly surrounded. Chapter 39. Who exactly is it? What is this? There are so many of them. Sure Gang clicked his tongue while unlocking his weapon, grumbling. That person must have intentionally lured us here. Squeak. As Sure Gang began to curse. The surrounding green-eyed creatures erupted like a boiling pot, screeching and charging towards us in a frenzy. Though these green-eyed beings were rare, my rural upbringing allowed me to deduce their nature. Old Sure, whatever you do not fire your weapon. Not fire? Are you insane? Do you even know what these creatures are? If they are carnivorous, with this many of them, they could swallow us whole in an instant. Fear not. If you refrain from aggression, they shall not harm us either. Having calmed Old Sure, I bowed respectfully to the side where the green eyes were most numerous, saying, "In the late hours of the night, we apologize for intruding, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness. I am Loabwa, and my grandmother, Luo Tai, is an esteemed elder among your kin. I implore you, for the sake of my grandmother, to spare us." Sure Gang, intrigued by my words, whispered Old Boo. "Who are you speaking to? You wouldn't understand. I will explain it to you later." After a brief silence, the encroaching green eyes gradually retreated. "Wow, Old Boo, you even comprehend the language of beasts." I couldn't help but exclaim. "Shut up. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute." While we were conversing, suddenly a lithe and agile figure darted out from behind a large tree, striding boldly towards us. Indeed, it is a robust yellow weasel, evidently the new leader among its kind. "A weasel?" Old Sure exclaimed. I attempted to restrain him, but this rascal, with his sharp tongue and quick hands, pointed at the weasel and laughed. "Isn't this the thief of chickens? How does that nursery rhyme go? The weasel goes to pay New Year's respects, wandering to the hen house, nodding and laughing heartily, sweet-talking all the way, stealing the eggs from the hen, while the rooster endlessly quarrels with it." I thought to myself, oh no, just as I was about to speak, the weasel suddenly let out a fierce cry, leaping to a height equal to a man, landing on a tree branch, and fixating its gaze upon Sure Gang. Sure Gang, taken aback, shook his enormous head several times, and, rather absurdly, began to dance, muttering foolishly. "My mouth loves to pass gas. A single fart can stink up 2 miles. I beg you all to indulge me, as I make a fool of myself." This rascal, as he spoke, grabbed a handful of sand, intending to put it in his mouth. I realized this was a case of the weasel possessing him, akin to hysteria, something I had witnessed my grandmother treat in others during my youth. Terrified, I quickly implored the grand yellow weasel, "Please, Master Huang, show mercy upon this fool. His mind is not quite right, and in light of my grandmother's kindness, I beseech you to spare him." The surrounding yellow weasels were chattering incessantly, clearly reveling in his misfortune. The great weasel let out a brief squeak and finally closed its eyes, at which point Old Sure, as if awakening from a dream, shouted, "Old Boo, I just saw a fairy dancing." I pinched him fiercely and retorted, "Be quiet. You are that very fairy." Old Sure shivered, thoroughly awakened, his heart still racing as he pursed his lips and fell silent. The large weasel, brimming with confidence, blinked and extended its claws toward me. "Are you asking us to leave?" The weasel shook its small head, stretched out its claws again, let out a squeak, and then turned to walk away. "Old Boo, what does it mean? Surely it doesn't intend to play tricks on us again. It seems to want us to follow it. Let us accompany it and see. With my grandmother's connections, it would not dare to harm me." The large weasel let out a shriek, and all the green eyes vanished in an instant, leaving only itself to leisurely lead us away from the chaotic graveyard and into the village orchard. Deep within the orchard lay the ancestral grave of the Luo family. Could it be that this yellow weasel knows I have returned and wishes to take me to see my grandparents first? Indeed, the weasel led us directly to the Luo family ancestral grave. However, to my astonishment, I discovered that there was a problem with my grandparents' grave. Surrounding their shared tomb were 4 deep, pipe-like holes that seemed bottomless. The earth near the holes was dark and reeked of decay, clearly indicating that this was the work of human hands. What on earth is happening? Who did this? I exclaimed in fury. Sure Gang frowned, bent down, pinched a handful of soil from the hole, and sniffed it, murmuring the scent of blood, someone has been pouring blood into these 4 holes. Pouring blood? A chill ran down my spine. Squeak. The large weasel let out another cry, moving to the rear of another grave and extending its claws once more. As Sure Gang and I approached, we were met with the shocking sight of a black dog, frozen solid like a popsicle. The creature bore only a single stab wound upon its neck, and due to the frigid temperatures, decomposition was not severe. Yet it was evident that it had been there for quite some time. This was an affront beyond measure. My entire being trembled as I cried out in fury to the heavens. In the folklore of the countryside, it is said that filling a grave with the blood of a dog is the most malevolent curse, condemning not only the deceased to eternal unrest, but also bringing misfortune upon their living descendants. I could hardly fathom the depths of animosity my grandparents must have harbored to warrant such a vile act. The yellow weasel, having realized that I understood its message, let out a few shrill cries before turning and scurrying away. Sure Gang and I were filled with uncontainable rage, yet we found ourselves powerless to investigate further. So we returned to the village. I fell into a restless slumber, haunted by bittersweet memories of days gone by. At the break of dawn the next day, a cacophony of voices erupted outside my door. Sure Gang and I rose to find the entire village gathered in our courtyard, their faces etched with hostility. Without a word, I knew their purpose. "Ah, you all are quite early," I remarked with a cold smirk. "What brings you here at such an hour? Have you come to return the belongings you pilfered from my home upon my return?" My question prompted many to lower their heads in shame. After a moment of silence, a small thug from the Lee family took the lead and spoke. "Luo Bo, spare us your rambling. You're the one who knows best who met his demise. It may sound flattering to say it was to save you from misfortune, but the harsh truth is it could very well be your doing that night. Otherwise, the who wouldn't have returned to stir up trouble. How dare you speak such words? You wretched scoundrel." Gripping a stick, I was ready to charge forward, but Sure Gang restrained me, saying, "Hold on, let them talk. The louder they crow, the more guilty they are. Luo Bo, it would be wise for you to kneel by whose grave for an entire night. Kneeling for just a night is too lenient. What about all the livestock that perished in the village? He must compensate for that." Indeed, after Dahu's death, he was fully aware of the chaos who would bring upon his return, yet his grandmother forbade him from speaking. This is clearly a cover-up for his transgressions. I struggled to contain my emotions, but faced with such a torrent of slander, I could no longer bear it. I bellowed, with heaven and earth as my witness. "If I, Luo Bo, have ever wronged Dahu in the slightest, may I suffer a wretched fate. However, since you have come today, I must inquire, who was it that, under the cover of night, played tricks by knocking on doors, and who desecrated my grandparents' grave? Whether you confess voluntarily or I uncover the truth myself, mark my words, death will be the consequence." In the past, I had been accustomed to being submissive in the village, always feeling like a harbinger of misfortune, deserving of scorn. But now, I have come to realize that I owe nothing to anyone. No one shall treat me as a pushover. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on me will face retribution, a tenfold return. These individuals could scarcely have anticipated that mere months after departing the village, I would undergo such a transformation, leaving them momentarily astounded by my fury. However, after a brief pause, they exchanged glances and quickly recognized their numerical advantage, each one adopting a menacing demeanor, rolling up their sleeves, and preparing to strike at me. Silence. Sure Gang abruptly thrust me behind him, slamming his firearm onto the stone table as he declared loudly, "Let me see who dares to instigate trouble." Chapter 40. The Corpse Fetcher Sure Gang, with a fierce demeanor and a physique sculpted by rigorous training, stood imposing with a firearm resting upon the stone table, evoking an aura of menace. The raucous group that had previously boistered with bravado now cowered in fear. They were but bullies preying on the weak. As soon as Sure Gang brandished his weapon, they shrank back, silenced by intimidation. He was indeed the mastermind behind their trepidation. After a brief moment of hesitation, the leading thug of the Lee family mumbled something inaudible. Without a hint of politeness, Sure Gang fixed his gaze upon the man and strode towards him, towering over him by a full head. "You insinuated earlier that Dahu was wronged. Do you possess any knowledge of the circumstances? If you fail to report what you know, I could charge you with harboring criminals. Should you lack concrete evidence and choose to spread baseless rumors, I could also accuse you of defamation. The thug visibly lost his bravado. Observing their leader's capitulation, the onlookers fell into an uneasy silence. Their earlier arrogance evaporated. What? Do you intend to linger in my courtyard, awaiting an invitation to dine? I scoffed coldly. The group awkwardly chuckled and hastily retreated. Sure Gang disdainfully snorted at the crowd before holstering his weapon. Old Sure, thank you, I expressed sincerely. Sure Gang waved it off nonchalantly. What's this? You are my advisor. If I cannot protect my own, I might as well return home and sell sweet potatoes. I must admit, being in Sure Gang's company was devoid of pressure. It was a truly comfortable experience. This is what true brotherhood should feel like. After hastily consuming a bite of breakfast, Sure Gang received a phone call. Early this morning, news arrived regarding the matters discussed last night. There are a total of 4 individuals in the village who have served in the military: Yang Gawa, Li Jiesher, Zhang Shui, and Lu Yuan. Among these names, I'm only familiar with Lu Yuan, who happens to be the father of Dahu. I was taken aback to learn that Lu Yuan had served in the military during his youth. It seems quite likely that Lu Yuan, whose son died under mysterious circumstances and whose wife has lost her sanity, harbors animosity towards the villagers, which may have prompted him to impersonate Dahu's corpse and cause a stir. Sure Gang asserted this theory, while Sure Gang's reasoning holds some merit. My understanding of Uncle Lu leads me to believe that this honest man is unlikely to engage in such outrageous behavior. People can be driven to extremes, Sure Gang remarked, recalling a time in the orphanage when 8 children ganged up on him. When pushed to the brink, I retaliated in an instant. Let us confront him directly, I suggested, as it would be straightforward to question him face to face. Indeed, those who are pushed to their limits can be the most fearsome. As Old Sure and I ventured into the street, we noticed the villagers avoiding us. Old Sure, possessing considerable experience, warned, "Do not be misled into thinking they genuinely fear me. They may be scheming behind the scenes." Such individuals are the type to resort to covert acts of vandalism when they cannot face someone directly. I chuckled. How can a robust man like you be so petty? It's not pettiness. It's my profound understanding of these lowly ruffians, Sure Gang lamented. They possess no sense of shame, no awareness of the law, and certainly no code of honor. Upon reaching Dahu's home, we found the door tightly shut. After knocking, we received no response. Let us go. There is no one here. Old Sure shrugged. How can there be no one? The door is locked from the inside, which indicates that someone is present, but simply chooses not to open it. As we hesitated, a piercing shriek echoed from within. Both Old Sure and I blanched, and without a word, we sprinted and vaulted over the wall into the courtyard. With swift precision, Sure Gang kicked the door open. Inside the dimly lit room, we beheld Lu Yuan, his face bloodied, ferociously hoisting Dahu's mother towards the rafters. She flailed wildly, her cries of anguish filling the air, creating a horrifying scene. Lu Yuan desist, Sure Gang roared, delivering a forceful kick that sent Lu Yuan sprawling. He then swiftly subdued him with a restraining hold. Lu Yuan screamed maniacally, "Release me. I must bind her. Life has become unbearable." As the rope slackened, Dahu's mother plummeted to the ground. As I moved to assist her, she abruptly seized a kitchen knife and, with a chilling laugh, lunged towards me. Caught off guard, I froze in astonishment. Fortunately, Old Sure intervened with a rapid movement, striking Dahu's mother's arm with a precise blow, causing the knife to clatter to the floor. "We've erred. Lu Yuan is the one injured," Sure Gang declared as he efficiently restrained Dahu's mother. I turned to Lu Yuan, perplexed, and inquired, "Uncle, what has transpired?" Tears streamed down Lu Yuan's face as he choked out, "It's all because of Dahu. With the child gone, his mother has descended into madness. She creates disturbances day and night, and in her fits of rage, she assaults me relentlessly. This morning, I was suddenly accused of being a demon, of having slain Dahu. With a kitchen knife raised, they attempted to strike me down. What could I do? Life has become unbearable, a grown man, weeping uncontrollably. My heart felt heavy with sorrow. I found myself instinctively checking Dahu's mother's pulse. It exhibited peculiar characteristics. The moment I touched her wrist, I could sense the pulse, firm as a drumskin. However, just as I was about to listen intently, the center of the pulse abruptly became hollow, though the edges remained steadfast. What do you think? Lao si in quit ugenti. From a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, this indicated a leathery pulse, signifying a man on the brink of death due to loss of essence, and a woman facing imminent demise from excessive bleeding. In other words, it indicated a deficiency of yang energy and an excess of yin. Yet, from the perspective of a ghostly physician, this reflects the characteristics of a scattered spirit, commonly referred to as being possessed. Yuan Shu, if you trust me, may I administer an acupuncture treatment to your aunt? Lu Yuan sighed deeply, responding, Xiao Bu, I know you mean well, but I fear there is no saving her. If only your grandmother were still alive, I shook my head. Even if my grandmother were alive, I doubted she could help. I had gleaned this knowledge from my master's notes, which I believed to be reliable. I gestured for Lao Shi to stabilize Hu's mother's head, using my thumb and 6 finger to press on the Xishan Song and Tianmin acupoints, respectively. These 2 points, positioned anteriorly and posteriorly, cannot be simultaneously pressed by an ordinary person. However, I possess an additional finger, allowing me to perform this task. After gently pressing over 30 times, the Hunyang's gaze gradually brightened. Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly withdrew the silver needle with one hand and pierced the Laogong acupoint at the center of her finger bones with the other. This seemingly inconspicuous acupoint is, in fact, the earliest original point of the pericardium meridian. In other words, the spirit originates from here. As I inserted the needle, the Hunyang's entire body jolted suddenly. When I yanked the silver needle out forcefully, she abruptly regained consciousness and calmly addressed me. Xiao Bu, when did you return? Lu Yuan Shu, overwhelmed with joy, shed tears like a child, exclaiming, Mother, you are well. De Hunyang looked at Lu Yuan Shu with a furrowed brow and asked, What is the blood on your face? Lu Yuan cried like a child, rising to bow to me. I quickly stopped him and advised. Auntie was overwhelmed with longing for Da Hu and, having traversed the graveyard multiple times during the night, has been affected by the yin energy. In the future, burn more mugwort and refrain from venturing out at night. I intended to inquire about last night's events, but Shi Zhao whispered to me, The person for last night was not Lu Yuan. I just tested his skills, and his physique and fighting style do not match. It must be someone else. Upon reflection, it was evident that being struck in the face by a madman indicated Lu Yuan Shu lacked the combat ability of the individual from last night. Yuan Shu, may I ask you something? Do you know Yang Gawa, Li Jieshi, and Zhang Shui? I have never heard of them. Lu Yuan pondered briefly and replied, Yang Gawa died long ago. He was an old Red Army soldier. If he were alive, he would be over 100 years old. Li Jieshi is from the backstreet and has been paralyzed for over 10 years. It is normal for you not to know him. As for this Zhang Shui, the name sounds somewhat unfamiliar. However, upon deeper reflection, it appears to be that individual. Who? I inquired hastily. You see, among the 4 of us, one is deceased, another incapacitated, and one has been ruled out, leaving only the remaining person. Zhang Dashan, Lu Yuan Shu exclaimed. I recall that when old Zhang first returned from military service, he did not possess this name. It was only after he became a corpse retrieval specialist that he adopted this moniker, as it was said to bring good fortune by avoiding water. Zhang Dashan? Both Shi Gang and I were taken aback. He is actually a corpse retrieval specialist? I was entirely unaware that old Zhang had this profession. Chapter 41. Old Zhang Uncle Yuan said, You are still young and unaware of many things. More than 20 years ago, the Heishui River outside our village was abundant with water. At that time, there were no cement bridges, and the nearby villages relied solely on the wooden bridge outside our village to cross the river. Moreover, during that era, there were many children who played by the river, and every summer, there were always some who drowned. There was once an old boatman who made a living by retrieving bodies, and, as he grew older, he took in Li Shui, who had returned from the military, as his apprentice. Li Shui was a taciturn man, idling away his time, and eventually took over the old boatman's profession of retrieving corpses. However, ever since the Great Flood 18 years ago, our land has become increasingly arid. and the Heishui River has dwindled to a mere stream, leaving only the Heishui Pool as a relatively larger body of water. Indeed, I never imagined that the mysterious corpse retriever was so close to me. I had read many stories that claimed corpse retrievers possessed certain supernatural abilities. These abilities, known as the 8 external doors, include skills in mountains, medicine, fate, physiognomy, divination, and the practices of monks, nuns, and Taoists, alongside some knowledge of yin-yang techniques. It was said that when they navigated the waters, they could instantly locate the spot where a body lay submerged and could retrieve it with a single plunge. Others claimed that these individuals understood the language of the dead, hence being referred to as cross-boundary figures of yin and yang. In that case, let's seek out Old Zhang, I said to Shigang. What? You wish to find Old Zhang? Uncle Yuan inquired, astonished. I nodded and whispered, to be honest, Uncle Yuan, I saw the great tiger last night. What? Uncle Yuan exclaimed in shock. I waved my hand to indicate that he need not be anxious, and in a hushed tone, I assured him, rest easy, it is a fabrication. Someone has disguised themselves as the great tiger to instill fear among the villagers. Uncle Yuan sighed and remarked, I understand you are concerned for the tiger, but I advise you against seeking out Old Zhang. I have heard from others that he is afflicted with a virulent disease. Perhaps this rumor originated from him, intended to deter anyone from visiting his home. Shigang scoffed. In that case, this individual becomes all the more suspect. After bidding farewell to Uncle Yuan, Shigang and I made our way directly to the eastern edge of the village. In my recollection, Old Zhang possessed an eccentric temperament and peculiar habits. His yard was a fair distance from the village, a veritable recluse. He rarely ventured into the village, and even when he did, I had never witnessed him engage in conversation with anyone. The door to Old Zhang's home stood ajar, and with a gentle push, Shigang and I entered the yard. The enclosed space was narrow and filthy, littered with debris and exuding a musty odor. Look over there. Shigang pointed toward the corner. I glanced sideways and spotted a long-abandoned bamboo pole, adorned with strange ropes and nets. If I were not mistaken, this must be the infamous corpse-retrieving rod. Old Zhang, are you there? I called out into the house, but there was no response. Shigang winked at me and took the lead into the dwelling. The outer room was equally dilapidated, with pots and pans haphazardly strewn about. A large rat was dragging a corn bun toward a hole, but upon noticing our presence, it swiftly darted into its burrow. Old Zhang, as I and Shigang glanced into the inner room, we found nothing but a dilapidated Kong and a filthy quilt. Who allowed you to enter? Suddenly, a voice of furious reproach echoed from behind us. Startled, Shigang and I turned around, only to be confronted by a face marred by scales and blemishes, glaring menacingly at us. After a moment of composure, I recognized him unmistakably as Old Zhang. Xiaobu. Old Zhang's lips twitched as he regarded me, muttering, When did you return? Yesterday, yes, yesterday. The words I had prepared were instantly overshadowed by the grotesque visage of Old Zhang, which had unnerved me. Shigang, having witnessed far grimmer crime scenes, remained remarkably calm and directly addressed Old Zhang. Zhang Dashan, formerly known as Zhang Shui, correct? Were you last night? Old Zhang's murky eyes revealed no trace of astonishment or panic. He simply replied, sleeping. What else would I do at night? Who can vouch for you? Them. Old Zhang blinked and gestured towards the corner of the room. The corner was empty, devoid of anything. Shigang's expression shifted with a hint of panic as he glanced at me, seemingly asking if there was something unclean lurking in the room. I shook my head, and with newfound conviction, Shigang raised his voice. Don't be so cryptic. Answer clearly. Ah, how amusing. Old Zhang chuckled bitterly, as an elderly man living alone. Who do you expect me to find to verify my alibi? Thus, I can only tell you that last night, the rat in the corner hole saw me. If you have the capability, why not interrogate it to see if it can provide me with proof? Upon hearing this, Shigang's face turned beet red with anger, and he was about to erupt. I quickly intervened, turning to Old Zhang with a smile, saying, Zhangbo, please do not be upset. My friend has such a temperament. However, on a different note, I noticed that your shoes are quite muddied. The only place in our village known for its yellow clay is the area around the cemetery. What business did you have there? Old Zhang scrutinized my face with his murky eyes and suddenly revealed a sly grin, responding, Xiaobu, you have become much sharper than before. To be frank, I did indeed visit the cemetery. I took a casual stroll this morning, and you wouldn't believe what I saw. What? I asked, my expression tightening. I saw Li Dafu and Lu Yuan whispering in front of Lu Dahu's grave, as if they were planning something nefarious. Old Zhang squinted and chuckled. Li Dafu and Uncle Yuan? No wonder so many people caused a ruckus at my house this morning. Yet Li Dafu was nowhere to be seen. If old Zhang's words hold any truth, it indeed makes sense. However, what on earth could Uncle Yuan and Li Dafu be doing at the cemetery? Why didn't Uncle Yuan mention this earlier? Xiaobu, you have returned for your grandmother's funeral, correct? Old Zhang wiped his face, and fragments of skin fell away like scales. I nodded slightly, tacitly acknowledging. Your grandmother was a good woman, one who had done me a great favor. She saved my life. Thus, I have something to share with you. What is it? I inquired, taken aback. Tonight, you shall venture alone to the edge of the black water pool. You will surely comprehend. Me alone? Indeed, it must be you, for should another accompany you, the truth shall remain obscured. Old Zhang's countenance exuded an air of mystery as he reached forth, pinching a cockroach from the stove, which he promptly crushed between his teeth, the juices splattering forth. Both I and Lao Shi were appalled, exchanging a few words before retreating. I had initially intended to inquire about the flood from 18 years past, yet witnessing his demeanor, it was clear he would divulge no such details. As we exited, old Zhang continued to gnaw on the cockroach, fixating his gaze upon me. Xiaobu, you must go and go alone. All secrets shall be unveiled. What a repulsive old man. Lao Shi muttered in disgust. I shook my head and replied, he is deliberate in his actions. Why? Because he is wounded, desperate to send us away, thus resorting to such disgusting antics. Wounded? How did I not notice? Lao Shi exclaimed in surprise. I nodded. Though I cannot discern the nature of his injury, his pallor suggests it is quite severe, indicative of internal trauma. Lao Shi, bewildered, nodded in agreement. I am impressed, but you truly broaden my horizons. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, will you indeed venture to the black water pool tonight? To be sure, I shall go. Even if it is a ruse, someone must unveil the truth. Chapter 42. The Water Spirits after returning from the home of old Zhang. Sure, gang, and I made our way to Uncle Yuan's residence once more. I was keen to inquire about what old Zhang had mentioned regarding seeing Uncle Yuan and Li Dafu together in the morning. However, upon our arrival, we found Uncle Yuan absent, and even Dahu's wife was nowhere to be seen. The front door and the door to the house stood wide open, and the blood that Uncle Yuan had shed in the morning still lay on the ground, untouched. Where could a man who had just recovered from illness have gone? I had repeatedly cautioned him not to venture outside, yet here we were, perhaps having been mad for so long. He finally found solace and went out for a breath of fresh air, Sure Gang speculated. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease settled within me. Upon returning home, I prepared myself. Following my master's notes, I drew a few protective talismans. After all, it is never unwise to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Sure Gang expressed his concern about me going alone and insisted on stealthily following me. I refused, stating that since old Zhang had indicated that I must go alone to uncover the secret, I would do just that. Noticing the worry etched on Sure Gang's face, I suggested you could take this opportunity to inquire with Uncle Yuan about the flood years ago and what he knows concerning the two deceased. Sure Gang nodded. Just be careful, he said, pressing a button onto my collar. What is this? I inquired. With a smile, Sure Gang replied. Haven't you ever seen a pig run after eating one? It's a miniature locator. Wherever you go, I can track your position through my phone, just in case. A quiet chuckle escaped my lips as I observed the towering figure before me. His foolishness was more audacious than that of a rogue, yet at times, his heart was more meticulous than any woman's. The phrase "a fierce tiger lurking within," delicately sniffing the roses, aptly describes such a character. As the hours slipped by in a haze of feasting and revelry, darkness enveloped the sky. According to our arrangement, I made my way to the black water pool, while old Sure sought out Uncle Yuan. With winter's arrival, the wilderness lay desolate, especially under this half-muted sky, where shadows loomed everywhere and chilly gusts relentlessly invaded my collar. I tightened my coat as I traversed the woods, the black water pool now within sight. Since old Zhang had suggested that I would comprehend everything upon my arrival, I resolved to observe my surroundings first. I was determined to uncover the old man's riddle. After scanning the vicinity for a while, I detected no activity. But I did spot a small boat moored by the pool, and a figure seemed to linger at its prow. Could it be that old Zhang intended for me to wait for this person? The overcast weather obscured my view, rendering the individual's features indistinct. However, their stature was diminutive, and their upper garment fluttered in the wind, leading me to suspect they were a woman. After a further pause, still, there was no movement. This person appeared remarkably patient, standing motionless before the water's edge. I could no longer bear the suspense. Rising, I cautiously approached the small vessel. "Hello, I'm Luo Bo, and you are?" I greeted politely. The individual remained silent, only extending a stiff hand, gesturing for me to board the boat for a conversation. This person was exceedingly peculiar. Although their face remained shrouded in mystery, their movements were oddly reminiscent of a puppet from an animated film. Discreetly, I pinched the silver needle hidden within my sleeve, steeling myself before leaping onto the boat. Though the chill of winter had set in, only a thin layer of ice capped the edges of the water surface. As I rocked the small boat, the brittle ice cracked with a cacophony of sounds, steadying myself amidst the boat's swaying. I peered ahead and was startled to discover that what I had taken for a person at the bow was, in fact, a gaudy paper effigy. "You scoundrel, old Zhang!" I cursed under my breath, realizing the precariousness of my situation, and prepared to leap ashore. Just then, the paper figure suddenly erupted into flames, and amidst the flickering flames, I discerned the words "radish" written in bold red ink. Simultaneously, a figure leapt in from the side of the boat. This person was swift and agile, brandishing a long spear, and with a forceful thrust, the little boat darted forward into the depths of the pond. Already 5 or 6 meters from the shore in the blink of an eye. "Zhang Dashan, it is indeed you!" I exclaimed in a mix of shock and fury. Old Zhang's face twisted into a menacing grin as he said, "Little Boo, I apologize, but I merely wish to borrow your blood." Without further ado, he drew a gleaming knife from his waist and lunged toward me. Surrounded by water and faced with treachery aboard the vessel, I had no choice but to fight for my life. I produced a silver needle, evaded the blade, and thrust toward Zhang Dashan's neck. It soon became evident that I had underestimated his martial prowess. The old man was as nimble as a monkey, leaping into the air and upon the sight of blood. Old Zhang's eyes gleamed with fervor as he lunged towards me, gripping my arm tightly and spilling my blood into the water. "Zhang Dashan, you ungrateful wretch! I have sacrificed for you." I struggled to break free from his grasp, hurling insults and anger. As the blood flowed freely, Zhang Dashan lifted his foot and kicked me into the bottom of the boat, laughing heartily. "Whether it is gratitude or enmity, I shall settle it with your grandmother below. I shall endure servitude, but you must remain here on the boat for now." With that, Zhang Dashan seized the corpse retrieval pole and, with a forceful motion, cast a nearly burnt paper effigy into the water. I attempted to rise, yet Zhang Dashan, possessed by a frenzy, anchored his legs at the center of the boat and began to shake it violently, causing it to sway perilously as if it might capsize at any moment. While he rocked the vessel, he struck the water's surface forcefully with the pole, singing a mournful tune that echoed with sorrow and desolation. The melody was haunting and melancholic, sending chills down my spine. As we swayed and sang, suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the air, as if some entity from beneath the water had struck the boat with great force. Startled, I wondered if something lurked beneath the surface. The cacophony of knocks intensified, and it felt as though the boat might shatter at any moment. Exhausted from old Zhang's relentless shaking, I lay sprawled in the boat, dizzy and nauseous, my stomach churning violently, nearly on the brink of vomiting. Yet, curiosity overcame me, and I clung desperately to the edge of the boat, straightened my back, and cast a glance into the water. The sight that met my eyes nearly caused me to lose control of my bladder. Surrounding the small boat was a throng of individuals, or more accurately, fish adorned with human faces. Large fish, with pallid visages, gazed intently at the water's surface, releasing bubbles with each puff, while their tails slapped against the boat with a rhythmic splatter. Most of these faces were unfamiliar to me, yet one stood out, a young woman I recognized as the daughter-in-law of Old Lee, who had tragically taken her own life by jumping into the pond to escape domestic abuse. I was merely 5 or 6 years old when she perished. It was evident that Old Zhang had summoned forth the souls of those trapped beneath the water for generations. Zhang Dashan, have you lost your mind? I bellowed in fury. This old man was conjuring spirits. Why must he involve my blood? Unperturbed, Old Zhang retrieved a handful of paper money from his pocket, casting it into the air while continuing to chant and strike the water surface. As I raged, the specter of Old Lee's long-deceased daughter-in-law suddenly smiled at me, flicked her tail, and leapt more than a meter into the air, her sticky, gaping mouth lunging towards me. Her ghastly face loomed merely half a foot away, and her jagged teeth resembled those of a black fish. If she bit me, I would surely be reduced to a mere bloodied husk. In that critical moment, Old Zhang acted swiftly, striking the woman across the gills with a rod, causing dark blood to spatter everywhere. Take your money and vanish. Otherwise, I shall ensure your soul is shattered. Old Zhang shouted vehemently at the spectral woman. Though she bared her teeth in unwillingness, she obediently sank back into the depths of the water. Zhang Dash and I cannot fathom his intentions. He has wounded me, yet seems not to desire my demise. Old Zhang remains oblivious to my plight, his gaze fixated intently upon the surface of the water. Suddenly, the pool began to bubble violently, waves crashing towards the shore, while beneath our small vessel, a whirlpool formed, pulling me and Old Zhang inexorably towards its depths. At last, Old Zhang came to a halt, a sinister smirk creeping across his face. He unfolded the section of the corpse retrieval pole in his grasp, revealing a gleaming spear adorned with talismans. Is he truly preparing to take my life? A chill coursed through my veins, and I struggled to rise, resolved to escape the boat, even if it cost me my life. Yet just as I readied myself, I witnessed Old Zhang thrusting the bladed retrieval pole fiercely into the water. Spawn of evil, surrender your life. Old Zhang bellowed, exerting every ounce of his strength, his malevolence morphing into a ghastly grin. However, before that smile could fully form, it froze in place as he muttered despairingly, I missed woe is me. Divine will indeed, it has been 18 years. You have long surpassed your former self. Before Old Zhang could finish his lament, a thunderous roar erupted, and a column of water shot skyward, shattering our small boat into 2 splintered halves. I was engulfed by the towering wave, and in that fleeting moment before darkness took me, I glimpsed Old Zhang tumbling onto the shore, stumbling a few steps before vanishing into the forest. Chapter 43. The Tale of the Polar Bear, a prolonged slumber felt akin to a dream. Initially, I envisioned myself amidst the drifting ice of the Arctic, shivering in the frigid cold, as if I were about to freeze. Just as I teetered on the brink of frost, something suddenly lifted me. My eyes remained shut, yet the warmth enveloping me suggested it was a polar bear. Oddly enough, this bear did not seek to devour me. Instead, it tenderly cradled me in its embrace. Perhaps this is a benevolent bear? A vegetarian bear? Perhaps it could not bear to harm someone as dignified and handsome as I. My heart felt gratitude to you, dear bear. Allow me to hold you tightly. This embrace was a delightful warmth, soft and infused with a soothing fragrance. Suddenly, a large hand reached out, forcefully tugging at me. I thought to myself, what filthy walrus dares to snatch away my warmth? Not a chance. I clung tighter, nearly suspending myself upon the polar bear. I lost track of time. Eventually, I felt less cold and gradually regained consciousness. I overheard someone speaking. Hey, why don't you take him? He is as heavy as a pig. Can I even lift him? He seems welded to you. This little rascal is a natural flirt. You might as well make do. Mr. Luo, since you lack compassion, do not blame me for being impolite. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. As the person concluded, I felt a sharp pain in my thigh, causing me to yelp in agony. Great white bear, do not slay me. I cried out, my eyes flying open. As the world around me spun a few times before coming to a halt, I was astonished to find Song Yin and Shi Gang together, both gazing at me, one with ire and the other with surprise. Song Yin, you have come to the Arctic as well, I exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Song Yin, with a fierce glare, retorted, Arctic my foot. What did you just call me? Polar bear? Am I really that plump? Before I could fully comprehend the situation, she suddenly released her grip and gave me a push, causing me to tumble awkwardly. It was only after I fell that clarity returned. I looked around and realized this was not the Arctic at all, but rather I was sprawled on the con at home. Shi Gang chuckled, "Buyi," as the saying goes, surviving great peril must lead to even greater adversity. How is that even human speech? I just regained consciousness, and you're already cursing me. Shi Gang cast a sidelong glance at Song Yin and continued, your tenacity is commendable. You clung to Miss Song without letting go. I couldn't wrest you away from her. Alas, it was Miss Song who heroically retrieved you from the dark waters. A classic case of a damsel saving a hero. Quite thrilling, I must say. Oh, by the way, you were comfortably nestled in her arms, mumbling something about you are my polar bear, and I am your ice cream. You accompany me to watch the colorful auroras while I indulge your cravings. Truly, you are a character. Song Yan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she coldly huffed. Is that not the very definition of a lecher? Even in a stupor, you cannot resist taking advantage. Polar bear indeed. You are more akin to a big teddy bear. This was undeniably an awkward situation. However, I could not help but feel a pang of guilt. Song Yin had managed to carry me and traverse such a distance. Thank you, once again, for saving me. However, returning to the matter at hand, I inquired how you came to be here. Song Yin shrugged and replied, I learned you had returned to the countryside and couldn't help but come to check on you. Lotte, Qigong, who mentioned you had gone alone to a meeting. I found that suspicious, so we decided to investigate. When we couldn't locate you, Shi Gang resorted to using the positioning feature, ultimately discovering you lying amidst the watergrass, resembling a drenched dog. At the mention of this, a sudden realization struck me, and I exclaimed, did you happen to see anything or anyone else when you arrived? Both of them shook their heads, but then eagerly responded. We only observed that the water's surface was exceedingly murky, as if something had stirred it violently. Shi Gang asked, but ye do tell. What did old Zhang send you to see? I shook my head and recounted the entire affair in detail. Upon finishing, Shi Gang erupted in anger, exclaiming, just as I suspected, that old wretch is behind this. Knowing you had uncovered the truth, he intends to eliminate you. It surely cannot be this straightforward. Song Yin interjected. From Luobua's description, it is evident that Zhang Dashan did not wish to kill Luobua. Rather, he aimed to use Luobua's blood to lure something out. That entity is his true target. I nodded in agreement, saying, I sensed this just before I fell into the water. However, I do not understand why he chose me, nor the significance of his guise as to who in this matter. This is simple. Let us go to his home and confront him. I refuse to believe he will dare deny it. Shi Gong retorted angrily. It is indeed curious. During my unconsciousness, I witnessed him making landfall and fleeing. That old fellow must have presumed I was dead, fearing he would escape if he arrived too late. Contemplating this, I disregarded my aching body and, along with Shi Gang and Song Yin, rushed out. However, upon reaching old Zhang's abode, I discovered it was utterly deserted. It appeared that the old man had not returned at all. This was perplexing. Could it be that he encountered some unforeseen circumstance while fleeing? I kept vigil at old Zhang's home for half the night, until the break of dawn. Yet he still had not shown up. With no other option, Shi Gang, Song Yin, and I decided to return home. As we passed by Dahu's house, a sudden thought struck me, and I turned to Shi Gang. By the way, yesterday you sought out Uncle Yuan. What did he say? Shi Gang smacked his forehead, exclaiming, I meant to mention that. I was so preoccupied with old Zhang that I completely forgot. I visited him twice, but did not catch a glimpse of Uncle Yuan. And Dahu's wife was also absent. The door was locked, and peering through the glass, I noticed the interior was in disarray. Many garments were missing, as if someone had departed for an extended journey. Departing for an extended journey? If memory serves me right, Uncle Yuan's father was an orphaned youth who settled in the countryside. He had no distant relatives. Where could he possibly be going? Furthermore, when Gang and I sought Uncle Yuan for the second time, it was already afternoon and the house was still empty. By the time Gang went alone, it was evening. In that brief span of hours, did Uncle Yuan and his wife suddenly return home and decide to embark on a journey? Let's go and investigate further. I can't shake the feeling that this matter is rather enigmatic. The three of us once again visited Uncle Yuan's residence. As expected from Gang's account, the door was firmly locked, and the interior was in complete disarray, with even Uncle Yuan's bloodstains left unattended, suggesting a hasty departure. Just as I was engulfed in confusion, a commotion erupted on the street, with someone shouting in panic, "There has been a death! There has been a death!" The three of us were taken aback and immediately rushed outside. By this time, a considerable crowd had already gathered, and the person at the center was stammering an explanation. It turned out that a charred corpse had been discovered in the woods beside the Blackwater Pool. Li Dafu and two strong laborers were guarding the scene, and it was rumored that the body might belong to Old Zhang. Upon hearing this, I was struck dumb. Wasn't he Old Zhang swept ashore by the water column? How could he have ended up charred? Chapter 44. The charred corpse, Gang, Sungyan, and I hastily made our way to the woods, where a considerable number of villagers had already gathered. Some had fashioned a rudimentary coffin from the cheapest poplar boards, while others, under the organization of Li Dafu, were digging a grave on the spot, an unmistakable indication that preparations were being made for a hasty burial. "Make way," I called, but the crowd was too dense to penetrate. In desperation, Gang produced his identification. Reluctantly, the villagers parted just enough for the three of us to squeeze through. From a distance, Li Dafu extended his hand toward Gang, shaking it vigorously, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile as he remarked, "I heard yesterday that Xiao Bu has returned, accompanied by a capable city dweller. Truly, he is a remarkable figure. I had intended to pay a visit, but village affairs have kept me occupied. Ever since Xiao Bu left, things had quieted down, yet upon his return, calamity strikes again." As he spoke, Li Dafu cast a glance in my direction. I understood his insinuation. Had it not been for Gang's presence, he would have undoubtedly accused me of bringing misfortune upon the village. Has the village been peaceful lately? I've heard whispers of not only a yellow disaster, but also that many livestock have perished, and there were even reports of corpses banging on doors at midnight. Old retorted without hesitation. "Rumors?" Li Dafu scoffed. "The villagers lack education and often propagate hearsay. While it is true that there have been incidents of the yellow weasel pilfering chickens, the notion of corpses assaulting doors is sheer nonsense. We are both servants of the people. We cannot stoop to the level of these mountain folk." I nearly succumbed to laughter. "Li Dafu, you were born and raised in Haishuitan village, and yet you pretend to be something you are not, having never even graduated from high school. You arrogantly refer to others as mountain folk, as though you were a university professor yourself. Furthermore, you now feign disbelief in superstitions. But who was it that repeatedly sought your grandmother's help to consult with the Old Zhang regarding the supernatural? 18 years ago, were you not the one who coerced your grandmother into exorcising some monster from Haishuitan?" Gang, uninterested in the exchange, pointed at the charred corpse and asked, "Who is this person? What are you all planning to do?" Li Dafu sighed deeply, kicking an empty oil drum with force, and exclaimed, "It must be Old Zhang. There is no one else. Ever since he inexplicably fell ill, he has been lamenting daily, claiming his own face frightens him, resembling a fish head, and that living is worse than dying. But who could have anticipated that he would take such drastic measures last night? The body was severely burned, its limbs curled, clothing and skin entirely destroyed, rendering identification impossible. If it were indeed Old Zhang, could it be that he had prepared the gasoline beforehand, and after feeling despair from his illness, chose to end his own life? However, the scene appeared quite peculiar. If he had doused himself in gasoline and set himself ablaze, why had the flames not spread elsewhere? Despite it being winter, could it be that it emerged from the water to pursue the fleeing Old Zhang, employing some peculiar method to incinerate him? Yet, how does one explain this oil drum? Uncle Li, we cannot simply conclude that it is Old Zhang based on this alone," he remarked coldly to Li Dafu. Li Dafu scoffed, replying, "How can it not be? If it's not Old Zhang, who else could it be? Look, Is that not his corpse retrieval pole? Following Li Dafu's gesture, indeed, not far from the body lay a charred, mangled bamboo pole, still bearing a sharp harpoon. If that is the case, then this individual must truly be Old Zhang. With Old Zhang's demise, the reasons behind his masquerade as Big Tiger, as well as why he had to cut my arm to draw blood, would remain forever shrouded in mystery. Furthermore, the investigation into the tragic events caused by the flood 18 years ago now hinges solely on Li Dafu, undoubtedly complicating my quest to unveil the enigma surrounding my grandmother's demise. The men, reluctant to touch the half-charred corpse, wrapped the charred remains in a white cloth, preparing for burial. At that moment, the body beneath the cloth suddenly stirred. Its curled limbs sprang forth, tumbling from the lifted shroud. The men gasped in shock, exclaiming and preparing to flee. It's a corpse rising. The surrounding villagers had already scattered in terror, and Li Dafu was momentarily stunned. Yet he brandished a shovel, intent on striking. "Stop!" I commanded sharply. "It is not a corpse rising. It is merely movement." In truth, the phenomenon of death typically encompasses 4 distinct stages. Initially, there was a cessation of breath, followed by an extended halt of the heart's rhythm, leading to cerebral demise. And ultimately, the death of the nervous system, a process that occurs significantly later than the preceding 3 stages. In other words, the individual before us, having undergone incineration, is undoubtedly deceased. However, his nerve endings remain taut under the searing flames. A moment ago, when he was inadvertently disturbed, the tightened nerves unraveled, causing the tendons of his limbs to naturally relax momentarily. Despite my clear explanation, the onlookers hesitated to approach, fearful that the charred remains might suddenly spring to life. Li Dafu cast an awkward glance at Gang and remarked, "Look at these mountain folk. They are filled with apprehension, perceiving threats in every shadow." He then addressed the crowd. "Let us proceed this way. I intend to allocate a portion of the relief funds as a reward. Whoever assists in burying Old Zhang will receive 100 yuan. Upon hearing this, a throng surged forward, swiftly placing the corpse into a wooden box and hastily covering it with earth. I noticed Song Yin frowning in silence nearby, and thinking she was disturbed by the gruesome sight, I attempted to console her, saying, "In truth, a corpse is merely the remnant of a person's consciousness, devoid of terror. A roasted human body is no different in essence from a roasted chicken or duck. One is human, the other an animal." Song Yin shot me a disdainful smile and retorted, "Are you trying to placate me? Huh, I have seen far worse. What is there to fear?" With that, she leaned towards me and Gang and whispered, "Did you two not discern a critical issue just now?" Both Gang and I were taken aback, hurriedly inquiring, "What?" Song Yin, with a grave expression, stated, "At the very moment the limbs of that corpse sprang apart, I noticed that due to its curled position, the skin on the abdominal region remained relatively intact. However, there were 2 dark purple bite marks present." Gang and I were startled, lost in our own thoughts. We had entirely overlooked the corpse's abdomen. As Song Yin spoke, he glanced at me with a hint of remorse and softly added, "Those marks bear an uncanny resemblance to the wounds on your grandmother's neck at the time of her passing." Chapter 45. The Jade of Yinshan. Upon hearing Song Yan's words, I exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let's urge them to cease their actions and reopen the coffin for further examination." After all, the bite marks on my grandmother were undoubtedly caused by a rat. If Old Zhang's demise was also linked to a rodent, it could only imply that Yin Yusin most likely visited last night. However, Song Yin grasped my arm and remarked, "You are indeed a fool, as your naivety is astonishing. Have you considered that even if the rat master Yin Yusin had come, it would be exceedingly difficult for a stranger in this desolate wilderness to locate Old Zhang? Moreover, as you mentioned, Old Zhang is quite formidable. Hailing from the lineage of body retrieval, it is unlikely that Yin Yusin could best him in a duel. Are you suggesting that someone in the village might be acquainted with Yin Yusin and acted as his informant?" I inquired. Song Yin nodded, saying at last, "Your intellect seems to have awakened. If there are indeed spies among this group, conducting an autopsy now would merely alert them." I must concede that Song Yan's considerations were indeed more profound than my own. However, Shi Gang appeared somewhat skeptical. He looked at Song Yin earnestly and said, "Miss Song, the implications of your words suggest that you are quite certain Yin Yusin is the perpetrator. Yet, as far as I know, there are several unscrupulous rat masters in the Jianghu. So how can you be so sure it is Yin Yusin?" I retorted, "What nonsense! It is evident that before my grandmother passed, Yin Yusin had visited our village, so the answer is clear." Song Yin offered an awkward smile and replied, "Actually, Shi Gang has a point. Such a hasty conclusion may indeed be premature." But what? I jested. "Why are you so hesitant in your speech today? You are nothing like the decisive Sang." Sang glared at me, somewhat awkwardly replying, "Actually, before I came to see you, I received news that Yin Yusin is likely to appear in the Yandong area soon." My brow furrowed slightly, feeling a twinge of disappointment. I had genuinely believed she was concerned about my well-being, only to discover she was here in pursuit of Yin Yusin. "Why didn't you mention this earlier? And you haven't told me what transaction you intend to discuss with Yin Yusin." "I will tell you about the transaction later." Chang's expression darkened momentarily, though it quickly faded. She continued earnestly, "As for this news, since it did not originate from Pinshang Tower, its authenticity remains uncertain. I plan to ascertain its truth before asking you to accompany me." "Accompany you? Where to?" "Sigang skindel et song, seemingly skutsen sing her demina." Although I was not fond of Sai Gang's habit of investigating everyone, I had to admit that he was astutely correct in his interpretation of her words. Chang's statement implied they had a destination in mind. Sang sighed, glancing between Sai Gang and me. "Very well, I initially did not wish to share this with the oaf, but since you press for answers, I shall divulge. The annual Yinshan Jade Black Market is about to take place, and many individuals from the underworld will gather to partake in the festivities. Recently, Yin Yusin suffered considerable losses gambling in Yunqing, and I suspect he will not miss this opportunity for excitement." With a smile, Song Yin began to earnestly narrate, "Indeed, I never anticipated that the saying holds true. Every profession has its own intricacies. Were it not for your words, I might have lived my entire life oblivious to the fact that Yinshan Jade is merely a euphemism for Hongshan Jade. This is undoubtedly splendid news. For according to the intelligence gathered by Neo Fun, Yin Yusin has a penchant for exploring the underbelly of the world and is currently in need of funds, making it quite likely that he will partake in this transaction." "But where is this transaction to take place?" I inquired eagerly. Shi Gang perked up, awaiting Song Yan's response. Yet, Song Yan remained silent, casting a cunning glance at Shi Gang. It was understandable. Should she divulge the location of the black market to him, the formidable Neo, accompanied by a band of followers, would surely descend upon the scene, rendering the Song family unable to continue their existence, becoming the target of scorn for all in the underworld. Shi Gang quickly grasped the situation and raised his hand in a vow. "My dear lady, you possess quite the discerning mind, a true testament to the daughter of a gang." With that, he continued, "Very well, I shall not disrupt this gathering, though I make no promises about apprehending this band of antiquities traffickers in the future." Song Yin smiled and replied, "Indeed, sure, you are a man of integrity. Very well, I shall share with you that the location of the black market is at Phoenix Mountain." "Phoenix Mountain? Are you referring to the one in our town?" I exclaimed, nearly dropping my jaw in disbelief. "Precisely, that very one. There exists a sizable farmhouse there. The proprietor remains unknown, but it is said that many individuals will be present this time." My heart raced with excitement, not only at the prospect of possibly encountering Yin Yusin, but also because I have cherished jade since childhood, always feeling a certain spirituality emanating from these water-like stones. "Old Shi, we must go and witness this scene." Old Shi rubbed his heavy chin and replied, "Indeed, I am quite eager to see what character the so-called children of the rivers and lakes possess." Song Yin glanced at us and remarked, "All right, but without proper identification, you can only accompany me as my followers. Speak not a word, for if you reveal any slip and attract suspicion, the consequences could be dire." The warning was rather intimidating. Noticing the three of us whispering, Li Dafu approached, smiling obsequiously at Shi Gang. "Mr. Shi, now that the funeral is over, would you honor me with your presence at my home for dinner tonight?" Sure Gang smiled in return, courteously replying, "Village chiefly, your efficiency is commendable, is indeed a blessing for this humble village. However, I must decline your generous invitation, as the scrutiny from above is quite severe. Dining could lead to dire consequences." Li Dafu laughed heartily, nodded, and said, "Very well," before turning to leave. I interjected, "Uncle Li, wait a moment, may I ask you something?" Li Dafu paused, looking at me with curiosity. "Little Boo, what is it? Speak freely. However, I must reiterate, do not burden Uncle Li with harsh inquiries. After all, you returned only to find death again. Even if I do not believe in superstitions, the villagers certainly do. Wouldn't you agree?" I chuckled coldly within, but maintained a calm demeanor on the outside. "Rest assured, Uncle Li, I shall depart by tomorrow. What I wish to inquire about is the great flood that reportedly occurred 20 years ago, during which 2 villagers perished." Li Dafu's expression immediately darkened, filled with resentment as he responded, "Yes, one of the deceased was my first wife. What do you wish to know?" Without inquiry, I yearned to uncover the manner of their demise. Drowned, starved, exhausted, frozen. Is that sufficient? The authorities are oblivious to the cause of death. So how could I possibly know? If this is the sole matter you wish to discuss, then let it be, for I am utterly uninformed. Li Dafu seems to regard the flood that occurred 18 years ago with a veil of secrecy, unwilling to elaborate further, and swiftly turns away. "Uncle Li, there's another question. This morning, someone observed you and Uncle Yuan at the grave of Dahu. I wish to know what you were engaged in." Li Dafu's expression darkens as he retorts, "What is there to say? It concerns that child of Dahu. Lu Yuan believes that his wife, in her vigil over Dahu's grave, will inevitably descend into madness. Thus he intends to seek refuge with a distant relative of his father. Yet, unable to relinquish her concern for Dahu's grave, she entrusted me with its daily oversight. What? Are your families so closely intertwined that he did not confide in you? Huh! It is no wonder, for Dahu's death is indeed tied to you, and it would weigh heavily on anyone's conscience. You ought to take care of yourself." Li Dafu scoffs coldly and strides away. What a petty individual. Observing Li Dafu's self-satisfied retreat, I cannot help but spit in disdain. "Master Boo, what has happened to your hand?" Sure Gang suddenly exclaims in alarm. Chapter 46. No one in the tomb. Suddenly, Sure Gang let out a startled cry. I looked down to discover that my left hand, specifically the 6th finger, was inexplicably oozing blood, creating a small puddle beneath me. What on earth was happening? Had I sustained an injury? Song Yin hastily seized my hand, inspecting it from every angle but found no visible wound. It was peculiar. Blood seemed to seep through my pores. Song Yin furrowed her brow, clearly puzzled by the situation. Sure Gang inquired whether it might have been caused by a bump, suggesting that although the skin was unbroken, the underlying soft tissue could have been damaged, resulting in the blood seeping out. If that's the case, simply extracting the bruised blood should suffice. Song Yin nodded in agreement, and without hesitation, she took my 6th finger into her mouth. Her action startled me and left me feeling somewhat embarrassed. Isn't there a saying about the propriety between men and women? Although I am a man, I felt my cheeks flush and my hand instinctively twitched. No, I can manage it myself. But Song Yin held on tightly, casting me a disapproving glance before sucking twice with great effort, only to suddenly spit out a mouthful of black blood. Her delicate face turned pale in an instant. What was happening? Sure Gang jested. Could it be that this fellow didn't wash his hands after using the restroom and has now made her sick? Song Yin shook her head, her lips taking on a bluish hue, one hand covering her mouth while the other waved dismissively, indicating she was temporarily unable to speak. A wave of fear washed over me. Could it be that my blood was toxic? However, that does not seem correct. If my blood were toxic, I would have perished long ago. After all, I bit my own cheek while dining yesterday. I raised my 6 fingers, observing the damp imprint left by Song Yan's lips. And an absurd thought suddenly crossed my mind. Would sucking on it equate to an indirect kiss with the beauty? The mere notion made me break into an uncontrollable grin. Old Boo, do not be anxious. A mournful smile is futile. Hold on. I shall take care of this. Upon seeing my urgency, Shi Gang was ready to charge in, with a demeanor that suggested he was prepared to face death. A mournful smile? You ox. Which eye of yours perceives this as a mournful expression? This is clearly a smile of happiness. Shi Gang insisted on intervening, but that was not acceptable. It had to be me who dealt with this. I raised my finger and inserted it into my mouth, taking a vigorous suction. My goodness. It felt as though a piece of millennium-old ice had lodged itself in my gums, sending a chilling sensation throughout my mouth, rendering it numb. The veins at the corners of my mouth throbbed violently, and my jawbone seemed immobilized. I hastily withdrew my hand, and a stream of dark blood gushed from my mouth. What on earth is happening? My 6 fingers were undeniably cold to the bone, entirely alien to my own body. Upon witnessing my pallor akin to Song Yan's, Shi Gang grew increasingly anxious, pressing me for an explanation. My mouth was uncontrollable, unable to articulate a response. Fortunately, Song Yin had significantly improved and, trembling, recounted the situation to Shi Gang. Upon hearing this, Shi Gang stared blankly, his eyes wide, as though deep in thought. Observing his demeanor, Song Yin hurriedly inquired, Captain Shi, do you perhaps know what is happening? Shi Gang shook his head, clicking his tongue in contemplation. I do not know, but I am pondering. If one were to sever his finger and place it into a large box, would that not resemble a refrigerator? Sweat beaded on my forehead as I nearly choked on my own blood, having expected him to possess some profound insight. Song Yin gazed at my still bleeding finger and remarked, Enough with the jesting. Regardless of the circumstances, let us first return home to tend to that injury. I have an inkling that your finger conceals some secret. Upon arriving home, Song Yin assisted me with a rudimentary bandaging. However, the blood continued to trickle persistently, and it was only after replacing the 5th gauze pad that the flow finally diminished. According to our initial plan, we were to conduct a post-mortem examination that evening. Yet, given my condition, Shi Gang insisted that I remain at home. Song Yin wished to accompany him, but Shi Gang restrained her. He pointed at me and declared, Master Bu has lost quite a bit of blood today, enough to rival a year's worth of a woman's monthly cycle. You should stay behind to care for him. In case he succumbs, you might still resort to feminine methods. Song Yin burst into laughter, though she quickly blushed. After Shi Gang departed, Song Yin and I engaged in a light conversation. I noticed that during this encounter, she appeared somewhat melancholic, her once vibrant spirit dimmed. Her words seemed adrift, as if her mind were preoccupied with heavy thoughts. I hesitated to inquire further, for our relationship was merely a series of encounters, far from the intimacy that would allow for candid discussions. Shi Gang returned in a whirlwind after a mere half hour, bursting through the door to exclaim, Master Bu, it is gone. I could not help but exclaim, Shut your beak. I still wish to live. Alas, I meant to say, the corpse in the grave has vanished. How could this be? Could it be that as darkness fell, someone had preceded us in removing the body? However, who would disturb a grave for no reason? Was it possible that a wild beast had unearthed the body for sustenance? No, that cannot be, Song Yin asserted. It is evident that among those present at that time, there must have been an associate of Yin Yusen. When the corpse was displaced, that individual undoubtedly witnessed the bite marks, and in fear of being discovered, disposed of the body. But who could that person be? After much contemplation, only one name surfaced, Li Dafu. Yet, I possess no evidence, nor do I comprehend his motives for such an act. Is it not simple? We shall confront him directly. I refuse to believe he won't confess. Shi Gang declared angrily. No, I replied, taking a moment to reflect before continuing. If this individual is indeed Li Dafu, then he is a cunning and shrewd character. Your methods of interrogation will be ineffective. Furthermore, he is the sole witness to the flood of why my father survived, how my grandmother performed her incantation in the depths of the pond, and what role old Zhang played in all this remains unclear. If I were to question him directly, it would reveal my true intent in investigating my grandmother's demise. Should he indeed be an associate of Yin Yusen, he would certainly alert that vile old rat. Song Yin responded precisely. We can turn the tables. Let us first apprehend Yin Yusen. Once we ascertain whether he is the one responsible for your grandmother's death, we shall return to the village, and then the truth shall be unveiled. Having made up our minds, we prepared to depart the following day. For the day after tomorrow marked the significant occasion of the Yanshan Yuho market. This was truly a matter of great importance, as it presented the opportunity to apprehend Yin Yusen in one fell swoop. Shi Gang and I occupied the eastern room, while Tsang Yin took to my former bed in the western chamber. The moment Shi Gang reclined, he emitted a thunderous snore, akin to an air raid siren. Meanwhile, I tossed and turned, unable to find rest. I felt an unsettling sense that I had overlooked something during the day, compounded by my anxiety regarding my injured finger. Should it bleed again, my frail frame might well meet the grim reaper. As I lay there, the wind began to stir outside. In my drowsy state, I suddenly discerned faint sounds of weeping. The cries were delicate, reminiscent of a cat in heat, or perhaps a grieving widow lamenting at a grave, steeped in a profound sense of injustice. Though the sound was muted, it penetrated to the bone. Slowly, I rose and quietly ventured out of the eastern room. Just as I was about to step forward, a low voice interrupted me. "Say, Gui, what are you doing?" I was taken aback, a shiver coursing through me. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Tsang Yin cautiously emerging from the western room as well. "Are you afraid I might take advantage of you?" "Huh? What do you take me for?" Tsang Yin smirked, her eyes twinkling as she glanced outside. "You heard it too?" I responded with a knowing whisper. Tsang Yin nodded silently, her expression revealing that the eerie cries had unsettled her as well. Together, we cautiously approached the front door, peering outside, and to our astonishment, we beheld. Chapter 47. Consuming ashes in the dead of night. Just as I was on the verge of slumber, a faint wailing echoed from outside. The sound startled Tsang Yin as well, and we cautiously leaned by the door to peer outside, where we beheld a young girl standing in the courtyard. At such an hour, where could this little girl have come from? My first instinct was to think something supernatural was afoot. However, I quickly dismissed that notion, for the soft moonlight distinctly revealed her shadow. Yet, to suggest she was human felt oddly unsettling. What should we do? Should we open the door? I whispered to Tsang Yin. She huffed in response. Since she has come knocking, why not show some compassion? What did she mean by that? A hint of acidity lingered in her words, and I couldn't help but smile knowingly before opening the door. The little girl frowned, clad in a leather coat, yet shivering, presenting a pitiable sight. Upon seeing the door open, her face lit up with joy. "My lord, I beg your pardon for intruding," she said, bowing slightly, her demeanor remarkably polite, as if she were from ancient times. "My lord?" I was momentarily taken aback, and before I could respond, she suddenly stepped inside, disregarding both me and Tsang Yin, making a beeline for the incense table in the main hall. "Hey, who are you, and what do you intend to do?" I asked in astonishment. She paid me no mind and directly picked up a bowl of incense from the table, grabbing a handful of ash and shoving it into her mouth. "Hey, you can't eat that!" I exclaimed in shock. "Where did this madcap come from?" I hurried forward to stop her. However, Tsang Yin seized my arm, appearing completely unconcerned. This girl devoured the food as if she hadn't eaten in 100 days, shoveling it into her mouth with wild abandon, her large, sparkling eyes fixed intently on her task. In no time, 3 bowls brimming with fragrant ash were entirely consumed. Finally, she extended her tongue, savoring the remnants of ash at the corners of her mouth with evident delight. I was left in a state of shock, even questioning whether this ash had the flavor of malted chocolate. The little girl approached me, grinning widely, her mouth smeared with ash. "Thank you. Tomorrow morning, beneath the great locust tree at the village entrance, you will find something hidden in the tree hollow. It is my reward. Should you ever need it in the future, light some incense, and I shall come to you." After this nonsensical declaration, she hurried out the door and disappeared into the night. "Was that all?" I shouted. "Hey, who exactly are you?" The girl did not turn back, laughing as she replied, "I am your great aunt." With that, she vanished in the blink of an eye into the darkness. "Bah, I am your great uncle," I muttered under my breath, still utterly perplexed. Tsang Yin shrugged beside me, a mischievous grin on her face as she made her way back inside. I quickly stepped forward and detained her, saying, "You seem to know something, don't you?" Tsang Yin, reveling in my confusion, replied, "What do I know? She is your great aunt, not mine." Just then, Shi Gang, who had apparently awakened unnoticed, leaned against the doorframe, sleepily remarking, "Are you two holding hands in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" Upon hearing this, Song Yan's face flushed crimson as she promptly brushed my hand aside and retreated into the house. Once inside, I recounted the earlier incident to Shi Gang, who, in his ignorance, assumed I was jesting. With a dismissive air, he remarked, so I caught you two in the act. Must you concoct such an absurd tale?" With that, he turned away, and, soon enough, he was snoring again. How ridiculous! After dozing off for a while, I sprang out of bed early the next morning. To substantiate my claims, I seized Shi Gang by the ear and led him to the village entrance. There stood an ancient locust tree, thick enough for 2 people to encircle. Circling the roots, we discovered a small hole, hollowed out by insects. With a stick, I carefully pried open the soil, only to uncover a spacious inner chamber. At its center lay a slab of blue stone, upon which rested a peculiar dark mushroom. As I retrieved the mushroom, Shi Gang finally believed me, exclaiming, "There truly is something here. But what on earth is this? It's as dark as a witch's poison mushroom from a cartoon." It was the 8-petal black mushroom. Song Yin appeared seemingly out of nowhere. 8 pieces of black excrement? She scoffed at Shi Gang and me, deriding, "Can you two not exhibit a shred of knowledge? This is known as the 8-petal black mushroom, a rare variety of lingji. Observe its pattern. It is divided into 8 distinct petals, hence its name. Rare variety?" Shi Gang grinned. "Can we interpret that as being quite scarce? After all, rarity enhances value, so it must be worth a fortune." "Old Shi," I retorted, "look at you, so blinded by the prospect of wealth. How embarrassing. However, that esteemed teacher Song, pray tell, what is its worth?" "Priceless," Song Yin disdainfully remarked to both me and Shi Gang. "When it is needed, it can save a life. No amount of money can purchase that. When it is not needed, it is merely a black mushroom, far inferior in taste to matsutake." "I see. But why did that young lady bestow this upon me last night?" From her words, it seemed as though she had buried it herself. "Teacher Song, you appear to know who she is, do you not?" I grinned mischievously at Song Yin. "Just tell me, won't you? Please, pretty please." As I spoke, I shook my body vigorously, pretending to be coy, clinging to Song Yin without letting go. Song Yin, exuding an air of exasperation, waved her hand. "Enough, enough. Do not repulse me further. I shall tell you. This girl is neither human nor demon. She is a spiritual entity." "You mean a spirit?" I was taken aback. Logically, this should not be possible. During previous encounters with malevolent forces, my fingers had always reacted. Song Yin replied, "I cannot say for certain. Perhaps it is because her nature is not malevolent. I sensed no trace of demonic energy from her yesterday, indicating she has never harmed anyone. Or perhaps your fingers were injured yesterday, rendering them ineffective." Speaking of my fingers, I hastily removed the bandage, relieved to find them healed completely. If she is a spiritual entity, what could she possibly be? I inquired of Song Yin. Song Yin responded, "Must you ask? You grew up beside your grandmother. You should understand these matters better than I. Indeed, how could I have forgotten this detail? If she is indeed a spirit being, then the one with the least demonic aura must be the White Immortal. The White Immortal is well-versed in herbal medicine and is renowned for her healing abilities. Considering the lingji mushroom she gifted me, along with her attire from yesterday, she bears a striking resemblance to the elderly woman summoned by my grandmother from the 3 Immortals, albeit appearing much younger. It must be the white-haired hedgehog. I am certain of it. Yet, I remain perplexed as to why she sought me out and the meaning behind her actions yesterday. As the 3 of us were making our way back, my cousin and 2 villagers suddenly approached, shovels in hand, covered in dirt and muttering curses. "Cousin, what are you up to?" I inquired. He, with a look of regret, replied, "A few days ago, we discovered a hedgehog's burrow for hibernation. We came to dig it out today, and we had already managed to strangle it with a noose and pull it out, thinking we could exchange it for over 100 yuan. Who would have guessed that during our smoke break, that creature would miraculously revive and scurry back into its burrow? All our efforts were in vain. Watching my cousin and the others retreat, a realization dawned upon me. Last night, sensing its impending tribulation, that little creature must have come to my home to consume the incense ash. The ash, known as blessed earth, was used to accumulate fortune, allowing it to dispel misfortune and evade disaster. Clever little thing. However, in doing so, I inadvertently saved its life, and it only offered me a single black mushroom. Might that be considered rather stingy? As Sure Gang and I were deliberating the potential value of this mushroom, Song Yin suddenly lifted her head, and we heard a flurry of something flying. In an instant, an insect landed on Song Yan's hand, revealing itself to be the enigmatic cricket. Hey, isn't that insect afraid of freezing to death while flying out in the dead of winter? I've witnessed the prowess of this creature, I remarked, pointing from a distance. Song Yin remained silent, instead retrieving an exceedingly small, thin sheet from the back of the enigmatic insect. He placed it upon his wristwatch and pressed a switch, causing the watch to emit a powerful beam of light. The light filtered through the thin sheet, projecting a symbol onto the palm of his other hand. Both Sure Gang and I were left bewildered. It was astonishing to discover that such a formidable gang possessed such a covert signal. Even more remarkable was their method of communication, not through carrier pigeons, but via an insect. Yin Yusin had already arrived at Phoenix Mountain. Song Yin glanced at me, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 48. Phoenix Mountain indeed. Yin Yusin has arrived at the Yinshan Black Market. Matters in the village must be temporarily set aside. This time, we must capture Yin Yusin. I rub my hands in anticipation. Do not underestimate the situation. Those who come to the black market are not ordinary individuals. If we are to act, we must do so discreetly. Disturbing the balance of the black market could cost us our lives. Song Yin remarked coolly, as he pinched 4 or 5 small brown beetles from a plastic bag and laid them in his palm. The peculiar mantis lunged at them like a ravenous dog, snapping them up in quick succession. Fortunately, it is small. If it were larger, I would wager it would dare to consume a human. This is the fire-red borer, a creature unafraid of the cold. It is said to possess an antifreeze substance within its body. Feeding it to the mantis makes it resistant to the chill as well. Song Yin added, noticing the astonished expressions on my and Lao Shi's faces. Sure Gang sighed. I used to doubt the capabilities of the trickster, but today I am convinced. Song Yin smiled. Mr. Sure, you overestimated. However, it has been said on television that the food of the 21st century will be insects. I pondered, what if we were to cultivate fire-red borers and prepare a delicious insect soup? Would you too not feel the cold and could even venture naked to Antarctica? Ugh, that is utterly disgusting. Sure Gang huffed. If that is the case, I would rather eat grass than partake in such a dish. I gazed at Song Yin with a smile, saying, as for Sure Gang, let that be. If you accompany me, I shall partake in the feast. Perhaps we could venture to Antarctica, just the two of us, clad in nothing but bikinis amidst the snow. Song Yin let out a disdainful huff and shot me a piercing glare, retorting, do you recall the last time I fed your blood to the grotesque creature? Should I don a bikini for your viewing pleasure now? I hastily covered my nose, remembering the peril of her words. Indeed, the heart of a woman can be most venomous. With that creature present, I could never allow myself to bleed in her presence. Tomorrow marks the inaugural day of the black market, and although it lies not far, the 3 of us decided to set out early. Before our departure, I paid respects at the graves of my grandparents and Dahu. As anticipated, Dahu's grave had indeed been newly tended, the weeds removed, and a tombstone erected. It seemed that Li Dafu had spoken the truth. He had indeed promised Uncle Yuan to watch over Dahu's resting place. Phoenix Mountain is a scenic spot, merely a few dozen miles away, neither too large nor too small. Legend has it that long ago, a solitary fire phoenix was sighted dancing atop the mountain under the cloak of night, thus earning its name. The mountain is adorned with pristine white birch forests and several stone formations resembling figures, making for a pleasing vista. A few years back, there were attempts to quarry stone here, but the government intervened, transforming it into a tourist attraction. The entrance fee is modest, but due to its distance from the metropolis, visitors are scant. Especially now, in the depths of winter, the number of tourists dwindles even further. As we drove up the mountain, we encountered several luxury cars roaring past, undoubtedly belonging to those prominent figures within the underworld. In stark contrast, Lao Shi's Jeep appeared rather shabby. I harbor no envy towards luxury vehicles. Rather, I am perplexed as to why virtuous individuals often lead such meager lives while these tyrants revel in opulence. Old Sure exclaimed, pounding the steering wheel. I cast a glance at Song Yin, remaining silent. If we were to adhere to Old Sure's definition, the Song family could hardly be deemed paragons of virtue. Song Yin, lost in thought, muttered after a moment, "Isn't this world simply a manifestation of the survival of the fittest? Therefore, even if you are feeble, do not reveal your vulnerabilities. Otherwise, others will only trample upon you more ruthlessly, showing no compassion whatsoever." Engaging in a haphazard conversation, we entered a farmhouse courtyard. From the outside, the courtyard appeared unimpressive, but upon stepping inside, one would discover unparalleled luxury. Following the path that extended into the depths of the forest behind the small courtyard, one encountered a scattering of small buildings. It was entirely different from my expectations, devoid of the lively gatherings portrayed on television. People went about their own business, completely indifferent to one another. Miss Song, could it be that we have arrived at the wrong place? Shouldn't your meeting involve mutual salutation, introducing oneself, and proclaiming, "I am the daughter of Song Dingyuan from the Yandong Liuka gang. A pleasure to meet you." Sure Gang inquired. Song Yin chuckled, replying, "You all have perhaps watched too much television, thinking it to be a martial arts assembly? Just wait. It will become lively at night." As we spoke, a short, dark-skinned woman approached us. Dressed in a fitted women's suit, she walked with a straight posture, exuding confidence, her deep hues reminiscent of water. Upon seeing Song Yin, she nodded respectfully and addressed her as Mississippi. Song Yin nodded slightly, gazing at me and Sure Gang. "Yeah, from now on, they're my assistants. One is named Sure Bu, and the other Luo Gang. Their true identities must remain confidential." "Understood, miss." He glanced at me and Sure Gang. We both quickly greeted her, yet he paid no heed and continued speaking to Sure Gang. "Miss, we reside in Villa number 8. Shall I escort you there?" "No need, I can manage on my own. You go gather information, find out the whereabouts of Yin Yusen, who he is with, and whether the goods are with him." "Yes." Ayu responded promptly, efficiently making her way to the service desk ahead. Sure Gang leaned in and whispered to me, "This woman could take on 8 of you. Is that really true?" I asked, somewhat skeptical. Though she was a close attendant of Song Yin, could such a petite figure truly be so formidable? From her calloused hands, stride, and leg shape, it was evident she had trained in martial arts, at least black belts in women's combat, Muay Thai, and Taekwondo. Wow. I've heard that you can tell whether a woman is a girl or a woman by her leg shape, but I never knew you could gauge her skill level. "Hey, if you were to fight me, how many could you take on?" Sure Gang chuckled. "If you don't use a gun, I reckon you could take on an entire regiment." Could he possibly exaggerate any further? Upon reaching the villa, I was nearly left agape. The opulence of the residence was astonishing. I found myself pondering, who could possibly own such a lavish farmhouse? They must be exceedingly wealthy. Calmly, Song Yin remarked, "I'm unaware of who the boss is, but it is my understanding that among those attending tonight are the Yu family, the largest private jade family from the south, along with the Chong and Li families from the 4 prominent families of Yin City. It is said that there are also foreign jade merchants present, not to mention the numerous speculators like Yin Yusen. That explains everything." Sure Gang responded, "While others may be oblivious. The Chong and Li families are figures whose mere presence sends ripples through the market economy in Yin City. It appears I am indeed woefully ignorant, as I do not recognize any of the names mentioned by Song Yin and Sure Gang." During dinner, a dedicated server brought forth roasted lamb chops and delicacies. After days of subsisting on meager fare in the village, Sure Gang and I finally indulged in proper sustenance, feasting heartily. Just as we were finishing our meal, Ayu rushed back in. She immediately approached Song Yin, whispering urgently in her ear. Upon hearing this, Song Yin's expression shifted to one of alarm. "You too. Quickly step outside for some fresh air." Ayu replied, "There's no time. They're already downstairs." As she spoke, the unmistakable sound of a car engine echoed from outside. Reluctantly gnawing on the lamb chops, Sure Gang and I inquired, "What on earth is happening?" Song Yan's countenance darkened. "Zhai Xiaodian has arrived. If he sees both of you, this black market gathering will undoubtedly collapse." At this, Sure, gang, and I hastily discarded our lamb chops. However, the sound of knocking at the door echoed, leaving us no choice but to dash into the restroom together. Chapter 49. The Black Market. As Sure Gang and I enter the restroom, the door was abruptly pushed open. Zhai Xiaotian, what brings you here? Song Yin feigned surprise. Aren't you the one who despises such commotion? The sound of polished shoes echoed through the room, as Zhai Xiaochuan seemed to be searching for something. A wave of anxiety washed over me. What if he decides to come in? I held no fear of him, but the thought of him discovering my presence with Sure Gang would spell doom for our dealings in the black market. Fortunately, Zhai Xiaotian merely circled the living room before coming to a halt, a smirk dancing on his lips. I may not relish such revelry, but you do. My fiancé, he must be pleased. He chuckled. I hear that fellow with 6 fingers hails from this vicinity. Is that true? Zhai Xiaotian's tone was laced with sarcasm, drawing attention to me. 6 fingers? Who are you referring to? Song Yin feigned ignorance. There's no need for pretense, Xiaoyan. If I know you've come to the black market, it's evident you visited Haishuatin village. Zhai Xiaotian retorted. You've been investigating me. Song Yan's voice grew sharp. The Zhai family is becoming increasingly intrusive. I was perplexed. Weren't both the Song and Zhai families part of the same underworld? Why did Song Yan's tone carry an air of animosity? Haha, my future wife. Zhai Xiaotian laughed heartily. What's this talk of Song and Zhai? We are all family. I'm not investigating you. I am merely concerned for you. Just the other day, I visited Haishu and procured a rather fine pearl, so I hurried to bring it to you. I am aware of my uncle's situation, and as long as Zhai Xiaotian, am here, I will certainly assist you. Song Yin hesitated momentarily and murmured a faint thank you. No need for such formalities. What is our relationship that requires gratitude? Zhai Xiaotian said with a flippant tone, clicking his tongue and grinning mischievously. This villa is quite splendid, very comfortable. I shall not leave tonight. I will stay to keep you company. What do you say? You've gone too far, Zhai Xiaotian. Song Yin shouted in anger, and her voice seemed to carry the weight of a forceful shove. Too far? You are my fiancé. What harm is there in my touching you? In the past, I have yielded to you, but tonight I shall sleep here, Zhai Xiaotian declared defiantly. This scoundrel's words were vulgar, utterly despicable. A surge of fury ignited within me, and I clenched my fists, ready to charge forward. Sure Gang held me tightly and whispered, Master Bu, it is not yet the right time. A moment of impatience can ruin a grand plan. Besides, this concerns family matters. Family matters? It felt as though a bucket of cold water had been doused upon me. Perhaps he was correct. Their relationship was one of childhood betrothal, a bond forged in youth. Why was I so enraged? Had I subconsciously immersed myself in the role of Zhai Xiaotian's imagined rival? Young Master Zhai, it is getting late, and Miss has matters to attend to. Perhaps you should. At that moment, I pushed the door open and entered. Get out, Zhai Xiaotian roared. Do I need a servant like you to meddle in my affairs? Leave. Close the door. Tonight, I intend to consummate our future union. A loud slap echoed through the room. It seemed someone had taken action. Zhai Xiaotian, you're insufferably arrogant. Song Yin, in a fit of rage, declared. Aya is mine. Who are you to reprimand her? Moreover, I am the vice leader of the Liao Ke gang, and your show of bravado before me is utterly futile. Leave my presence at once. Very well, let me deal with this scoundrel. You lecherous fiend, you worthless scum. I exchanged a subtle high five with Sure Gang. Do you dare strike me? Do you truly believe that the Liao Ke gang is the same as it was a decade ago? Chuckled Song Yin. Do not delude yourself into thinking you are still that celebrated little princess. I shall no longer indulge you in this game of being the center of attention. Tonight, you will be transformed into Zhai Song Shi. Zhai Xiaotian seemed to go berserk, as if he were about to pounce on Song Yin. A tumultuous feeling stirred within me, a desire to confront this dog of a man. Even if I were to lose, I wished to engage him. Yet, a brawl requires justification. What would be my reason for fighting? At that moment, a man's voice echoed from the entrance. Young master, the master is on the phone. He demands your immediate return home, as there is an urgent matter that cannot be delayed. Disheartened, Zhai Xiaotian muttered an expletive and coldly addressed Song Yin, Xiao Yin. You are an astute individual. I shall remember this slap, but it does not imply that I will always grant you opportunities. Furthermore, that six-fingered must perish. I intend for everyone to know that you, Song Yin, belong to me." He cackled maniacally as he exited, while you closed the door. Song Yin, feeling somewhat depleted, remarked, "Come out. The man has already driven away." Sure Gang and I exchanged glances, both feeling a tinge of awkwardness, particularly myself, as if I had committed some grave error. Regardless, let us focus on the matter at hand. Song Yin turned her stern gaze toward the Aya nodded and remarked that Yin Yusin resided in Villa number 17, sharing the space with a man and a woman. According to the front desk, both bore the surname Hua, appeared unfamiliar, and their origins remained unknown. They both dressed like farmers, yet upon closer observation, it was evident they were skilled practitioners, far from being ordinary peasants. Shortly, a showcase event would take place at Villa number 1. "Miss, would you care to attend?" "The showcase?" "In reality, it serves as a prelude," Song Yin elucidated. "The so-called showcase entails displaying an array of jade varieties to the guests. However, what is truly exhibited are merely new jades, a mere fade to those knowledgeable in the field. The genuine purpose is for all sellers to meet and gauge one another's trading intentions, preparing for the actual transactions the following day. Naturally, there exists another objective, to observe the surroundings for any undercover agents." As Song Yin spoke, he glanced at Sure Gang with a knowing smile. "So shall we go?" "Indeed, we must attend. Only by making an appearance can you justify your presence tomorrow. Otherwise, others may question your motives." Song Yin, with a seasoned demeanor, advised, "In any case, when we arrive, you two should observe more and speak less. You may purchase jade, but refrain from uttering the phrase Yinshan jade." "Why?" "It's a rule. Mentioning those 3 words would shatter the facade, indicating you are not familiar with the ways of our world." My goodness, I had no idea there were so many subtleties involved. Without Song Yin's guidance, I fear that Sure Gang and I would have inadvertently revealed our true intentions upon arrival. After lingering in the villa for a while, around 11 o'clock, the 4 of us stepped out. Before departing, Ye presented 2 sets of black suits for Sure Gang and me to don. The sizes were impeccable, indicating that Song Yin had made arrangements long in advance. Clad in our black suits and standing beside Song Yin, we indeed resembled the bodyguards dutifully attending to a master. The first villa was the most expansive, clearly the residence of the owner of this secluded estate, adorned with even more opulence than the villa we were residing in. The grand hall was already teeming with 200 to 300 guests, with dozens of jade stalls set up where people lingered, exchanged whispers, and engaged in hushed conversations. My eyes dazzled at the sight of these seemingly insignificant new jades, which appeared to me as radiant treasures. It seemed that my lack of worldly experience was evident. The Song family held significant prominence in the underworld, and as soon as Song Yin arrived, several groups approached to extend their greetings. Seizing the opportunity, I discreetly searched for traces of Yin Yusin. After a diligent search, my efforts bore fruit, and I finally spotted that familiar figure. Yin Yusin was engaged in lively conversation with a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman, and as they spoke, they made their way toward the restroom. Upon reaching the door, they glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and then, in a swift movement, they both slipped into a restroom. Cursed be those scoundrels. I silently berated them as I pursued. Just then, a woman in front of me suddenly stumbled, and I found her toppling toward me. Chapter 50. Blood Jade. The woman who had fallen stumbled directly toward me, and I instinctively reached out to catch her. Dressed in a resplendent evening gown, I tried to avoid any awkwardness by encircling her arm with my hand while steering clear of her upper body. However, perhaps due to a severe twist of her ankle, she lurched forward, ultimately leaning entirely against me. A delicate fragrance enveloped me, and our bodies were in close proximity. I could even feel her warmth, although it was unintentional. I felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly steadied myself to help her regain her balance. Perhaps it was my own sense of self-importance, but I sensed that the woman seemed to revel in my embrace, her hand inadvertently brushing against my chest. "I'm so sorry, handsome. Thank you so much," she exclaimed, looking up at me with a face full of apologies. To my surprise, she was indeed a strikingly beautiful girl. Her cheeks, though not fair, were flushed a lovely red, and her long, lustrous black hair added to her allure. "It's nothing. Oh, did you hurt yourself?" I quickly replied. The girl smiled softly, shaking her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as they roamed over me, as if she found me particularly intriguing. After a brief moment of awkwardness, I remembered Yin Yusin entering the restroom and hastily decided to follow him. "Handsome, judging by your appearance and accent. You seem to be a local?" she inquired, her lively eyes blinking at me. "I would love to know what sights are to be found on this mountain. I wish to explore them tomorrow." I cast a fleeting glance at the restroom, noting that no one was entering or exiting. Considering the beautiful woman who sought my assistance, it would be rather impolite to refuse her. Thus, I gestured toward the nearby tourist map and provided a brief overview of the area. In the end, the young lady expressed her gratitude profusely and even gifted me a piece of verdant jade. Observing her retreating figure, I felt an unusual sense of fortune that evening. Was I not yet satisfied? Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted my thoughts. Startled, I turned to find Song Yin regarding me with a teasing expression, while he wore a look of disdain. So that was it. Moments ago, she had nearly stumbled, and I had instinctively assisted her. For reasons unbeknownst to me, a wave of anxiety washed over me, compelling me to explain hastily. I scoffed and remarked at Song Yin, "Miss, that woman just now was one of the pair seen entering with Yin Yusin." "What?" I was taken aback, and upon searching for the woman's silhouette, I realized she had vanished completely. "Didn't you say there were two farmers?" Song Yin inquired. I shot him a disdainful glance and replied in a low voice, "What if a woman dressed in a provocative uniform appears? Would you then assume she is here to entice you? Attire is merely a prop. Do you not understand?" Such ignorance is truly astonishing. Song Yin and I exchanged incredulous looks, rendered speechless by her outburst. Had she perhaps indulged in too much bravado? Yet, if this woman was indeed affiliated with Yin Yusin, could it be that her earlier fall was a ruse to entangle me as a diversion for him? No. I must investigate further to ascertain whether Yin Yusin remains in the restroom. Aya reached out and stopped me, saying, "Hey, have you opened your eyes? That's the ladies' room. If anyone is going in, it should be me." Just as Aya was about to enter, the bathroom door swung open, revealing an elderly woman with a head full of silver hair staggering out. I was taken aback. How could there be an old lady inside? However, upon closer inspection, I realized this woman was unmistakably the middle-aged woman who had just entered with Yin Yusin. Yet in such a short span of time, the difference in age was astounding, nearly 30 years. The elderly woman's opulent garment was torn open, revealing a large gash. In an instant, everyone was stunned. How could this elderly woman emerge in such disarray? At her age, one would expect a sense of modesty. I glanced over and suddenly felt something was amiss. The woman's complexion was pale, her eyes hollow, devoid of any spirit. Could it be? I quickly signaled to Aya, who rushed into the restroom for a brief look. She turned back and shook her head at us, clearly indicating that Yin Yusin was nowhere to be found. When did that rascal escape? It seemed there was indeed a ruse. That woman who pretended to stumble earlier was undoubtedly a pawn of Yin Yusin. The half-naked elderly woman squatted among the crowd, as if in a daze, ready to relieve herself. A person in a work uniform rushed over, shouting to the crowd, "Whose family member is this? Quickly take her away." After a few calls, 2 attendants finally approached, helping the woman while addressing her as madam. But the elderly lady seemed to have lost all memory and language faculties, completely unresponsive. "Master Boo, what is happening to her?" Sure Gang whispered to me. I shook my head and replied, "There has been no diagnosis. I lack confidence. But it appears she has been tampered with, and her soul has been lost. The one responsible must be Yin Yusin. Yet, I cannot fathom his whereabouts. Yin Yusin undoubtedly seduced her, but his true intentions lie elsewhere." Suddenly, Song Yin spoke up. "Did you see the old woman's torn clothing? If I'm not mistaken, Yin Yusin must have taken something that hung from her neck." At that moment, I recalled that when she entered, she indeed wore a jade pendant the size of a pigeon egg around her neck. It was a creamy white, adorned with a vivid streak of crimson, quite striking. If that is the case, I understand now. What Yin Yusin took must be the red lead blood jade. Song Yin asserted confidently. What is red lead blood jade? I've never heard of it. As far as I know, the renowned jade varieties in our country include Hetian jade, Xiu jade, Dushan jade, Jochuan jade, Lantian jade, turquoise, along with some agate and small soft jades, but not this red lead blood jade. Could it be from foreign mines? Song Yin shook his head and explained. Red lead blood jade is not a variety of jade, but rather a type of jade that has undergone special treatment. How intriguing, I exclaimed. Since you're knowledgeable about this, why not acquire a piece for yourself? Song Yin shot me a fierce glare and retorted, do I appear so old to you? Furthermore, do you not find this method rather distasteful? Moreover, I have yet to conclude. In truth, wearing such jade bears a disadvantage. What disadvantage? Sure Gang also became intrigued. Song Yin felt a tinge of embarrassment and, after a moment's hesitation, finally spoke. Because it is an object of extreme yin. While women may appear youthful and beautiful when adorned with it, the malevolent influence of its yin energy can be quite pronounced. Ah, I see. That explains it. I had my suspicions about Yin Yusin's corpulent character. Who would ever find him appealing? Truly a cunning and devious rogue. Life with Song Yin is filled with novelty, revealing to me countless extraordinary tales I had never heard before. Amidst my reflections, a sudden perplexity struck me. If that girl who feigned her fall had discerned that I was in search of Yin Yusin, would I not have inadvertently alerted him? Yin Yusin, burdened by guilt for having stolen someone else's blood jade, would surely be skittish. If he were to discover that I had witnessed him enter the restroom and was actively seeking him, he would undoubtedly flee. No, I must locate Yin Yusin at once, for I fear he may vanish again. Song Yin smiled and said, there is no need. Although that woman's fall upon you was intentional, it was likely not to provide cover for Yin Yusin. Why so? Because while she feigned intimacy in your embrace, her hands were actively exploring your person. From this, it is evident that she sought to obtain something from you. Obtain something from me? What valuable possession do I possess, aside from my heart and mind? It seems I only have a pair of kidneys that have remained silent for 18 years. Chapter 51. The Mist Spirit Gorge. Indeed, as Song Yin had indicated, Yin Yusin had not vanished. He reappeared brazenly after a short while. The elderly woman was in a daze, believing that no one had noticed his discreet visit to the restroom. Furthermore, I had intentionally and unintentionally crossed paths with him several times, yet he failed to recognize me. It seemed that the events in Haishuatan village were merely a trivial incident among countless misfortunes, long since relegated to the recesses of his memory. Given that my earlier recklessness had nearly jeopardized our plans, I approached this situation with much greater composure. After a period of observation, I discerned that a robust man remained closely attached to Yin Yusin. Aya informed me that this man was the companion of the woman who had feigned a fall earlier. Sure Gang asserted that this man was certainly a formidable opponent, equally matched to himself in combat. With both a man and a woman shielding Yin Yusin, it would prove quite challenging for us to approach him and execute our plan. The lively bright color gala continued until 3 in the morning, and it was only after Yin Yusin and the man departed that the three of us returned to the villa. Aya seemed to have been sent by Song Yin on some mysterious errand, her demeanor shrouded in secrecy. Upon returning to the villa, I was overwhelmed by a sense of lamentation. Sure Gang, growing impatient, remarked, Comrade Luo Bo, must you continue to cluck your tongue? It gives me a headache. I retorted, you are carefree, you great simpleton, oblivious to the burdens I carry. You yourself acknowledge that the man is no less skilled than you, and the woman likely matches Song Yan's prowess. Do I truly stand a chance against Yin Yusin alone? If he escapes again this time, where shall I find him? Song Yin scoffed disdainfully. Hey, foolish carrot, do you think struggles are merely about fists and feet? A little cerebral engagement will suffice. Upon hearing her cryptic words, I hastily inquired, Teacher Song, my idol, do you already have a plan in mind? Song Yin replied earnestly, now you think of me? Remember this, cling to my leg, and I shall grant you your every desire. I have already spread the word among the people of the underworld. This time, I intend to acquire a piece of red lead blood jade. Yin Yusin is in urgent need of funds, and I am certain he will seek me out to sell that stolen jade. When the time comes, we shall confront him directly in the private room. I will conduct my transaction while you handle your case. In the end, we shall have Team Sure discreetly take him away and throw him into the station, ensuring that the three of us reap our rewards. This girl is indeed a seasoned player in the game, not only capable of devising traps, but also considering the equitable distribution of benefits, a true talent. Moreover, she possesses an enchanting beauty, albeit her temperament may be a tad harsh. It is hardly a significant flaw. Whoever marries her would have no worries at all. The thought of such a splendid flower eventually being wed to that rancid scoundrel Jai Xiaotian makes my teeth ache. Song Yin, noticing me toying with the jade gifted by the Busta lady, couldn't help but chuckle. What is this? A token of affection? Upon hearing this, Sure Gang rushed over, eager to join the fray, smacking his lips. Such a large piece must be worth quite a fortune. Money, money. Why are you always obsessed with money? How vulgar. Though I said this, I too was curious about the authenticity of this item. Thus I turned to Song Yin alongside Sure Gang. Song Yin scoffed. It is undoubtedly a counterfeit, though the hue is somewhat lacking. It must be worth 30 to 50,000, at least. 30 to 50,000? For such a trivial object? I was genuinely astonished. Sure Gang wore an expression of envy and resentment, exclaiming, "Why is it that all the good fortune falls upon you? How could that individual so casually part with 30 to 50,000 for you? Speak, is there some clandestine arrangement between you two? Get lost. As for your envious demeanor, once we return to Yun City, I shall generously offer you 30%. Upon hearing this, Sure Gang beamed with delight and retorted, "Hee, Master Boo, you are indeed magnanimous. Could we perhaps negotiate 40% for you? And 60 for me? No, rather 60 for you and 40 for me." After a brief period of idle chatter, we each retreated to our respective quarters. That night, for reasons unknown, I was continuously disturbed by the faint laughter of children nearby, resulting in a restless slumber. The following day, during our free time, I, feeling lethargic, sought to catch up on sleep in my room. Shigong, the hulking bodyguard, accompanied Song Yin as she met with several guests, all of whom claimed to possess blood jade, yet none included Yin Yusen. In the evening, a year returned, prepared to whisper to Song Yin. Song Yin glanced at me and Sure Gang, stating, "From now on, in the absence of outsiders, you may speak freely." Yin nodded and revealed, "I have obtained first-hand intelligence from young Master Nyofun. The two individuals who have recently appeared alongside Yin Yusen are siblings named Hua Qingchun and Hua Qingxiu, hailing from Wuling Gorge." Upon hearing the name Wuling Gorge, Song Yan's expression immediately transformed. Sure Gang and I exchanged glances, urgently inquiring, "What is Wuling Gorge?" Aya remained silent for a while, and then Song Yin spoke. Wuling Gorge is a secluded sect that has not made an appearance in the martial world for at least a decade. Why have they suddenly resurfaced, especially in the company of that rogue, Yin Yusen? Is Wuling Gorge truly formidable? Song Yin looked at me and said, "Let me provide you with a simple example for your own judgment. 20 years ago, the Yellow River experienced the infamous giant tortoise incident. Within 6 months, that tortoise destroyed countless vessels and claimed dozens of lives. It is said that the individuals behind this chaos were from Wuling Gorge. The methods remain unclear. But 3 days after their departure, the tortoise surfaced, lifeless, and it took half a month for its corpse to sink once more. My goodness, that sounds incredibly surreal. But if that is the case, they must be good people." Let me tell you something less favorable," Song Yin replied coldly. 11 years ago, a fire broke out at the Baiyun Temple in Cloud City, claiming the lives of over a dozen monks. This was the doing of Wuling Gorge. Motivated by revenge after one of their secret spells was disrupted by a monk from that temple, they seized the opportunity for retribution, resulting in a sensational case. The police were in hot pursuit, and it was after that year that Wuling Gorge mysteriously vanished. Sure Gang slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Miss Song's words remind me of something I heard back in Police Academy. The perpetrator was said to be quite brazen, even leaving their name at the scene of the arson. The name was Hua Zhongkue," Song Yin remarked. "This individual is the master of Mist Spirit Gorge, reputed to be an extraordinarily handsome man. If he were still alive, he would be around 120 years old now. The more I listened, the more I found it mysterious. It seemed reminiscent of a martial arts novel. However, since both Song Yin and Shi Gang had heard of him, it must surely be true. If such formidable individuals were allied with Yin Yusen, would our plans not be rendered futile? While I was pondering this, Aya entered, presenting an invitation and saying, "Miss, the invitation from a master of the black market has arrived. Tonight at 9 o'clock, still at Villa Number 1. Song Yan's eyes gleamed with a commanding intensity. "Let them come. I shall confront them, and Yin Yusen is as good as mine." Song Yin slammed her hand on the table, startling both Shi Gang and me. Aya hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "Miss, I found something at the door just now, but I'm uncertain of its meaning." As she spoke, Aya produced a crimson leaf, upon which were inscribed the 6 words, "Act rashly and perish in the flames." I noticed Song Yan's face instantly pale, murmuring, "Yinshan Oak. Yinshan Oak? What does that mean?" Song Yin sighed. "This is a unique red leaf from the Yinshan Oak, the very token of Miss Spirit Gorge. The words that arsonist is the flower among the elite were inscribed on a Yinshan Oak leaf at the scene of the Baiguan Temple fire." Chapter 52. All efforts in vain, according to Song Yan's account. If the behavior of Yinshan's red leaves mirrors that of Wu Ling Gorge, does it not imply that our intentions have been discerned before we even take action? These 8 words may appear straightforward, yet they embody a blatant threat. The implication is clear. Should we make any move, we shall reap the consequences. However, I find it utterly perplexing. No matter how formidable the individual from Wu Ling Gorge may be, they cannot possibly know the secrets that lie within us, unless they possess the uncanny ability to read our innermost thoughts. Another possibility looms ominously. A traitor exists among us. Shi Gang, Song Yin, and Iya. One among us has divulged our plans against Yin Yusan to the people of Wu Ling Gorge. Shi Gang and I are well acquainted. It cannot be him. Song Yan's resolve to capture Yin Yusan is no less fervent than mine. Thus it cannot be her either. Could it be Iya? My and Shi Gang's gazes instinctively turned toward Iya. "Hey, what do you 2 northerners mean by this? Suspecting me?" Iya expressed her indignation. Shi Gang and I remained silent, yet we did not dismiss our suspicions. Song Yin interjected, "It is not Iya. I trust my people, but how do they know we are about to act?" Shi Gang, growing increasingly anxious, cursed under his breath. "I suspect that woman must have observed Old Boo's interest in Yin Yusan when she pretended to fall yesterday, thus serving us a warning in advance. It is too late for words now. Miss, shall we still capture this person?" Song Yin grasped the leaf, contemplating deeply before finally articulating. "Let us proceed according to our plan. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we shall pause the camera. It seems that this is the only course of action available to us." As night fell, the 4 of us, like everyone else, made our way to Villa Number 1. The atmosphere of today's gathering was entirely transformed. The inconspicuous stalls had been removed, replaced by a vibrant display of flowers, a live band, and sumptuous delicacies. The opulent decorations illuminated the venue, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. As elegantly attired young men and women danced gracefully in the makeshift ballroom, reminiscent of a high society soiree, Song Yan's gaze shifted to the elderly gentlemen in the main hall, who were frequently gesturing with their wine glasses. "Do you see those old fellows? The 2 clad in white suits and black jackets are none other than the wealthy patrons of Yun City, Mr. Chong San and Mr. Li Chiezhai. The slightly younger man, sporting a bow tie, is known as Bai Chi Bin, the leader of the Jade family from the ancient capital of Daozhou, who has been active in Yun City in recent years. Oh, by the way, didn't you mention that the esteemed Yu family from the south would also send a representative?" Song Yin elaborated. "The current head of the Yu family is known as Yu Ao, a rather enigmatic figure. Some say he is a young man in his 20s. Others claim he is on the verge of death, while some even assert that he is a woman. The truth remains elusive. After all, this is the underbelly of the jade industry, naturally shrouded in mystery regarding his true identity, and whether he will attend is uncertain. Indeed, the world of the affluent is beyond the comprehension of a poor lad like me. Not exclusively the wealthy, mind you. Look over there." Old Shi chuckled, pointing to a corner of the venue where an elderly gentleman in a tattered Zhongshan suit was indulging heartily in a cream cake. Upon witnessing his voracious manner of eating, I found myself feeling quite famished. Song Yin glanced at the old man and remarked, "There are two possibilities. Either he is a freeloader or merely pretending. One should not take everything here too seriously, for this is, after all, a marketplace of con artists." Bored with the dance performance, I noted that Yin Yusin had yet to make an appearance, causing a twinge of anxiety within me. After a while, the music ceased, and the dancers along with the staff withdrew, leading the crowd to engage in lively conversations, chatting in groups. As discussions continued, waves of individuals began to make their way into private rooms. In Song Yan's words, the earlier exchanges were a form of coded language termed taozi, essentially a means of trading opinions on transactions. Once one entered a private room, it was referred to as kaitsong, akin to revealing treasures. Since Song Yin had previously expressed a desire for a piece of blood jade, several sellers approached to engage in conversation, but Song Yin dismissed them, claiming the jade they offered was too small. Just as I was on the verge of giving up, a familiar figure suddenly slipped in from outside and approached Song Yin directly. "Missed Song from the Rogue Guild?" Indeed, it was Yin Yusin. I suppressed the wild beating of my heart, striving to avoid making direct eye contact, fearful that he might recognize my face. Song Yin remained composed, offering a slight nod as she inquired, "And you are?" "A mere seller of jade," Tian Yusin replied, his cunning eyes blinking mischievously, and he precisely added, "Blood jade, red lead blood jade." Song Yin feigned delight, her gaze betraying a glimmer of desire. I yearned to ascertain the approximate dimensions. Yin Yusin smiled with satisfaction and remarked, "Flower skin, the size of quail egg." Song Yin raised the corner of his mouth in acknowledgement. Seizing the moment, Yin Yusin inquired, "Logically speaking, as the primary client of the Song family, I should refrain from asking, but since this is business, I'm still curious about how much you could offer in cash." Song Yin shrugged and smiled. "The goods are of good quality. You may name your price." Delighted, Yin Yusin gave a thumbs up, then raised his index and middle fingers. Song Yin scoffed, "This price is quite steep, yet money cannot buy my willingness. If we agree, let us inspect the goods." With joy illuminating his expression, Yin Yusin extended his hand, saying, "Please, after you, let us open the warehouse for inspection." I had always been puzzled as to why the man from Miss Spirit Gorge consistently stood by Yin Yusin's side. Yet now, during such a significant transaction, he was nowhere to be found. A few individuals, guided by the service staff through the corridor, arrived at a private room. Yin Yusin lingered at the door, glancing at me and old Sure, evidently feeling vulnerable alone and reluctant to allow us entry. Song Yin smiled, saying, "It's settled. Aya, bring the money and accompany me inside. Luo Gang and Sherbu, you two remain at the door." Considering the situation, Song Yin had anticipated this the previous night, so we had agreed that a cough would signal us. Once Song Yin secured the transaction she desired, she would cough, and Sure Gang and I would rush in immediately. The thought of soon uncovering the truth behind my grandmother's demise caused me to tremble involuntarily, not from fear, but from excitement. However, once Song Yin and the others entered, we heard no further news. After waiting for a while, there was no sign of movement. I had waited for a full 10 minutes, yet Song Yin remained silent. A sense of unease began to envelop me as I pondered the sudden disappearance of the Hua siblings. Oh no, I had fallen into a trap. I shouted and flung open the door, rushing inside. There, I found Song Yin, and he is sprawled on the floor, while Yin Yusin had long vanished without a trace. However, on the table lay a blood-stained green jade pendant. The villa's windows were open, and the outer protective screen had been pierced by a sharp steel rod. I felt an overwhelming sense of oppression and cursed vehemently. Damn that rat. How could he have escaped? Sure Gang glanced at the two and remarked, "Fortunately, it's just ether. They are merely in a light coma and will awaken shortly." At that moment, the sound of Zhai Xiaochuan's loud cries reached my ears. That rascal had returned unexpectedly, of all times. Today truly seemed to be a day of misfortune. Chapter 53. The Spirit Within the Jade Song Yin, Where Art Thou? Zhai Xiaochuan, accustomed to his brazen behavior and possessing little decorum, strode into the hall, bellowing to Song Yan's name. My heart raced alongside Shigang's, for not only had Yin Yu's son eluded capture, But if Sure Gang's identity as a wanted man were to be exposed, I feared we would not escape these mountains alive. We would surely be buried alive by those from the underworld. Divide the tasks. I shall lock the door, and you must do everything in your power to awaken them. Sure Gang growled, rushing to secure the entrance. Ether-induced stupor is no ordinary faint. It is a drug-induced slumber. Generally, even with a small dosage, it takes no less than 10 minutes to rouse. If we waited for them to awaken naturally, the opportunity would surely be lost. I attempted to stimulate acupoints, but it proved futile. Even after pinching their noses until bruised, they remained unresponsive. Hurry up. I've secured the door. Sure Gang urged impatiently. Already fraught with anxiety, I snapped back. You imbecile. Your task of closing the door requires no skill whatsoever. I could do that in kindergarten. Come now. You open the door while I handle the closing, and you awaken them. How about that? Sure Gang, amused by my frustration, chuckled and muttered, Indeed, that makes sense. Very well. I shall share another task to lighten your load. Buye, divine pisishin. Buye, kepitap. Buye vas ekasperatet. Even at such a critical moment, he remained so comical. Fine then, I'll resort to using a toothpick to jab their fingernails. I refuse to believe that they one T awakened from a pain. Sure Gang gritted his teeth in determination. I was nearly driven to madness by him. But the mention of a toothpick pricking a finger suddenly reminded me that I possessed a silver needle. How could I have forgotten? While it might not be as cruel as piercing a nail, I could opt for other acupoints. The space between the thumb and index finger, known as higu, is particularly sensitive, evoking a tingling sensation that, while not overly intense, can indeed invigorate the spirit. I seized Song Yin's delicate hand, marveling at its smoothness and finesse, a sensation that brought me immense pleasure. Enough of this indulgence. Hurry and prick. If you enjoy it, just hold my hand when you return. I beg you. Sure Gang exclaimed helplessly. With those old, calloused hands of yours, who would want to hold them? I gently pricked Song Yin's higo point, and her eyes widened in surprise, her eyelids fluttering open. Song Yin glanced at me, exclaiming, Quick, Yin Yusen. I sighed and murmured, He's already fled, taking the money with him, leaving only the jade behind. Song Yin's expression faltered, her disappointment palpable, and just as she was about to speak, the voice of a staff member echoed through the corridor. Sir, whom were you looking for? Please refrain from shouting. How dare you say our young master is shouting? Are you seeking a confrontation? No, let's discuss this amicably. Humph. If you wish to avoid trouble, reveal the whereabouts of the young lady from the Song family. It was Zhai Xiaochuan's voice. Who are you? I am her fiancé. Song Yin was taken aback, quickly grasping the situation. I swiftly administered another needle to Aya, and once she regained consciousness, Sure Gang and I, like seasoned thieves, promptly leaped out of the window. The moment we landed, a loud bang echoed as the door swung open. What transpired thereafter remained a mystery to Sure Gang and me. After all, the window stood wide open, and Zhai Xiaochuan could easily catch a glimpse. Fortunately, this was someone else's private domain, and Zhai Xiaochuan dared not act recklessly. As Sure Gang and I exited the room, we swiftly dove into the small grove in the courtyard. We navigated through the foliage and finally emerged into the garden. Successfully evading that window, the thought of all our efforts dissipating like smoke left me seething with indignation. The prospect of locating this elusive rat-like mentor again seemed more daunting than scaling a mountain. Why did Yin Yusen, having managed to escape unscathed, take the money but leave behind the jade? Surely taking a piece with him would have yielded greater gain? Sure Gang inquired. I retorted, such is the nature of rules. The reputation of the Liu Ku gang resonates throughout the martial world. By leaving the jade, Yin Yusen is engaging in a transaction. Had he taken both the money and the jade, the situation would have transformed into outright theft from its Song family. This cunning rat is well aware that in the realm of martial factions, face is paramount. If he dared to pilfer from its Song family, he would be doomed to a life of relentless flight. More than that, I was curious how the Hua siblings had become privy to our plans, and furthermore, why they chose to assist the notoriously infamous Yin Yusen. As Sure Gang and I exchanged our thoughts, a sudden fit of violent coughing interrupted us. Taking a few steps forward, we discovered it was none other than the gluttonous old man from the banquet, clad in a Zhongshan suit. He leaned against the pavilion, seemingly suffering discomfort in his throat, bent over the railing and retching. Gang chuckled, remarking, "This old gentleman is quite the trooper. Is this what they mean by eating until one is ill?" I noticed the old man's complexion had turned a shade of purplish blue, with veins visibly bulging on his hands, suggesting that his discomfort was far from trivial. "Sir, are you all right?" I instinctively rushed over to inquire. The elderly man tilted his head but could not articulate a response. Instead, he pointed to his throat. I quickly realized that he was choking on a foreign object. Without hesitation, I positioned myself to brace him, bending my knees and adopting a stable stance. In a swift motion, I enveloped him in my arms, tightening my grip unexpectedly as I applied forceful pressure to his abdomen. With a resounding pop, an object expelled from his mouth. To my astonishment, the old man, displaying remarkable agility, caught the object midair with his hand and raised it toward his face. "Hey, sir, you've already expelled it. Please don't eat it again," I urged, fearing he might consume it once more. However, the old man did not bring it to his mouth. Instead, he wiped it and examined it closely. It was then that Gang and I realized that what had been expelled was not food, but rather a jade turtle, roughly the size of a 1 yuan coin. The jade exuded an ancient charm, its craftsmanship strikingly lifelike. Despite its few carvings, the essence and likeness of the turtle were captured with exquisite detail. "Is this red Yinshan jade?" I stammered, nearly revealing the true name of the jade before quickly correcting myself to Yinshan jade. The old man chuckled softly and said, "My young friend, what do you think of this turtle?" I shook my head awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry, sir, I do not understand this." The old man extended a finger and asked, "Take a guess, how much is it? 100,000? The old man shook his head. Gang's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Heavens, this item is worth 1 million? No, I meant 10 million. The old man replied with a faint smile. Gang and I exchanged a comical glance, and in unison, we exclaimed, "Sir, 10 million? How could you possibly have in your mouth? What's going on?" The old man glanced back at the villa and scoffed. "In places like this, it is simply a case of black eating black." Gang and I were taken aback by this revelation and quickly interjected, "Sir, it is Yinshan jade. Please do not mention Hongshan. It's a taboo that others should not overhear." The old man shrugged dismissively. "What is there to fear? These are merely obsolete customs. These people are unworthy of jade. They merely exploit its name to seek wealth." The old man was quite stubborn, exuding an air of fearless defiance, while Gang and I appeared rather naive in comparison. Indeed, it seemed that Song Yin was right. None of the individuals here were ordinary folk. "Sir, how did you acquire this jade? Was it originally yours?" The old man chuckled softly and replied, "To avoid drawing their attention, I struck a deal with the original owner of this jade at a banquet. The jade was concealed within a cake, and the payment was made digitally. Everything was going smoothly, but who would have thought that the cake would taste so delightful that I inadvertently indulged in a few extra bites? The cream was exceedingly slippery, and the little thing slipped down my throat." I exchanged a knowing smile with Gang, pondering how the conversation felt akin to listening to a story. Who could have imagined that a scruffy old man, who voraciously devoured cake and donned tattered clothing, could effortlessly pay millions? It seems in this world, one should never underestimate another, for they may be living a life far more comfortable than one might presume. "Young man, you've done me a significant favor, and I shall return the gesture," while Gang and I remained in a state of bemusement. The old man suddenly regarded me with a mischievous glint in his eye and spoke. "Help me? Indeed, it is you." As he uttered these words, he swiftly reached into my pocket and extracted the jade pendant I had received from Hua Qingxiu. "Sir, what are you doing?" The old man gestured for silence, simultaneously rotating the jade between his middle and index fingers, making several revolutions before abruptly slapping it down and bringing it close to my ear. "Listen." His tone was firm and brooked no dissent. I held my breath in rapt attention and, to my astonishment, discerned the sound of laughter emanating from within the jade. I was truly taken aback. How could the laughter of children resonate from within the jade? The old man calmly explained, This is the spirit of an infant within the jade. A skilled artisan can imbue jade with life, and the personalities of these awakened jade spirits often mirror that of their owner. Although this spirit is not long awakened, it is lively and clever. I suspect you are under surveillance, and this jade spirit serves as your watchful eye. Chapter 54. The white lantern is hung again upon hearing the old man's words. A chill ran down my spine. I remarked how I had persistently heard the voices of children while trying to sleep the previous night. It dawned on me that the jade gifted by Hua Qingqiu was, in fact, a trap. Undoubtedly, our plans have been overheard by the jade spirit. How cunning of you! Hua Qingqiu, you deceitful woman. It was a folly to have shown you kindness, only to be betrayed in return. If I do not avenge this grievance, what kind of man am I? Without a moment's hesitation, I seized the jade and was about to hurl it to the ground. Stop, young friend. The old man grasped my hand firmly, his demeanor earnest. Do not. This jade is quite valuable, worth several tens of thousands. It would be a shame to destroy it. But, sir, did you not say that this jade has already been inhabited by a spirit? I retorted. What purpose does it serve to keep it? You only know part of the story, the old man chuckled, explaining, first, one must not transfer blame onto the jade for the misdeeds of a person, as the jade's essence is shaped by human emotions. Second, jade is a treasure of the earth. It is rare and precious, and to destroy it would be a gross waste, something I find rather distasteful. Third, the fact that this jade can still be nurtured indicates that it possesses great potential. You may continue to cultivate it. But did you not just say that it has already been animated by someone else? Isn't its nature now fixed? How can I expect to have a peaceful night's sleep with such a potential menace nearby? I countered. True, I did say that, the old man replied. But I did not claim that the jade spirit is incapable of change. There is a saying, jade must be carved to become a gem. This jade has only recently gained its spirit. As long as you nurture it with care, it shall surely remain loyal to you. A person nurtures jade for a moment, while jade nourishes a person for a lifetime. It brings only benefits without a single detriment. Upon hearing this from the old man, I found myself genuinely intrigued. Sir, do not deceive me. Is this truly the case? Even so, I have no intention of nurturing it. The old man confidently declared, Fear not, for I shall teach you. There are 3 methods of nurturing jade: the hasty, the gradual, and the intentional. Among these, only the intentional method can evoke the spirit of the jade. The essence of intentional nurturing lies in allowing the jade to perceive your sincerity. While you caress it, you must hold it in your heart, treating it as a rare gem of unparalleled beauty. Over time, it will forget its original owner and bond with you. Do you recall the technique I demonstrated earlier? That is known as jade cutting, akin to feeling its pulse. Every 7 days, you must cut the jade. When it begins to feel a sense of belonging in your hands, it truly becomes yours. It seemed rather tedious. Nurturing a piece of jade felt more demanding than raising a child. Yet, considering the considerable value of this object, which amounts to several tens of thousands, it would indeed be a pity to squander it. After finishing his words, the old man patted his belly and muttered softly, A splendid cake, yet I have expelled it. I must go have another bite. You too. Do visit me in Jiangnan when you have the time. May our paths cross again. With that, he hurriedly dashed off to the dining hall for cake. My companion, Shi Gang, and I exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that such an enigmatic and affluent elder was, in fact, an ardent enthusiast of inexpensive snow cakes. The crux of the matter is that we are unaware of each other's names. Yet he boldly proclaimed that we could seek him out upon our arrival in Jiangnan. Turning back, Lao Shi clicked his tongue, displaying a reluctant countenance as he remarked, Buyi, why do good fortunes always seem to favor you? We had agreed to split the proceeds from this jade evenly, and now it appears it has become entirely yours. I, too, was reluctant, extending my hand and saying, Since you're so fixated on it, take it. Let us see how that jade spirit toys with you. Lao Shi hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, No, I am not blessed enough to endure that. We exchanged banter when Yo approached. I inquired promptly, Where's Tsang Yin? Aya furrowed her brow, seemingly disheartened, and softly replied, The young lady has already returned home with young Master Zhai. Return home? A sense of disappointment washed over me. It was one thing to go home, But the fact that she had chosen to return with that scoundrel, Zhai Xiaotian, was particularly disheartening. Did she not wish to seek out Yinyu's son? Sure, Gang pressed on. Moreover, I overheard her conversation with Zhai Xiaotian, and it did not convey any sense of a romantic relationship. Aya glanced at both Sure Gang and me and asserted, "You need not concern yourselves. Follow your own paths. The affairs of the Tsang family are beyond your reach." With that, her gaze fixed on my face, she added with a huff, "By the way, the young lady asked me to inform you that young Master Zhai intends to cause you trouble. It would be wise to lay low upon returning to Yun City. Do not recklessly charge into danger when you're utterly defenseless, for death under such circumstances would be in vain." After delivering her warning, Aya disdainfully cast a glance at the two of us before turning on her heel and departing. In a fit of frustration, Sure Gang pointed at Aya's retreating figure and exclaimed, "Old Boo, I must say, did this girl grow up eating fermented tofu and stinky beans, masquerading as durian and canned fish? Her words are so foul, and here we are, utterly empty-handed, subjected to her scorn. Is she truly formidable? Nonsense." She was overwhelmed the moment she entered the room by the Hua siblings. Thankfully, their character was decent, or they might have taken advantage of the situation. My mood plummeted unexpectedly, and I replied softly, "Old Sure, let's not quarrel with a mere girl. He is right. We should simply follow our own paths." Aware of my discontent, Sure Gang refrained from further words, and that night, we departed from Phoenix Mountain. Upon returning to Yun City, the dawn had yet to break. Sure Gang accompanied me back to Fongjing Zhai, only to find the shop's door wide open. Could it be that Master had returned? "Master!" I rushed into the shop, only to be met with a scene of utter chaos. Everything that could be smashed in the front hall had been destroyed, but fortunately, both the pharmacy and Master's bedroom were securely locked, escaping the devastation. It was clear that this was the doing of Zhai Xiaotian, who was convinced I harbored feelings for Tsang Yen. "Old Boo, can't possibly have developed feeling for Miss Song, can you?" Sure Gang blinked in astonishment. I paused, responding ambiguously, "Why? Is that a problem?" "Of course it's not." Sure Gang clapped his hands in enthusiasm, exclaiming, "I fully support you. Song Yin is a beautiful flower. Why should she be courted by a pig like Zhai Xiaotian? Old Boo, I back you in this pursuit. No, I mean, if you like her, you should chase after her." Enough of this topic. I diverted the conversation, saying, having been away for several days, "It is time for you, the captain, to report back." "Indeed." Sure Gang nodded, advising, "Take care of yourself. I will head back first. If anything arises, give me a call." After Sure Gang departed, I tidied up the disordered room, only to discover that everything remained in place except for the pair of white lanterns. Could it be? I hastily stepped outside, and indeed, the white lanterns were fluttering in the breeze at the entrance. What a strange occurrence. This was not the first time the white lanterns had hung themselves. Last night, I was not even in the shop. Who had hung those lanterns? Who had been on duty? Who had come to seek treatment? "Master, oh Master, when will you return?" I increasingly sensed an eerie atmosphere in this place. If it were merely a minor, ghostly mischief, I would easily perceive it with my current abilities. The truly frightening aspect was that I felt. Thus, remaining in this room for even a moment longer tightened the back of my head with unease, prompting me to swiftly lock the door and return to my rented accommodation. I resolved that before my master returned, I would not venture to the Fongjing Zhai for consultations, be it day or night. Chapter 55. The feeling of being watched. The rental unit is situated not far from my master's apothecary, nestled within a narrow alley. This area is renowned as an urban village, where residents cling tenaciously to their land, demanding exorbitant compensation that often exceeds hundreds of millions, thus hindering any successful redevelopment efforts. The landlord of my residence is said to be a squatter, residing in a modest two-story building. The ground floor comprises a living room and a communal kitchen, while the upper level features 4 spacious bedrooms, each oriented in a different direction. There is a private courtyard downstairs, complete with a quaint little garden. Considering the location and surroundings, one would expect the monthly rent to be no less than $2,000 to $3,000. Yet when I rented the place, it was a mere $800 per month. I have never encountered the landlord in person. The rent is simply deposited into a bank account each month. Besides myself, I have never seen anyone enter or exit the other 3 rooms upstairs, though I suspect they are occupied, as I occasionally hear voices and the sound of tools clinking as if repairs are being made. However, today was different. Upon entering the courtyard, I noticed a woman bending over, digging into the soil of the garden. From her silhouette, she appeared to be around 30 years of age. Perhaps alerted by my presence, she straightened up and turned to face me. Her features, while not conventionally beautiful, exuded a certain charm, with pleasant contours that made her visage agreeable. Most striking were the downward curves at the corners of her mouth and the gentle slope of her eyes, which lent her a captivating smile. Loabwa, the woman spoke, pointing at me as she uttered my name. I was taken aback, feeling somewhat awkward as I replied, "And you are?" "I am your landlord," she replied with a smile. To my astonishment, she turned out to be the landlord. I mused silently to myself that if all landlords were like her, it would indeed be a blessing for tenants. "Are you Sister Hua?" I quickly diverted my gaze from the woman's chest, responding politely, "I've been living in your house and haven't had the pleasure of meeting you yet." Sister Hua chuckled, "Yes. I've heard from the other tenants that a handsome new resident has arrived, and now I finally get to see you." "Other tenants? When did they see me?" I was perplexed, yet I maintained my courtesy, saying, "You're the beautiful one, Sister Hua." Upon hearing this, Sister Hua laughed heartily, mischievously winking at me, and whispered, "How beautiful. Should I be your girlfriend?" I laughed in response, "Sister Hua, you jest. I'm not worthy of you. Your husband must be a successful businessman, for I have never seen you both together. He must be quite busy." At my words, Sister Hua's vibrant expression suddenly dimmed, and she softly replied, "My husband was indeed a wonderful man, but he passed away 7 years ago." "Passed away? Oh dear, why did I have to bring up her husband?" "I apologize, Sister Hua. I had no idea." "It's all right." Sister Hua responded with grace, a smile lighting her face. "Life must go on, right? By the way, I will be around for some time. I reside in room 1, so feel free to come to me if you need anything." I nodded, suddenly recalling something, and hurriedly inquired, "Sister Hua, who are the other 2 tenants? I have yet to meet them." Hua Jie thoughtfully tapped her fingertip against her lips and mused. "Room number 2 is occupied by a gentleman, seemingly a dealer in antique furniture, who seldom returns. Room 3 is home to an elderly couple, childless and avid travelers, who spend most of the year exploring the world, treating this place merely as a temporary refuge to rest when wearied." "That explains it," I remarked. "I rarely see them, yet I occasionally hear the muffled sounds of their conversations and the clatter of furniture repairs." After bidding farewell to Hua Jie, I retreated to my room and collapsed onto the bed, the fatigue from my recent travels and the weight of sleepiness enveloping me. However, recalling the infant's laughter from the previous night, I staved off slumber and retrieved the jade from my belongings. Following the method taught by the elderly gentleman, I began to play with the jade. "You are a splendid jade, far superior to the He Bai. No, you are more precious than the imperial seal of China." I murmured to myself, uncertain if such self-deceptive affirmations held any merit. Despite being merely an ordinary piece of jade, it seemed to revel in flattery, reminiscent of the peculiarities of the Chinese bureaucracy. As I continued to handle the jade, my thoughts wandered aimlessly, and I soon found myself drifting into a haze. Just as I was on the verge of sleep, I suddenly sensed a flicker of light at the entrance. Instinctively, I opened my eyes to see the door ajar, a dimly lit corridor seemingly harboring a watchful gaze upon me. I bolted upright, rubbing my eyes vigorously. Indeed, the door was slightly open, yet there was no one at the threshold. Lately, I had been plagued by a sense of paranoia. I rose and peered outside the door, finding the corridor eerily vacant, save for a pair of striking red leather shoes positioned at the entrance of room 1. If my memory serves me correctly, those shoes were not there when I returned moments ago. Could it be that Sister Hua had visited? In a state of perplexity, I closed the door and secured it with the inner lock. I plunged into a deep slumber, so profound that I might have remained oblivious to the world had it not been for Shigang's phone call. My sleep was anything but restful within my dreams. A child clad in green curled up before me, stubbornly refusing to leave, even as I scolded him in vain. He clung tenaciously to a corner of my being, and amidst our struggle, I found myself drenched in sweat. When the phone rang, I jolted upright, and in that fleeting moment, I noticed a pair of eyes peering in through a small window, nearly as tall as the corridor itself, unwavering in their gaze upon me. A chill ran down my spine, and goosebumps spread across my skin. Yet, as quickly as it had appeared, the vision vanished, leaving only the crisp sound of footsteps echoing through the corridor. Indeed, it was the sound of high heels. Surely, it must be Sister Hua. Was she spying on me? But I distinctly saw those eyes just moments ago. Could it be that I was imagining things? The conflicting thoughts within my mind engaged in a fierce debate, neither willing to concede. I stood and stretched lazily, connecting the call, only to discover that the jade pendant still lay nestled in my embrace, slipping from my grasp and tumbling to the floor. "Hello, old boo. Why did it take you so long to answer?" Came the bellowing voice of Sure Gang from the other end of the line. Upon reviewing my call log, I was astonished to find 7 or 8 missed calls. What on earth? Is a simple nap too much to ask for? A nap indeed. Quickly assist your brother. I await you at Building 3, Apartment 404 in Huayu Community. No need to elaborate. The moment this fellow returns, he will be embroiled in a case. Yet what concern is that of mine? Waiting is futile. I refuse to go. Wait. Suddenly, Lauscher lowered his voice. This matter is rather peculiar. It requires your involvement. Hello. Are you treating me as a medium or an exorcist? I am merely a physician without a traditional Chinese medicine certificate. Spare me your ramblings. Sure Gang insisted anxiously. You are neither a medium nor an exorcist. You are my Guanyin Bodhisattva. Have you awakened? Once this is resolved, I shall treat you to a meal. Why didn't you say so earlier? My stomach has been growling for ages. Wait for me. I shall be there shortly. I hung up the phone and picked up the jade, only to discover it was chilling to the touch and slightly damp. Upon closer inspection, I noticed several minuscule droplets of water clinging to the jade. What is this? Can jade perspire? Chapter 56. The murder in the secret chamber clutching the damp emerald. A thought suddenly struck me. Could the boy in green from my earlier dream be the spirit residing within the jade? Yet, he seemed rather timid, clinging tightly to me and refusing to leave, a stark contrast to the mischievous laughter that had echoed in my ear the night before. Perhaps the jade-wrapping technique taught to me by the old man was indeed effective? If that were the case, it would be splendid. I had previously thought that nurturing jade was a formidable task. As I pondered this, I received another call from Sure Gang. Although my recent trip to the village yielded no tangible results, this fellow had been quite helpful, and I felt compelled to show my appreciation. Without a second thought, I tucked the jade into my pocket and hastily set off. As I stepped outside, I noticed Sister Hua in the living room, basking in the breeze of an electric fan. Her hair was damp, and she was clad only in a loose-fitting nightgown, clearly having just finished tending to her flower pots and preparing for a shower. "Little boo, you're heading out?" she called out, completely oblivious to the potential awkwardness her attire might pose for a youthful man like myself, greeting me with a warm smile. I could only nod in response, then swiftly made my escape. Throughout my journey, I mused to myself. With Sister Hua's gentle and generous nature, it seemed unlikely she would engage in any sort of voyeurism. Upon arriving at Building 3 of Huayu Community, I was about to enter when someone abruptly blocked my way, scrutinizing me with a suspicious gaze. "Which building are you from? What business do you have here? You certainly don't look like a good person." "Greetings, my friend. I must confess, I may have been a tad too exuberant, my hair disheveled, clad in pajamas with bare feet adorning polished shoes and sunglasses perched atop my nose. However, this is merely a consequence of my pronounced dark circles. Your judgment based solely on appearances seems rather unjust." Just as I was about to respond, Lauscher hurried down the stairs, casting a disdainful glance my way. "What is this attire?" he exclaimed. "Hurry up, time is of the essence, and the task at hand is weighty. We are here to meet the deceased, not for a matchmaking rendezvous. What does it matter how one is dressed?" I muttered under my breath as I ascended the stairs alongside him. "What is the matter? Is my presence even required?" Sure Gang whispered. "You'll understand upon witnessing it." With that, Sure Gang ushered me into the room and made his way directly to the bathroom. Contrary to my expectations of a scene drenched in blood, I was met with the sight of a solitary figure, seated calmly upon the toilet, a faint smile gracing his lips. At first glance, I was inclined to inquire about his identity, but as the words formed on my tongue, realization dawned upon me. This was indeed the deceased. The young man, merely in his 20s, appeared to be the offspring of the elderly couple, possessing a blend of his parents' features, rendering him quite handsome. Yet he was exceedingly gaunt, his complexion a troubling shade of yellow-tinged black, suggesting a life of hardship. At this moment, he sat upright, his eyelids lowered. Upon closer inspection, one could scarcely discern that he had already departed from this world. Observing that I had grasped the situation, Gang spoke softly. Here is how it unfolded. Earlier today, the local police station received a report from the elderly couple, stating that the bathroom door was jammed, with their son trapped inside. Upon arrival, the officers forcefully kicked the door open, only to be greeted by the scene before us. At that moment, the deceased smiled, his hands displaying a peculiar gesture. The police officers initially suspected it to be a prank and admonished him lightly. When they observed there was no response, they realized he had already passed away. Thus, it was indeed a locked room murder. I instinctively glanced at the hands of the deceased, noting nothing unusual, merely hanging limply before his chest. Why the delay? Gang remarked disdainfully. Over time, his hands slipped down to his face, resulting in the current position. This situation is intriguing. After death, the body becomes rigid and typically retains its final pose, unless the deceased harbored an unconscious desire prior to passing. What do you imply? I inquired of Lauscher. Lauscher surveyed the surroundings and murmured, the team's consensus is suicide. Given this, what more is there to investigate? Shouldn't we await the autopsy results? Lauscher furrowed his brow and replied softly, setting aside the fact that the results won't be available until tomorrow. Don't you sense something amiss in this room? I find it rather unsettling. Despite their profound grief over their son's death, the elderly couple had not shed a tear. What parent would conduct themselves in such a manner? Do you possess any further rationale? I asked. Indeed, Gang responded with composure. We discovered a valuable Rolex watch submerged in a basin of water. Yet this particular model is not waterproof. What implications does this hold? The watch signifies time. The crown of Rolex symbolizes mastery over time itself. He cast the watch into the basin, with the frozen time indicating 2 hours prior, approximately half an hour before his demise. I comprehend now that relinquishing the watch signifies surrendering one's entire existence. Do you believe he was aware of his impending demise prior to injecting the poison? Indeed, does this not further substantiate the notion of suicide? No, Gang replied sternly, recalling from his studies in psychology at the police academy that even those who are resolutely intent on ending their lives often experience a final struggle. His act of discarding the watch, seemingly redundant, actually reflects the inner turmoil he was experiencing at that moment. He grasped Gong's implication. He suspected this was a case of murder. Glancing back at the elderly couple, I noticed the woman had her back turned to me, her expression obscured. Yet her body trembled. The man appeared in a daze, fixated intently on his son. Old Sure, do you recall the gestures of the deceased? Gang shook his head, but quickly added, I may not remember, but there should be photographs that captured it. I will request them. All right. And also have someone investigate this elderly couple's background. I sense something amiss, though it is premature to draw conclusions. Old Sure paused, turned to regard the couple, and nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. I entered the restroom alone and closed the door behind me, plunging the small, enclosed space into darkness. Facing an unfamiliar corpse at such close proximity was a first for me, yet I felt an unparalleled calmness. Perhaps this is what they refer to as possessing an inner conviction that breeds fearlessness. Moreover, in my heart, neither the dead nor the uncanny frightens me. The true terror lies within humanity itself. I rubbed my six-fingered hand and waved it before my eyes. Based on my experience, the deceased had been dead for merely over an hour, which should imply that the three souls were still lingering nearby. However, to my astonishment, upon activating my yin-yang eyes, I could not perceive the spirit of the deceased. Could it be that the three souls had wandered away? I bowed to the departed, plucked a hair from my head, wrapped it with a spirit-recalling talisman, and ignited it while reciting the invocation. Yet, Even with this effort, the three souls remained elusive. This could only lead to one conclusion. The souls of the deceased had already been taken away by someone else. I sighed into the darkness. It seemed that Sure Gang's instinct was correct. Upon opening the door, Sure Gang hurried over and whispered, "What's the situation?" I did not respond. Instead, I inquired, "Have the photos come through?" "They have." Sure Gang opened his phone, and indeed, the deceased was captured making a most peculiar gesture. His left hand was clenched into a fist with the thumb slightly bent, while the right hand extended its thumb, pressed against his lips. In a vague recollection, these gestures seemed hauntingly familiar. I recalled a time in elementary school when a female university student came to our village as a volunteer teacher and had taught us a public welfare song, which was unique in that we had to perform sign language while singing. Consequently, we learned several simple sign language gestures. If my memory serves me right, the gesture of his left hand signified thank you, while the right hand represented father. Chapter 57. Kinslaughter. I shared my discoveries with Lao Sure, who murmured, "Thank you, Dad? What does that mean?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. I nodded, aware that he had grasped the implication. Yet, he shook his head, asserting no. If he knew who had caused his demise, would he still express gratitude? And why were such a carefree smile? I refrained from responding to Sure Gang, as the subsequent events required validation. Nevertheless, given the present circumstances, our conjecture appeared to be the sole possibility. The deceased believed that his killer had aided him, as he lacked the courage to end his own life. Sure Gang and I exchanged a glance at the father of the deceased, who stood forlornly by the window. "Have you gathered their information?" "Yes," Sure Gang whispered. This elderly couple were both professors at Yun University. The husband, Mei Haojia, was a chemistry professor before retirement, while his wife, He Lianzi, taught traditional culture in the humanities faculty. Their son, Mei Gushu, was once a child prodigy, inventing numerous things at a young age and even appearing on television. The couple, having had their son later in life, indulged him considerably. However, after high school, Mei Gushu fell in with a dubious crowd and developed detrimental habits. One was a chemistry professor, the other a traditional culture professor. No wonder. Reflecting on the tragic realities of life, I could not help but let out a bitter laugh. "Buyi, your expression suggests that you have uncovered the truth?" I nodded. Yet I was uncertain whether I should unravel this intricate enigma. If I were to do so, where would I even begin? "Master Bu, I have indeed surmised a few things. I am aware that the outcome may prove difficult for many to accept, yet regardless of who it concerns, we must honor the sanctity of life. When a person has passed away, it is imperative that we restore the truth, for no matter how harrowing it may be, honoring the truth surpasses all else. Wouldn't you agree?" Sure Gang regarded me earnestly. After a moment of silence, I spoke. "Very well, please bring the two elders over." Sure Gang hesitated, asking, "Do you need to make any preparations? Should we clear the area?" I offered a wry smile. "No need." Shortly thereafter, two forensic officers arrived, escorting the elderly couple. Professor, he wore a sorrowful expression that was truly moving. Professor May tenderly held his wife's hand and addressed me calmly. "Young man, I understand from Officer Sure that you are their consultant and that you wish to speak with us. Is that correct?" "Indeed," I replied, gesturing for them to step forward. "In truth, it is not I who seeks you out, but rather your son. He has something to convey to you." At my words, the elderly couple appeared visibly taken aback, and even the forensic officers nearly dropped their jaws, casting incredulous glances at Sure Gang, their expressions seemingly questioning. "Sure, where did you find this lunatic? What did you say?" Mei Haojia exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Though reluctant, I reiterated. I said, "Your son has something to tell you." "Preposterous." Mei Haojia erupted in fury. "Are you jesting with the family of the deceased?" Sure Gang, adorned with a smile, hurried over to explain to the old man, "Professor May, please listen to Consultant Luo. He surely has his reasons." I observed that, although Mei Haojia appeared utterly furious, Lianzi maintained her sorrowful demeanor, showing no trace of disdain. This only solidified my conviction further. This was a tragedy. I did not wish to squander my breath or linger in it for too long. I stepped forward, igniting a prepared strand of hair and a talisman, and, as the flickering flames danced, I softly recited the soul retrieval incantation. As the saying goes, the three souls are devoid of emotion, while the seven spirits possess a sense of duty. Upon death, the three souls return to the underworld to be reborn, whereas the seven spirits, being products of the earthly realm, linger until the expiration of the deceased's three sevens, at which point they vanish of their own accord. The three souls of the departed have been sent away, yet the seven spirits remained. Although the seven spirits lack the consciousness and thought of the three souls, their shadows can replicate the actions of the living, often leading to cases of resurrection caused by animals disturbing the spirit during burial. As I recited the soul retrieval incantation thrice, I witnessed ethereal shadows gathering in the corner of the room. May Gushu, do you not have something to say to your father? Speak it, and fulfill your wish. No sooner had I spoken than May Gushu's corpse began to stir. His left hand clenched into a fist, the thumb bending in a nodding motion several times, while his right hand pressed the thumb against his lips. It moved. It truly moved. The two forensic experts were taken aback, retreating in astonishment as they exclaimed, "Isn't this the posture he had before his death?" Mei Haojia stood in astonishment, his hands trembling violently. Lianzi let out a soft sigh and closed her eyes. Indeed, these were the words he had wished to utter in life. I calmly stated, the left hand signifies gratitude, while the right hand represents father. Together, it conveys the message of thanking one's father. Professor Mei, can you tell me what your son is thanking you for? Mei Haojia, who had initially been engulfed in rage, was suddenly overcome with tears, weeping uncontrollably at his advanced age. I felt a twinge of compassion, yet having commenced this confrontation, I could not relent. He is thanking you for having killed him, isn't he? For he was utterly disappointed in himself, unable to take his own life. Hence he found solace in the acceptance of your intent to end his life. I declared emphatically. Mei Haojia continued to sob, his body trembling, yet he remained silent. Gang appeared somewhat anxious and whispered, "Buyi, this approach is ineffective. We lack evidence." Evidence? Indeed, we have it, I asserted loudly. Although the precise cause of death remains unclear, I am aware that the deceased suffered immensely from asphyxiation during his lifetime. His neck was slightly arched back. The veins at his temples were engorged, and his nostrils bore a bluish hue, indicative of inhaling toxic gas. Upon entering, I detected a faint odor of 84 disinfectant lingering in the air, suggesting that the scent had previously been quite potent. I have not attended university and am unaware of the chemical reactions involving 84 disinfectant, but there is an undeniable connection between Mei Gushu's demise and the disinfectant. Brother, I require evidence. Gang insisted through clenched teeth, whispering in my ear. I exhaled deeply and pointed towards the toilet tank, stating the evidence should lie there. I have checked, and the toilet has yet to flush. Gang addressed his two subordinates. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and investigate. The two bewildered officers suddenly came to their senses and readily agreed to proceed. Finally, Lianji spoke up. There is no need for that. Young men, I confess. We are the ones who killed our son. Although I had independently verified the outcome, I still felt a pang of sadness when Lianji admitted it. This old professor's ability to deliver a soul to the afterlife in such a short time indicated his profound mastery of the mystical arts. Yes, it was I alone who committed the act. Mei Haojia intercepted Lianji, kneeling beside his son and patting Mei Gushu's thigh, lamenting, "Oh son, why must you be so disappointing?" His father interjected, "At this moment, there is no need for blame. Without you, there is no Gushu. What purpose do you serve in leaving me alone?" Lianji offered a faint smile, resolutely wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and stated, "What this young gentleman has said is indeed correct. We used 84 disinfectant and toilet cleaner to generate chlorine gas, which led to Gushu's demise. The reason is painfully simple. This son represents our greatest failure in life. I have discovered that he suffers from Parsons syndrome, while his father is in the late stages of liver cirrhosis. We merely wish to send him away before our departure. We have tolerated his myriad mistakes, dropping out of school, engaging in fights, and succumbing to drug use, but we can no longer bear to see him become a manipulated drug peddler, using his own self-destruction to ruin the lives of others. Everyone stood frozen in place. Sometimes it is indeed like this. The extreme of tolerance is the most ruthless form of slaughter, and the culmination of affection leads to self-inflicted annihilation. Chapter 58. The omnipresent Ihi Lianzi Fengkingian recounts everything. From the moment Mei Gushu entered the world, how he transformed into a super baby in kindergarten, a model young pioneer, and a brilliant young inventor, to his rebellious escapades of smoking, drinking, skipping classes, and fighting, ultimately embarking on a path of self-destruction. Lianzi's calm demeanor indicates her lack of regret for the couple. It is, in fact, a perfect conclusion. Mei Haojia confesses that the first time he contemplated killing his son was when Mei Gushu attempted to introduce drugs to his ailing mother. The investigation continued, dragging on until 8 or 9 o'clock, and finally, the two elderly individuals were taken away. Throughout this entire ordeal, I remained outside the door. Perhaps because my heart is still too tender, I find despair to be more pitiable than anything else. Fortunately, my current life has not yet plunged into utter hopelessness. Sure Gang sent off his colleagues and walked with me down the street in silence. We found a barbecue restaurant and indulged in some melancholic drinking. Sure Gang shared that he is an orphan and has always envied those who have both a father and a mother. He believes that all children are treasures in their parents' hands. Yet, these guardians ultimately chose to cast aside this precious gem, revealing the depths of their disappointment. A treasure in the palm? Huh, I, too, have a mother, but she abandoned me like a stray dog. The two of us consumed 2 barrels of draft beer before unsteadily parting ways at the entrance of the barbecue shop. By the time I returned to my rented room, it was already midnight. Upon entering the courtyard, I noticed that apart from my room, the lights were on in all 3 other rooms. It seemed that all the tenants were present, a first in all my time here. Ascending the stairs, I found the 2 rooms enveloped in an eerie silence, save for the faint murmur of conversation emanating from Sister Hua's chamber. Was there someone in her room? To avoid disturbing others, I endeavored to soften my footfalls, lest the floorboards announce my presence with their thuds. Upon returning to my own quarters, the unsettling sensation of having been watched lingered in my mind, prompting me to secure the door with an additional lock. I then draped a spare bedsheet over the window, creating a makeshift curtain for added privacy. Having indulged in alcohol, my mood soured, and after a cursory wash, I collapsed onto my bed, weary. Little did I know, the experience of slumber mirrored that of the day. A familiar apparition, a child clad in green, clung to me with an almost suffocating intensity, leaving me utterly drained. In the midst of my dreams, I faintly perceived a sigh. Alas! This sound seemed alarmingly close, as if it were emanating from my very bed. Instantly, my drowsiness vanished, and I awoke, yet remained motionless, sensing an encroaching danger. Regrettably, after a brief wait, the disturbance faded into silence. I cautiously opened my eyes and scanned the room, finding it devoid of presence. If nothing occupied the bed, could it be lurking beneath? The notion surged forth, sending a chill down my spine, as I increasingly entertained the possibility. Lying back to back, I pondered whether it was a person or specter. Humanity possesses a curious ignorance. However, once a subconscious thought takes root, it spirals endlessly. Imagining a stranger beneath me, grinning with malicious intent, was utterly spine-chilling. Cold sweat trickled down my brow, and my fingers trembled involuntarily. Restless and unable to sleep, I clenched my fists and stealthily grasped the spring lamp on my bedside. Taking a deep breath, I suddenly bent down to draw the curtains. My heart, which had leapt to my throat, settled back down. Fortunately, the old bed was emptiness itself beneath me. How foolish of me to scare myself, I muttered under my breath. Lately, so much has transpired that I feel somewhat unhinged. I lay back down, closed my eyes for what felt like an eternity, yet slumber eluded me. The atmosphere in the room felt undeniably unsettling, an indescribable chill enveloping my entire being. With my eyes half closed, feigning sleep, I scrutinized the room once more and suddenly noticed a faint yellow point on the opposite wall, about the size of a thumb, utterly still. Had the spot always been there? Why had I never noticed it before? I pondered silently, sat up, stretched my weary back, and pretended to be exceedingly drowsy as I stumbled towards the bathroom. The bathroom and the wall across from it aligned in the same direction, meaning the angle from the bathroom to the light was 0 degrees. I turned on the faucet slightly, and amidst the gentle sound of trickling water, I crept closer to the luminous point. As I approached, I finally discerned that it was a hole, roughly the thickness of my thumb. Thanks to the energy-saving light in the corridor, it appeared as a yellow dot from my perspective. When had this hole come to be? The fleeting glances I perceived during the day left my heart in disarray, goosebumps prickling my skin as I dared not dwell on it any longer. With a swift stride, I approached the aperture and peered through. Time seemed to stand still. Within the yellow circle, a dark spot flickered, pulsating. It was indeed an eye. I gasped, as if struck by an electric shock, collapsing onto the ground in a state of bewilderment. Almost immediately, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor. It was then I regained my senses and sprang to my feet, rushing towards the door. By the time I unlocked it, the hallway was utterly deserted. Who was it? I bellowed in fury. The neighboring apartments remained silent, as if they had not heard my enraged cry. Only the door of Sister Hua creaked open, revealing her in a loose nightgown. Pouting slightly, Sister Hua whispered, "Xiao Bu, what's the matter? Everyone is asleep." In that fleeting moment, I momentarily forgot that she was my primary suspect, and after a brief pause, I awkwardly gestured towards a hole in the wall. How could there be an additional hole? Could it be remnants from the installation of the television line? I replied coldly, "Just now I saw an eye in my room. I believe someone is spying on me." As I spoke, I fixed my gaze intently on Sister Hua's eyes, hoping to detect a hint of panic upon her visage. Alas, there was none. She appeared even more astonished than I, hastily grabbing some tissue to stuff into the hole. The jesting observation about voyeurism is quite amusing, though the notion of someone surreptitiously observing a young man seems rather peculiar. It is far more plausible that such clandestine attention would be directed towards a woman of your own stature. However, I digress. As for the matter at hand, Huajie's contrite apology for the state of disrepair of her abode is quite commendable. Her prompt resolve to rectify the situation by enlisting the aid of a craftsman to seal the aperture is a gesture of goodwill that warrants acknowledgement. In light of Huajie's assurances, one is left with little recourse but to extend a courteous farewell and retreat to one's own domicile. Alas, the ensuing morning brings forth an unforeseen development, the discovery of yet another perforation, strategically positioned to afford a clear line of sight, capable of accommodating a single peering pupil. Chapter 59. The Pink Nightmare. Unable to endure any longer, I marched straight to Sister Hua's door, pounding on it with fervor. I was determined to confront her and seek clarity. However, after calling out for quite some time, it appeared that no one was inside. After a brief pause, the fury that had surged within me began to dissipate, giving rise to another thought. What if Sister Hua was not there? Such a rash endeavor to hold her accountable seemed rather impudent. Just because she was a widow, I had subconsciously placed her under suspicion, which felt rather hasty. Never mind. She had mentioned today she would be repairing something, so I decided to wait. With a belly full of frustration, I exited the rented room and grabbed a bite to eat, suddenly at a loss for what to do. The investigation into Grandma's case had hit a dead end. Song Yin and that scoundrel Zhai Xiaotian had returned home, and Old Sure was busy preparing the case closure report today. I had become a solitary figure, utterly devoid of purpose. After some contemplation, though reluctant, it seemed my only option was to visit Fong Jingzhai. Strolling leisurely to the entrance of Fong Jingzhai, I was taken aback to see a familiar figure lingering at the door. "Master," I was overcome with excitement and dashed forward, exclaiming, "When did you return?" My master smiled kindly, surveying me from head to toe. "Just got back, lost my door key, was waiting for you. You look quite spirited. Things have been well, I presume? Not off on any dates with young ladies, I hope?" At this inquiry, I suddenly recalled those 2 strange dreams I had experienced. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I hastily fished out the keys to evade my master's gaze and stepped forward to unlock the door. However, considering that my master has returned, there is nothing to fear. My master carried a heavy black box, and out of respect, I extended my hand to take it. Yet, my master waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need, I can manage it myself." With that, he seemed to hurriedly bring it inside, as if to avoid my touch. Everyone possesses their own privacy. Perhaps within that box lay something of great significance to him. Thus, I paid it little mind, for my master's return was thrilling enough for me. Upon entering the house, my master approached the door of his bedroom, retrieving a key to unlock a large yellow lock. I felt a twinge of unease upon seeing the lock. Standing at the threshold, unsure whether to advance or retreat. "Foolish boy, come in. I have prepared a gift for you." My master turned with a smile, pulling out a silken pouch. I obtained this fortune-telling slip while passing by the Linyin temple. With a gentle smile, my master placed the pouch into my hands, imparting earnestly, "This serves merely as a source of comfort. If one wishes to change their fortune, it ultimately relies on oneself. I have faith in you." What could be more comforting than concern and affirmation? I tightly clutched the pouch, overwhelmed with emotion. As my master turned to place the black box into the wardrobe, I suddenly recalled the dry, bony finger from my dream and could not help but inquire, "Master, what about that wardrobe? What is the matter? Are you stammering? Is there a rat in the house?" My master dismissed my concern and yanked the wardrobe door open. To my astonishment, while my subconscious had anticipated the third compartment to be empty, containing only the box with a finger, it was now filled with numerous fermented herbs. The master grasped a handful of yellow-brown herbs, inhaling their fragrance with satisfaction. "Ah, quite remarkable. Derisively. Remember this. Banksia Chu must be wrapped in mulberry leaves and placed in a basket, allowed to develop a yellow coat, and then sun-dried for extraordinary medicinal effects." I was taken aback, mechanically nodding in agreement. Thus, those 2 nights were indeed mere dreams. As the master spoke, he opened another 2 cabinet doors and murmured, "No mice causing trouble, are there? Are these garments in proper order?" I glanced inside, and to my surprise, found the cabinets meticulously arranged with the master's attire. Perhaps I had misheard. I had been hearing the incessant gnawing of mice for several days. I hastily brushed it off. The master didn't press further, appearing to be in good spirits. He turned to me and inquired, "Has that person in black visited again since I left?" I shook my head. It seemed the old man had successfully dealt with the creditor. As my gaze wandered, I suddenly spotted the white lantern and was instantly reminded of the inexplicable occurrences surrounding it. I quickly recounted the incidents to the master. He chuckled. "What is this? Are you afraid? Do you think some unclean entity is responsible for the lantern hanging?" I awkwardly smiled, tacitly agreeing. Indeed, it was understandable. Those unfamiliar with the situation might easily overthink. This pair of lanterns had been passed down from my master's master's master, boasting a lineage of over 300 years. Anything with such a long history inevitably develops a semblance of consciousness. Even a drop of water or a stone possesses its own essence. Not to mention these lanterns, smeared with corpse oil and bathed nightly in moonlight, are bound to harbor some awareness of their own. It had grown accustomed to hanging beneath the moonlight each night, and so, at times, it would playfully stir itself. Such a seemingly miraculous occurrence, when recounted by the master, felt entirely credible. Although I found it hard to believe that a lantern could walk, as long as the master was present, I felt reassured. Perhaps having just returned. Today the master was not in haste to consult, but instead took the time to organize the precious medicinal herbs in the shop. As evening approached, the master closed the shop early and said to me, "Little Boo, it has been a while since we last met. It is rare for me to be in good spirits. Shall we share a drink?" How could I possibly decline when the master extended the invitation? I ventured out to procure some delicacies, packaged 2 hot dishes, and returned with 2 bottles of fine liquor. Seated beside the consultation table, we each held a bottle, indulging in our meal while toasting to one another. I seldom partake in spirits, yet unexpectedly consumed an entire bottle that night. With every sip, the master, reminiscent of the chatty Aunt Xianglin, murmured to me, "Little Boo, there are few good people in this world and many wicked ones. Henceforth, do not trust anyone." I could not discern when I succumbed to slumber, but I faintly sensed the master had gently helped me into his own bed while he continued to drink in the front hall. Soon after, I beheld the ethereal figure of the master's wife once more. Chapter 60. Notification of critical illness as I opened my eyes once more. The sun had already traversed the glass, casting a slanted beam upon me. It remained strikingly real, yet equally ephemeral. Does this woman truly exist? This question will inevitably drive me to madness. Alas, the time has come to confess to my master. If this continues, I shall forever dwell in a state of trepidation and anxiety. Master, are you there? I resolved to rise, determined to recount my 3 experiences in their entirety to my master. Even if it meant facing punishment, reprimand, or even expulsion, I would accept it. However, to my dismay, my body seemed devoid of strength. Despite my efforts, I could not sit up. My legs and waist felt as heavy as lead. What is happening? Am I ill? Struggling to prop myself up, I touched my forehead, which burned like fire. Master, are you there? I weakly called out towards the outside. Yet still no response from my master. So early in the day, where could he possibly be? By all accounts, he should be arranging medical cases and traditional remedies at this hour. In a moment of pause, I suddenly noticed the changes within the room. All 3 cabinet doors in my master's bedroom stood wide open, and the black box he had brought back yesterday was nowhere to be found, along with several long garments. Could it be that something transpired at the shop after I became inebriated last night? My head throbbed painfully, my body ached with fever. I could hardly endure sitting up for long and had to collapse back onto the bed. In this city, with no kin to turn to, I contemplated my situation and picked up the phone to call Sure Gang. However, the phone remained engaged. Perhaps Old Sure was occupied with some task. Once the call ended, I found myself devoid of the strength to even open my eyes. In a hazy stupor, I thought I heard a knock at the door, accompanied by a voice inquiring, "Is anyone there?" It was a feminine voice, somewhat familiar, yet certainly not that of the aged. I longed to respond, but as I opened my mouth, my voice was trapped in my throat. "Is Luo Bo working here?" This time, I discerned clearly. It was Sister Hua's voice. At that moment, anyone who entered would be my lifeline. Since the voice was too faint, I impulsively grabbed my phone and let it drop to the floor. With a thud, the phone finally summoned Sister Hua to my side. "Xiaobu, you are indeed here," she exclaimed, her voice crisp and melodious. "What has happened to this place? It looks utterly chaotic, as if it has been ransacked." Sister Hua coughed. A wave of constriction in my chest nearly suffocated me. "Oh dear, you seem unwell." Sister Hua finally noticed my condition and hurried over to feel my forehead, exclaiming, "You are burning up. You have a fever." Weakly, I nodded and asked, "Sister Hua, what brings you here?" She explained, "Yesterday, while repairing the wall, I entered your room and discovered this. It appeared quite valuable, and fearing that the workers might take it, I decided to keep it safe for you. Since you didn't return yesterday, I remembered you mentioned working here, so I took the opportunity to bring it to you. Now, let us not talk. I shall take you to the hospital," Sister Hua declared, as she placed the jade piece into my hand. I am uncertain as to why, but upon acquiring this jade, a chill penetrated to my very bones, and in an instant I felt significantly better. Seizing the invigorating spirit bestowed by the jade, I wrapped myself tightly in the quilt and awkwardly remarked, "Sister Hua, it's unnecessary. I shall prepare a remedy for myself shortly." "That simply won't do," Sister Hua promptly countered. "You appear too frail. Allow me to fetch you some antipyretic medication. Once you've taken it and feel a tad better, we can proceed to the hospital." With that, she rose to leave. As she passed the consultation table, she paused, tilting her head to examine something atop it. "What is it, Sister Hua?" I managed to inquire, forcing a semblance of composure. Turning back to me, Sister Hua picked up the object and handed it over. It was a piece of paper accompanied by a bank card. "This must be left by your master," she ventured cautiously. Taking the letter and card, I scrutinized them closely. It turned out to be a missive. In the letter, my master revealed that he had been afflicted with a terminal illness. His previous departure had been to seek a renowned physician for a cure, but alas, it was in vain. He had come to terms with life and death, wishing to seize his remaining time to wander. The shop was entrusted to me, and there remained a modest sum of money in the card, with the password being the last 6 digits of my birth date. Upon finishing the letter, I felt as though I had lost my bearings, struggling to regain my composure. It appears I am indeed a harbinger of misfortune. How could my master, such a robust individual, suddenly succumb to a terminal ailment? When I was absent, he was in good spirits, even even at such an advanced age? He still indulged in flirtations. Yet upon my arrival, creditors came knocking, and now he has been afflicted with a terminal illness. Reflecting on it now, I recall how he suddenly wished to share a drink with me yesterday. It was evident he bore a heavy heart, yet I failed to perceive it. Oh, Lobo, you truly are a fool. Master, forgive me, it is all my fault. I murmured to myself, unable to restrain the tears that streamed down my face. Shaobu, do not fret. Life and death are predestined. Take it lightly. I shall fetch you some medicine. Sister Hua, noticing my despondency, was at a loss for words to comfort me, and sighed before stepping out to procure the medicine. After she left, I mustered the strength to dress myself, leaning against the wall as I made my way to the front hall. The scene before me was one of utter disarray. It seemed my master had departed with resolute finality, leaving behind even his most cherished vase, wooden carvings, and books. Was he truly resigned to await his demise? Grief surged within me like a seed that, once germinated, inundates everything in its path. From thoughts of my master, I drifted to memories of my grandmother, and then to Dahu. I recalled every disdainful glance received over the years, my mother's indifferent expression, the mockery from my sisters and villagers. Every ounce of grievance and fury welled up within me, causing the fragile confidence I had painstakingly built to crumble in an instant. Stop resisting. You are nothing but a disaster, I shouted at my reflection in the mirror. After that hoarse cry, it felt as though my chest had been filled with tar, thick and suffocating, while before my eyes, the world faded into darkness like a television that had lost power. The interminable blackness enveloped me until, upon opening my eyes once more, I was greeted by a pristine white blanket, white sheets, a dripping bag, and a face as large as a bull. Master, you have awakened, exclaimed Lao Shi in astonishment. I realized it seemed I had indeed arrived at the hospital. What brings you here? I asked with great effort. Lao Shi sighed. What on earth happened to you? You were fine just yesterday. I saw that you called me. But when I returned the call, a girl picked up and told me you were hospitalized. I rushed over, only to find you had been rushed into emergency. The girl he mentioned must be Hua Jie. Where is Hua Jie? I inquired. The doctor called her away. She should return shortly, he replied. I knew all too well that hospitals are money-consuming machines. Hua Jie must have initially covered my expenses. We were merely landlord and tenant. How could I allow someone else to bear my medical costs? I took Master S card from my pocket and said to Shurgang, check how much is on this card. The password is 950312. If there is enough, please reimburse Hua Jie for her expenses. Shurgang nodded and left the room with the card. I was left alone, gazing at the hanging bag when a thought suddenly crossed my mind. If I were to die right now, who would I most wish to see one last time? Song Yen. Yes, it would be Song Yen. My mind raced without pause, vividly projecting the fierce, yet handsome visage of Song Yen. This provoked a sense of nervousness and embarrassment within me. To be frank, Robo, have you developed feelings for this individual? As I inwardly mocked myself. Likening my aspirations to that of a toad yearning for a swan, I suddenly noticed Sister Hua standing at the door. She hesitated, contemplating whether to enter, her expression fraught with panic and pallor. A pang of concern struck my heart. Could it be that my ailment is severe? How much would that cost? Sister Hua, I mustered a feeble smile and inquired, is there a result? It's all right, I can handle it. The corners of Sister Hua's mouth trembled as she stammered. Shaobu. This. Before she could finish her sentence, tears began to stream down her face. Buyi, you've struck it rich. At that moment, Lao Shi burst into the room, exclaiming, do you have any idea how much is at stake? 1 million. How did you come by 1 million? His excitement drew the attention of everyone in the hallway. The lad, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head, then turned to see Sister Hua. Beautiful lady, what do you think? Could you be discharged? Lao Shi snatched the document from Sister Hua's hand. After a mere glance, the expression on his face turned to one of shock. Illness. Critical condition notice? Chapter 61. Awaiting death, a notice of critical illness? Although I had mentally prepared myself, the news struck me like a bolt from the blue. I had contemplated the possibility of a severe illness or the need for surgery. Yet I never imagined that death could be imminent. Am I truly to perish at such a young age, so bewilderingly. Surely, this must be a mistake on the hospital's part. Shi Gang was momentarily stunned before erupting into a frenzy of shouting. Sister Hua's expression froze as she shook her head, saying, "Even the doctor finds it hard to believe, yet the results of the repeated examinations are unequivocal. Xiaobu, please tell your sister if you have any relatives. Such a significant matter necessitates that your family come here promptly." Relatives? My thoughts drifted to my mother. But could she truly be considered family? In her eyes, perhaps even our shepherd dog held more importance than I did. "Sister Hua, you need not worry," I replied with a bitter smile. "I have no family. They have all passed away." Old Shi flung the critical illness notice to the ground, exclaiming, "What are you two talking about? It's as if we're preparing for a funeral. There must be a mistake. Wait here, I will find the doctor." As Shi Gang angrily prepared to leave, a doctor in a white coat was about to enter. Shi Gang seized the collar of the white coat, demanding, "Did you issue this critical illness notice? Which blind eye of yours deemed him to be on the brink of death? There must be an error. Your machines are faulty, and your brain has turned to mush. Everything is amiss." The white-coated doctor, seized by the imposing figure of Lao Shi, resembled a frightened chick grasped by a ravenous tiger. Alarmed, he waved his hands repeatedly, saying, Comrade, please remain calm. I understand your feelings. Let us discuss this outside." "No need for that," I interjected coldly. "Doctor, you may speak here. I have no family. They are merely my friends. Speaking to them is futile. Just tell me what is wrong with me. I can handle it." With a heavy sigh, Shi finally released the doctor from his grip. The physician glanced at me and shrugged, saying, "Young man, I shall speak candidly. In my over 20 years of practice, I have never encountered a case quite like yours. Comprehensive examinations of your organs, skin, bones, nerves, and blood have yielded no signs of pathology. However, your heart, liver, and kidneys are inexplicably deteriorating at an alarming rate. We have utilized all the advanced equipment at our disposal, yet we remain unable to ascertain the cause of your dire condition. You are faced with two options: to be promptly transferred to a major hospital in the capital for further examination, though the journey may prove too arduous for you, or perhaps consult a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Upon hearing this, I realized I had been effectively condemned to death. These doctors, who proudly champion modern medicine, typically scoff at traditional practices, only to resort to such suggestions when confronted. Shi Gang completely forgot his identity as a police officer and shouted angrily at the doctor in the white coat. "I think you all are nothing but incompetent physicians." The doctor sighed and replied, "I am merely speaking the truth. The specific decisions are for you to make. Given the current situation, you have at most a week left. I am truly sorry." After saying this, the doctor nodded apologetically and turned to leave. Shi Gang and Sister Hua stood there, unable to bear the sight of me. A bitter smile crept across my face as I thought, "Oh heavens, you truly enjoy toying with me. In ancient times, there were unjust executions. Today, I face the fate of dying without illness. You seem intent on tormenting me. Very well, I shall acquiesce. I will no longer struggle, but merely await my demise. Sister Hua, you should return. It has been quite some time since you left your home. I suppose I will not be able to stay there any longer, so please, rent it out quickly." "Thank you for bringing me here today," I said with a smile. Sister Hua advised, "Xiaobu, why not consider switching hospitals? Perhaps further examinations might yield." "No, let's not complicate matters. I am weary," I replied. Sister Hua nodded sadly and murmured, "Then you should rest. I will come to see you again." After Sister Hua departed, Lao Shi said, "Buyi, we cannot simply accept this. You are still so young. Since this wretched hospital cannot find solution, let us seek another. Lao Shi, though our acquaintance has been brief, your loyalty is commendable. Do you consider me a brother?" "Absolutely. I am counting on you to help me solve my case." I chuckled and said, "Very well. If you truly see me as a brother, then assist me in completing my discharge procedures immediately. This place is far too stifling. I must get out. I must go to Fangjingzai. The scent of herbs there is reminiscent of my grandmother's home." Lao Shi opened his mouth, understanding my resolve, and ultimately nodded before departing. Shi Gang escorted me back to Fangjingzai, having retrieved 2 packets of white pills from the hospital. Without hesitation, I dumped the pills into the toilet and flushed them away. No, Buyi, you still need to take your medicine. Sure Gang said, somewhat disheartened. I smiled and replied, they have no idea what illness I have or what medication I require. Even as I teeter on the brink of death, they are more concerned with profit. Truly, this is a people's hospital. Sure Gang sat with me for a while until his phone rang. He glanced at it and hung up, but it rang again shortly after. You should go. I'm fine. There's still a week left, right? Come by tomorrow, and we can have a drink. I said cheerfully. Sure Gang hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, there has been another incident involving a deceased infant. I'll go check it out. Don't overthink things. If I have time later, I'll come back. After Sure Gang left, fatigue washed over me once more. I secured the door and opened all the boxes of traditional Chinese medicine, inhaling the familiar, faint herbal aroma before succumbing to sleep. In a hazy dream, the little boy in green appeared again. This time, instead of clinging to me, he gazed at me with sympathetic eyes, gently stroking my head. I thought to myself that he must know I am nearing death. He is here to comfort me. When I finally awoke, the sky had turned dark. My stomach grumbled with hunger as I struggled to rise. Upon lifting my head, I noticed a shadow standing in the hallway. As one approaches the end of life, what is there to fear? I felt no apprehension at all. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was the man in black who had visited that night. Are you here to find my master? I inquired. You're awake? He turned to me, regarding me with a detached gaze. I nodded and replied, my master has departed. I am unaware of the debts he owes you. This card contains over 900,000. If it pleases you, take it. Furthermore, if that is insufficient, in 7 or 8 days, this establishment can also be yours. My master's health is in dire condition. I implore you to spare him. Do you realize you are nearing death? The man's voice was chilling. Indeed, I am aware. The doctor has informed me that I have but a week to live. I stated with calm resolve. But you are a doctor yourself. Why not treat your own condition? You see, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes a heart without reservations. This is precisely why there exists the adage of a physician being unable to heal themselves. How can you know unless you try? Let me ask you, do you wish to live? Yes, I wish to live. How could one not desire life? I recalled the poignant words of Duan Yu from demigods and semi-devils. Only a fool would not wish to live. To exist in this vibrant world is a true delight. I even felt a twinge of regret for not confessing my affection to that young lady. Since you wish to live, then do not dwell on death. The man in black turned away, coldly stating, the matters concerning your master will be resolved between us. As for you, if I say you shall not die, then you shall not die. Live well, and when I return, I shall reveal to you the time of your eventual demise. Who are you? Why are you so certain? I suddenly feel that my understanding of this individual is somewhat misguided. He appears to be far more than merely a master or a creditor. The man in black scoffed lightly. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you discern who you truly are. On the 7th day at the hour of the pig, you must go to the crossroads outside, burn 7 paper offerings, and place a crafted effigy at your doorstep, inscribing your name with the blood from your middle finger. Then, conceal yourself within this wardrobe. No matter who calls, you must not respond. After the morrow, your life will be spared. As for recuperation, devise a means for yourself. With that, the man in black cast not another glance in my direction and turned to depart. The 7th night? Is that not tomorrow evening? Chapter 62. Little Shoes returned. The figure in black moved like a shadow, utterly silent in his approach. Had it not been for the white breath escaping his lips, I would have surely mistaken him for a mere specter. After he had departed for a considerable time, a wave of perplexity washed over me. Was he truly seeking my master? Why had he engaged me in conversation for so long? Furthermore, how did he come to know of my impending demise? This man was shrouded in mystery, exuding an aura of formidable presence with each appearance. His demeanor seemed to disallow any inquiries, compelling me to await his questions in silence. Next time, I resolved I would not remain so passive. After all, we are both men. Why should he adopt such an authoritative stance? Having slept excessively during the day, sleep now eluded me. I resorted to grasping the piece of jade, lost in thought while incessantly caressing its surface. An inexplicable sensation enveloped me, as if the jade were drawing nearer to me. I recalled that when I first held it, it felt coarse against my palm, yet now it was increasingly smooth, akin to holding a pool of water. Suddenly, I remembered the jade-cutting technique imparted to me by the old man with the cake. He had mentioned that with a few days of practice, I could communicate with the jade. With nothing else to occupy my time, why not give it a try? Imagining the old man's movements, I calmed my mind and placed the jade flat in the palm of my left hand. Then, with the index and middle fingers of my right hand, I began to rotate it upon the jade's surface. To my astonishment, as I cleared my thoughts, I felt as though the jade was pulsating like a heartbeat. With each rotation, it seemed to awaken, energetically burrowing deeper into my skin. After circling around 7 or 8 times, I mimicked the old man's actions and suddenly struck my palm down. In an instant, I heard the laughter of a child. Don't tickle me." I was taken aback. Indeed, it was the little boy in green. "Hey, send me away, for I have no desire to accompany you, your short-lived master. If it weren't for the fact that you protected me for 2 nights, I wouldn't give you a second thought. Hey, do you truly fear death? What is death? What distinguishes it from life? Speak up, I can't hear you." This little rascal is quite the chatterbox. Although I cannot see him, I can feel my palm trembling slightly. "Can you truly hear my words?" I inquired. "So let me ask you, what sort of person was your original master, Hua Qingxiu? Hey, even Yuling has her moral boundaries, you know? Though she abandoned me and treated me unkindly, I cannot act unjustly. Little one, you feign righteousness. I do not believe you are unafraid of death. Indeed, I admire your spirit, since we are destined to part ways. I shall take you to the jade craftsman tomorrow, where he will grind you in a jade powder and reshape you into a scratching tool, specifically for old Mr. Li's dog next door to alleviate its fleas. Hey, at least you are my master. Is this how you treat me? No wonder you are short-lived. You deserve it. So you are aware of my short life? Since you are aware, you must comprehend that a person on the verge of death is capable of committing the most irrational acts. It is fortunate that I am merely indulging in trivialities. Who knows, I might even end up flushing precious jade powder down the toilet. No, I am frightened of you. Is that satisfactory? If you wish to perish, I certainly do not wish to accompany you in your demise. Should you pass away, what is to stop me from seeking a new master? I acquiesce, but for as long as you remain in my possession, you shall heed my commands. Pray, enlighten me about the character of Hua Qingxiu. Consider yourself fortunate to have intimidated me. Is it agreeable if I divulge that my former mistress was a great beauty? Ugh. What nonsense are you spouting, you jade lord? I could not help but retort. Measurements? In her physiological cycle, do you not grasp these concepts? Depart, who inquired about such matters. I am left speechless. This young rascal who pretended to possess integrity has now divulged the former mistress's physiological cycle. Are you a man? Obviously, if I were not a man, would I be a woman instead? Thus, it is correct. The topics I discuss are those that men typically find appealing. What sort of jade is this? How absurd that the elderly cake maker praised it as spiritual jade. He is nothing more than a nosy reporter and peeping Tom. I inquire about her identity, her occupation, why she is targeting me, and what business she has with Yin Yusen. Am I not her husband? Why should I concern myself with her physiological cycle? You exhibit no interest in matters a man should care about, yet you bother with such trivial inquiries. I suspect your psyche is distorted. Could it be that your subconscious yearns to be a woman? I am truly incensed by this jade. Should you continue to speak nonsense, I shall forego seeking the jade artisan and instead shatter you with a hammer. Do not be vexed. Even raising a dog requires patience, let alone a gem of such caliber, akin to the He Sure Bai and the Imperial Jade Seal. Allow me to enlighten you. Hua Qingxiu is the daughter of the flower sovereign of Wuling Canyon, skilled in various arts, including transformation and mind reading. Is that all? Indeed. When she abandoned me, she wiped my memories clean. This is but a fragment I fought desperately to remember. How convenient. An abundance of useful inquiries met with ignorance. Yet all the secrets of Hua Qingxiu are etched in my mind. If this jade were a person, it would be quite the lecherous rogue. Well then, if that is the case, you may linger wherever you find comfort. As I disdainfully remarked and withdrew my hand, I was suddenly struck by a mischievous impulse. Wait a moment. Since you were so inquisitive, allow me to pose a question. Does Hua Qingqiu have a boyfriend? Humph. I knew it. No man is ever virtuous, pretending to be serious, yet yearning to inquire about sordid matters. Are we? After this, will you wish to ask about her preferences? Whether she has been involved with anyone? Silence. At my wit's end, I hastily withdrew my hand, merely asking a single question, and it launches into such a tirade. Here I am, a living person, being chastised by a piece of jade. What a tale for ridicule. Yet, after sparring verbally with this little entity, I momentarily forgot that I am a dying man, and my spirits lifted considerably. As I set the jade down, I suddenly felt an itch in the sixth finger of my left hand. This sensation is all too familiar. Evidently, something unclean has entered the room. How bold and malevolent. Does it not recognize this place? It dares to intrude. I strive to bolster my confidence and bellow with authority. The air becomes thick with tension, and after a moment's pause, a timid voice inquires, Brother Guai, is that you? As the words are spoken, a charming little face adorned with horned braids peeks in. I am momentarily taken aback and exclaim, Xiaoshu? Xiaoshu beams, Brother Guai, it truly is you. What brings you back? Did I not tell you that you must not return to Yunqing? I respond anxiously. With a smile, Xiaoshu replies, what does it matter? I have already visited my mother. I cannot be reborn again, so it is inconsequential where I am. If I were truly captured by the malevolent officials and my soul scattered, I would have no regrets. I sigh, concern etched across my face. Then what brings you here today? Nothing much, just came to see you. You have helped me, and I have yet to express my gratitude. Xiaoshu responds, pouting slightly, before hesitantly asking, Brother Guai, what has happened? Why do you appear to be a ghost? I am taken aback by Xiaoshu's words, momentarily perplexed and somewhat flustered. After all, I am still very much alive. How could I possibly be considered a ghost? Xiaoshu bites her lip and timidly continues, but through my ghostly eyes, you seem no different from me. Your three souls are still hovering above your physical form, not integrated within it. A chill runs down my spine. Could it be that I'm already dead? I instinctively touched my pulse while circulating my energy. Indeed, my meridians were already flowing in reverse. The righteous flow of energy, the mysterious reverse. Am I the enigma? Chapter 63. Almsgiving in the course of one's life. One inevitably encounters various unforeseen events. Yet, who has experienced them quite like I have? Initially, I was sentenced to death by a physician, with mere days left to live. Yet, after a brief slumber, I found myself in the realm of the departed. The mere thought of my own demise stirred a tempest of sorrow, indignation, innocence, pity, and an insatiable reluctance within me. However, upon regaining a semblance of composure, I discerned something amiss. If I were truly deceased, how could I still engage in conversation with Xiaoshu in such a corporeal manner? I boldly raised my hand to strike my own cheek, and the pain was excruciating. This was indeed perplexing. If I were dead, how could I still possess the sense of touch? I sprang from the bed and began pacing about, my corporeal form evidently functioning as I moved. Xiaoshu, bewildered, shook her head in confusion. Could this be what one experiences in a state of near death? I touched my hair. No fright ensued. I touched my head. It nearly startled me to death. Xiaoshu, akin to a child soothing a frightened little one, gently patted my head and reassured, mysterious physician brother, do not be afraid. I possess experience regarding the uncanny. The uncanny, in essence, is not so different from humanity. One merely needs to avoid the sinister. Feeling somewhat embarrassed at being comforted by such a young girl, I resigned myself to fate. At least the situation was not at its direst. I could still breathe, speak, and move. Moreover, the man in black had imparted a method to me, although I remained uncertain of his identity and the veracity of his words. I felt compelled to try it. There was something about him that suggested he was far from ordinary. Very well, little one, I declared with a smile. What would you like to eat? Let us celebrate your return. The young girl laughed and exclaimed, Can I really choose anything? Of course, I replied. Then I shall be quite unreserved. First, I would like 3 sticks of the finest sandalwood, followed by a can of cola. As for the rest, I'll leave it to chance. Perhaps some fragrant peanuts, sweet cocoa treats, rice cakes, teddy bear biscuits, Su Fuji snacks, chocolate, Wong Wong crispy snacks, chocolate, St. Lanny ice cream, and, oh, never mind, I'll refrain from saying more. Is this truly random? You might as well head to the supermarket. I chuckled bitterly as I ordered the finest West Wind sandalwood and opened a can of cola. The young girl, still with a gluttonous expression akin to Peppa Pig, greedily slurped away. What do you mean by a Peppa Pig expression? I inquired. Oh, you know, like Peppa Pig? Xiaoshu, do you have any plans? I asked, considering that I might soon meet my end and become a wandering spirit. Plans? Xiaoshu pouted her lips and replied, I hadn't thought of any. I returned to repay your kindness, but who would have thought you would? Sigh. Brother, you tell me, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? I'll help you, and that will suffice as repayment for your past kindness. I mused to myself, what could this young girl with such limited abilities possibly do for me? Yet, her chivalrous spirit was indeed quite intriguing. Well, if we are speaking of regrets, I must admit, not having married yet is certainly one. I teased playfully. Little Shu paused, her large eyes darting about. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed, and she shyly lifted her head to gaze at me, whispering, Brother Guai, do you mean for me to... Actually, Oh no. What began as a jest seemed to have turned into something suggestive. Would little Shu think of me as a lecherous rogue? No, I was merely jesting. I hastily waved my hands. Little Shu pouted and chuckled, saying it's all right. If you truly were to perish, all alone and forlorn, that would be quite pitiful. I would marry you. In the realm of the strange, I shall protect you. Though spoken in jest, her words struck a poignant chord within me. In life, one is often solitary and desolate after death. Perhaps there wouldn't even be two souls to burn paper offerings for me. Thus, for the night, I temporarily settled little Shu within that large gourd. Early the next morning, I began to prepare the items as instructed by the man in black. The yellow paper for the 7 knives was easy enough to procure. Such funeral supplies were plentiful in local shops. However, acquiring paper figures proved more challenging. Vendors typically sold paper effigies in pairs, as it was said that once crafted, the two figures would always accompany one another, departing together when burned. I contemplated purchasing a pair, but the shopkeeper insisted that if I bought a pair, I must also burn both. Separating them rendered them useless. With no alternative, I pleaded, and after offering an additional 100 yuan, the shopkeeper reluctantly agreed to craft a new one for me. Since it was for personal use, I harbored no reservations. Carrying the paper effigy back to the shop, I attracted curious glances. Everyone assumed a mental health facility had suffered a collapse. Upon reaching the entrance, I was surprised to find my elder sister, second sister, and third sister loitering outside. How have you all arrived? Last time, due to the matter concerning the third sister, our relationship had somewhat softened, so I endeavored to keep my voice calm. Upon seeing the paper effigy I carried on my shoulder, the three of them were momentarily taken aback, and their expressions were all the same. The eldest sister trembled slightly, appearing both astonished and sorrowful. The second sister curled her lips and scoffed. The third sister furrowed her brow, her demeanor as cold as ice. As I opened the shop door, I remarked, you all should go back. I am quite busy. Xiaobu, we are all aware. The eldest sister stammered. How could this be? How could it suddenly? Without needing to elaborate, it was undoubtedly the result of Sure Gang's reckless actions. I felt a pang of discomfort in my heart and softly replied, I am fine. Thank you for your concern. Eldest sister, please return. I see he is fine. The second sister suddenly interjected coldly, disdainfully saying, does this look like someone on the brink of death? Strolling about town? What purpose does bringing back a paper effigy serve? To frighten others? To create an atmosphere? Is it that you have run out of money and are using that pathetic police charade to deceive us into visiting you, thereby eliciting sympathy and receiving some funds? Luo Bo, let me inform you, the inheritance from our father's passing was long ago entrusted to mother in the countryside, and you have squandered it over the years. There is not a single penny in this household that belongs to you now, so do not waste your efforts. Although I had grown accustomed to my family's indifference, I was still startled by the second sister's words. Luo Yin, be silent. The eldest sister reprimanded. Eldest sister, it is you who should remain silent. The second sister retorted fiercely, "Are you still speaking on his behalf? Have you forgotten the terror that envelopes our home each year on the anniversary of our father's death? All of this is a result of his actions. Just look at what he has done. He has accomplished nothing for himself. Yet he has already sent our mother to the hospital. Do you still believe he deserves our sympathy?" The eldest sister opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately murmured, "But he is our brother, and he is about to die." "Huh, is that so?" "Unfortunately, until I witness his demise with my own eyes, I refuse to believe it." The second sister shot me a glance, scoffing, "This is the last time. From now on, stay far away from us." With that, she pulled out a wad of cash from her pocket, tossed it to the ground, and dragged the eldest sister away. I stood frozen in place, my hands trembling uncontrollably. I truly wished to silence her, to sew that cruel and venomous mouth shut. The third sister glanced at the departing figures of the second and eldest sisters, bent down to gather the money, and placed it in my hands, her head bowed as she said, "Take this, buy something you like. Mother has been hospitalized upon hearing the news about you. We still need to care for her and manage the shop." "Is she hospitalized? Is that something to be thrilled about?" I scoffed coldly. The third sister was momentarily taken aback, managing a bitter smile as she replied, "Perhaps. It's up to you to think as you wish." "Well, the second sister is right. You should no longer keep in contact with us." With that, she sighed and turned to leave as well. I felt like a monkey being pitted, utterly pathetic and laughable, watching the three retreating figures. In a sudden burst of defiance, I hurled all the money into the air. "My fate is predetermined. I do not require your pity. From this day forth, let us sever the last remnants of our blood ties. Even in death, I shall not enter your dreams." The elder sister glanced back, and I noticed her wipe away a tear. Chapter 64. The substitute for death. Initially filled with frustration, I felt a sense of relief after expressing my anger. However, the current behavior has rendered me utterly disheartened. As I entered the room and set down the paper offerings, I heard the soft voice of the little girl, Hulu, inquiring, "Brother Guai, were those people your relatives? Why do they treat you this way? Who can fathom their motives?" I once harbored curiosity, but now, even that is dissipated, replaced by a profound aversion that seems innate. Perhaps this was all predestined. The thought of whether I can successfully evade this impending calamity tonight lingers in my mind. In other words, today's lunch may very well be my final meal. Little Shu, what dish did you enjoy most in your lifetime? Allow me to showcase my culinary skills, I proclaimed, attempting to cast aside all negativity. "Is that true? You can cook?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "Of course. What good man does not possess the ability to cook?" I replied confidently. "Then I shall not hold back. Let's keep it simple. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, braised duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, braised salted duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, pine flour, and small intestines." I sighed in response. "Be serious now. How can someone your age speak with such a comedic tone?" "Hee, very well then. Let us have braised spare ribs and steamed fish. That is simple enough. Just watch and learn," I responded, turning to head back to the market for ingredients. While shopping for vegetables, I called Old Sure to invite him to savor my culinary masterpiece. Old Sure hesitantly informed me that the case had reached an impasse and that he could not leave. Listening to his tone, it was evident that he sought my counsel, yet hesitated to invite me over, fully aware of my circumstances. Initially, I should have offered him assistance. However, the mere thought of possibly not witnessing the dawn of tomorrow filled me with reluctance to immerse myself in distress. Lao Sure, understanding my sentiments, swiftly redirected the conversation towards my elder sister and her companions. "Why not have him visit you? Have they come by? After all, they share the same blood. What is there that cannot be spoken?" Lao Sure had good intentions, fearing that my solitude would be exacerbated by his absence. I could not let my grievances with my second sisters tarnish his kindness. "Thank you, Lao Sure. Our conversation has been delightful. That's the spirit." Lao Sure responded with joy. "By the way, should we think of a way to reach out to that someone to see you?" I was taken aback and instinctively replied, "Who is that someone?" "Oh, what a question. You know, the one you can't seem to let go of. Your polar bear." Lao Sure chuckled. "If you wish to see her, I can contact the cunning trader Nyo, fun to help you find her." The thought of seeing her crossed my mind, yet I pondered what I would say. Would I confess my impending demise? That I hold affection for her, and then wonder if she would shed tears for me? Such notions felt juvenile. No, thank you. Lao, sure, you carry on with your tasks. I concluded the call. Upon returning home, I fully harnessed my culinary skills cultivated over 18 years. In no time, I prepared a dish of braised spare ribs, steamed mandarin fish, stir-fried bamboo shoots, complemented by a delectable morel soup. After closing the door and drawing the curtains, I lit a candle, and little Shu emerged like a curious kitten. Wow, Brother Guai, you are truly an exceptional cook. Naturally, a tailor who cannot cook is hardly a good driver. I replied with a chuckle. Taste it, how does it fare? If you desire it again, it may be a long time before you have the chance. Little did I know, on such a momentous day, this could very well be my last meal, and I was sharing it with a young girl of mystery. Gazing at the candle, Shu blushed and remarked, Brother Guai, doesn't this atmosphere resemble a candle at dinner? To my surprise, she was indeed correct. Her words reminded me of a bottle of exquisite red wine left by my master. The old man has departed, and I too must take my leave. What purpose does the wine serve now? Let us indulge in the present. Who knows where the spirits may wander come morning? I proclaimed, raising my glass high. Shu hesitated, sticking out her tongue, and shyly confessed, Brother Guai, I have never had wine before. Then it is all the more reason to try. Consider it a farewell toast. I laughed heartily. Shu nodded earnestly, since Brother Guai insists. I shall first drink in respect. With that, the little girl lifted her glass, took a hearty whiff, and suddenly noticed the wine had become significantly clearer. Ugh, this is not palatable. It's far inferior to orange juice, she declared with a pout. Thus, we dined and conversed, the meal stretching over several hours. The little girl, with her hand on her mouth, praised, Mysterious doctor, your cooking is truly delectable, even surpassing my mother's. Did you graduate from New Oriental as an excavator operator? What a pity, I may not have the chance to savor it again. After finishing the last drop of wine, I felt no intoxication whatsoever. Time trickled by, both a pleasure and a torment. Finally, the clock chimed 9 o'clock at night. A jolt surged through me, and I sprang to my feet, clutching the 7 yellow paper talismans as I ventured into the streets. The air was frigid and the roads desolate, with hardly anyone around at this hour. I made my way directly to the intersection and, taking a deep breath, incinerated the 7 yellow papers entirely. Upon returning to the shop, following the instructions of the cloaked figure, I made a small incision on my finger and meticulously inscribed my name on the paper effigy. Once the task was completed, the wind began to howl, whistling sharply through the cracks of the window. Hastily, I placed the paper effigy outside at the doorstep, securing it with a string, and swiftly closed the door. Brother Paperman, thank you for standing in for me today. If this succeeds, I shall offer you a cartload of paper money in the future. It seemed I was still gripped by fear as I spoke. My palms and back were slick with cold sweat. The innocent little girl continued to relish a large cup of cola. I took her hand and instructed, hurry, little one, get inside the gourd. No matter what transpires, do not come out. Remember, if I do not emerge, you must stay inside. What is the matter, mysterious doctor? Is it that the ominous officials are coming to seize you? The little girl, perceptive as she was, quickly grasped the situation. Do not inquire further. The time has come. Quickly, slip into the gourd, and no one could do anything to you. The young girl nodded slightly, taking another sip of cola, before transforming into a wisp of smoke that wafted into the gourd. At that moment, I could faintly hear the clinking of chains, accompanied by the hoarse voices of 2 individuals engaged in conversation. Could this be the sinister enforcers? I had no time to ponder further. I hurried into the room and swiftly concealed myself within the cabinet. Radish, come with us, called out the 2 voices from outside, one rasping, the other sharp, yet both equally menacing, causing the hairs on my neck to stand on end. Big brother, I am right here. HM, why is there merely a paper effigy? I was startled. Had I been discovered? I had suspected that the black-clad figure's ruse was too simplistic. If such a ploy could evade detection, the world would be overrun by souls long ago. Big brother, it is merely a mortal. Why bother with the details of life and death? Moreover, those who devise such schemes are practitioners themselves. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. The younger brother had a point yet, but what then? Gulme, Let us take him and toast to our mischief." A few light-hearted chuckles echoed from outside, followed by a rattling of chains, and then silence descended abruptly. Had they truly departed? Was it so simple to evade their grasp? Should I venture outside to investigate? No. The black-clad figures had stated that we must endure until this hour passed. Just as I was torn in indecision, I suddenly heard the young girl's voice. "Brother Guai, you are truly remarkable. They have left. Xiao Shu, how did you come out?" My heart tightened, and I was about to urge her to return when a sinister laugh rang out. "Ha ha, I knew it. There must be something amiss here. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29 message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted chapter 65. The messenger Little Shu is ultimately just a child. Despite my countless admonitions, she still rushed out in haste. However, regardless of the circumstances, this is my affair, and it is not worth involving her further. If I perish, it merely signifies the cycle of life and death. Yet if Little Shu is captured, it would mean her spirit is shattered. Contemplating this, I did not hesitate and dashed out, exclaiming loudly, "Halt! I am the one you seek." Upon reaching the doorway, I beheld two individuals donned in gray caps, grinning maliciously as they attempted to take Little Shu away. Hearing my outcry, the two peculiar officers turned towards me with a smirk that was neither genuine nor mocking, and one scoffed. "Ah, a sentimental fool who possesses loyalty. You chose to emerge yourself. Do not blame us for accepting your gold paper and taking your companion." It dawned upon me that the 7 pieces of yellow paper I was instructed to burn were indeed bribes for them. The two peculiar officers had merely gone through the motions. Had I not emerged, they would have departed with that paper figure. How I had squandered the black-clad individual's arrangement. Yet now, the die is cast, and I have resigned myself to fate. Dear officers, I shall accompany you, but I beseech you to spare this innocent girl. I endeavored to present myself as humble and submissive, bowing in earnest entreaty. "Ha, intriguing." One of the peculiar officers sneered coldly, barking, "The matter of life and death is ours to decide. Do you presume to orchestrate it? Furthermore, she is but a wandering spirit that has surpassed her time in the cycle, deserving of her fate. Returning to the underworld means her soul will be shattered. Enough of your prattle. Let us depart." I felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before them, yet the pale-faced man showed not the slightest gratitude, advancing towards me with malicious intent. Truly, it was a case of losing both the lady and the troops. Having ventured out, they still sought to take her away. I was ready to fight. The thought of my imminent demise rendered me indifferent to this wretched form. I raised my hand and formed a seal I had seen in my Master-S book, striking directly at the pale-faced man. "Huh! How audacious to resist." The sinister officer let out a chilling laugh, remaining motionless, then suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a gust of malevolent wind that sent me hurtling backward like a bouncing ball, my back colliding forcefully with the wall. My insides felt as though they had endured a cataclysm, leaving me utterly drained in an instant. "Brother Guai, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault." Little Shu was instantly petrified, tears streaming down her cheeks. "With such feeble attempts, how dare you strike? It seems there's no need for your soul to return to the underworld. Let us end it here." The sinister officer, incensed by my earlier ambush, swung his crescent blade towards me. I couldn't even muster the strength to flee. I could barely stand, just as the blade was poised to sever my neck. A figure materialized before me as if summoned from thin air. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand, and with a resounding clang, he caught the wicked blade. I gazed up in confusion. Oh, the two enigmatic officials exchanged a glance, hastily nodding in unison. Suddenly, their gaze shifted back to the young girl, revealing an overwhelming sense of dread, as one of them murmured, "Then what about this little girl?" Clinging to hope as if it were a lifeline, I called out to the cloaked figure, "Please, do the right thing and save her too. She has committed no wrongdoing. She is merely an innocent child who met an untimely end. I implore you." The figure remained silent, neither acquiescing nor rejecting my plea. However, the two officials appeared to be in a frantic rush, abandoning the girl and fleeing in disarray. Such esteemed officials terrified of a single individual, and their fear was palpable. Who could this person be? Their aura was undeniably formidable. As I pondered this, the cloaked figure turned their attention toward me. How humiliating to risk one's life for a mere spirit. The disdain and contempt in the figure's voice were unmistakable. I pouted, muttering, even a spirit has a life of its own, and she does not even know who has wronged her. To let her soul wander aimlessly in the underworld is to allow the wicked to roam free. There are fates intertwined with justice. You need not concern yourself. I retorted, everyone speaks of fate, but who has seen its true form? If I could be the arbiter of my own destiny, why should I wait for fate to punish the malevolent? Those who harm me shall face retribution, and those who treat me kindly shall receive my utmost gratitude, even at the cost of my own life. You have aided me whenever you require assistance. My life is yours to command. What use is your worthless life to me? The figure in black spoke coldly. Your words just now were quite pleasant to hear, and I appreciate that. I do not require your gratitude. I have but one request. What request? Open this apothecary. From today onward, you shall attend to the night consultations. Me? I hesitated, my confidence wavering as I stammered. My master is not here, and I fear. Enough of your rambling, you ineffectual fool. If that is the case, I shall take this young lady with me. The figure in black erupted in fury. Little Shu, having just recovered from her earlier fright, was now rendered speechless again, her eyes brimming with tears as she implored, "Brother, save me." No, I exclaimed in a panic. I can do it. The figure in black smirked with satisfaction. That is good. Do not let me catch you slacking. Remember, you have only half a life left. Find a way to restore yourself swiftly. In a few days, you will encounter further troubles. Moreover, this young lady shall remain with you for now. Should she cause any trouble, I will take her away without hesitation. After uttering these words, he assumed his usual pretentious demeanor and turned to leave. Upon reflection, what concern did my attending night consultations hold for him? Could he somehow profit from it? Hey, what is your name? Surely I must know. I summoned my courage and shouted. The figure in black did not turn, responding coldly, "Kue?" With that, he leapt away, vanishing from sight. Kue? Kue? Or perhaps Kue. Is that a name or a surname? Would it kill you to say one more word? I muttered quietly into the air. Brother, please don't scold him. It would be disastrous if he hears you. Little Shu cautioned. Little Shu was utterly terrified, cautiously surveying her surroundings as she helped me to my feet. As I stood up, it felt as though my entire body had shattered. The brutal blows I had just endured were evidently severe. I attempted to check my pulse, and indeed, it was erratic. The meaning of the dark-clad figure was starkly clear. I was teetering on the precipice of life and death, and if I wished to truly survive, I had to devise a means myself. Brother Guai, it is already midnight. Shall we hang the white lantern? Little Shu, noticing my discomfort, couldn't help but express her concern. Yes, let us hang it. That wretched, cold-hearted figure in black did declare that from today onwards, he would conduct night consultations. If he observes that I have not hung the lantern, he would surely cause me trouble. Let us proceed with this precaution. Who knows, perhaps there will be no ailments. Even if there are, should they prove untreatable, we can always cast them aside. Little Shu smiled. Brother Guai, you truly possess a way with words. This is indeed a clever ruse. As she spoke, she exited to hang the lantern, returned, and promptly shut the door. Then she busied herself with the notion of preparing a medicinal concoction for my recovery, insisting on assisting me in brewing the medicine. I found her naivete amusing. My affliction was not one that could be cured by mere herbal remedies for common ailments. Yet, I was genuinely touched. Having someone who understood my plight beside me was a blessing. Though she was but a little specter, she was far superior to many others. Just as I was about to explain this to her, a sudden loud crash echoed as the door was forcefully flung open. Chapter 66. The ghost who died from a slit throat. Both Xiao Shu and I were momentarily stunned as a chilling breeze suddenly swept into the room. What was happening? I had distinctly closed the door. Xiao Shu, puzzled, moved to shut it again, but upon reaching the threshold, she froze and turned back to me with a look of terror. What's wrong? A flicker of fear gripped my heart. Could it be that those two sinister figures had returned for another strike? Brother Ghost Doctor, this person, No, this ghost. Xiaoshu stammered, retreating step by step, and right behind her emerged a shadow. Upon seeing the shadow, I too was taken aback, my heart palpably uneasy. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, strikingly handsome yet pale, with a gruesome, ragged gash across his neck. The wound was deep, having severed his throat, with dark, purplish blood oozing and spilling grotesquely, creating a chilling sight. Was this a murder? Why was the attack so brutal? I steadied my nerves and instinctively waved my six-fingered hand before my eyes, activating my yin-yang vision. To my astonishment, I observed that the three souls flames on the boy's shoulders still flickered in a soft yellow hue, indicating that he had not been dead for long. At most, half an hour. I exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaoshu, signaling her to close the door. The little girl, having been startled several times that night, resembled a frightened bird as she hurriedly shut the door and scurried behind me. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. You may be an experienced ghost, yet how could you be so easily frightened by a recently deceased spirit? Are you the ghost doctor? The young man seated himself at the examination table across from me, wearing an awkward, faint smile as he regarded me. Indeed I am, the boy inquired, then, with a hint of remorse, quickly clarified, do not take offense. I am new to this realm of spirits, and am unaware of many matters. It was a kind-hearted spirit who informed me about this place. Despite his ghastly appearance, one could discern a certain grace in his demeanor, exhibiting remarkable politeness. I am human, I replied with composure. Pray tell, what brings you to seek me so swiftly after your demise? That is well. If you were a spirit, I would lack the means to pay for your medical expenses. The young man chuckled ruefully, gesturing towards his neck. Do you see this? Please stitch it up for me, so I may present myself with some dignity. Tomorrow morning, at the Wanfufa supermarket on Dong Street, you will find a green electric vehicle parked outside. Within its storage compartment lies a wallet and a salary card, containing 36,870 yuan. The password is 123456. You may keep the money as your reward. My master has taught me that spirit healers aid spirits and receive blessings in return, rather than seeking monetary gain. I am, after all, a person of considerable worth now, and thus, I shall not be swayed by that sum of money. Yet, the impression this spirit left upon me was profound. I could sense a flicker of anxiety and resentment behind his smile. Brother spirit healer, are you capable? The petite girl, noticing my silence, inquired discreetly. Stitching wounds for spirits is not a daunting task. My master had instructed me long ago. By applying a soul-repairing talisman dipped in a mixture of 5 grains and rice milk to the wound for a brief moment, it suffices, as the corporeal form is lost, and what is mended is merely the ethereal soul. Many spirits bear grievous appearances, yet they seem indifferent to their looks. Because we are both spirits, there is no need to adorn ourselves, like the living. Yet, the spirit before me appears quite concerned about his appearance, adjusting his attire even while conversing with me. I turned to Xiaoshu and instructed, Dear girl, please go to the cabinet at the back, find some grains, and use the juicer to crush them. Extracting the rice milk for me to prepare. Observing my expression, Xiaoshu understood that this task was trivial for me and happily complied. Is that little spirit your girlfriend? The boy inquired, momentarily lost in thought as he watched Xiaoshu's retreating figure. Ah, no, we are merely good friends. I replied. How wonderful. Friends are better than lovers. He mused aloud. As friends, there are no burdens. You can share conversations and support one another, but being lovers can be quite dire. From his words, I seemed to uncover the cause of his demise. In our line of work, the protocol dictates that we converse before conducting any examination. Let's talk. May I ask your surname? How did you meet your end? I addressed the boy, who was lost in his own murmurs. I never imagined that being a spirit would be so troublesome. He retorted with a cold laugh. I merely stitched a wound. Is it really necessary to inquire about all this? The more he spoke, the more my curiosity intensified. Furthermore, I sensed that there was undoubtedly a story, or even a secret, behind him. My apologies, but such is the protocol. I insisted. Protocol serves the good, but is of no use to the wicked. He responded, Very well, I shall defer to your expertise. I am Wang Lu, and I died by suicide. Is that sufficient? Suicide? I cannot help but feel a twinge of astonishment. How ruthless must one be to sever their own artery, simultaneously cutting through their windpipe? At such a youthful age, why choose death? Ah, if life becomes unbearable, one may as well embrace death. Do you have any relatives? Parents? Children? Or perhaps a lover? Ah, I am not prying into your privacy. I merely inquire if there is anyone who will honor your memory with offerings in the afterlife. Yes, I am the sole child of my parents. They likely remain unaware of my demise. At this moment, a glimmer of tears shone in Wang Lu's eyes. And what of a lover? Is there one? Enough. The boy suddenly erupted in rage. I am merely stitching a wound. If you cannot mend it, then I shall depart. After his furious declaration, he rose to leave. In the entirety of Yin City, I am the sole enigmatic physician. Contemplate this. Once you exit through that door, you shall remain in this state forever. Every soul that gazes upon your grotesque visage will inquire, "Hey, that gaping wound, did it hurt when you inflicted it? Why did you choose such a manner to perish?" You shall be perpetually haunted by these questions, perhaps even ridiculed. I deliberately exaggerated the matter. The shadowy figure was momentarily taken aback before plopping back down. Yet his face was etched with despair, and his entire being trembled slightly. "Doctor, may I inquire, does such a death qualify as truly tragic?" Thankfully, it is far better than those who perish in car accidents or from falling. But what if one succumbs to carbon monoxide poisoning? Would that be exceedingly terrifying? Will one be mocked or bullied? As the boy uttered these words, his voice became noticeably constricted in his throat. A tremor coursed through my heart. Could it be that he was not referring to someone else? Who was it that succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning? I retorted, "No, it's no one. I was merely inquiring." The young lad stammered in response. His expression clearly revealed he was ensnared in a profound conflict. He was frightened, terrified, yet compelled by anger and frustration to fabricate lies. After a moment's contemplation, I steeled myself and unleashed a potent revelation, proclaiming, "Although death by carbon monoxide poisoning leaves no visible wounds, it is a form of suffocation, resulting in an exceedingly grotesque appearance, ranking among the most horrific of demises. Moreover, within the enigmatic clan, it is the most stigmatized manner of passing. No, it cannot be." The boy leapt to his feet as if to dash away, only to momentarily grasp an understanding and collapse back onto the chair. It is too late, too late. Haha, he reaps what he sows. Observing the whirlwind of shock, anger, laughter, and sorrow on the boy's face, a bold hypothesis struck me. Perhaps, indeed, a life hangs by a thread. Chapter 67. The murder of Love. The young man appeared somewhat shattered. His head hung low, obscuring his expression, yet his shoulders trembled, revealing an unmistakable sense of regret. Was it regret for contemplating suicide, or perhaps for something else entirely? "Please wait a moment. I shall prepare a remedy for you," I stated as I rose and turned to head towards the back. At that moment, Xiao Shu had already prepared the grain porridge and was about to serve it. "Dear girl, this is not a restaurant. There's no need to serve it. I'll handle myself," I said. Xiao Shu beamed and replied, "Oh, understood. Brother, you are truly remarkable, capable of everything. Cooking, healing, and even deceiving." "Deceiving? When did I ever deceive anyone?" I retorted, somewhat flustered. "I heard you scare him earlier," Xiao Shu remarked, her brow furrowing as she sighed. "He is quite pitiable, just in his 20s. Why wouldn't he cherish his life?" I silently smiled, acknowledging that this matter was not something I could explain to Xiao Shu at present. "Go on and chat with him. I have some matters to attend to," I instructed. "Ah, you want me to talk to him?" Xiao Shu hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. What could two strangers possibly discuss? Anything at all, food, games, but above all, do not speak of women. Furthermore, he must not leave before I come out. Do you understand? "Yes, I shall not fail in my mission." Xiao Shu nodded vigorously, taking a deep breath as though she were heading into battle before exiting. Seizing this opportunity, I hastily retrieved my phone and dialed old Sher. At a critical moment, Lao Sher inexplicably became unreachable, his phone ringing endlessly without response. Anxiety gripped me. Rescuing someone is akin to extinguishing a raging fire. If I delayed any longer, it would be too late. "Oh, Lao Sher, you incessantly call me for trivial matters. Yet when I truly need you, you vanish. As I berated him, I rifled through my contact list. In Yun City, my acquaintances were painfully few. Apart from a handful of herbal merchants and Laoshi, I had only 4 acquaintances: Tsang Yin, Sister Hua, Big Sister, and the unscrupulous Neo Fun. At this late hour, it was impossible to reach Sister Hua or Big Sister. And Tsang Yin was not in Yun City. After pondering, it seemed Neo Fun was my only option. I dialed his number, and as soon as he answered, a string of English poured forth. "Hello, who is this?" "I am Mr. Neo, the Great Bull." "Neo as in Yodan?" "Enough with the English. This is Luo Bo. I urgently need your help." "Huh, Brother Luo, have you finally decided to chop off a finger?" "Chop off your sister. I need you to do me a favor. Go to the entrance of the Wanfufa supermarket on E Street nearby, open a green electric storage box, and see if there's a wall inside. Check for any identification or, alternatively, use a paycheck to trace the owner. In short, ascertain this person's residence, and then promptly report to the police, stating that something has occurred at their home, likely a gas leak." I rambled on, but there was no response from his end. After a long pause, this odious fool finally spoke. "Brother Luo, if I am not mistaken, you are asking me to assist you in stealing something, and then report it to the authorities, correct? Do you take me for a complete fool? Time is of the essence, and I lack the luxury to elucidate matters to you. You must act promptly as I instruct. Should anything go awry, I shall bear the consequences." "Huh, words alone hold no weight. Furthermore, what benefit do I derive from serving you? Although Brother Luo is a decent man, it remains." "Enough, enough. As per our usual arrangement, I shall provide you with 30,000. "Huh, do you genuinely believe that I, Neo Fun, would be swayed by a mere 30,000? As you are aware, I have always catered to esteemed families such as the Tsang and Zhai, where dealings commence in the millions. The last time I accepted 30,000 was merely out of respect for Tsang Yin. I am a businessman, and I must speak in commercial terms. I trust you understand. So what say you? How much? At the very least, an additional 30,000. Of course, this is still influenced by Miss Tsang's standing. It is a deal. I shall grant you 100,000, but I require your response within 20 minutes. Very well. I shall dispatch 2 Albo to handle it. A businessman has his advantages. The allure of money is undeniable, yet at the very least, one will fulfill their obligations for it. After concluding the call, I exhaled deeply, silently hoping that, regardless of the outcome, I had done all that I could. It is now in fate's hands. I inscribed a soul-repairing talisman, dipped it in the 5 grains essence, and held it in my palm as I returned to the main hall. Little Shu had indeed thrown caution to the wind. In a bid to fulfill the task I had assigned her, she was performing the feat of consuming raw onions for that boy. With each bite, the pungent fumes nearly drew tears from her eyes. Upon noticing my arrival, she finally seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank you, esteemed doctor, and my gratitude extends to your enchanting assistant." Wang Lu offered a faint smile, nodding towards me and Little Shu. As he raised his hand, I noticed a distinct red mark on his ring finger, unmistakably the trace of a ring. "No need for thanks. This is my duty." I gazed at him and asked directly, "Where's the ring on your hand?" Wang Lu was taken aback, quickly retracting his hand and murmuring, "It's my first time wearing it. I'm not used to it, and it feels a bit tight." If he had already decided to wear a ring, why choose this path? Wang Lu lifted his head, looking at me with a hint of anger. "Doctor, does this really matter? I don't understand why you keep asking me these questions indirectly. Are these matters intentional?" "Of course," I replied coldly. "Do you know what fate befalls a murderer after death? They descend into the hell of blades, enduring excruciating torment." Wang Lu shuddered violently, rising to shout, "I'm not afraid. I have no regrets about choosing this path." "No regrets? Then why are you here to mend your wounds? You might as well descend into hell," I retorted without reservation. "Now tell me, why did you kill her? How do you know?" Wang Lu's fear was palpable. "I am the enigmatic physician. I not only heal the body, but also the heart. I see that you regret it. Regret your own suicidal thoughts. And regret wanting to kill her. Am I right? Stop saying that. I don't regret. I don't regret," Wang Lu exclaimed, his emotions spiraling, turning to leave. "Stop," I thundered. "You are merely evading. Let me ask you, what if she had not died? Wang Lu froze, standing still for a moment before suddenly collapsing into tears. Clutching his head, I despise her yet. I still wish for her survival, but alas, it is too late. At this very moment, Wang Lu's psychological defenses have utterly crumbled. He is filled with regret to an overwhelming degree. Speak of it. How did you orchestrate the demise of your love? Wang Lu forced a smile, a bleakness evident in his expression. It was not I, but she who murdered our love. Xiao Shu cast a glance at me, hastily seizing a handful of sunflower seeds, then settled onto a stool. It turns out that both Wang Lu and his girlfriend graduated from Film Academy, where they studied acting together. Unlike their peers, who parted ways upon graduation, they chose to cohabit and await their opportunities together. However, for a newcomer, achieving success is far from simple. After persevering for over a year, Wang Lu conceded. He believed his girlfriend possessed greater talent than he, and since they needed to sustain their lives, he would shoulder the burden, nurturing her dreams. On the day he departed for Shenzhen, his girlfriend wept bitterly, declaring that she would forever owe him. And on the day she secured her first leading role, they would wed. For years swiftly passed, marked by their infrequent reunions. Wang Lu toiled relentlessly in Shenzhen, consistently sending funds to his girlfriend. Though arduous, he felt a sense of happiness, perceiving himself as a hero in her eyes. Finally, just a few days ago, as he concluded his workday, he stumbled upon an announcement for a film, revealing that the leading lady was none other than his girlfriend. Elated, he thought, after all these years, the day had finally arrived. Yet, why had she not informed him? He attempted to call his girlfriend, but the line was perpetually busy. He mused quietly to himself that she must be planning a grand surprise, for he remembered their initial agreement. He was on the brink of marriage. With the meager savings he had painstakingly accumulated, he purchased a pair of wedding rings and immediately boarded a flight back to Yin City. Bursting with excitement, he returned home, and without a second thought, he flung open the door to confront the grim reality within. Did you kill her? Xiao Shu, who had long ceased to mindlessly snack on seeds, asked with a nervous expression. He chuckled darkly, recounting how, upon entering, he found the floor strewn with lingerie. The two of them still lost in slumber, completely oblivious to his presence. Their tranquil demeanor revealed their audacity, their sense of security. He realized he was unworthy of her love. Initially, he had no intention of committing murder. He planned to slip away quietly. However, upon seeing that aged man, who could easily be his grandfather, resting his head on the marriage pillow painstakingly crafted by his mother, an uncontrollable rage surged within him. But at that moment, the wretched woman stirred awake, her eyes bleary as she cooed, "Lu Dao, you naughty boy, what are you thinking about again?" He wondered why he should maintain any semblance of rationality. His beloved girlfriend finally awoke, screaming as she attempted to flee. In a fit of desperation, he struck her, rendering her unconscious. Yet, he found himself unable to take her life. They had been together for a decade. She was a part of him, and he of her. How could he bear to harm his own reflection? Consequently, he bound her and left her amidst the pool of crimson, turned on the gas, and then transferred 100,000 yuan to his mother before turning the blade upon himself. Chapter 68. The white immortal Wang Lu appeared calm as he recounted the tale. Yet I understood that reliving this memory was akin to taking a life anew. Our era is excessively restless. The worship of wealth and rampant desires have convoluted what was once simple, tarnishing that which was pure. In pursuit of vested interests, we are willing to sacrifice everything, even our dignity and love. How many have unwittingly extinguished their own affections? In the midst of this silence, the phone rang. "Hello, old radish, you truly are remarkable." "I'm impressed," Neophan exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement, as if he had consumed a stimulant. I glanced at the desolate Wang Lu and turned to Neophan. "Enough with the theatrics. Let us get to the point, shall we?" Neophan responded, "You hit the nail on the head. My people found this individual's personal information on the back seat of that motorcycle, and with my thorough and exhaustive online investigation, we ultimately located his girlfriend's residence. Guess what? When the police burst in, my heavens, are you narrating a story? Get to the crux of it. What happened to the person? I was anxious, feeling like an ant on a hot pan. Yet this fellow continued to beat around the bush. What else could have happened? He asked dead. The entire room. A chill surged through me, realizing it was too late. Looking back at Wang Lu, he had completely shattered, trembling as he leaned over the desk. Little Shu wept sorrowfully, murmuring, "Brother Guai, this place is truly dismal, filled only with tears. Why has everyone become like this? Hey, why is there crying over there? Surely none of the deceased are your relatives." Neophan clicked his tongue and replied, "Oh, by the way, I haven't told you about that woman. Her life hangs by a thread. It is said that if my people had delayed reporting by 10 minutes, she would have been finished. Good heavens. Repeat that, will you? Has she lived or perished? She hasn't died?" Neophan babbled, "Hey, Brother Luo, what does this foolish woman think?" I finally exhaled. At least one life remains. However, Neophan's words were too harsh, and I feared Wang Lu might overhear and be unable to bear it. I quickly scolded into the phone, "Stop your nonsense. You weren't even at the scene. How can you presume to know their relationships? TSK, Brother Luo, are you out of your depth? Though I wasn't present, do you think our Pinshang building is an ordinary family? My informants are scattered across the globe. Besides, that woman, once rescued, immediately wailed to the heavens, apologizing to her boyfriend. This is no fabrication of mine. If only she had known the outcome. Why act so recklessly? You too. If you had informed me a little later, perhaps it would have been better for her to perish. Though I spoke thus, a life is still a life. As a Guai doctor, I cannot simply watch someone die. Moreover, losing one life would indeed benefit Wang Lu, sparing him from further tribulations in the underworld. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu finally lifted his head, his expression sorrowful as he murmured, "Only you can truly understand your own warmth and coldness. Live your life. We shall never meet again, and I hope you do not suffer from nightmares." I intended to end the call, as the individual on the other end was excessively verbose. However, Neophan persisted, raising his voice, "Brother Luo, please do not hang up. I truly do not comprehend how you came to know of this matter. Besides, you were the one who urged me to report it. How will I explain to the police when they investigate the scene? That will no longer be my concern." I replied with a chuckle. "Just how did you boast earlier? Is the Pinshang building a commonplace residence? Figure it out yourself." After hanging up, Wang Lu had already risen, reverting to his initially despondent yet courteous demeanor. He bowed to me and Xiao Shu before turning to leave. "Why are you departing? Aren't you going to tend to the wounds?" Xiao Shu, still engulfed in her sorrow, spoke with a voice tinged with tears. "No, it has lost its significance, so there is no need to proceed. Is it not your desire to mend things for her?" I inquired. Wang Lu chuckled softly, pausing for a moment before responding, "Yes. After my demise, I realized I still loved her. Alas, this is the nature of folly. I recalled our agreement. Once she became the leading lady, we would marry, even if it meant death. So, her inability to die renders everything meaningless? Indeed, there was much I wished to convey. Yet I found myself at a loss as to how to address such a brutally innocent individual. Brother, though we are strangers, I feel compelled to tell you that, from man's perspective, your actions are entirely justifiable. However, the dignity of a person surpasses all else. Your face was not created for anyone's gaze, and I hope you can depart this world in peace. I am willing to recite scriptures for you on the night of your 7th day, hoping to alleviate any sins you may bear." Wang Lu ultimately nodded, a brilliant smile gracing his features as he resumed his seat. Some matters unfold in such a manner. One knows they are wrong, yet still proceeds. For what is life without aspirations that transcend mere existence? Subsequently, I personally performed the restoration procedure for Wang Lu and bid him farewell. Xiao Shu wept throughout the night, and in desperation, I resorted to offering her 2 cans of cola to soothe her. The following day, a shocking murder case rattled Yun City. A petty thug, known for distributing flyers, transformed into a model citizen and was awarded the Good Samaritan Prize. It goes without saying that this so-called flyer distributor was none other than Neophan. Such a significant event, and yet Lao Shi made no mention of it. Given his nature, he would have typically shared his thoughts with me by now. I attempted to reach him multiple times by phone, but to no avail. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Regardless, we had narrowly escaped this calamity. In the morning, Sister Hua visited me, and upon seeing my improved condition, expressed her delight. She urged me to return home, closer to her, so she could care for me at any moment. Although I did not require her care, the presence of little Xiao Shu at the shop made me feel somewhat encumbered. Thus, I resolved to stay in my rented accommodation after my evening shift. I believed I had weathered the worst, yet as evening approached, I suddenly felt a severe tightness in my chest, and to my horror, I coughed up a pool of dark blood. Xiao Shu was terrified, her composure shattered. I comforted her, assuring her to remain at ease. Reflecting on Kuei's words, I recalled that even if I escaped the clutches of the malevolent spirit, I would be left with but half a life. The remainder of my recovery would depend solely on my own efforts. Moreover, at that moment, I had already been struck by that gray-haired specter, and it seemed miraculous that I was still alive. After much contemplation, I ultimately thought of that piece of black Ganoderma. The little hedgehog, who had dined on ash, still owed me a favor. She had promised that should I find myself in need in the future, I need only burn a petal, and she would come to my aid. Given my current predicament, common herbs would surely be of no use. I could only hope to call upon her. As the saying goes, when the celestial and the spectral are at odds, to minimize unnecessary troubles. I first sent Xiao Shu back to the gourd. Having grown up beside my grandmother, seeking the celestial was a practice I had witnessed since childhood. It was not cumbersome for me. I covered the statues of the medicine Buddha, Ksitigarbha, and Zhong Kuei with red cloth, then prepared a new incense bowl, setting the finest fragrant incense upright. Before the incense, I arranged 3 offerings: pastries, meat, and fruit. It is customary to prepare the offerings before the ritual begins. Once everything was in order, I lit the incense, burned a stack of yellow paper, and included a piece from the 8 petals of Ganoderma. As the gentle aroma of herbs enveloped the air, I began to chant the incantation. Fragrance heavy, responding to the cosmos, ignite the pure scent that penetrates the 9 gates. Across 1,000 miles, let the fragrance beckon, as clouds and steeds descend upon my call. I beseech the white celestial to heed my request, to extend the pot and aid all living beings. I earnestly wish the esteemed one would speak to clearly point out the ailments at hand. As I chanted the invocation, the incense began to swirl and rise. In a moment of fleeting awareness, I caught the sound of footsteps softly scraping against the ground, followed by a gentle call from a female voice that proclaimed, "Burn my Lingji grass, and we shall be united as one family. Remain calm and patient, for the scent approaches." No sooner had her words faded than a sudden gust of wind swept through, igniting the 3 incense sticks into a vibrant crimson. In that instant, a graceful figure of a celestial maiden appeared within the room. Chapter 69. The Debt Collection. During the harsh winter nights, is it too much to ask for a peaceful slumber? The immortal sighed heavily, expressing his impatience. According to tradition, any white immortal with a semblance of ability ought to be referred to as White Grandma or White Matriarch. However, this little creature is still so youthful that I simply cannot bring myself to utter such a title. White Matriarch, did you not say that should I have matters to discuss, I could seek you out? Moreover, had it not been for my incense ash last time, you would have long since met your demise. I retorted with a hint of sarcasm. All right, I acknowledge your assistance, but there is no need to keep reminding me of this favor. And please, do not call me Matriarch. Am I truly that aged? Then what should I call you? Perhaps Auntie would suffice. Our generational standings are equivalent. When your grandmother invited mine for rituals, she referred to her as Auntie. Thus, by customary standards, you ought to address me as Auntie. My grandmother is my grandmother, and I am myself. You, a hedgehog, shall not exploit me. I firmly refuse. Quite spirited, aren't we? Very well. Considering your previous assistance during my tribulation, I shall waive the title of Auntie. You may simply call me Little Bai. I chuckled and replied, "That sounds delightful, Little Bai. It feels warm and familiar. I once had a dog with that name in my childhood. Scram. You are the dog." Little Bai retorted angrily. I mused silently. You are a hedgehog, and yet you take offense at being called a dog. However, such sentiments remained unvoiced, for I needed her assistance and could not afford to provoke the hedgehog too much. What troubles you? You do not appear well. It has only been a few days since we last met, yet you appear utterly lifeless. Xiaobai cast a quick glance at me and immediately discerned the underlying issue. After all, she is the illustrious Bai Xian, renowned among the fox spirits for her exceptional healing abilities. Despite her youth, her prowess is indeed remarkable. I hurriedly offer my compliments, saying, "Oh, esteemed one, your extraordinary talents are truly unparalleled. Out of your boundless compassion, would you kindly lend me your insight?" Flattered by my words, Xiaobai smiled with satisfaction, her ethereal form swaying gracefully before me as she extended her hand, saying, "Since you hold me in such high regard, I shall assist you." As she took my pulse, her brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment, until she suddenly exclaimed, "What have you done to offend someone? How is it that your lifespan has been borrowed?" I was taken aback, rendered speechless by the revelation that my life force had been appropriated. When had this transpired? Who was responsible? How could I have been oblivious to it? You, so young, yet look at your countenance. You should easily live to 70 or 80 years old. Yet you appear as a mere walking corpse, devoid of any signs of vitality. Xiaobai sighed heavily. It became clear to me why the hospital had declared me free of any ailments. Yet I felt as if my very organs were collapsing. "Has the ghostly envoy already sought you out?" I responded truthfully, "Yes, they have, and I was even struck once by one of them. How peculiar. Lifespan diminished, yet still alive. Breath extinguished, yet not perished. You are not working for the underworld, are you?" Xiaobai gazed intently at me. Her eyes filled with suspicion. The Ming family refers to the realm of the dead, and it seemed that Xiaobai had already pieced together much of the puzzle. "I can only confess, you are correct. I have indeed become a ghost doctor." "No wonder." Xiaobai sighed and remarked, "Your affliction is not an illness, but rather your fate. I cannot save you." After uttering these words, the little creature shrugged and prepared to leave. "Please don't go," I exclaimed loudly. "I didn't summon you merely for idle chatter or boastful banter. I seek your assistance. I am acutely aware that I am in a state of limbo, neither fully alive nor truly dead. I do not expect you to extend my lifespan, but Kuei mentioned that though I may not perish, my body requires recuperation, which is your forte, is it not?" "Kuei, who is Kuei?" Xiaobai inquired. I pondered for a moment, finding it difficult to articulate. This being appeared and vanished without a trace, resembling both human and specter, shrouded in mystery. How does one even begin to describe such an entity? Never mind, I thought. It matters little who he is. Noticing my hesitation, Xiaobai grew somewhat impatient and said, considering the camaraderie shared by our ancestors, "Let me remind you to be cautious about whom you place your trust in. A smile can conceal malevolence. One might even wish to consume you. As for your condition, the malevolent energy has seeped into your bones, exacerbated by that peculiar incident which has harmed your spirit. The remedy is simple. Consume the spiritual mushroom I provided. It will dispel evil and avert misfortune." "Ah, if I consume the spiritual mushroom, how shall I seek you in the future should I require assistance?" I hurriedly inquired. Xiaobai chuckled and replied, "That is easy. Simply erect a spirit tablet for me and invite me to be your guardian deity. By receiving your offerings, I shall attend to your needs, and we shall thrive in mutual benefit." This seemed simple enough. After all, it merely involved the customary offerings during festivals. I readily agreed. Xiaobai circled the room and approached me with a peculiar smile, saying, "You ought to be cautious, my dear. In your current state of a living corpse, indulging in frivolities just once will diminish your vitality. After a few encounters, even the highest celestial beings would be unable to revive you. At that point, you would be nothing but a mere shell. Logically speaking, as a practitioner of the arcane arts, should you not comprehend this?" This little hedgehog spoke in an enigmatic manner, leaving me perplexed. "What are you talking about? What frivolities?" "Stop pretending." Xiaobai glanced at the gourd and retorted, "Do you truly believe I am blind? Your clandestine affairs may deceive ordinary folk, but they cannot fool me." Ah, I realized she had uncovered the presence of Xiao Shu. "Wait, you've misunderstood. There is nothing between us." I was about to clarify, but Xiaobai smirked and said, "What does it matter to me if you have affairs or not? Just manage your own affairs." With that, she turned to leave, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I'm so tired." She shot a cold glance at the gourd before departing. As soon as Xiao Bai left, Xiao Shu emerged. The little girl pouted, rolling her eyes at the door, and remarked, "Brother, that woman is utterly unlikable. She views all the peculiar as villains and speaks such nonsense. Does she truly believe I am afraid of her? Once my cultivation reaches the realm of spirit refinement, I shall confront her directly." I silently lamented the challenges ahead. Living with a naive sweetheart and a shrewd adversary would be no easy feat. Xiao Shu, let it go. Xiao Bai, a white fairy, belongs to the realm of demons, while you, a soul, are part of the world of the dead. It is only natural for misunderstandings to arise between two such disparate realms. However, you are both my friends, for the sake of our bond. Should you not consider forgiving her? Xiao Shu nodded and replied, "Very well, but I am only doing this for your sake. If she continues to speak carelessly, I shall." Just as Xiao Shu was about to boast, a sudden and heavy knocking echoed at the door. I glanced at the clock. It was not yet time for the night consultation, so it must be a visitor. I quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Shu, who promptly slipped back into the gourd. "Brother Luo, how have you been?" Upon opening the door, I found it was Niu Fun and Tuo Bo. "What brings you here?" I acknowledged Tuo Bo with a nod, while ignoring Niu Fun. "How could you say that?" Niu Fun boisterously plopped himself onto a chair, grinning at me. "Brother Luo must have forgotten. I completed a job for you, and the commission of 60,000 is still outstanding. So this fellow has come to collect his dues. 60,000, is it? How generous of you, Mr. Niu, to personally come and remind me." I teased. "I currently lack the funds, but I shall retrieve the money and deliver it to you by tomorrow morning." Niu Fun laughed heartily. "That sounds agreeable. Seeing such a grand establishment, I would never suspect Brother Luo to be one to default on payments. Yet, I have heard that the owner of this place is not you. Where is your master?" "My master? You know my master?" I was taken aback and questioned in return. Niu Fun shook his head and replied, "I initially had no acquaintance with you, but that has changed now. I took the liberty of researching a bit and discovered that your master is quite an intriguing individual." "Hey, Fun, are you investigating me?" I couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. "Do not be alarmed, Brother Luo," Niu Fun said earnestly. "It was not a personal inquiry. We are merely striving to refine our understanding of client needs. However, I must admit, what I found was indeed astonishing. Your master, Fong Jingzhai, is truly a remarkable figure. I had only heard tales of such individuals, and I never imagined there existed someone of his caliber in Yin City. What did you uncover?" "Ah, intrigued now, are we? Cut the trivialities and speak plainly," I barked in response. Niu Fun glanced at Tuo Bo and nodded. "Tuo Bo, you may share." Tuo Bo took a deep breath and looked at me. "Say, Mr. Luo, please do not be alarmed by what I am about to disclose. According to reliable sources, your master, Fong Jingzhai, passed away 2 decades ago. He hailed from Yandong region and was once a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Tragically, on a rainy day 20 years ago, he met his untimely demise by the riverbank in Yun City." Chapter 70. The Master's Secret. "What did you say?" I exclaimed, my heart racing. The old man murmured, "I said your master, Fong Jingzhai, has long since passed away. Logically, even his bones should have decayed by now. The Fong Jingzhai before you is either a counterfeit or a living corpse." A shiver ran down my spine. My master died 20 years ago. Yet just a few days ago, he spoke with me. He mentioned he was suffering from a terminal illness. How could he have perished over 2 decades ago? If he were truly a living corpse, my supernatural vision would surely have revealed it. What do you think, Luo? This revelation is quite shocking, isn't it? But rest assured, I do not seek your money for this information. I merely ask for your assistance with a matter. Niu Fun observed me with keen interest as he spoke. So, he had a request of me. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Niu Fun, have you concocted a tale to frighten me, only to seek my favor in return? I feigned indifference. However, Niu Fun replied earnestly, Luo, you can inquire around. It is true that I often jest and express my emotions freely, but the news that leaves my Pinshang building is never false. If you can find even one instance of deceit, I would willingly forfeit my life. Niu Fun's demeanor did not suggest deceit, yet the master I had known intimately for years was undoubtedly alive. Perhaps it was merely a case of shared names? My mind was a whirlwind, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of revelations. Seeing my silence, Neo-Fin continued. Luo, this matter is quite simple. You could directly question your master. The bond between a master and apprentice should be devoid of any misunderstandings. My intentions are solely for your benefit. It was Song Yin who urged me to watch over you. Consider this. If your master were indeed a man who has been deceased for 20 years, would you truly feel secure in his presence? Your master has departed. I spoke softly, stating that he succumbed to a terminal illness and quietly faded away, leaving this establishment to me. Yet, I have faith in my master. Despite our brief encounter, he chose to take me in, and for that reason alone, I believe he would not harm me. Ah, Song Xiaoyan, you were indeed correct. Neo-Fin exclaimed with a click of his tongue. Song Yin, what did she say about me? I inquired immediately. Haha, you seem quite stirred by the mere mention of Song Yin. Do not digress. Tell me, what did she say? Neo-Fin shrugged and replied. She remarked that you are too kind-hearted and overly trusting of others, and urged me to keep an eye on those around you. In truth, Miss Song was being polite. If I were to express my thoughts, I would say you are simply naive. A warmth spread through my heart. It was touching to know that Song Yin still thought of me. Brother Luo, you are indeed fortunate. Amidst the chaos of the Song family affairs, Song Yin still finds the time to concern herself with you. What a blissful situation that is. Ah, I too once attempted to pursue that young lady, yet she hardly regarded me as a worthy contender. I smiled quietly, though a hint of curiosity lingered, and I blurted out, what is amiss with the Song family? Last time Song Yin hurried home, could it be? Suddenly, Neo-Fun's expression shifted, and he interrupted me, saying, Brother Luo, I misspoke earlier. The matters of the Song family have no bearing on us. Let us set aside discussions of the Song family and focus on business instead. This fellow is clearly trying to pull the wool over my eyes. His previous statements were unequivocal and hardly a slip of the tongue. As these thoughts crossed my mind, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Surely, nothing has happened at Song Yin. Brother Luo, why are you in a daze? Neo-Fin waved his hand in front of me. I just shared some news with you for free. Can't you agree to assist me with a favor now? I scoffed. I'm afraid I have no interest in the information you provided, so, alas, I must decline. Neo-Fin was furious, nearly bursting with rage. But he quickly composed himself, sneering. It seems Song Yin's assessment of your intelligence was rather generous. You are truly a fool, since you refuse to act with honor. I shall not be courteous either. Do you remember that bald man you asked me to investigate last time? Upon hearing this, I grew anxious and inquired. What? You have news? Neo-Fin replied with a grin, of course, but I've changed my mind. I want to tell you. Hey, Neo. Investigating this person pertains to our business transaction. You can't conflate today's matters with this. And why not? Neo-Fin rolled his eyes, adopting a nonchalant attitude. The information is in my possession. Since you refuse to act honorably, I shall rescind our agreement. What a rogue this businessman is. After a moment of contemplation, I conceded, all right, I agree, but my capabilities are limited. Firstly, I will not engage in any actions against my conscience, and secondly, I will not violate medical ethics. Now, that is more like it, Neo-Fin exclaimed, slapping the table with laughter. Why threaten each other when we could just agree as brothers? The matter I need your help with is, just as Neo-Fin was about to elaborate, my phone suddenly rang. Upon closer inspection, it was unexpectedly old Sure. This fellow had been silent for 2 days, and now, in the dead of night, he suddenly remembered me. Hey, Captain Sure, where have you been gallivanting? I haven't been able to reach you by phone for 2 days. As I spoke, I suddenly sensed something was amiss. The wind howled on the other end. The signal was exceedingly poor, and the crackling sound of static was piercingly sharp. Old Sure, I shouted into the receiver. Can you hear me? After several attempts, there was no response. Just as I was about to hang up and dial again, Sure Gang's voice abruptly broke through. Master Boo, don't hang up. After he spoke, the signal worsened, and I could only catch fragments of his words, mentioning Phoenix Mountain and something about calling for help. His voice was labored, as if he were on the brink of exhaustion. As he spoke, the call suddenly disconnected. When I tried to redial, all I received was a busy signal. This won't do. I must report this to the police, and then I need to find Sure Gang, I said, filled with unease. Brother Luo, you needn't worry. Sure Gang must be handling a case, Just get in touch with his team and request their support. Besides, who among us hasn't witnessed Captain Shi's prowess? Zhai Xiaodian can fight, right? That time they faced off, it took less than 10 rounds before Shi Gang had him in cuffs. Let's focus on my situation first. I wish to ask you. No way. I still believe that old Shi's call was significant. If he needed assistance, he would have called the bureau directly. Why reach out to me? Did you drive, Boss Nio? Niofan paused for a moment and replied, Yes, I did. That is splendid. Cool, me. Let's embark on a journey together. It doesn't matter if it's a single task or 10. I shall assist you regardless of the merchant's willingness. However, Brother Luo, I beseech you to spare me. My fragile frame cannot endure the rigors of the mountains. Shall I request Uncle Tuo to accompany you instead? Niofan struggled to escape. You truly have the audacity. Uncle Tuo is of considerable age, while you're still so young. Just leave me be. With a wave toward the gourd, I shoved Niofan into the carriage. Niofan, with a scowl, muttered, I have no desire to conduct business with someone like you. It is always a loss. After saying this, he inquired, But what about my affairs? We shall discuss it on the road. I clasped my hands in apology. No matter what you require, I shall oblige. Is that acceptable? That is more like it. Niofan gestured for Uncle Tuo to return, then, somewhat awkwardly, addressed me. In truth, my issue is not significant. It's merely a flare-up of prostatitis. I've been taking Western medicine without improvement, and I was hoping you could assist me in obtaining some traditional Chinese medicine to remedy it. Chapter 71. The remote mountain village under ordinary circumstances. I would have found myself in fits of laughter at this fellow's incessant nagging. It turns out he was simply too embarrassed to admit that a malfunctioning component was at fault. However, given the uncertainty surrounding old Shi's condition, mirth eludes me entirely. Nevertheless, this predicament is not one to be ashamed of. It's a minor issue, and upon my return, I shall provide you with a remedy that will surely restore you to your former glory. Niofan chuckled, I appreciate your assistance, Brother Luo. Your immense kindness shall forever be etched in my memory. I dismissed his gratitude, retorting, no need for thanks. By our agreement, shouldn't you divulge the information regarding that bald man I've asked you to investigate? Niofan clicked his tongue and grunted, This individual possesses considerable influence, Brother Luo. Do not take my warning lightly. Under no circumstances should you provoke him. Just tell me who he is, and you can keep your inquiries to yourself. I would rather not find myself embroiled in a hornet's nest because of your meddling. Fuming, Niofan continued, That bald man is none other than Jian Yang. Known by the moniker Bald Vulture, he serves as the steward for the affluent Master Chong San, akin to the role of Tuobo. However, this man has a rather colorful past. He once resided in the Zixia Temple as a Taoist priest and was known for his modest skills. It is said that he was detained for luring a female benefactor and subsequently expelled from the temple. For reasons unknown, Master Chong San intervened and secured his release. And since then, he has been faithfully at Chong San's side. I never anticipated that this bald man would possess such significant connections. Logically speaking, given his standing, there should be no prior conflicts with Old Yang, suggesting that the demise of Old Yang was likely an unfortunate accident. However, after the fatal incident, the bald man showed no intention of slowing down, indicating that he neither valued the life of the elderly Yang nor was he concerned about the consequences of his actions, as he seemed eager to flee, suggesting he had urgent matters to attend to. Brother Luo, what do you intend to do? Niofan inquired while driving. I replied coldly, What do you think? This man owes a life, and I intend to make him repay it. Niofan chuckled. You are brave, a commendable thought. However, it remains merely a thought. I advise you to reconsider. It is not your burden to bear. I retorted loudly, I understand this is a daunting task. But does that mean we should abandon it? What about the innocent life lost? Tell me, where is the Zixia Temple? I have never heard of it. I must investigate this person's background further. Does he truly possess any Taoist skills? Niofan smiled. At least you have the sense to inquire about the crucial details. In fact, this is one of the reasons I would prefer you to abandon this pursuit. Why have you never heard of the renowned Zixia Temple? It has been abandoned for a decade. Why was it abandoned, you ask? Because, in a single night, all 4 priests within the temple met their demise, hanging themselves collectively. You have never witnessed such a horrific scene, I presume? It was utterly tragic. Since then, rumors of hauntings have spread, and naturally, it was sealed off. My heart jolted at the implication. Could this possibly be related to the bald man? I exclaimed instinctively. What do you think? Neofen replied, casting me a disapproving glance. This incident occurred on the third day after Jianyang was released on bail. 3 of the deceased were his fellow disciples, and 1 was his master. This was clearly an act of blatant revenge. Did the police not investigate him? I asked, unable to contain my curiosity. Neofen shook his head and replied, I'm not sure about that, but once we meet Captain Shi, you can ask him. The conversation shifted back to Shi Gang, and my emotions were in a tumultuous state. Drive faster, I urged. Brother Luo, this is a Land Rover, not an aircraft. Even if we're in a hurry, the vehicle can't sprout wings, can it? To be honest, Neofen's car was significantly faster than Shi Gang's old Jeep. He managed to cover a journey that took us over 3 hours in just an hour and a half. Upon arriving at the foot of Phoenix Mountain, the dawn had yet to break. The road up was still closed, and the gatekeeper, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, appeared indifferent to my pleas. Despite my attempts to persuade him, he refused to let us in. Neofen shot me a glance of disdain and whispered, You're so foolish. Watch and learn. With a casual gesture, he produced a pack of fine cigarettes and handed them to the old man. Then, feigning seriousness, he said, Sir, you've worked hard. In this winter snow, you're the only one steadfast at your post. What is a model citizen? You are a model citizen. The old man chuckled dryly a couple of times, pocketing the cigarettes. He cast a sidelong glance at me and remarked, What a miser. Do you think it's easy for an old man to guard this mountain? You sweet talk all you want, but you expect to enter without spending a dime? What are you thinking? With that, he opened the electric gate, saluted Neofen, and declared loudly, Good people, walk slowly. There is snow on the mountain. I was nearly infuriated. What kind of world is this? Neofen, with a smug expression, drove the car straight to the farmhouse. Brother Luo, the road ahead is impassable by vehicle, and given my current physique, although I am indeed concerned about Captain Shi, I find myself helpless. I shall wait here for you. Neofen gazed at the snow-laden mountains, gritting his teeth in distress. It is true. It is already a considerable burden for him to have driven hundreds of miles with me at such an hour. Observing his gaunt appearance, it is evident that the biting cold is not conducive for venturing into the mountains. Very well, Manager Neo, I shall make a note of today's affairs and will reward you handsomely in the future. I clasped my hands and continued, You wait here for now. Shi Gang's team has reported that they have contacted the local police station and officers will be on their way. Please give them heads up. All right then. Neofen responded with a palpable sense of relief, assuring me, as long as I am not required to climb a mountain, I am willing to do anything. Bidding farewell to Neofen, I plunged into the vast expanse of the white birch forest. To be honest, in such a colossal mountain range, searching for a single individual is no simple task. I truly cannot fathom how Shi Gang ended up in this remote wilderness while pursuing his case. Beneath my feet lay a blanket of snow. Above me towered lofty trees. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings appeared indistinguishable. If I continued this way, not only would Shi Gang remain unfound, but I too might meet my end here. As I walked, I attempted to reach Shi Gang via phone several times. Yet the outcome was invariably the same, unreachable. Growing increasingly anxious, I feared that further delays might spell disaster for old Shi. Surely, I must devise a plan. Just then, out of the corner of my eye, I suddenly spotted a few flickering lights in a hollow of the mountains. The flames danced rhythmically, flickering as if beckoning me closer. I recalled from my childhood tales recounted by my grandmother about a place named Chinjiga nestled within Phoenix Mountain, a haven for hunters. Could this indeed be the very locale where hunters indulged in hearty feasts and spirited libations? If old Shi ventured into the mountains and stumbled upon such a secluded village, perhaps he had once frequented it. Even if Shi Gang were no longer present, any tidbit of information would suffice. With this thought in mind, I hastened towards the flickering flames without a moment's hesitation. As I drew nearer, I discerned that the place comprised merely 3 small stone houses. An elderly man and 2 robust fellows stood at the entrance, watching my approach. They seemed to have spotted me from afar and were cheerfully waving. "Young brother, come in. Is it not frigid out here?" The old man, brimming with warmth, grasped my hand and ushered me inside. Upon entering, I was enveloped by a wave of warmth that made me reluctant to move. Indeed, a large pot of fire was crackling, with a rabbit and 2 game hens roasting above it. I had previously only heard whispers of Chenjiagata, and now I found it to be a reality. Rubbing my hands together, I inquired, "Are you 3 hunters from the vicinity?" The trio exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, jovially remarking, "It is not yet dawn. What brings you into these mountains at such an hour? You must be freezing. Come, have some meat to warm yourself." The old man, in a generous spirit, tore the fragrant roasted game hen from its skewer, placed it on a piece of birch bark, and thrust it in my hands. "Thank you, but I must decline," I replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the thought of consuming the food of strangers. It would be rather impolite, and besides, I was not in the mood for feasting. "My dear brothers, I have come in search of someone." The individual in question is tall and robust, resembling a yak's. "Have you encountered such a figure in the mountains?" Indeed, the 3 of them exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Does he wield a firearm?" Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of excitement and exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Do you know where he has gone?" The old man blinked and murmured, "Well, let me ponder that for a moment. Come, partake in this meal once you have finished. I shall devise the route for you." Unable to refuse, particularly given their warm hospitality, I felt it would be impolite not to show gratitude. I nodded, accepted the roasted chicken, and was just about to take a bite when suddenly a furious shout rang out. "Beast, I shall take your life." Bang! Chapter 72. A life taken. I was taken aback. My entire body went rigid, and the chicken meat I was holding fell to the ground. In an instant, the once roaring flames transformed into a heap of stark white bones, while the rabbit and chicken meat had turned into a writhing mass of maggots. Crawling about in a chaotic frenzy, the old man who had just thrust the chicken into my hands lay on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, his body riddled with numerous shotgun wounds. The 2 other men, both startled and frightened, glared at the doorway with eyes alight with ferocity. "Brother Luo, are you all right?" Amidst my astonishment, I suddenly heard Neo Fun's voice from outside. Moments later, he appeared at the door alongside a burly man in a dogskin hat, brandishing a double-barreled shotgun. I shook my head in disbelief, then turned to observe the 2 men beside me, only to find that brownish-yellow hair had sprouted on their cheeks. In that instant, realization dawned upon me. I had been ensnared by an enchantment. "Were you?" I shouted with fury. The 2 men suddenly let out a piercing scream. "Go ask King Yama." With that, they lunged toward me. "Watch out!" The man in the dogskin hat shouted sharply, followed by the crack of a gunshot. His aim was impeccable. The double-barreled shotgun released a plume of black smoke, and the first assailant fell to the ground with a thud. The second man, though injured, was not mortally wounded. He rolled on the ground, transforming into a mottled fox, and swiftly escaped through the rear window. "Old Ma shoot," Neofan urged. The man referred to as Old Ma replied helplessly, "Tsk. Young master, this is a double-barreled shotgun, not an AK-47. I can only fire twice in succession." The man referred to Neo Fun as young master, indicating that he too was associated with the esteemed Pin Shong building. It was indeed surprising. They say the Pin Shong building has informants scattered across the globe, yet I never expected to encounter one in this remote mountain village. How perilous it was! Had I lingered even a moment longer, my brother, you would have fallen victim to their nefarious schemes. Old Ma, while speaking to me, approached the lifeless old man and the middle-aged man lying on the ground and delivered 2 kicks. Instantly, the 2 deceased figures transformed into 2 exploded-bellied yellow-haired foxes. A shiver ran down my spine, and I swallowed hard, turning to Neo Fon to inquire, "How did you catch up to me? I thought you despised climbing mountains." Neofan replied with a sense of pride, "What nonsense! Had I not come, you would have met your doom just now. To be honest, it was indeed a close call. Why had I been so oblivious?" I glanced at my 6 fingers, which were clearly oozing with black blood. Yet I had failed to notice it earlier. "My dear brother, it's not entirely your fault," Old Ma interjected. "You seldom venture into the mountains. So many lack experience. In our hunting circles, we have a saying, Look for fire when entering the mountains and for water when leaving. Why is that? Because such things can easily mislead you. You fixate on that flickering flame from afar, falling right into the fox's trap, and they ensnare you without you even realizing it. As Old Ma spoke earnestly, he drew a knife and plunged it deep into the neck of one of the foxes. Old Ma, Neophan exclaimed, TSK, TSK, such fine pelts. If you skin them, I could make a splendid pair of insoles. What are you fussing about? Old Ma chuckled and said, Young master, you don't comprehend. If this fox becomes a threat, and you do not sever its neck, its spirit will continue to linger, seeking to play tricks on you. Moreover, it has already been rendered useless. Look at how you are fretting. If you desire, I can procure some for you from my home. Neophan, with his lips pursed, let out a dry laugh and remarked, Nonsense. The foundation of our Pinzhang building has always been built upon such frugality. As the Zhuzi family precepts state, every thread and fiber should be cherished as hard-earned, and one must be wary of entanglements. He then unabashedly pointed at me and said to Old Ma, This gentleman is Brother Luo, a friend of mine. Old Ma, with a hearty gesture, greeted me, saying, Master Luo, I am a humble fellow named Masaike. I nearly burst into laughter, incredulous at such a name. Neophan was doubled over in amusement, wearing a look of schadenfreude. Masaike scratched his head, a sheepish expression on his face, and explained, I am of Mongolian descent. My birth name is Matu Wasi Mierki. The young master deemed it too lengthy and bestowed upon me a more memorable Han name. He suggested that since I bear the surname Masaike suits me well, claiming that it is an imposing name that even the mightiest of men would find daunting. Neophan was indeed a master of jest. However, observing their camaraderie, it was evident that Neophan held great trust in Old Ma. Regardless, Old Ma was quite an intriguing character. He had just saved my life. So I promptly bowed in gratitude. Old Ma waved his hand with a smile and said, My dear brother, you are being too formal. As a friend of our young master, such courtesy is unnecessary. Let us proceed, the young master said. You are venturing into the mountains to find a simpleton, correct? Then do not linger. If you delay, he may meet his demise. Demise? I am somewhat perplexed. Neophan grunted. Are you not aware? Demise refers to passing away, to death, to departing this world. As Old Ma walked, he prepared the gun with powder and shot, while Neophan and I followed closely behind. Hey, you didn't accompany me earlier because you intended to seek him out, right? You were concerned that I might uncover the methods of contact between you and the informants at Pinzhang building, so you deliberately diverted me. Am I correct? I inquired of Neophan. Neophan chuckled and replied, Why speak so bluntly? Since you have deduced it, I shall be forthright with you. The means of communication between Pinzhang building and the informants has always been a closely guarded secret. Apart from me and Toa Bo, no one else is privy to it. Although I am not well acquainted with Captain Sure, I respect him as a man of integrity, and I feel compelled to assist. However, if you are present, I cannot reach out to anyone. Yet, revealing Old Ma's whereabouts to you has already breached protocol. Nonetheless, for Captain Sure, I am willing to take this risk because I trust you. This fellow, Neophan, typically donned the guise of a cunning merchant, but in this moment, he revealed himself to be a man of discernment. In the treacherous arena of business, maintaining a warm heart is no small feat. Regardless of the circumstances, I owe him a substantial favor today, and I shall repay it in due time. Without further niceties, I lower my voice and asked, Is Old Ma capable of hunting and locating someone? It is not that I lack faith in Old Ma, but it has been nearly 3 hours since Sure made his last call, and we cannot afford any more delays. Neophan offered a faint smile and did not respond to me directly. Instead, he inquired Old Ma, Any leads? Old Ma, casually cleaning his gun, replied, 3 individuals ventured into the mountains, 2 in the front and 1 trailing behind. They are headed to the Fox Lord Temple. The person at the rear weighs approximately 90 kilograms. He is likely the one you seek. Old Ma, how do you know this? I asked, astonished, and pressed further. With a simple chuckle, Old Ma responded, Experience. It is evident from the footprints. Footprints? I can't see any, I exclaimed, scanning my surroundings. which were blanketed in a vast expanse of white snow, devoid of any visible traces. You cannot see them because they are covered. Old Ma explained. The mountain is windy, and with the snowfall last night, the footprints of the individuals in front have been concealed. Then how did you discern this? I inquired. Watch closely, Old Ma said, bending down and blowing forcefully onto a patch of snow. Immediately, snowflakes danced in the air, revealing a footprint beneath. I see now. I realized. The original snow had developed a thin layer of ice due to sunlight and wind. The newly fallen snow was light, resting atop the older layer, but could be easily separated with a strong gust. Indeed, every trade has its nuances, and my admiration for this old sage grew deeper. Do not look back. Something is following us. Old Ma suddenly whispered. Nio, Fun, and I were taken aback. It must be that fox that had escaped us. What should we do? I murmured anxiously. Old Ma said, it's a trivial matter. Do you see that oil pine ahead? Once we reach it, you two quickly duck behind the tree. Do you understand? Nio, Fun, and I nodded, though a trace of anxiety lingered in our hearts. Step by step, we approached the pine tree, my heartbeat steadily quickening. Just then, Old Ma let out a sudden growl. Nio, Fun, and I swiftly darted behind the tree, and, at that moment, the sound of gunfire echoed in our ears. In our shock, we turned around expecting to see a fox, but instead, we found a person lying motionless on the ground. This was a disaster. How could it be a person? Instinctively, I glanced at Old Ma, but his face revealed no hint of emotion. Neophan pointed at the fallen figure, his voice tinged with anger. Hey, Old Ma, what is going on with you? Chapter 73. Breaking out Old Ma's shot was swift and precise, and the man behind fell to the ground, motionless, appearing to be lifeless. Young master, do not approach. Old Ma maintained his usual calm demeanor, shouting as he fixed his gaze intently on the fallen figure. Neophan paused, taken aback, and turned to inquire, what is it? Old Ma remained silent, still holding his gun, nodding slightly towards the man on the ground. Neophan and I scrutinized the figure once more, only to realize that although he seemed inert, his legs were subtly drawing together, as if gathering strength to rise. The man is not dead. Neophan exhaled deeply, relieved, and hurried over to inspect the wound. As long as he is alive, this situation can be managed. I was about to caution him to be careful when, suddenly, the man on the ground straightened his legs, rising upright with an eerie, rigid smile on his face. His body curled into a shrimp-like posture, baring his teeth like a frenzied beast, and he lunged at Neophan with a scream. Bang, another crisp shot rang out as Old Ma, without hesitation, fired again. The man was sent sprawling from the tremendous force of a shotgun blast. Neophan and I were momentarily stunned. It became clear to us that this individual was far from ordinary. Indeed, to our astonishment, the man, whose chest had been riddled with 2 shotgun pellets, rose once more, howling in agony as he charged towards Neophan again. Neophan, be careful. I have discerned the underlying truth from the rigid physique and peculiar gait of this individual. It is evident that he is a marionette under control, a mere shell of a person long deceased. This time, perhaps due to prior preparation, Neophan remained remarkably composed, standing still with a disdainful smile gracing his lips. As the figure lunged toward him, Neophan unexpectedly sprang into the air, landing deftly behind the man. Almost instantaneously, he delivered a swift, low kick, and I heard the sickening crack of bone fracturing, causing the eerie body to sway and kneel upon the ground. I was momentarily stunned. I had never anticipated that this slender figure, Neophan, possessed such formidable martial prowess. From the sequence of his movements, it was evident they were steady, precise, and ruthless. I surmised that while he might not surpass Old Sure, he was certainly on par with Song Yin. Dog scoundrel, I was foolishly worried for your well-being, only to find you are merely a cadaver. Neophan muttered, grasping the collar of the kneeling figure. Excellent technique, I exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Upon hearing my praise, Neophan shrugged nonchalantly, displaying a hint of bravado. Just average, 3rd in the world. Old Ma showed no regard for his young master's bravado. Slinging his hunting rifle over his shoulder, he drew a dagger from between his calves and coldly instructed, Young master, refrain from boasting and close your eyes. Taken aback and uncertain of his intent, I watched as old Ma swiftly approached the kneeling corpse and, without hesitation, plunged the dagger into its abdomen. In a manner that seemed almost casual, I observed old Ma extracting a small, furry creature no larger than a palm from the blood-soaked belly of the corpse. Upon the knife's edge, a pair of dark green eyes glimmered, emitting a chilling wail that was truly terrifying. A fox! Both Nyo Fun and I exclaimed in unison. Indeed, it was merely a small creature. Old Ma spat contemptuously, brandishing his dagger to swiftly slash at the little fox's neck, and the bloodied creature lay motionless. Nyo Fun and I stared in astonishment, utterly incredulous that such a small fox had been concealed within this man's belly. How could it have entered there? How did it exert such control over him? The answers eluded us. However, upon inspecting the corpse, we noticed the stomach was hollow, clearly having been emptied by the fox from within. What close call! Well done. Neophan patted old Ma on the shoulder and then turned to me, inquiring, Brother Luo, can you ascertain how long this man has been dead? I approached to examine the deceased, noting his outdoor climbing attire, the bloodied puncture on his neck, and his pallid complexion, indicative of death from excessive blood loss. Though it was winter, his limbs were swollen, and purple blisters oozed from his mouth and nostrils. He had been dead for at least a day. My heart grew increasingly uneasy. Considering the timeline, this man had entered the mountains around the same time as Old Sure. How could he have met such a perplexing demise here? Was there a connection between him and Old Sure's case? Had he fallen victim to foul play? And what of Old Sure? Old Ma, we must hasten. I dread the thought of encountering Old Sure in such a state. I urged anxiously. Ma nodded in agreement, yet remained motionless, his gaze fixated on the lifeless figure before us. What troubles you? I inquired. Old Ma bent down and used a knife to cut open the collar of the deceased, revealing an unexpected tattoo inside. Upon closer inspection, it depicted a sinister-looking puppet. Young master, take a look at this. Old Ma exclaimed in Neophan. Neophan glanced at it, furrowing his brow and muttering to himself, Gonger, Society. Gongye Society? What is that? The name sounds unfamiliar. I couldn't help but interject. Neophan mischievously blinked and chuckled. Brother Luo, you must adhere to the rules. The information at our Pinshang building comes at a price. 30,000. Remember that, and I'll pay you when we return. Hurry up and speak. Don't keep me in suspense. Neophan gave a thumbs up, saying, Brother Luo is indeed straightforward. Actually, I've only heard about this Gonger Society. It is said, Boss Nyo, Great Sage Nyo, could you do me a favor and investigate the details of this Gonger Society? I sense that these people are quite formidable. TSK. Neophan clicked his tongue and sighed. I truly respect Brother Luo's kind-heartedness, but in this age of commerce, everything requires money. Name your price. 50,000? 100,000? I scoffed. 100,000? That's merely travel expenses. Neophan snorted. This is a significant matter. I need to start from the beginning, which will require considerable effort, manpower, and resources, tenfold at the very least. Brother Luo, speaking as a brother with your limited means, perhaps it's best to remain uninvolved. Money. Are you obsessed with wealth? I suspect your father's surname is Ma, and your mother's is Ni. Your mind is consumed with money. I could not help but exclaim, consider this. If these individuals are indeed wicked, how many lives could they ruin? Hey, you there, Mr. Luo, while you may permit insults directed at me, I will not stand for insults towards money, nor towards my parents. Do you consider yourself so noble? I did not accompany you on this journey to the mountain out of mere whim. Were it not for the sake of Sangyin, I would. As we glared at each other in mutual fury, the old horse, who had been scouting ahead, returned with a look of resignation. Gentlemen, I implore you to cease your bickering. We find ourselves in a predicament. The tracks ahead have vanished. Chapter 74. The Willow immortal upon hearing this. Both Nyo Fun and I momentarily set aside our quarrel and hurriedly inquired, how could it be gone? Old Ma, aren't you able to read the snow traces? Ma Sake wore a distressed expression and helplessly replied, just follow me ahead and you'll understand the situation. We quickly jogged a few steps after Ma Sake and proceeded another 200 to 300 meters, only to find ourselves utterly dumbfounded. The snowy ground before us was densely covered with round, four-toed footprints, compressing the thick blanket of snow into a solid crust. There was not a single trace of human footprints or even a stray blade of grass to be seen. This group of cunning foxes has turned the tables on us, Old Ma exclaimed as he loaded his firearm. Just look at these fresh tracks. By the looks of it, at least 100 foxes must have roamed here not long ago, deliberately severing our trail. Damn it, he continued. They say foxes are the most cunning of creatures. And it seems to be true. In hindsight, that little fox controlling the corpse was merely a ploy to delay us. Old Ma, is there no other way? I asked anxiously. Neophan also gazed at Ma's sake with eager anticipation, causing Old Ma to feel somewhat embarrassed. I say, young master, please don't look at me like that. With the tracks gone, I'm at a loss. If you wish to punish me, then so be it. Previously, Neophan had made a solemn promise in front of me, but with the trail now severed, he found himself in an awkward position. He turned to Old Ma and questioned, Ma's sake, where's your trained hawk? Can't you have it circle overhead to ascertain our position? Ma's sake let out a huff and replied, Young master, have you forgotten? A trained falcon consumes hundreds of thousands of pieces of beef heart each year. Didn't you mention the need to cut expenses? The falcon should have been sold long ago. Sold? Neophan replied skeptically. Was that my command? And what about the money from the sale of the falcon? Didn't you use the proceeds to purchase a second-hand BMW X5? I have no recollection of that. Where's this second-hand BMW X5? Young master, have you truly forgotten, or are you pretending? You gave the car to the widow Lu Ernio in Chengwan village. That day, the village chief cornered you with a group of people, nearly leading to your public humiliation. You exchanged wealth for safety. Silence. Neophan's face flushed crimson as he shot a fierce glare at Lao Ma, clearly recalling the incident. What nonsense are you spouting? I was merely assisting with poverty alleviation. It had nothing to do with any widow. Ma sake scoffed, muttering under his breath, poverty alleviation? Why didn't you offer help to the lonely old lady Zheng in front of Lu's courtyard? Instead you, Ma Saike. Neophan's face burned with embarrassment, and he shot me a dark look. After all these years, why haven't you made any progress? Why bring up irrelevant matters? Focus on finding a solution to locate the person. To my surprise, I hadn't anticipated that this fellow would take such an interest, and it seems he has quite the heroic tale to tell. This is something I shall remember for a lifetime. I was just lamenting not having any leverage against him. Lao Ma sighed, I truly have no idea. There are over a dozen hills and 2 to 3 dozen caves nearby. Unless we had a hunting dog familiar with the terrain. A hunting dog? Do you require me to procure a drone for you? Neophan expressed his dissatisfaction. Lao Ma shrugged, falling silent. However, Old Ma awakened my awareness, for when it comes to familiarity with these vast mountains and dense forests, undoubtedly the creatures inhabiting this region possess the most knowledge. Haishutan village lies merely a few dozen miles away. It is quite possible that Xiao Bai is aware of the circumstances here. It seems I must give it a try. I glanced at Neophan and Old Ma and inquired, Do you have any offerings to present? Neophan rummaged through his pockets and asked, Would chewing gum and cigars suffice? I shot him a disapproving look. At this season, hedgehogs are hibernating, and if the offerings lack allure, Xiao Bai may not be inclined to arrive. Fortunately, Old Ma chimed in, I have plenty. How about some beef jerky, smoked chicken, or cured sausages? If those won't do, I also have chicken feet, beef jerky, spicy peanuts, and some local liquor. As he spoke, he astonishingly produced package after package from his clothing. I was left astonished. This fellow seemed to carry a small convenience store with him. Old Ma chuckled. You don't understand. When venturing out, especially into the mountains, one must bring ample provisions. Neophan scoffed, so all the funding I provided has been squandered on your gluttony. No wonder that eagle appeared so emaciated. I could not afford to linger and banter with the two. I quickly lit incense for the offerings and then took out yellow paper to burn. Just as I was about to present the 8-petal Ganoderma to summon Xiao Bai's name, unexpectedly, the incense suddenly straightened, and the curling smoke ascended like clouds. Achoo! How fragrant! It's quite difficult to sleep now. Suddenly, a languid male voice emanated from beneath the earth. The three of us froze, and I thought to myself, oh no, I've summoned the wrong entity. My grandmother once remarked that while summoning a celestial being may come easily, Sending them away is fraught with difficulty, should one lack rapport. The summoned malevolence can prove to be most troublesome. With this thought in mind, I hastily resolved to extinguish the incense. Do not move. A voice rang out with a sharp reprimand, cold and resolute. What? You think you can lure out my gluttony and then flee? Not a chance. Indeed, the tone suggested a particularly vexatious individual. Neo Fun and Old Ma, having never encountered such a situation, exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide in astonishment. Reluctantly, I attempted to placate the spirit, saying I was unaware that a celestial being was resting here. We shall take our leave immediately. Please do return to your slumber. Having uttered these words, I gestured for Old Ma to gather our belongings so we could depart. Humph! Such audacity from a mere youth, treating me with such disregard. Who taught you such skills that you possess not even a modicum of decorum? With a sigh, I felt compelled to pay my respects. May I inquire your esteemed name? O celestial being? I humbly apologize for the intrusion. Well, that is more like it. I am the esteemed Lu Xian, the foremost of the 7 palaces of the heavenly court atop the great Phoenix Mountain, known as Little Han Chi Yi. I am quite a notable figure within a 100-mile radius. Upon hearing this, I felt a mix of amusement and irritation. So, it turned out to be merely a minor serpent, proclaiming himself as the esteemed Han Chi Yi, while I, in truth, am the illustrious Longzi, Lord Luo. Lu Xian ranks 4th among the spirits of the fox, yellow, white, and gray. One who dwells near water easily becomes a dragon, and one who resides near mountains often transforms into a python, typically requiring several hundred years to cultivate their abilities. Now that I recognized him as Lu Xian, my fear dissipated. Hey, I say, esteemed great Python Lord, why not return to your comfortable abode? I have no time to entertain you. Old Ma, gather our things. Upon hearing my intention to withdraw the incense offerings, the voice grew urgent. What audacity! Such disrespect towards me. Beware, for I may conjure winds and clouds, burying you 3 in snow upon this mountain. I scoffed coldly and replied, Then please by all means proceed. We 3 shall take this opportunity to admire the snowy landscape. You are exceedingly insolent. I chuckled in amusement. What is this? The great Python immortal will not punish me after all. Hey, young man, at least show me some respect. After all, I'm a celestial being. Why should I show you any deference? This exquisite braised beef requires a reason for you to indulge. As I spoke, I lifted the beef and took a hearty bite. Wait, don't take it away. I have my reasons. Are you all searching for someone in the mountains? Upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, You know where they are? Of course. Noticing my interest, the voice became noticeably smug. What? No longer in a hurry to collect your offerings? Truly, a seeker's hands are short. I shall not collect. Just tell me where the person is, and I will gladly offer you an entire cow. Ha, how intriguing. Well, let me ponder that. I could not contain my fury and retorted, You have 5 seconds. If you do not speak, I shall employ my 10 directions binding technique to extract you. At that point, do not say a cow. In this winter snow, I could turn you into a popsicle. You're quite bold. The voice, both enraged and helpless, responded. Very well, I shall tell you, but you must leave the offerings behind. Agreed, I promise, I exclaimed without hesitation. As one traverses the ridge of the mountain, one might encounter a cavern where over 100 foxes are poised to feast. Take heed, do not utter my name, for I wish to prolong my existence for a while longer. Upon hearing this, the 3 of us were disinclined to further engage with this boastful individual and hastily departed. Hey, Luo, you have offended me today. While I have utilized your incense, I, young Master Han, never forget a slight. Be wary of me. As we ran, I could hear this braggart threatening me from behind. Damn it, if only time permitted, I would surely confront him and give him a thorough beating. We ascended the ridge with great urgency, peering towards the cliff when suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Old Ma exclaimed, That's the sound of a Type 92 pistol. A surge of warmth filled my heart. At last, we had caught up. As long as the gunfire echoed, it signified that Old Sure was still alive. Chapter 75. Corpse language. Rescuing a life is akin to extinguishing a fire. Amidst such desolation and wilderness, one cannot ascertain whether Old Sure has sustained any injuries. Hurry, let us proceed, I exclaimed fervently. Wait a moment, Master Luo. Mosaic abruptly seized my arm, retrieving from his pocket an object the size of a quail egg. It appeared rather unkempt, emanating an exceptionally peculiar odor. What delicacy could this possibly be? Your pockets seem to house an abundance of treasures, akin to a personal vault. Neo Fun, smacking his lips, reached out to snatch it away. However, Old Ma chuckled and said, My apologies, young master, but this is not for consumption. As he spoke, he produced a lighter and ignited each quail egg one by one, causing an exceedingly repugnant stench to waft through the air. Old Ma, what exactly is this? It reeks like excrement. Neo Fun, now holding his nose in disgust, inquired. Mosaic nodded in affirmation, stating, You guessed correctly, young master. This is indeed feces. Are you daft? Why would one roast excrement? Neofun's face turned a ghastly shade of green upon realizing that he had nearly attempted to consume it. Mosaic, grinning sheepishly, replied, I did warn you not to eat it. It was you who insisted on taking it. Hee, this is lynx feces. In this region, there are neither tigers nor wolves. Only lynxes, the natural enemies of foxes. Typically, when foxes catch a whiff of this odor, they retreat with great haste. As you witnessed earlier, those foxes were quite ferocious. We ought to consider this a precautionary measure. After Lao Ma finished speaking, he paid no heed to the expressions of disdain from Neo, Fan, and me, stuffing the roasted, medium-rare lynx feces into our pockets before leading the way into the underbrush, heading straight for the cliff beyond the forest. The thought of having warm excrement in my pocket felt rather uncomfortable, especially since the odor was quite pungent. However, Lao Ma was an experienced hunter. If he claimed it was effective, it surely must be. The snow-covered ground in the dense forest was marked by chaotic footprints and the rustling sounds around us, along with fleeting shadows, unmistakably indicated that foxes were lurking and observing us. Neo Fun, glancing around with a grin, remarked, Lao Ma, I never expected your trick to be so effective. These little beasts truly dare not show themselves. Masai Ku, somewhat pleased, patted his chest and declared, Naturally, our Ma family has always been the finest hunters. You are well aware of my father's prowess. Indeed, what a pity, Neo Fun murmured to himself, and the two fell silent. From their conversation, it seemed that Ma Sai Ku and Neo Fun were quite familiar with each other and harbored some untold stories. As we approached the base of the stone cliff, the commotion around us intensified, with shadowy figures of a grayish-yellow hue darting about, their venomous gazes sending shivers down my spine. At that moment, Ma Sai Ku had already wiped the innocent smile from his face. He walked with his head held high, cupping his hands to his mouth, and shouted towards the heavens, Wu lei woo lei woo woo. His voice was deep and resonant, echoing throughout the mountains and forests. Neo Fun, noticing my confusion, whispered, This is a unique rallying cry of the Ma family during their encirclement, signifying that there are numerous foxes around here, urging everyone to gather. I understood. Despite Old Ma's seemingly simple and straightforward demeanor, he was actually quite astute in strategy. He was merely employing a tactic of intimidation, making those foxes believe that hunters lurked nearby. Sure enough, after a few loud calls from Old Ma, the camouflaged yellow-haired foxes scattered in fright, as if startled. We must hasten, for while this ruse may deter the younger foxes, the older ones will soon realize the deception. Old Ma shouted at Neo, Fun, and me, urging us to accelerate towards the base of the cliff. The three of us sprinted forth, the wind rushing past our ears. Although it was the depths of winter, I felt a warmth enveloping me, almost wishing to shed my heavy cotton garment. At last, when I was nearly out of breath, we arrived at the foot of the precipice. Before us loomed a sheer cliff, over 10 meters high, with a dark cave entrance as tall as a person, where 7 or 8 plump red-haired foxes crouched, baring their teeth and glaring at us. Do not look into their eyes, Old Ma cautioned us, raising his double-barreled gun high. If you wish to avoid death, leave at once. Old Ma, unusually tense, furrowed his brow and bellowed with a harsh tone. The foxes trembled at his roar, but did not retreat. Instead, they emitted a series of strange, high-pitched squeaks. This sound resembled nails scraping against glass, grating and, more alarmingly, inducing a sense of dread. Truly, they were courting their own demise, daring to provoke us further. Old Ma let out a cold snort, not even taking aim before pulling the trigger. With a resounding gunshot, two foxes let out a wail as they were knocked against the stone wall by the tremendous force of the buckshot, blood splattering everywhere. The remaining foxes, sensing danger, turned and leaped down the stone steps, fleeing in haste. At this moment, Old Ma was consumed by a murderous rage, his bloodshot eyes glaring as he fired again, turning the two lagging foxes into a mangled mess. Witnessing Old Ma's chilling smirk sent a shiver down my spine. What has transformed this old man into a ruthless killer of foxes? I whispered to Neofun. Neofun sighed and replied softly, "Some matters cannot be explained in haste. I will tell you when the time is right. Let us proceed into the cave to find our companions." Old Ma took a few steps forward, still composed and efficient, swiftly skinning the dead foxes with precision. "Young master, you go ahead into the cave to search for people. I will remain here. There may yet be another bloody battle." I underestimated this rabble. We are short on buckshot. Old Ma wiped the bloody knife on his coat and sat down at the entrance, his expression cold as he began to load gunpowder and shot into his firearm once more. Neofun and I ventured into the cave, illuminating our path with the faint glow of my phone as we slowly advanced. After progressing about 10 meters, we stumbled upon 4 or 5 fox carcasses on the ground. Just as I was about to call out for sure gang, a tall figure suddenly emerged from behind a stone pillar, a cold, steely gun pressed against my head. "Old Sure, it's me," I hurriedly shouted aloud, simultaneously raising my flashlight, only to behold the bloodied visage of Sure gang. "Hehe, Masturbu. I knew you would find me." Lao Sure quivered with a smile, his body swaying precariously before collapsing backward. "Hey, Lao Sure." Neofun and I rushed forward to support him, only to discover that Sure Gang's body was riddled with countless bite and claw marks, and a horrifying knife wound lay beneath his ribcage, his garments soaked in blood. He had clearly lost a significant amount of vitality. "Do not mind me, Master Boo. You must check behind me to see if that person is still alive. He is a crucial figure in the Guaying case and cannot afford to perish." Sure Gang strained to hold himself upright, gesturing towards the back. I swept my flashlight across the area and realized, to my astonishment, that another figure lay behind the stone pillar, dressed similarly to the corpse previously controlled by the fox outside. I hurriedly approached and felt for the pulse on this individual's artery. There was not a trace of movement. Upon probing their chest, I found it had long since turned cold. "What is it?" Lao Sure inquired anxiously, enduring his pain. I shook my head, resigned, and replied, "They have already succumbed, but do not fret. Let's focus on our escape." Upon hearing this, Lao Sure appeared lost, his fist crashing against the stone wall in frustration. As I turned to assist Lao Sure out of the cave alongside Neofun, I was taken aback when the corpse on the ground suddenly extended a frigid hand and grasped my wrist tightly. "Do not leave, I fear. I do not wish to be buried in this deep mountain." My heart raced in shock. It was the voice of the dead. Chapter 76. The Corpse of Fire. Suddenly, the corpse on the ground grasped my attention and distinctly uttered a phrase, sending chills down my spine. I could feel a cold sweat breaking out along my back. Neofun, utterly terrified, instinctively sprang into action, hoisting the tall figure of Old Sure onto his shoulder. Propelled by sheer panic, he dashed forward, but after taking just a couple of steps, he abruptly halted and shouted back, "You foolish carrot, why aren't you running? This is a resurrection." Even at this moment, he still remembered me. I must admit, while Neofun is worldly wise, he indeed possesses a commendable sense of loyalty. "Hold on, wait a moment, it's not a resurrection. This is the language of the dead." "The language of the dead?" "Indeed." As I pried the lifeless fingers from my wrist, I recalled my grandmother's words. If a person dies slowly, tormented by fear and despair, their mind may cling to a singular thought, which, even after death, continues to echo. "Old Sure, how long has this person been with you? Have you been safeguarding him all along?" Old Sure, weary, replied, "It's a long story, but I'll keep it brief. This individual is linked to the case of the ghostly infant. After I followed them into the mountains, Somehow they provoked the foxes residing there and were besieged by a pack. Originally, there was another person who, in a daze during the scuffle, vanished. I nearly expended all the bullets I had, yet I managed to keep this individual alive. Initially, I intended to use him as a breakthrough to investigate the case of the deceased infants. Who would have thought? Alas, it was evident that before his demise, he clung to Lao Shi as a lifeline, so much so that even in death, he yearned for his companionship. This implies that his spirit had not yet departed. Given this, why should I not employ his corpse's voice to elucidate the mystery surrounding the dead infants? I said to Master Luo, how ironic it is that the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch. Why are you babbling to a corpse? It is rather unsettling to behold. Neophan gently laid Lao Shi down, panting heavily. I remained silent, directly lifting the deceased's hand, and with a small knife, I made an incision on the middle finger, extracting a substantial drop of blood to mark the spirit recall talisman. Restless souls, hasten back. I silently recited the incantation for spirit recall, swiftly igniting the talisman and circling it thrice above the deceased's forehead. Gradually, I observed the lifeless body begin to rise. What the? Neophan exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the corpse. Luo too, what are you doing? I replied, assisting Lao Shi in solving the case. Lao Shi furrowed his brow. Nodding earnestly, Master Bu, it's up to you. I proceeded without uttering a word, completing the necessary rituals, then struck the top of the deceased's head with F. After a brief pause, a series of gurgling sounds emanated from the deceased's abdominal cavity. Subsequently, the stiff mouth gradually opened, and in a hoarse voice, it uttered, I do not wish to perish in the depths of the mountains. Please take me away. I implore you. Indeed, as I had surmised, his lingering consciousness remained tethered to the moment before his death when Old Shi had protected him. I commanded sharply, speak. Who are you? What brings you to the mountains? What is the truth behind the dead infants? Once more, a silence enveloped us, and after a while, the corpse spoke again in a dazed manner. My name is Wang Lang. I came to the mountains to pay homage to the Holy Mother. The dead infants are her most cherished. We were all taken aback, and Old Shi exclaimed with fervor, quickly, tell us, who is the Holy Mother? The Holy Mother is simply the Holy Mother, the one who bestows good fortune. The corpse replied ominously. It was evident that this individual had not been of sound mind in life. Within his subconscious, this so-called Holy Mother represented a divine entity. Probing further would likely yield no clarity regarding the identity of this Holy Mother. Then tell me, who sent you to collect the dead infants? I directly posed the most straightforward inquiry. Old Shi's eyes widened in anticipation, his ears perked, for this was of utmost importance and could potentially uproot the nefarious forces lurking behind. The one who commanded us to pay tribute to the Holy Mother is Zhang Wei. The corpse halted abruptly at this juncture. Its pale visage contorted grotesquely, and its body began to convulse violently, the fabric of its clothing tearing apart under the strain of its spasming muscles. What? What is happening? With a startled exclamation, Neophan yanked Old Shi, and they leaped several meters away like startled monkeys. At this critical moment, everything fell apart. I, too, felt a surge of annoyance and astonishment. What was happening? My grandmother had not mentioned any peculiarities when teaching me the soul retrieval incantation. As he neared a vital clue, Old Shi, filled with reluctance, bellowed, quickly tell me, who is this Zhang Wei? Speak up. No sooner had Old Shi's words faded than, with a resounding bang, the corpse's skin began to swell like a balloon, and a fist-sized mass of flesh swam within. No time for questions. We must retreat. I shouted to the two of them. At that moment, I noticed the eerie infant tattoo beneath the corpse's neck suddenly turning a deep crimson, spreading like a river of fire across the skin. Following that, the writhing entity within the flesh emerged along the path of the tattoo, revealing a fiery shadow of an infant. In an instant, the entire corpse was engulfed in flames. The stench was unbearable as the fire blazed fiercely. As the three of us fled, I glanced back to see the corpse reduced to ashes almost instantaneously, while the fiery infant, now severed from its corporeal form, vanished into thin air. This was truly sinister. This so-called offering child could not be of benevolent nature. We hurried to the cave's entrance, finally escaping the acrid odor of charred human skin and fat. Brother Luo, what was that fiery child just now? Neo Fun, still shaken, gasped. I shook my head and glanced at the weakened old Sure, saying, I cannot elucidate it, but we have no time for contemplation. Let's exit the mountains first. For the time being, we cannot leave. The old man, stationed at the cave's entrance, gazed intently into the forest ahead and suddenly spoke in a low voice. Both Neo Fun and I were taken aback and simultaneously inquired, why can't we leave? The old man, with a fierce glint in his eyes, vigorously rubbed the barrel of his double-barreled shotgun and motioned forward with his chin, grumbling, look, the hard-nosed ones have arrived. Following the old man's gesture, our eyes scanned the surroundings, and we observed the forest on three sides of the cliff trembling vigorously, the underbrush rustling ominously as if a formidable foe was approaching. Since they have come, let them show themselves. Cowering in fear, they are nothing but the likes of wild foxes, unworthy of the stage. The old man bellowed, raising his weapon in fury. Ha! Youngster, your petty tricks may fool the children, but they cannot deceive me. I am certain that the Ma family will never produce a proper hunter again. No sooner had the old man finished speaking than an elegantly dressed elder emerged from behind a large oil pine. This man had a sharp, simian face with dark, brooding eyes, and wore an expression that was a curious blend of a smile and a sneer. Simultaneously, the surrounding woods and thickets erupted with a series of low, guttural sounds, and in an instant, over 100 slender figures darted forth, surging towards us like a flood. It was a pack of foxes, at least 300 to 500 of them, both large and small. These creatures were shoulder to shoulder, densely packed, all hunched over with their heads slightly raised, exposing their sharp teeth, which ground together with a menacing sound, presenting an unmistakable scene of impending carnage. Chapter 77. The old horse wizard what? What should we do? I was covered in goosebumps, and it felt as if they were falling off me. To say that 1 or 2 foxes are not frightening would be a lie, but the sheer multitude of those little heads, no fewer than 300, if not 500, was truly unsettling. No matter, it will only delay us for a while. The old horse did not turn around as he spoke, yet his gaze remained fixed on the old man across from him. By my intuition, this old fellow was certainly not human, yet I could not discern any flaws in his guise, which undoubtedly indicated his profound mastery. Are you from the Ma family? The old man inquired with a sidelong glance and a grunt. Indeed, replied the old horse, his expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, the old man's interest visibly piqued, and he continued to ask, Oh, so you truly are from the Ma family. What relation do you have to Ma Durong? He is my father. I observed the old horse speak coldly while subtly retrieving a small paper package from his waist, pouring its contents into the barrel of his gun. The old man's eyes gleamed with malice upon hearing this, and he sneered, I never imagined that the old rascal Ma Durong had any descendants. But no matter. After today, there will be none left. The old horse chuckled, is that so? In that case, it will be best to settle both new and old scores together. Without further ado, the old horse suddenly raised his gun and fired 2 shots into the throng of foxes. Neo Fun, Sure Gang, and I were momentarily stunned. After all, with only 2 shots from a double barrel, such a hasty act left us without our final means of defense. Indeed, a mournful cry echoed among the foxes, and only 2 crimson-haired foxes fell lifeless to the ground while the others swiftly evaded the attack. The old man, as if foreseeing the impending danger, effortlessly leaped to a neighboring tree. Your marksmanship pales in comparison to your father's. He scoffed derisively. The old horse, with a calm demeanor, replied, Is that so? I beg to differ. No sooner had the last word left his lips than a multitude of foxes suddenly collapsed, frothing at the mouth and convulsing in their final throes. The old man's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed furiously, You. And what of me? The old horse retorted with disdain. I merely added a touch of toxic arrowwood powder to my ammunition, along with a bit of... The old man's teeth clenched as he seethed. You are more treacherous than your father. I shall take your life. The old horse chuckled. Do not be hasty. I have yet to finish. I also incorporated some realgar powder. Just look at your own body. As he spoke, a faint blue light enveloped the old man, and in an instant he dissipated, transforming into a tattered garment concealing an aged fox. This aged fox, indeed, showed signs of great age. Its once golden fur had turned mottled with gray, and it bore several unsightly scars. It was evident that the old horse had unveiled the old fox's true form through the use of realgar powder. The old fox, in a fit of rage, let out a piercing shriek, prompting the surrounding foxes to surge forward like a tidal wave. The chilling sound of grinding teeth pierced the air, and the pungent stench of fox musk filled the nostrils. "Let us retreat to the burrow and devise a plan," bellowed Nyo Fun. "I share the same sentiment. The current circumstances are decidedly unfavorable for us. These cunning foxes could easily reduce us to mere fragments. Although the cave is cold and damp, with a few individuals guarding the narrow passage, we at least possess a semblance of hope." Yet the old horse remains immobile, coldly declaring, "Young master, there is no need. Today, I shall confront it with my life." Before Nyo Fun could react, the old horse surged forward, leaping down the stone steps. He forcefully pressed the muzzle of his double-barreled shotgun against his forehead and drew a deep gash, blood pouring forth in abundance. "Old horse, come back." Nyo Fun's complexion shifted dramatically. With a furious exclamation, he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to intervene. The old horse glanced back, saying, "Young master, do not approach. You must understand, I have waited far too long for this day." As he spoke, he wiped a smear of blood across his forehead with his left index finger, swiftly sketching a peculiar symbol on the stone slab. Then, disheveling his hair, he began muttering incantations while stamping his feet vigorously. "Old master, what is he doing?" Lauscher inquired in a hushed tone. I shook my head. My experiences are, after all, rather limited. However, from the old horse's actions and demeanor, it appeared reminiscent of a sorcerer invoking a spirit. "He is risking his life." Nyo Fun clenched his fists tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air, and with a heavy sigh, he remarked, "Brother Luo, you must have heard of offering blood to the demons?" "Offering blood to the demons?" I was taken aback. Could it be that the old horse is not merely a hunter, but also a sorcerer? The old horse's voice grew louder, his movements increasingly frenzied, and the very ground beneath us began to tremble violently. Suddenly, a series of muffled thuds erupted from beneath the ground as dozens of writhing vines sprang forth. These vines were all of a somber gray-black hue, adorned with countless rootlets, fiercely poised to shield the old horse, their bodies undulating like serpents probing the surrounding pack of foxes. Upon witnessing these fearsome roots, the foxes came to an abrupt halt, gathering in clusters of 3 or 5, their fur bristling in alarm, and their pairs of eyes gleamed with a sinister green light, locking in a tense standoff with the vines. The ground-bound roots rustled ominously, while the foxes emitted sharp, chattering sounds, both sides caught in an electrifying stalemate that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. We felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if countless currents of electricity were pulsating sharply in our heads, our hearts ensnared as if by ropes, rendering us speechless and breathless. I recognized that this was a contest of prowess between the ground-dwelling vines and the fox pack, and it seemed this conflict would stretch on interminably. Just as the standoff persisted, the old fox sauntered forth. Alas, I had forgotten about this wily creature. At this moment of deadlock, the side that first broke the stalemate and launched an attack would hold the greater advantage. "Old horse, be cautious," I shouted, clutching my throbbing head in agony. The old horse stood motionless amidst the encroaching vines. Could it be that he was already spent? The old fox twisted its face, cunningly darting its eyes, advancing in a graceful arc before suddenly accelerating and leaping into the most vulnerable corner of the vine-nest defenses. One of the demonic vines lashed out violently, attempting to ensnare the old fox. Yet the old fox did not flinch. With a swift strike of its paw, it severed the vine in two. Meanwhile, the creature's forelimbs had already settled upon the old horse's neck, its jagged, serrated maw poised to sink its teeth into the horse's throat. A collective gasp escaped us, our hearts sinking with trepidation. Yet, at that moment, the seemingly motionless old horse suddenly raised its left arm and, with a fierce motion, clenched its fist. From the depths of its sleeve, a short arrow shot forth, striking the old fox squarely in its foreleg. After releasing that arrow, the old horse appeared to have expended all its energy and collapsed onto the ground. The old fox, yelping in pain, also fell to the earth. Two creeping vines seized the opportunity to ensnare their prey, but being the cunning creature that it was, the old fox executed a remarkable leap, evading the encirclement, and, bleeding profusely, darted into the forest. As the saying goes, a handsome retreat leads to an army's defeat. With the old fox's withdrawal, the fox horde was thrown into disarray, abandoning their standoff with the creeping vines and scattering in panic. Those few foxes who lagged behind were swiftly ensnared by the repulsive tendrils, which exuded a foul, viscous liquid. And in mere moments, a living fox was reduced to nothing more than a pile of shattered bones. We watched in horror, realizing that the creeping vines were no benign entities. "Brother Luo, you should hasten your departure. I shall return shortly," Neophan shouted, leaping down from the stone steps and desperately making his way towards the old horse. Chapter 78. The Capture of Lao Shur Neophan. I shouted fervently. Neophan turned back and yelled, "Don't worry about me, just run. Trust me, I want to die." At that moment, I found myself in a precarious position. Lao Ma was in imminent danger, and the wiry Neophan recklessly charged forward. To complicate matters, the lurking enemy's vines, drawn by our scent, began to slither towards us. Glancing at Lao Shur, whose wound was bleeding anew, I gritted my teeth and resolutely hoisted him onto my back, sprinting along the stone wall. Initially, two of the vines lunged toward me, but midway, for reasons unknown, they seemed startled and redirected their pursuit towards Neophan. Seizing the opportunity, I dashed forward with wild abandon. Fear is a peculiar phenomenon. It can render one weak and immobile, yet can also ignite one's nerves, driving them relentlessly onward. Carrying the robust Lao Shur, I sprinted madly for over 20 minutes until I finally descended the first ridge. Turning to glance back into the depths of the forest, I noted an unsettling stillness. My spirits began to wane as I muttered to myself, "Neophan, you must not come to harm. Ui, let me down, I can walk." Lao Shur struggled. "Nonsense," I retorted. "Your wound is still bleeding. If you move any further, you'll surely bleed to death." "If I must bleed to death, so be it. This case is so suffocating, I might as well die alongside you." I was taken aback, realizing that Lao Shur was still unaware of my current predicament. "Cease your foolishness. It sounds as if you were lamenting the loss of a lover. Allow me to share some good news. I'm not departing this world anytime soon." "Really?" Upon hearing this, old Shur exclaimed in excitement, nearly deafening me with his fervor. As I walked alongside him, I inquired, "I shall elaborate on the details later. For now, please tell me how the investigation led to this remote mountain area. Truly, it seems we have lost both the lady and the soldiers." At the mere mention of this matter, old Shur lamented with frustration. "Do you recall the night I mentioned yet another case involving a ghostly infant?" I reflected briefly and remembered it was the very night I was diagnosed with a terminal illness, when old Shur had brought it up, albeit hesitantly, as he initially intended for me to witness it. Old Shur recounted. That evening, a report was received regarding a homicide in the Nanhua community, where a girl had ingested 7 to 8 kilograms of glass shards in an act of suicide. Ordinarily, such a case would be handled by the local police as a straightforward suicide. However, upon examining the details, I inexplicably connected it to several earlier cases of deceased infants. Subsequently, I made a special visit to the coroner's office, and indeed, following the forensic examination, it was determined that the deceased had undergone an abortion procedure 2 weeks prior to her death. With the victim's personal information in hand, I investigated several major hospitals, but found no related medical records. This case bears striking similarities to that of your third sister, leading me to suspect the involvement of a particular group. During my inquiry into the cause of death, the deceased's housemates reported that they had found her locked inside the public restroom early that morning, and despite waiting for quite some time, she did not emerge. The individuals outside, filled with impatience and frustration, forcefully kicked open the door, only to discover the lifeless body of a person slumped in the corner, clutching a handful of glass shards. The forensic examination revealed that while the deceased's oral cavity and esophagus were intact, a perforation in the stomach had allowed the jagged glass to penetrate the abdomen, severing the intestines and uterus. The true cause of death was internal bleeding. At that moment, I found the circumstances of the death exceedingly peculiar. It was difficult to fathom the level of courage it would take for someone to ingest such a substantial quantity of glass. Hence, I wish for you to visit the scene, but given your own precarious condition at the time, I reluctantly undertook the investigation myself. Fortune favors the diligent, and as I delved into the social circle of the deceased, I uncovered that she was a hostess at a 4-star hotel. A companion vaguely recalled that the deceased had previously confided that her surgery had been performed at a secluded community clinic. Following this lead, I sought out the clinic that night, only to find that 2 individuals were just leaving. Initially, I intended to interrogate them directly. However, their attire and the items they carried piqued my curiosity. Their vehicle bore no license plates. They were clad in outdoor climbing gear, and each was cradling a foam box, typically used for transporting chilled seafood. I sensed something amiss and, after turning off my phone, followed their vehicle out of the urban area. To my astonishment, they proceeded all the way to Phoenix Mountain. As you're already aware, the subsequent events unfolded with these 2 individuals entering the mountains, locating a small temple, and performing various rituals, only to be inexplicably besieged by a horde of foxes, eager to devour them. I reluctantly abandoned my plan to catch the big fish and rushed to offer assistance. However, to my dismay, the number of foxes multiplied. One individual, seemingly entranced, took advantage of my distraction and stabbed me with a knife. Upon hearing Old Sure's account, a pang of regret washed over me. Had I not gone to help him due to the urgent medical notification that night, perhaps none of this would have transpired, and the truth behind the case might have been revealed long ago. Suddenly, a crucial question struck me, and I blurted out, "What about the phone box?" Old Sure sighed. "You're quite concerned about that box, aren't you?" My speculation is that it likely contained aborted fetuses. Unfortunately, once that group of foxes appeared, chaos ensued, and by the time I remembered, the box had vanished without a trace. This was perplexing. Could it be that those 2 individuals had delivered the deceased infants to that old fox? But what significance could this hold? I had never heard of any ritualistic offerings of dead infants to foxes. As I pondered this, a shout echoed from a distance. I looked up to see 2 police officers approaching us. It seemed reinforcements had arrived. "Old Jew quickly put me down," Old Sure suddenly exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. He did not appear excited. Rather, he seemed anxious as he struggled to free himself from my back and swiftly retrieve an item from his pocket, shoving it into mine. "What is happening? What is this?" I inquired, perplexed. Old Sure lowered his voice. "I've gotten myself into quite a predicament this time, and I have no idea how it will unfold when we return." This item was acquired from those 2 individuals. I observed them placing it at the entrance of the small temple while they knelt in reverence. It is likely a clue. For now, I shall leave it in your care, as it will undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Just as I was speaking, 2 colleagues approached, first bowing respectfully to Old Sure, and then promptly producing handcuffs to restrain him. What is happening? I felt a surge of panic. Even if he had not followed orders, surely he shouldn't be handcuffed. Old Sure appeared equally bewildered, clearly struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. One of them, somewhat helpless, said, "Team Leader Sure, please understand we have no choice." "Whose command is this?" "I demand to see the leader," Old Sure thundered. The man shrugged and replied, "To be frank, it is indeed the leader's orders. We kindly ask for your cooperation." In an instant, Old Sure's spirit seemed to wane, and he nearly collapsed. Fortunately, his 2 colleagues quickly supported him, carrying him on their shoulders. "You must accompany us for an investigation." Another one huffed at me. I glanced back at the dense forest. Neo Fun and Lao Ma had not yet caught up. I resolutely shook my head, saying no, there are still 2 individuals in the mountains who have not emerged. The man showed no courtesy towards me, his voice rising with anger. "When we say you can go, you go. You have no grounds to negotiate." What attitude! Just as I was about to lose my temper, I suddenly heard someone shout, "Brother Luo, We should return to the village. It suffices to hand them over. I turned to see it was Neo Fun, who was gesturing at me. However, Old Ma has completely vanished. Chapter 79. The Red-Waisted Dragon. I was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Neofun's words, and inquired, "What village? Where's Old Ma?" Neofun squinted again, muttering, "What do you mean by horse? We ought to drive the sheep back to the pen." It was then that I realized this fellow wanted us to disguise ourselves as locals. He did not wish to accompany these individuals. Indeed, it was time to return to the village. I echoed his sentiment. "Stop right there." The two exchanged glances, scrutinizing both Neo Fun and me, before addressing Old Sure. "Captain Sure, don't you recognize these two?" Old Sure, unaccustomed to deceit, hesitated, unsure how to respond. Neofun immediately raised his voice, exclaiming, "What do you mean by this? We saved this person on our way up the mountain, and now we are handing him over to you. What more do you want? If our sheep escape, you'd better chase after them. We saved a life without even receiving a banner of commendation, and now you expect us to do more?" Spittle flew from Neofun's mouth as he spoke, his demeanor resembling that of a village shrew. "Indeed, these two villagers are the ones who rescued me. Whatever the matter, I will report back to the organization. Please do not harass them further." Old Sure interjected, "Is that not so? Your comrades themselves have stated that we are merely doing good deeds." Neofun seized the moment, raising his voice further. After a moment of hesitation, the two finally relented and said to me, "All right then, you may go back." They waved their hands dismissively at Neo Fun and descended the mountain, carrying Old Sure with them. As we watched them fade into the distance, Neofun clicked his tongue and remarked, "What is going on here? Why would their own people handcuff their own? Straighten your tongue and speak. It seems that the local dialect has become quite the topic." Old Sure may have found himself in a predicament. Perhaps someone has lodged a complaint against him, I remarked with a hint of irritation. Neofun chuckled lightly and responded, "If you claim he committed murder, I would believe you, but if you suggest he embezzled, that is utterly absurd. According to my information, this fellow still owes several small eateries a considerable amount." Upon hearing this, I sensed something was amiss and blurted out, "Neofun, have you actually investigated Shurgang? Song Yin mentioned that your esteemed establishment, Pin Shang Lu, does not conduct inquiries into people and matters of the righteous path." Neofun, realizing he had let something slip, awkwardly replied, "Well, I meant no harm. I merely looked into this individual's character. To be frank, team leader Sure is quite commendable. He earns a few thousand a month and donates most of it to an orphanage. He himself hails from an orphan background, and despite his imposing stature as a captain, his own life is not much different from that of a beggar. One cannot help but admire the capabilities of Pin Shang Lu. Although Sure Gang may not be a prominent figure, Neofun possesses first-hand information about him, even down to the minutiae of his expenditures, thus revealing the astonishing nature of Pin Shang Lu's intelligence network. Neofun, tell me, are there any profiles in Yin City that you're unaware of?" I suddenly found myself both impressed and somewhat fearful of Neofun's formidable prowess. With an air of nonchalance, Neofun stated, "Where there is movement in the trees, there will undoubtedly be a stirring of the winds. I seek to know which gust is causing the shake." Though it was a rather mundane statement, when connected to ambition, this fellow could indeed be quite intimidating. "By the way, where's Old Ma?" I strive not to perceive Neofun in a negative light. Yet the conversation has inadvertently shifted towards the topic of Mosaic. Neofun grinned and remarked it was a near miss. He was fortunate to have escaped. "Escaped? Just like that?" Neofun nodded, his smile fading as he confided, "To speak candidly, Mosaic is entangled in a murder case, which is why I resorted to deceit earlier." A murder case involving Lao Ma? A tumultuous wave surged within me. I never imagined that this seemingly straightforward man could also be a murderer. However, fear not, for I vouch for Lao Ma as character. Neofun, observing my astonishment, continued, "Let us depart. The pain has lingered for half the night. You should return and indulge in a warm bath. Hey, Neo, do not leave just yet. I have one more question for you. What is your true intention in getting close to me? Surely, you are not fixated on my fingers." The thought that Neofun could unearth even the most obscure details about Sure Gang made me feel as if I too were under scrutiny. My fingers? Neophan chuckled. Indeed, but that was merely the beginning. Since you are unwilling to part with them, I shall relent. I am a businessman, not an executioner. Rest assured, I have no intention of stealthily severing your hand. I was perplexed. What was it about my extra finger that garnered such attention? Neophan halted, regarding me with utmost seriousness. Did Song Yin not mention anything to you? Song Yin? What does this have to do with Song Yin? I found myself even more bewildered. Neophan shook his head and laughed. If that is the case, and even Song Yin has remained silent, why should I speak at all? If you wish to inquire further, I shall share only if you are willing to sell it to me. You should abandon that thought at once. I categorically refuse. As the two engaged in a verbal spar while driving back to Yun City, Tuobo relayed to Neophan the current predicament of Gang. It was reported that the inspection team had discovered an inexplicable sum of 200,000 yuan in cash on his desk, prompted by an anonymous tip-off. As for the accusation of murder, it stemmed from a parcel sent by an unknown individual, containing surveillance footage of Neophan brandishing a firearm while entering an antiquated clinic. It is evident that Old Sure has been ensnared in a plot. However, the identity of the person behind this treachery remains shrouded in mystery. Given his temperament, he must have crossed paths with numerous adversaries. Perhaps his investigation into the case of the deceased infants has infringed upon someone's interests? Or could it be that his superiors have conspired against him? Regardless of my wild speculations, Neophan remained silent, seemingly fearful of inviting trouble upon himself. He escorted me back to Fongjingjai before heading to a bathhouse, his demeanor reminiscent of one indulging in opium, likely off to revel once again. In this tumultuous time, despite my concerns, I can only wait idly as Old Sure's situation remains unclear. With a sigh, I opened the door, and as I stepped inside, a chilling breeze slammed the door shut behind me. Simultaneously, a ghastly visage with a protruding tongue dangled from the rafters. Xiaoshu, quickly put away your little tricks. I complained wearily. Aren't you afraid? Xiaoshu replied with a hint of disappointment. Afraid? If memory serves me right, this marks the 5th time you've attempted to frighten me in recent days. Xiaoshu pouted. What can I do? I'm simply bored. You've been gone for so long. I'm positively famished. With a slight scoff, I reflected that while others nurture their little spirits for the sake of promotion and wealth, my own little spirit was merely a glutton. I bitterly smiled as I lit 3 incense sticks and, as per usual, opened a can of cola. Hee, thank you, Brother Ghost Doctor. Upon seeing the food, the little girl's eyes sparkled with delight, and she flashed me a charming smile. However, as she grinned, her expression suddenly shifted to one of concern, and she exclaimed, Brother Ghost Doctor, what is that on your neck? Taken aback, I wonder what could possibly be on my neck. As I reached to touch it, I discovered a prominent bump that sent a sharp pain coursing through me. Hastily, I made my way to the mirror, lit a candle, and to my astonishment, I beheld a vivid red mark spanning my neck. I quickly lifted my collar to inspect my abdomen, only to find that this scarlet thread coiled down from my neck, extending all the way to my thigh. A chilling realization struck me. The red waist dragon. I gasped in horror, pondering how I had fallen prey to such a fate. What is the red waist dragon, Brother Ghost Doctor? The little girl asked, bewildered. Cold sweat trickled down my back as I recalled that the red waist dragon is a vicious form of snake blight, said to afflict those ensnared by the will of the willow immortal. If this red bump spread from my neck down to my feet, it would spell certain death. Who could have cast this curse upon me? Was it Neophan, Olma, or perhaps a mere fox? Yet it seemed implausible. After all, it is well known that the fox immortal and the willow immortal are adversaries. So a fox, no matter how powerful, would not dare utilize the willow immortal's curse. As I pondered intensely, a thought struck me. Could it be that boastful little snake claiming to be the underling of Han Xiangzi, the great python immortal? Who had orchestrated this? I truly underestimated it. I could not help but feel a pang of regret. After all, it was merely a tribute. So why did I provoke it? Indeed, summoning a deity is far easier than sending them away. Alas, how tragic it is to face death at such a young age. Suddenly, a malicious laugh echoed through the room. Chapter 80. The widow's pregnancy. Upon hearing that voice, I was filled with rage. It was indeed the little snake demon that insisted on stealing my offerings at Phoenix Mountain. This wretched creature had threatened me while on the mountain, boasting that it would show me a thing or two. I had dismissed it at the time, never anticipating that it would audaciously follow me home. "Where are you? You little fiend? Come out at once." I bellowed in anger. "Huh, even in dire straits, you speak so boldly. Who do you think you're scaring?" The little serpent chortled, showing no regard for my fury. The voice seemed to be nearby, yet I scanned my surroundings without catching a glimpse of it. Thankfully, little Shu, ever clever, winked at me, her gaze fixed on my pocket. A jolt of realization struck me. Could it be that the creature was hiding in my pocket? When did it manage to sneak onto my person? "Little girl, do not meddle. If you assisted in our skirmish, you may find yourself in over your head. Who do you think you are threatening, you little snake?" Little Shu retorted, pouting. "You're merely a serpent. If you possess any real skill, why not undergo your tribulation and transform into a flood dragon?" As little Shu and the snake engaged in their verbal sparring, I discreetly drew a silver needle, clutching it tightly in my palm, preparing for a surprise attack on the diminutive creature. To my astonishment, it seemed to be acutely aware of my intentions. With a light chuckle, it remarked, "Hey there, little brother, with all these medicinal boxes around, you must be a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Therefore, you should comprehend the prowess of the red-waisted dragon. Should you dare to prick me with that needle, a mere incantation from me will send the red-waisted dragon's venom coursing through you from head to toe. At that point, don't say I didn't warn you. Even if the great Huata comes, it will be of no avail." The creature mocked, claiming even the simplest of characters eluded my comprehension. Invoking the names of illustrious figures like Hua, Tua, and Bianke with disdain, I declared my authority, asserting that my fate rested in my hands, challenging any audacity to criticize me. Just then, a wave of unbearable itchiness surged through my body, akin to 1,000 ants scuttling beneath my skin. Noticing my discomfort, Xiaoshu furrowed her brow and advised, "Eccentric healer, let it be. A wise man does not engage in trivial disputes." What could I say? This torment was comparable to the pangs of severe addiction. "Listen, little creature, let us converse amicably. What is your purpose in following me?" Reluctantly, I conceded. "What did you just call me?" The creature, sensing my submission, grew bolder. After a moment's reflection, I recalled the wisdom of patience and the virtue of a gentleman who waits a decade for revenge. "Is Master Han Chi acceptable?" "Ah, that is quite agreeable. Given your newfound courtesy, I shall grant you a reprieve. However, I intend to stay with you for the time being. You have no objections, I trust?" Suppressing my ire, I managed to respond. "It is permissible, albeit my humble abode is rather modest. It may not accommodate your grandiose presence. No matter, I am not concerned with such trivialities, so do not fret." I scoffed inwardly, wishing to strip away his skin in wrath. "Brother, I sense your intentions. You aim to placate me first, then seek an opportunity for retribution, do you not?" I never anticipated that this little creature would be so cunning, seemingly able to pierce through my thoughts. "You indeed ought to assist me. Rest assured, I shall depart after a brief stay. There will be no further disputes. For the time being, I shall eliminate the crimson-waisted dragon. Yet to eradicate it completely, we must see how our future interactions unfold." My confidence faltered as I queried, "Ought to? Pray, elucidate your reasoning. What, have you forgotten? Was it not you who discovered that cave, or did I not direct you along the route? Furthermore, do you truly believe your clumsy hands could evade those 2 lurking vine demons?" "Huh, it was I who employed a subtle ruse underground to ensnare them. For this alone, you ought to express your gratitude." So that was the reason, I pondered, recalling how those 2 vine demons had turned back midway during the chase. Thus, I genuinely owe you my thanks? Naturally. However, as the great Python Celestial Lord, I am inherently benevolent, so your thanks are unnecessary. I find the gourd upon the wall quite appealing. I shall claim it as my abode. Moreover, in accordance with the etiquette of hosting esteemed guests, should you not present me with 3 incense sticks? As this little creature spoke, it yawned unexpectedly, and I suddenly felt a movement in my pocket. A small snake, no more than a foot in length and entirely slick with oil, sprang forth, swiftly diving into the large gourd. "Hey, that is my territory. The little girl exclaimed in dissatisfaction. What is yours and what is mine? You are cunning, and I am a demon. Neither of us is superior. Whoever seizes it shall claim it. Living under the same roof, who knows, I may even end up looking after you. Well, I shall take a nap. This wintry season is indeed the perfect time for slumber. Were it not for my desire to assist you, provoking the ire of the foxes in the mountains, who would willingly seek refuge within your dilapidated gourd. Little Shu, in a fit of indignation, clenched her fists and stepped forward to seal the gourd. The serpent within retorted, Regardless, should you suffocate me, I shall bring ruin upon your beloved. After all, his serpent charm has yet to dissipate. You may choose your course of action. Do not spout nonsense. Who is anyone's beloved? I cannot restrain my retort. Not a beloved? Which living soul would keep a little girl for no reason? I am well aware of your human affairs. It's either a girl already courted or one you are pursuing. You, of all people, ought to know better than to overlook the supernatural. Little Shu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, a blend of anger and frustration. I could only console the young girl. Let it be considered an act of kindness. It is said that the words of the willow fairy are venomous, destined to become another's serpent broth. You should take refuge in the wardrobe of the inner room. I have seen it, crafted from fine enamel wood, imbued with heavy energy, perfect for your rest. And where will you stay? Little Shu asked, feeling somewhat bashful. Just as I was about to respond, the little black snake in the gourd chimed in. So, after all the circling, you are about to share a chamber. What follows next is... The little creature was about to speak further when suddenly there came a series of knocks at the door. Little Shu and the serpent promptly fell silent, retreating into hiding with impressive synchronicity. I took a moment to compose myself, casting a fierce glare at the gourd before turning to open the door. Upon opening it, a gentle waft of rose fragrance enveloped me, and to my astonishment, standing at the threshold was Sister Hua. Sister Hua, what brings you here? Hua Jia, adorned in a beige long tunic, stood gracefully, a hint of apology gracing her features as she inquired, Am I disturbing you? It seems I heard someone speaking in the shop. No, not at all. I was merely reciting a prescription to myself, I replied vaguely, brushing off her concern. How is your health now? Hua Jia asked with genuine concern. I waved my hand dismissively, saying, Oh, I'm fine now. It turns out the hospital made an error last time. I won't be meeting my end anytime soon.